watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days be, just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, then to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. Mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain can degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live for hours and hours? Pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, easy. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Yet at rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
Man, it's been great watching a bunch of different titles here at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, now it's time for some real good old-fashioned League of Legends, eh?
I can't wait to watch C9 play.
Where's Max? Feels good to be back. Last year, we searched far and wide for the greatest team in League of Legends, and we found it here in Riyadh. It is T1, the returning title defenders for the Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends, and they are back again to do battle against 12 of the best teams across the world. Welcome, everyone, to the Esports World Cup. It is League of Legends time. It's your boy Digon here alongside Finn, Valdez, and Meteos. What a great analyst panel we have for today.
It's going to be a banger. I think we're just so privileged to come at the back of this amazing MSI. Leading into this, the storylines, they write themselves, and there's just so much to look forward to.
There's so much on the line. You know, I love this tournament. I'm very happy to be back once again, and just happy to get into the action as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think, like Finn said, MSI was a lot of fun, and it's even better now because Cloud9's here. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And again, the League of Legends part of the tournament is part of a larger Esports World Cup Club Championship. So let's take a look at the overview of that.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Thank you very much, reigning Esports Host of the Year, according to the Esports Awards, Chris Puckett, for that breakdown. As we take a look at the club prizing, $27 million prize pool for the club championship, $7 million going to the organization with the most club championship points across multiple different titles, a unique format unlike any other in all of gaming and esports. The reigning champions of the Esports World Cup are Team Falcons. They look to defend their crown here. And how will they do so? Off the point system here, 1,000 points go to first place across every title. There is no title that is weighted more than the other, so making sure that you have multiple teams across multiple different game titles helps you find the victory, as well as getting the wins in the titles you're supposed to win. In this case, T1 had the win last year as the League of Legends title winners, and they're going to try to do so again later on. So let's take a look now at one of the coolest parts of the Esports World Cup. It is the trophy system.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
One of the coolest and most brutal systems in all of gaming. Finn, I mean, it's pretty awesome, this trophy system and getting to crush the key of your opponent.
Oh, this is insane mental edge, no? Just beating them on the rift and then seeing you crush their logo as well. I think that's just doesn't make you feel worse, that's for sure.
Medios, you've had a long and storied career. You've defeated so many different teams. If you got to pick 3 keys across your career, who would you put in your game trophy?
Ooh, 3 keys. That's tough. I mean, I've played a lot of League. I think it would have to be 3 TSM keys.
All right, let's take a look at the event schedule for this tournament here as we kicked things off last week with Valorant, Apex, Fatal Fury, and Rensport crowning 4 different title winners across those games. And now we're here with League of Legends, Free Fire, Dota, and Mobile Legends Women's Invitational. We'll hear more about those titles a little bit. It all culminates to the end with some Counter-Strike, Street Fighter, Crossfire, and I think that is Naraka Blade Point as well. So if you love competition across multiple different titles, we got you covered. For a deeper look into last week's winners, let's see what happened there. That's right. For the first title that was given out, it was Team Redline for Rensport winning their first one. They get to put the frame inside the totem for 2025. Later on, it was Go One for Detonation Focus Me, climbing the ladder for the first ever Fatal Fury tournament. I got to watch this one front row. Team Heretics with a reverse sweep of Fnatic become the first ever winners of Valorant here at the Esports World Cup. And VK Gaming come up with a big upset in Apex. So all those orgs getting themselves multiple different championship points and getting to immortalize their names and their frames inside the totem for 2025 as we take a look at the STC Club Championship rankings. Right there at the top, Gen G on the mark, despite the fact not winning because their Apex team and their Valorant team did well. Then afterwards, all the winners from the different titles, Heretics, Detonation Focus Me, BMW, M-Team Redline, Red Bull Racing, and VK Gaming, all at 1,000. And Team Falcons, right there, one of the favorites, has multiple different titles coming up later on. Virtus Pro, excuse me. They're at 16 different games. Fnatic at 10. Vitality has 15. So a lot of different team names here, Valdez, that span all of different esports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big one for us is going to be Gen G, right? They're up there at 1,000 points. They don't have a championship just yet, a win in any of the games. And here at League of Legends, I think that they should be one of the favorites, right? And, still a lot of other teams that are looking to try to fight with them. T1, obviously, playing really well on MSI, and AGAL as well, another challenger from China. And we'll see what Hama Life Esports is looking like as well, coming from the LCK, if any of those can challenge Gen G at the top.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun with Valorant. And again, with League of Legends. And again, not the only game here being played this week as we take a look at the Club Championship Week timeline. It is League of Legends crowning our title winner on Sunday alongside with Free Fire. Dota, who's already had their qualifiers last week, now get into the playoffs and knockout stages. And the Mobile Legends Women's Invitational all kicked off here on Tuesday, because today is Wednesday, Tuesday, and they will crown their title winners on Saturday. So a lot of stuff happening here at the Esports World Cup across multiple different streams. So if you're interested in those, check those out at those streams, and you get to hear a little bit more about some of the titles that you've been interested in, maybe want to dive into, and can enjoy the fandom and competition here at the Esports World Cup. Now, let's take a dive over at the stage because we have an interview standing by.
Hi everyone, my name is Kitty and I am currently at the Esports World Cup. Going into week 2, League of Legends will be starting at the STC Arena. With 12 different organizations all fighting for the same goal, only one team can take it all with the $2 million prize pool. They are also all fighting for the STC Club Championship title. So I'm looking forward to see how things play out because this is going to be an exciting weekend above us.
Hello everybody, it's Yunsu and welcome to Korea Esports Arena, our stage of Free Fire here. Your favorite team is here as well. Buram United Esports from Thailand, Fuxo Lost from Brazil, RRQ from Indonesia. Mine is here as well, but I won't tell you guys who it is. The prize pool, of course, $1 million USD. So huge for those who dare to take it by themselves. I'll catch up with you guys later.
Hey everybody, Slacks here at the Amazon Arena for Dota 2. Yeah, Dota 2, you remember us? All right, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, League of Legends, you Zoomer kids playing those games. Don't forget where it came from, baby. Here. Yes, our entire community is like 35 to 40 years old, but Grandpa still got some bag, baby. $3 million going to our fantastic big name teams like Gaming Gladiators, Team Liquid. You remember them? They're going to win some money for their retirement homes. So have some fun. Join us in Dota 2 land before you see all those other esports. We'll be waiting for you.
Hey guys, this is Rose reporting from MWI. Now, in case you guys didn't know, MWI is actually the biggest female tournament in the world, where we feature 16 teams coming from 14 different regions with a total prize pool of $500,000 US. And of course, the glory that it comes with being the queen of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's time to be limitless and rise above.
Thank you very much, y'all. Get Kitty and the gang checking out all the different stages. Speaking of different stages, we now have the general manager of T1 joining us. It is Becker. Welcome, man. It has been a long journey for you to get here. We get to see each other all the time at LCK. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Good morning, everyone.
How's it been? How's it been here over at the Esports World Cup so far?
We've got here a couple days ago, I think, and we just got back from another international tournament. And it's quite a long trip from Vancouver, but I think players are getting through it, and it's another important tournament of the season. So I think our players are quite determined.
Yeah, and I just can't help to think about the intense schedule your players are going through right now, and I'm really curious about the recovery, you guys, what steps you're taking to really help them recharge for this tournament and come in with a new revitalized look for the team.
So thankfully, I think we have bye and we will get to play on Friday. That's what I think. So I think we have a couple of days to, get prepared for the matches, but also, get really relaxed and make sure that we're back on routine. Players are trying to fit in this Riyadh schedule and the time zone as well. So all I gotta say is we always try 100% to be fit and be ready for the competition in regard of any circumstances.
Professional as always is T1. I'm very curious about how you guys were able to make this meteoric rise so far from the road to MSI into MSI, performing so well there, just barely not able to make it across the line. Do you feel like you guys will be able to continue this rise and do really well and potentially defend your title at EWC?
Yeah, definitely. I think this tournament definitely means a lot to our organization, given that we were the defending champion and we were the winner for the first tournament. And I think when it comes to EWC, it definitely means a lot to us. And like you said, Valdez, I think from road to MSI just last weekend, we were very close to winning. But I think our team has a faith that we could be a champion at any time. Sure, there are tough competitors out there, but I think we are strong as well. So we look forward to it.
Was there a moment or memory from last year that you or the players were excited towards coming back this year?
I think starting the beginning of the tournament last year, I don't think we were considered as like a top favorite back then. But then as we played through stages, we just got back in form, and the final against TES was one of actually my favorite best of fives in terms of pick and bans. You remember like the Yasuo pick in the game 4.
Yep.
And everything was, I think it was well executed and a great performance by the players and the coaching staff. So just thinking back in general, give us some smile and some happy thought to think about. So we are happy to be back in this city.
Any final words for all the T1 fans around the world that are always excited anytime the team gets to play?
We always try hard to win, and I hope this one's going to be a tough competition as well. But we'll do our best to, defend our title.
All right, T1 General Manager Becker joining us. Thank you so much for your time. As you said, it is a tough competition. So to break down what the competition is, let's send it on over to our explainer.
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup brings the highest level of competition to Riyadh. 12 of the world's best teams are battling it out for a share of the $2 million prize pool and to earn valuable club championship points. Of the 12 teams, 11 qualified thanks to their recent performance in their own regional leagues. The top 2 teams from the LPL, LTA North, LEC and the LCP were all invited for EWC, as well as the top team from the LTA South. Over in South Korea, the top 3 teams from the LCK have made it to EWC 2025. Gen G, as the LCK #1 seed, earned an invitation, while T1, the winner of the 2024 Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends tournament, has been invited back to defend their title. But T1's second place finish in the LCK means the third place team, Hanwha Life Esports, also has been invited to EWC. With MSI now in the books, the teams have been seeded based on their performance at the event. The 8 teams who did not place in the top 4 at MSI have been drawn into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for playoffs. Lose 2 and you head home early. The top 2 teams from each group will meet the top 4 seeded teams from MSI in the quarter-finals of the single elimination playoff bracket. In the playoffs, matches move to best of 3 featuring Fearless Draft. And for the first time in years, a major League of Legends tournament will feature a third place match, giving teams a chance to earn a prize pool bump and more club championship points. The League of Legends EWC 25 tournament winner will be decided in a best of 5 Fearless Draft grand final on Sunday, which you will not want to miss.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check. I can hear my voice. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Something around.
Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. This is Finn talking.
Hello, hello. We're testing the mic. It's looking.
Mic check. Mic check.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We've got the teams now ready to play for that $2 million prize pool upgraded from last year's prize pool. Let's take a look at the brackets for the teams that are playing. It is divided up the group stage teams, 8 teams here, as Group A has a lot of Western feel in it. It's FlyQuest first, Cloud9, a repeat of the LTA North Grand Finals, then G2 versus Furia that brought us one of the coolest series in MSI here, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, I, as the European representative on the desk, I'm quite excited because it looks like quite the free group for G2. I can see an easy progression here for the playoffs.
Free trip home, maybe? I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what currency this is free for G2, because if it was anything like MSI, they went home real early. So maybe they can hope to cheese some best of 1 wins, but I don't know. I think it's looking pretty good for FlyQuest and C9.
I'd say realistically, you know, if MSI didn't happen, if we could all just kind of wave our hand and say it didn't happen, like G2 should be the favorites in this one, but everything's kind of up for grabs. You know, I think that FlyQuest C9 could do it. Even Furia did look pretty good over at MSI themselves, so it's kind of an interesting group now that G2 have kind of fallen down a little peg. Maybe FlyQuest are the favorites here. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, let's turn our focus now to Group B, where we have another European team, the reigning European champs in Movistar Koi, alongside CFO, the darlings of MSI, who got HungQ in the mid lane, Hanwha Life Esports. That's going to be their first match, and then Movistar Koi going up against GAM Esports. I think this group seems a little bit tougher here, Finn.
I mean, it is definitely tougher. Also, 2 of the PCS teams, or the old PCS, the GAM Esports and the Flying Oysters coming in here. I really have high hopes for this group. I think it looks really competitive. The fact that it's best of ones will make it really like up in the air. It's going to kind of come down to preparation, I think, whichever team is going to come out on top.
And Brendo, let's let the audience know what you think about Hanwha Life Esports. Again, dominant throughout the LCK, fell up short a little bit to the road to MSI.
It's all about their mental right now. Were they able to bounce back after getting smashed by T1 at road to MSI? Then they should do pretty well. But it's a best of 1, right? I think anyone could do really well in this kind of format. I think that CFO looks great. They have a lot of experience over at MSI already, whereas Hanwha Life were kind of just twiddling their thumbs as they didn't quite make it. So could be a little bit iffy. They should be the favorites, but who knows?
All right, well, let's take a look at our Aramco power rankings of the 12 teams. You got to see 8 there because 4 of them are already in the playoff stage. Favorites are got to be the 2 finalists from MSI, Gen G and T1. Whenever those 2 teams play internationally, always a banger. Then it is Anyone's Legends, who's partnered with All Gamers, so AGAL here for the Esports World Cup. Hanwha Life Esports and BLG. Then we got FlyQuest on in there with CFO as contenders, and then the underdogs. Very weird to see G2 as an underdog in that kind of power ranking, but alongside Movistar Core, GAM, Cloud9, and Furia.
I don't know what C9's doing down there in the underdogs. I think they should
be like a tier below that.
Oh, wow.
No, I think they should probably be maybe right between Genji and T1 up there in the favorites. I think they're getting slept on a little bit.
I will say they did not lose a game at MSI, Medios. You are correct. Maybe they should be up there at favorites, but we'll see. Again, the power rankings, will adjust those every day. Remember, we are also saying goodbye to 2 organizations after today's matches, 8 best of 1s as we take a look at today's schedule. It all kicks off with our first match with 2 of those dark horses. Hanwha Life Esports against CFO, Movistar Koi against GAM Esports. Then it is the Battle of the West for Group A. It is G2 Esports against Furia, then FlyQuest against Cloud9 as our first match. Then later on, we will have the winners play the winners, and then those elimination matches, the losers play the losers. That's how we'll close out today. 8 matches today, Finn.
I mean, we're kind of starting with the dessert here. I think CFO versus Hanwha Life is the most hype out of all these games, and I think that's the game where we can expect the highest quality League of Legends. Both these teams, Hanwha Life, I think, are almost on the same tier as Gen G and T1. If you have watched LCK, you can see these 3 teams are the paragon of that region, and CFO has just constantly impressed us with their gameplay, and I really think starting out today is really strong with this matchup.
Yeah, well, we've brought international teams here. We got an international cast, so let's send it on over to the casters for a little bit of their insights on today's games.
Thank you very much, Dagon. We are here at the key wall. As you can see, very fresh, shiny keys right now, but there will be only one left remaining, only shards from the others. We're excited to see who is going to be able to pick that up. But now we're going to talk about our very first day of League of Legends and what our SMB match of the day is going to be. Wolf, it's pretty obvious.
I think it's pretty obvious. I think you're going to agree with me. I think most watching at home are most looking forward to CFO against Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports on a 5-game losing streak, failed to qualify for MSI, and probably hitting a low point for the org so far this year. On the other side of things, CFO looking great at First Stand, looking great at MSI. Really strong performances right now from this squad. I wouldn't be shocked even if we see, believe it or not, an upset today. CFO could take this series.
They certainly could. I'm very excited about that mid lane matchup as well. The young prodigy Honky versus the super soldier Zeka. Man, this is going to be an absolute banger. Back to you guys.
We'll have Cloud9 and FlyQuest later on, but joining us right now, thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports, are the, I guess, the rising tide of the LCP. It is CFO, as they are coming up against Hanwha Life Esports. Now, I like the fact that they brought up previous history here for Hanwha Life Esports. Last time they're at International, they did win, but they did not make MSI. That's going to be one of the big talking points here, Finn.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, to me, when I watch Hanwha Life play, it really is like they have so much potential, but I feel like they're always a little bit too impatient. I would love to see a Hanwha Life come in today and really show that they've tempered themselves down a little bit, and I want to see a more calm and collected approach towards the game.
Yeah, I think they should definitely have gotten a little smack in the face after losing the T1 3-0 at Road to MSI. I think that this team is better than what they showed in that match, and I do agree with you, Finn, that they should be up there with Gen G and T1, but in recent times they haven't really found that form. So can they come over here and show what they're really made of is really the question.
Yeah, Medios, when you take a look at this Hanwha Life Esports roster, it's star-studded up and down. What jumps out at you when you think about them?
I think for me, when I look at Hanwha Life, especially in this match coming up, it's going to be a top lane focus because I think that Zeus is just, you know, such a good player. He's back-to-back world champion, just unbelievably good top laner. And then going up against CFO, I think top lane's actually where they struggled a lot with at MSI. They have the 6-man roster, but unfortunately in a best of 1, that's not going to help you very much. And so I think both Driver and Rest look a little bit shaky compared to some of the other competition, and Zeus is probably just going to, you know, run away with that lane.
Yeah, we'll see what happens in that top lane as we take a look at the recent results for Hanwha Life Esports. They won the LCK Cup earlier on. That qualified them to First Stand, where we got to see them pull out like Vladimir and get to use all of the merits of Fearless. Then, during the LCK season, pretty clearly the number 2 team, beat T1 multiple times, had close series against Gen G, but when it got time to go on the road and qualify to MSI, they fell a little short.
Yeah, and it really is about the bounce back right now. Like, I don't want to like hammer it in too much because we've all talked about it so much, but I am looking today at the mid jungle mostly because I think Honkyu is just such a talent coming up, and I think Zeka had a pretty tough series honestly, especially against T1 when I rewatched it. And I really want to see if Honkyu can actually punish him not only in lane but in the mid to late game, where sometimes I think Hanwha Life falls a little bit too short.
Well, speaking of Honkyu, we have an interview standing by with him right now. Let's send on over to that.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-match interview for CFO vs HLE. By my side is Honkyu. So welcome to Saudi Arabia. We are currently in Esports World Cup. So do you have any thoughts that you can share with us for the fans since it's your first time in Riyadh?
首先欢迎你们来到沙特阿拉伯，然后你是第一次来到这里，你有没有什么一些想法或者是感受可以跟你的粉丝们分享的呢？
觉得这地方很特别吧，就是食物或天气吧，就这里蛮热的，然后食物就蛮特别的，第一次吃到，觉得很新奇。
I think it's a very special place, including the food and the weather. It's just, I'm very excited to be here.
Amazing. And because you guys are bouncing off MSI, you guys had an amazing performance at MSI, being the dark horses for the entire tournament. So when you guys went back home, what type of reflection did you guys make as a whole team?
就是你们来到了 MSI 的比赛上，当时你们是作为一支黑马队伍参加了比赛，然后你们回家之后有没有进行一些复盘，或者是对比赛的感受呢？
就赶快紧急复盘，我们最后一场就输掉那场 BO5吧，感受就是觉得特别可惜吧，因为非常就有一点机会赢下来吧。
I feel like we're kind of sad to lose the final best of 5 in MSI, and we kind of just reflect on the final game and just rebound our conditions over that.
And I am aware that there was a CFO campaign around MSI according to CFO's progression throughout the entire tournament, and according to their kills or game score, fans would receive chicken. So I was wondering, since I was told that already 2,400 pieces of fried chicken have been given away to fans in Taipei, so please let me know what you have to say for the fans that have already received the chicken so far.
就是我们有了解到，在 MSI 上你们有一个就是送鸡排的那个活动。然后可能已经有24000个鸡排已经送出了，然后你有没有就是一些寄语可以送给粉丝们呢？
我们就打得蛮不错吧，然后让你们可以免费吃到鸡排这样子。
I think we played well, and I'm really happy that we can give away the chicken to the fans.
And you guys will be going up against Hanwha Life, especially in mid lane against Zeka. So do you have any thoughts that you can share with us when it comes to this 1v1 in the mid lane?
接下来你们要对阵到韩华，尤其是你在中路对抗到Zeka，然后你有没有什么一些感受可以分享？
对上了就是Zeka选手，那就是非常一个强劲的中路吧，然后希望我好好的准备。
I think he's a very strong component, and I will prepare well for this game.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Hongkyu. Looking forward to your game, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Kitty for that interview with Cheryl as well. And of course, Hongkyu, who has just been an absolute stud, not only getting kills and being fed, but feeding the fans of CFO with their performance over at MSI.
Yeah, I mean, he really is like, to me, he's the most interesting up-and-coming player globally right now. I think he reminds me a lot of like these super talents that we've seen from different regions. He reminds me of like when Caps came up, when Chovy came up. He's right now is just so raw, and he's just so much talent, and I would need to see how he develops. But he's one of the most interesting players to follow right now globally, and I'm really excited to see how he goes up against Zeka today.
There's a lot of good pieces of this roster. I mean, you consider that Jinjia has a lot of experience, and he should be one of the guys that is leading the squad, but also Doggo having fantastic form over at MSI. It kind of felt like he was trying to drag the team across the line, couldn't quite do it, but it's very clear that they have a lot of win conditions throughout this roster. I do agree with Meteos where maybe the top lane might be a little bit of a miss. They do both, or at least one of them in this best of one, need to show up here against Zeus, because that's going to be a rough match.
Yeah, I've been a huge fan of Junjia since watching this team. I think he's seriously one of the best junglers in the world, especially considering he's not from the LCK or the LPL. All of his plays are, so good. He's one of the few junglers who actually makes Skarner look super good. He's been nerfed a million times. A lot of people who pick the champion look just kind of like, the tank jungler you think of that's just kind of standing there being a meat shield, doing some bad engage and dying. But Junjia actually makes the champion look so strong, finds all these kind of creative ganks and angles, gets great ults. So he's somebody that I've got my eye on, and I'm excited to watch him play.
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating part about this series. It's the fact that it is best of one, so Coach Chowie has the opportunity to pick either top laner. We have recent performances from CFO, who's looked good at both internationals, and then we just don't know how Hanwha Life are doing, what kind of form they're going to be able to come into, and how they're going to deal with the best of one.
Yeah, and I think the word of the day for Oysters is going to be try to be unpredictable and hit Hanwha Life in draft. I see that they've chosen Rest as their top laner, and he strikes me as the guy that they put in when they want to counter pick and look for a little bit more niche top lane matchups, whereas Driver is more the standard, constant top lane tank force that they have. So I really want to see how they approach the draft with Rest as their top laner.
All right, just 40 seconds before we kick off with the opening ceremony down on the stage. So Finn, who you got here for our first best of one?
I got Hanwha Life, man. I still think they're one of the top dogs of the region, and I think they're going to come in and show a good performance.
Time for the Valid Analyst.
It's got to be Hanwha Life Esports. I think they're going to bounce back. Peanut and Delight are going to up their game, and they're all going to be on form today.
Is it a sweep?
Of course. Going against Hanwha would just be wishful thinking. I think a lot of people are going to remember them for their most recent loss, but, they could have had an off day. Still a great team, and I think they're going to show up big.
CFO and Hanwha Life Esports will be our first match for 2025 here at the Esports World Cup, but it has been a long, long wait to see this whole event kick off. Let's get on to it. CFO and Hanwha Life Esports.
T1 will be your first Esports World Cup League of Legends winners. Faker is able to clear up the rest of them. T1 are looking to take their last nexus of EWC.
My opinion on Faker has always been very high. He continues to perform year after year, so he's a big inspiration for me, and I would love to play against him.
回到1的分目标就比去年更进一步吧，因为去年就比较可惜，今年想赢下来。
개인적으로는 이제 젠지와 한번 만나고 싶고 젠지가 굉장히 강한 팀이기 때문에 EWC에서 승리하고 싶습니다.
He has a full health bar and he just wants to play Mario. Whipper diving for cuts them all down.
This is it. Less than a week removed from MSI, League of Legends returns to the Esports World Cup.
12 world-class teams, 1 trophy, and a shot at making history right here in Riyadh.
The greatest players in the world are here, and you are going to see them like you've never seen them before from all angles. Every flash, every fight, every fearless play, up close and personal.
The reigning 2024 winners return to defend their crown, and it's heavy. But there is a global army that came here to take it away from them, plus club championship points, plus $2 million are on the line.
This is the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends, and there is a very important element that we now need to introduce. The players.
Let's do it.
Starting with Furia.
Coming up next, it's G2.
Please welcome Movistar Koi.
Up next, it's GAM Esports.
Cloud9.
It's FlyQuest.
Please welcome BLG.
Up next, it's AGAL.
Gen G.
Here to defend their title, it's T1.
What a lineup of superstars, but our next two teams will be the first to compete on the stage. They've made a habit of flipping the script and they're back to rewrite it once again. It's Hanwha Life Esports.
Flying high from regional dominance and set on turning heads in Riyadh, it's CFO.
So many matches will be played over the next 5 days, and this right here marks the beginning. Let's do this.
Thank you very much for those introductions, gentlemen, and welcome to the EWC 2025 Caster Desk. I am Atlas, joined by Wolf, someone who I've never worked with actually, yeah, no, we work every single day together. Very excited to be here in Riyadh, though, for the first couple of games.
That's
here
right.
As we dive into the group stage.
This is the big one for today, and it is Hanwha Life Esports coming off of a very disappointing loss streak. They were one win away from qualifying for the midseason invitational, failed to qualify, lost 5 games in a row. We haven't seen them for a while. Meanwhile, momentum-wise, CFO looking pretty good. They had a pretty nice performance at First Stand earlier this year, performed well, of course, internationally, then later on at MSI. So they've had a lot of warm-up. They've been playing on this patch. They've been playing on stage. The big question mark is going to be, how has Hanwha Life Esports bounced back? Because on paper, we know they're the favorites. We know the heights of Hanwha Life Esports, but we don't know their current form now, what they've used their time, or how they've used their time to bounce back from what was such a disappointing fall from grace there at the MSI qualifiers.
Yeah, it was a difficult one. And the power of being the underdog in a matchup is something that HLE are keenly aware of. As you mentioned, 5 games in a row. That was because they lost against Gen G and they felt broken when they had to take on T1. Barely even showed up, and then T1 making it all the way at MSI. Wasn't quite able to take the trophy, but they've got another opportunity immediately afterwards here in Riyadh. So looking forward to seeing what CFO are going to be able to do, because I honestly feel like they're probably sure that HLE are a pretty strong team.
I think so.
They have some awareness based on First Stand earlier in the year, and HLE kind of ran that tournament. We'll see whether they can turn the script around this time and take some advantages. But we are diving straight into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Already an Orianna and a Pantheon have been banned away, as Honku getting a bit of a nod for his robot ballerina there, which is kind of cool. Talia and the Varus taken away as well.
Talia's gone. The Varus that all Korean teams are so famed for is not a surprise here. The Vi normally would fit this final spot here for CFO, because giving that over to Peanut, even though we all raised our eyebrows at his last performance on the pick, is still incredibly powerful. We'll see if they'll give him the opportunity to play it again. Maybe they think he'll make the same mistakes he did in that series against T1 when he was given that opportunity, but I think the pick is just too strong. Instead, though, taking away Zeka's Azir, this is a best of 1, so we're not talking about Fearless. We're not talking about, okay, we give the Azir this game and we're going to go into a best of 3 later, but you give up the Vi here, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm on board with that, to be honest, Atlas.
Yeah, I do think that, especially on the MSI patch, Azir is extraordinarily strong. We've seen it perform exceptionally well, but like you say, this is a big tool that Peanut now has access to. I'm actually kind of feeling it for CFO, because the Vi, like you said, just straight up didn't really work for Peanut the last time around, and wasn't as dominant as expected at MSI either. So I'm kind of okay with them giving this up if you can get your hands on some power like this Rumble.
The Rumble takeaway is really powerful because Vi Rumble is so incredibly strong. We know how good Zeus is on the pick. It's a pretty unique lineup, the 6-man roster with Rest and Driver. They've chosen Rest for this, but he will be blind picking, not actually looking for the counter pick here on red side with the Vi lock-in. So taking that away does feel pretty good, as we'll see what the jungle pick here is, or if Hankyu actually wants to prioritize a mid lane pick right now. Looking for the Xin Zhao here with the Pantheon taken away. I think this is a reasonable option now as well. Gwen into Rumble is pretty bold here for Zeus.
I would agree. And this was actually seen as a counter matchup, as the Rumble was one of the champions that was able to cope with the Gwen even when she was relatively stronger earlier in the season. So an interesting choice if they do decide to go with it. They are going to lock that one away. And we've seen, like, especially players like Doran just pick Gwen, and it doesn't even really matter what the lane phase looks like. You just kind of get those scissors out and
win. It is, as was mentioned by Finn earlier, probably the most lopsided matchup player-wise here. Zeus having such a huge advantage. Now, the big obvious ones here are the Annie and the Ahri. Even though you have a ton of magic damage with this Gwen topside, just having an easy follow-up CC for the Vi, being that charm or the stun here from Annie, just makes it easy to get that initial first pick, and a squishy champion like the Rumble could fall prey to that combo later on. Same with the Victor, to be honest here. I think the Rise is a little bit safer, especially because you could just sit back and clear waves, but damage-wise here, the Victor does offer a lot. And picking the Galio here is quite unique. They already had the Rumble on their side, and the Galio is going to fare well early on in the lane. Like, he can just sit back and absorb the pressure.
but we're going to need to see something a little bit more divey here for this comp for me to really be sold on this Galio pick.
Yeah, this is going to need a little bit of extra damage, you could say, and Doggo probably going to have that one in spades. Got some fun fact for you, Wolf.
Yeah.
And that is the fact that both Viper and Doggo were playing in the LPL at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is super cool. So a little bit of extra experience up against one another. That was, of course, in 2021. Pretty good year for Viper, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
He having a pretty good time.
And LCK fans will remember what he did to us in that year. The Xayah feels pretty obvious here. The Kai'Sa works incredibly well for follow-up to the chain CC you can have with that Annie-Vi combo, so it's not surprising to see that one taken away here. Even something like a Jinx is quite strong here for Hanwha Life Esports, gives them a ton of damage later on, and you already have the setup to get those resets. And lane prio is going to be a little bit of a challenge with the top lane, but I think you have enough in bottom lane, so that could be a consideration. They take away the Senna instead, and we'll see if we'll see one final AD ban for Hanwha Life in this spot. If they want to take away something like the Alistair pick that's just been so high tier, very blindable as well here on red side if you wanted to go for it.
Yeah, and I think that taking it away from Delight probably going to be a good idea as well, because you could imagine if the cow is available, Delight will be playing.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that one works. Instead, they're not going to take the risk. As Doggo is thinking about being a little dragon, that would answer the damage question that I had as far as later in the game.
Yeah, it's very powerful. You have a little bit of extra protection with this Galio too, and the Varus is banned, but it does leave you open to something like a Caitlyn lane where you can get crushed early. The Corki, much safer. They're actually looking like they may opt into the Caitlyn themselves here. It would, of course, be blind. They won't be able to know what Viper's going to play. Living through a lot of these 80 carry picks, looks like not really very pre-planned what CFO wanted to do here in this
Doggo
moment.
was just messing with us because he was always going to play Ezreal. I'm not entirely sure.
It's very safe, obviously, into this Annie-Vi composition. You could buy a lot of space, get away from that combo, but you still will be locked down by Vi if you are ulted, if you're in range, even if you shift away.
And this is going to make things even more difficult because you can press the donkey whistle, as we like to call it, on the hunt with the Sivir and catch up to just about anyone. It won't give you a whole lot of power earlier on in the game, but of course we know what these ricochets can do later on, and there is not a lot of range on CFO's side. So the likelihood that there'll be some value from that W will be quite high, as there's the Rakan from Delight, of course, his signature pick.
There's just so much engage here on the side of Hanwha Life. The turn is incredible.
That's a good Braum angle.
It is a good Braum angle for sure. I do think the Braum is quite strong here. Bard also. Any sort of range that you could grab would feel nice. The Bard feels safer, but the issues I have here with this composition for CFO is this comp is so much premeditated on Doggo being able to land poke in team fights, because if you just toss in your equalizer and Hanwha Life either re-engage afterwards or just disengage, walk back, and then start adding in that damage, you're going to have big problems here, because if Galio goes in, he's going to get chain CC'd. Gwen is going to rip through that health bar, and there's just so much CC here for Hanwha Life. With the Vi, the Annie, and then the follow-up Rakan ultimates, flank angles are so tough, and getting into the fight safely as this Rumble are tough. And if you lose control of the map, good luck with this Bard trying to actually set up vision. You are just going to be blind. You're going to be fighting blind, trying to set up on objectives. Now, we know Hanwha Life Esports plays a little bit laissez-faire with their objective setup. Sometimes they just go in. They're not like T1. They're not like Gen G. They're not thinking 2 steps ahead. They're just thinking about how they can kill the first champion they see. But I do worry that if this composition for CFO falls behind, it will just be so hard to pick up the momentum later on.
It absolutely will, as Charlie and Dandy are going to fist bump. Of course, both of them playing in 2014. Man, it makes me feel old, but it's really, really cool that the history books does have them facing off against one another in the past.
It's a beautiful thing that, you can have such a long career in League of Legends. If you're good enough, if you're storied enough, you can find yourself raising up a new generation of young players and getting them to be legends themselves.
Yep, and now we are almost ready to get onto the Rift for our very first game of EWC 2025. Seeing whether it is going to be Hanwha Life Esports able to brush things off, showing us that they have had a bit of a reset, or whether CFO are going to jump straight back on the horse after a little bit of a difficult time at MSI. But I think a lot of people were still very impressed from what we saw from this roster from the LCP. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, loading in for game number 1. Isn't it cool with the keys in the skybox?
Yeah, it is very cool. I'm a big fan of it. Very cool custom setup that we have here. There they are once again. If you drop out, if you do lose both of these matches, it is double elimination here in the group stage. Your key will be crushed, and you will be sent home. Hongyu versus Zeka, such an exciting matchup because you have a player who's proven himself in Zeka over the last few years. His DRX run in 2022, at that time before he went to the World Championship to take it and win that title, we weren't super high on him. We were worried about his champion pool, but he's improved so much. He's so flexible. Then you have this new up-and-coming player in Hongyu who is so mechanically gifted. He has nowhere near hit his ceiling just yet, and I am looking forward to seeing what he has to offer here at this year's Esports World Cup.
Yep, and the matchup isn't necessarily the most exciting.
No,
fortunately, we're not going to get, like, I feel like Zeka's never going to be able to kill Hongyu, and maybe if Zeka oversteps, we've seen that, like, Annie is pretty squishy, right? Like, if you get your hands on her, she can fall over. But I don't think that Zeka is going to be putting himself in that position. And it's probably just going to be, let's get some farm until we can fight one another. And hopefully, these two teams are just going to stick to who they are. And we're just going to see fighting all the time, which could certainly be a possibility as Viper with the only skin you're allowed to use on Sivir in Pack Sivir.
Yeah,
everyone,
it's the best one.
It's like the best one by far. Unfortunately, it's also one of the rarest, which does make things difficult to replicate back home, but that is okay.
So you can see already the wave clear pretty good for Sivir. This is just level 1. It's going to get way better later on. And when you have a Gwen and you have a Sivir in a composition like this, playing through side lanes is so easy because you're always going to have that push in mid lane. You're always going to feel really good to rotate over to either top or bottom objective, whether it's the Dragon, the Baron, the Otacon. And then you have this Vi to back it up so you can go deep. The Vi can engage from so far away. So Hanwha Life later on are going to feel really good about what their late game looks like. Even if they're behind, they can play through those signs. If they're ahead, like I said, it's just so tough for CFO. So this early game is very important. I mean, CFO messing up an early trade, losing control of even one of these lanes could be so detrimental for what the mid game is going to look like.
Yep, and we'll have to see what's going to happen as far as like swaps and things like that. Right now, we're seeing Zeus possibly in trouble here as Junjie moving up at exactly the right time. I think Zeus might just be dead. Yeah, Junjie going to move in, and there is a dash away. There is an exhaust for Zeus, but no flash, and that is first blood so comfortably picked up here by the Xin Zhao.
There is just simply no ward here for Zeus. He used it in that top brush. He has no ward in the river, he has no vision, and frankly, almost no right to be that far up. Now, they are going to go for a quick lane swap here. He is going to teleport down towards the bottom lane, and we are going to see that Sivir rotate up for Viper here, but still, not feeling great about this start, I would say. Junjie with a pretty elementary gank here. Now, Zeus is still going to push this in. They do have the Rakan here. He's going to put some plate pressure on, force this TP.
Well, Zeus is going to get a ward down this time, finds Kaiwing waiting in the brush. Snip, snip goes the Gwen, but she is a little bit far up. Peanut's moving up there. Delight is there as well, but I think they're just a little bit too late, and so Zeus is going to make it 2.
It's just a little bit disrespectful here from Hanwha Life Esports. I understand the idea. You can find that support, you put that pressure on, you can grab a plate, you can push them away, you can pull other people around on the map, but just going a little bit disconnected from the rest of his squad here gives a kill over to the Rumble. So Rest, now the big victor of this, already in a matchup where he feels pretty comfortable into the Gwen, is just chilling. And it's not like, you know, Hanwha Life Esports got anything cross-map here for the resources they pulled from CFO. This ended up being kind of a dud.
Yeah, it was slightly over-ambitious, you could say, from Zeus. He's certainly made plays like that in the past. It reminds me of another LCK top laner in Nogri. He's hit the 0-2's power spike way before Nogri used to as well, which feels like it's almost an upgrade. It's incredible, but probably not going to be making them feel better in this game as they are behind about 500 gold so far. Still farm and things like that working out for HLE, so the lead is not as big as it could be for CFO. But we've mentioned already, this is a team that wants to get into team fights, that wants to go later into the game and really coordinate with one another to get these fights happening on their terms. A lead like this is going to feel absolutely fantastic.
No, you're certainly right about that, as CFO also coming into the series, or it's a best of one, of course, but still a series.
Yeah.
Coming into this game, I think knowing they are the underdogs, but just punishing greed always feels so amazing in the early part of a tournament like this, where you're like, oh, you know, beating Hanwha Life would be so huge for us. I'm not sure if we could do it. We're going to give it our best shot. Then you get a lead like this, you feel amazing. Now, Exhaust is committed.
Yep, Zed's going to look for the 1v1 here as the Conqueror is going to proc. Snip, Snip comes down and he gets the flash out from Rest. So it is a trade of Summoner Spells, but Flash a little bit more valuable, and Zeus is still going to be able to stand his ground. Slight CS advantage here, but he's down 300 gold after the kill that was picked up by Rest earlier on.
Yeah, close, but not quite enough here for Zeus. He doesn't have TP advantage or anything like that either. He's going to stick around here and see if Rest really greeds for clearing this wave. Does have another opportunity, but without Summoners, I think, unless Rest makes a big mistake here, I don't think he'll find much. Just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, waits for the silence to come down. Level 6. More auto attack is going to do it, but he gets underneath the turret and keeps himself alive. Like you say, level 6 comes up. The equalizer doesn't do too much, and Peanut in position. Kaiwing coming down as well, though, a 2v2, but Zeus is limping away from this one. And HLE just going to have to lick their wounds, I think. Not going to let anyone die this time, though. I'll call it an improvement.
Yeah, I feel like there's a very obvious way you can look at how Hanwha Life are playing this, and earlier I said it was disrespectful, but it's unnecessarily aggressive given how their composition plays out. They're hard forcing a lot of these situations that are so incredibly risky. Knowing that Rest was likely to hit 6 there, if Junji is just a little bit faster there, that equalizer hits a little bit better, Zeus likely dies there in the attempt. And it's a lot of greed, and even though they survive this time, it is going to be a take care of the Dragon. Delight does have the smite ready, but not going to be able to come in here and steal that one away. A little bit opportunistic there, but man, CFO from strength to strength here in this early game.
Yeah, picking up that Dragon going to feel fantastic as well. Just a lone Hextech Drake. That's going to feel nice. Next one coming up pretty soon will be an Ocean, so still some decent souls on the table. As Honkyu in position here, Zeka looking a little worse for wear. But as we mentioned, probably not a lot of fireworks to happen in this lane, especially with the skin choice that Zeka went for. It's not going to be the Lunar Revel. Annie, which he's just a little bit more of the fireworks vibe.
He went for the early Dark Sealies triple tonic and cooldown boots versus obviously an MR building, health stacking Galio. So it's hard to put a dent in that Galio. It does have a slight lane lead.
I like it how you when you big up a matchup, it's almost always that matchup that's just the handshake. Yeah. And it's like, you just don't need to watch
Whenever the Galio is in the mid lane like this, you're usually just like, yeah, well, this could have been more interesting, but it won't be. The big win here for Hanwha Life thus far is how much of a gold lead Viper has been able to generate. It's a significant CS advantage he has. He is such a big part of what the mid and especially late game is going to look like here for Hanwha Life Esports. It's another great trade here for Rest as he pulls this wave back. So if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, if you're a Viper fan, you're at least looking at that going, okay, well, that's one win con that seems to be stable. This is by no means an insurmountable lead here for CFO. It's just questions and eyebrow raises we have for how this early game played out that makes you wonder what team fights might look like later on for Hanwha Life Esports with its aggressive style.
That's a little bit of the danger here as Kaiwing takes a magical journey so that he can use his flash. I too like using my flash, so I respect it. That was probably just not where he really wanted to go.
I think he expected maybe Zeka was rotating up towards these grubs and was surprised to see him there, so ultimately decided to flash to save himself there, but didn't expect him to be there when he did take that journey.
Breaker not actually connecting here as the equalizer's in a great spot. The grand entrance, heroic entrance, also in a great position, but Zeka's the one that picks up the kill. One comes back from Junji, and now another magical journey gets Kaiwing in on the action. Honky moving over, wants to get through, but Zeus going to shut down the jungler. Taunt comes down, but Zeus was already taunted from the start of the game, so I don't think that did anything at all. As the battle dance from Delight to try and get him out of there. Zeus on the floor one more time. But HLE just looking to back out of this one and lick their wounds one more time. A decent trade, though, for the team that wasn't necessarily holding on to the tempo as Viper, down here towards the bottom side, does manage to get the spell shield on the Harpoon, so he'll be fine.
Rest's going to TP down here, so no extra push, and they are going to be able to get at least a plate on this top turret, perhaps more. Doggo pushing aggressively. Honky with the flash.
That is a big flash in. The double taunt does come down, but Honky doesn't have any friends in the area, and Peanut looking to make this one happen. That Vault Break is going to connect, and Kaiwing, the first to go down. Honkyu getting chased down this lane as well. Smite going to connect. Another Vault Breaker coming on through there as a Justice Punch to try and save him. But Delight, there's no real escaping him. And that is going to be the denting blows, and Peanut getting a kill for himself. Doggo will be able to take down Zeka in the meantime. But now Zeus finding himself in another rough position. The exhaust will be invested this time as Junjia will be able to still help grab that kill for himself.
A messy set of plays here on both sides. But as the dust settles, I think it's a big win for CFO. Doggo ends up picking up 2 kills. He's grabbing some additional plate gold here on this top turret. They get another kill there on the bottom side as well. Rest is stacking up a ton of gold gold, continues to maintain that lead. A lot of the gold going over to the Xinjiao feels bad if you don't have gold elsewhere, but it's really well split as this equalizer here is fantastic. They do have the follow-up here denied by Delight. And that actually really ends up helping Hanwha Life massively here because Doggo isn't here yet. If Doggo is here, this fight is a complete wash for the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Jinjia and Kaiwing try to buy time. Doggo does eventually show up here with Honkyu and flashes forward actually for the kill, which is really important because if he has that flash actually for the follow-up fight that happens, I think he might have been able to get like a triple there additionally. But Zeus unhappy with the situation, having a bit of a tough game in this one. Gwen obviously so strong in these types of skirmishes even early, as this was a great play here to get the flash double taunt. The True Sharp Barrage, though, not quite enough damage. Peanut comes over here to save the play, but Doggo's still full health. And this is what I was talking about. If he has flash, maybe he actually do some fancier stuff here as Peanut goes for this chase, but does ultimately end up weaving in these autos and grabbing the kill onto Zeka. Look at that, the powered Q comes through, and he does end up taking Zeka down. Like, if Doggo has flash here, I think he might have been able to do more.
That was sick.
It was
Managing to, like, weave the Mystic Shot through the Hanwha Life Esports players and the minions to take down the Annie in the end. That was probably what pushed them into an advantage as far as that skirmish was concerned. Because imagine back and forth and back and forth and back and forth the whole time.
Imagine if Delight doesn't get that interrupt on Honkyu as well, and he actually shows up to that top fight. I mean, there's so
the
many.
game might have just been over.
Yeah, there's so many things that are so close to being incredible in terms of the lead here for CFO. They're still significantly ahead here, sitting at about an 800 gold lead right now. A 2-kill Ezreal heading towards that 2-item spike, feeling very good about their position right now. Again, when we get to those side lane situations later on, though, that is where things are going to get a little bit tougher.
Yeah. Right now, you can see a bunch of vision being set up here by HLE in the river, looking to try and get themselves a dragon. Right now, we already have the Feats of Warfare set up here for CFO, so they only need to get either a turret or a couple more objectives. This dragon could be their second as far as those objectives are concerned, getting themselves closer and closer to some better treads.
This is going to be a tough fight here for CFO. They do have Honkyu's ultimate available. Rest does not quite have his TP. They just have so much prio right now. It's hard to approach as Hanwha Life, and Delight, even with level 6, even with his ult here, is going to have to find an angle onto Doggo.
There's the quickness to get Delight in there, gets a charm down, but Junji going to lock up that dragon. Let's see whether they can win the fight as well. As the heroic entrance comes down, no knockups, but he creates the space that they're looking for. Doggo's just fighting against Zeka, though, and he is not winning that one. The equalizer also in a little bit of a rough position as HLE looking to close in. They'll take down the Gargoyle first. There goes Doggo on the offside of the fight, and HLE, that's a much better look for this LCK squad.
Yeah, really good coordination there between Delight and Zeka to get Doggo locked down, as he's obviously the main target, and if they can kill him, then the rest of the top side of the fight goes really well for him, especially, unfortunately, for Rest with the placement of that equalizer, as you pointed out. So now Hanwha Life actually will take a gold lead for the first time in this game. They do not, however, secure that very important dragon. So, you know, one of the big key parts of this fight is Delight's engaged here. He goes on to Xinjia, then turns around and looks for Doggo. Doggo is then forced over the wall here. This leaves him vulnerable because Zeka can follow up here, gets the stun with the Tibbers, and once Doggo's out of this fight, the bottom side of this fight is just so tough because if you don't hit that equalizer, Viper is going to do so much damage with Zeus here. You can see Xinjia, who got engaged on there, is just so low. He has to leave the fight, and Hanwha Life do get that exit kill.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. You can see Honkyu not super psyched about how that one went, but still very even matchup between these two squads. As we can see, 400 gold means not a whole lot. And look at that, Honkyu even managing to do almost the most damage in the team fight. Unfortunately, Viper is going to be able to take that medal by an extra 1,000 or so. So nicely done. And Zeka actually finds himself with a 1.1k gold lead after that one.
Zeus, though, there's no assist here.
Yeah, they're going to turn off the turret, and now Zeus is going to try and keep himself alive, but teleport coming in. That should allow them to continue fighting. The triple charm to come through from Delight, but it's still 4 versus 2. It is still a dead Gwen. And with 5 people here in the bottom lane, they're able to take him down 1 more time. So 2 and 5 for Zeus.
I'm not 100% sure if this was really worth, though, because look at how much alone time Zeka's getting for this. They get Kaiwing's TP here. They also get Honkyu's TP at the very end of that fight. And even though the Bard ultimate shuts down the turret, like you said, the coordination was a little bit off there on looking for the dive. They see the TP, they hesitate for a moment. And Delight did a great job, obviously, of getting that triple charm there to delay. But yeah, ultimately, sure, you get the kill, you push the Gwen out, but a lot of map control was lost, a lot of resources were used there by CFO. So idea, I think, very good, but because of how it ended up eventually going so slowly, I think it was the advantage they were really looking for.
Well, we'll just have to see whether HLE will be able to create some advantages, because no turrets fell down or anything like that, nothing truly meaningful. They just managed to get these waves shoved out, and it's what you do with the tempo that was given to you by that overload on that bottom side. It can make something happen. It is going to be the Rift Herald started up.
Yeah.
That is going to be their prize for that play. Decent amount of vision here for CFO. They know exactly what's going on. True Shot Barrage also going to tenderize Delight and Peanut here just a little bit.
I mean, if they're going to go, they got to go now.
Yeah, well, they do. Junji just blast cones his way over. Delight immediately going to knock him up. And Kaiwing! Is he going to survive? The magical journey gets him out of there. That is going to be the steal from Junjia as well. They upgrade their shoes. Mid-team fight. Rest is going to go down. But maybe they're okay with this as long as they don't lose too much more. Delight goes in, gets another charm, but Honkyu makes his way out of there. And CFO, they're just looking to get out, and they will.
Yeah, very measured team fight there from CFO. Looked like it could have gone very disastrously there, but Honkyu bides his time. Ults in at the last second. Junjia very patient, gets the steal away, grabs the Herald there. And CFO, yes, they end up, losing a member there. They end up losing Rest, but they got the objective they were looking for. Their objective control this game has been so critical. Now, we are looking at, in 1 minute's time here, the Infernal Soul Point, which is going to give Ezreal so much power in this composition. We'll go back to this fight once again. Kaiwing, very risky plays this guy has been making on this far. But look, Junjia comes over here, and now we're looking at, okay, smite range, not quite there. Peanut decides to engage. They can't lock Kaiwing down. Now Peanut's a little bit out of position. They can't get the smite here. And then Doggo's split off again here because he has to play safe. He has to be on this Ezreal, so Rest will just be left to the Wolves. Ult there from Kaiwing buys time for the rest of the team to escape. But I think for CFO, likely worth it. They can use this Herald now to try to grab Prio for what will be that Soul Point fight here in 25 seconds.
Yeah. And they don't have Soul Point just yet. I was actually, when you said Soul Point before, I'm like, whoa, they're already up there, but no, not quite yet.
Yeah,
so like you say, fighting
Soul Point.
for Soul
Yes.
Point. And Infernal Soul, like you were saying, is going to be something real scary for HLE to deal with. Their composition is starting to get more and more powerful, though. 2 items have been put together for Viper. Does want 3, ideally, on the Sivir before she's really scary, but Viper has been a source of stability for this squad. And so far this game, it's been Delight, I think, that's outperforming the rest of his teammates. He's herding the cats as best he can. I mean, try and coordinate these fights.
Zeka and Delight both have had such a good game, and then, Viper's been pretty quiet, but has been farming well, sitting on 2 items before Doggo actually has been able to purchase his second, where he hits that big 2-item spike. So this is a nice window here for Hanwha Life Esports if they can get some prio away, if they can wrestle that back. Honkyu does not quite have his teleport ready, unfortunately, to join this fight. And I think Hanwha Life likely just going to be the victors of this. No drop of the Herald here whatsoever for CFO to try to wrestle that prio away. A bit of a stalemate here.
Yeah.
This buys a little bit of time. Honkyu's teleport is almost available. He is heading down. He has his ult available as well. And maybe Hanwha Life Esports a little bit too slow on the take.
Yeah, here's the teleport in from Zeka. It's a little bit further away. They should be able to get a man advantage, as like you say, Honkyu still waiting up there. He will be able to get in with that TP, but Viper now in a little bit of trouble. On the hunt comes on through as he's standing inside the ult, and there is the arm guard broken from Junjia as well. Did he have an arm guard? That is insane. But Peanut is still going to be able to take him down alongside Kaiwing. Double taunt from Honkyu, but doesn't exactly get all the targets that he wanted. And Viper has the Beyblades spinning all over this map. And HLE will be able to win this fight.
Now, unfortunately for CFO, I think they need
Was that a tempered fate? He surely didn't buy a
sure
guard. That would be insanity.
But look, you're Xin Zhao buying a ton of time. It was a really cool idea because he has obviously his Crescent Guard, then he has the Tempered Fate, and the Equalizer is going to do so much damage while everyone's trying to focus this down. So the idea here for CFO is good, but I think they needed to send in Honkyu a lot faster to this fight. It felt like they were really indecisive. They weren't 100% sure. Are we going to be able to fight this? Are we going to wrestle that pry away? The Herald dropped in the middle of the fight, which wasn't utilized even for like CC or a run-through of the fight. A very sloppy setup here for CFO, and when HLE are that well set up, they have the faster TP coming through from Zeka. It's just going to be so much easier. Like you mentioned, it's a far-away TP here from Zeka, but they just have so much control. The Herald is dropped kind of weirdly in the middle of this fight, and then watch this. Junjia has Crescent Guard here. gets ulted, has obviously this equalizer, but Hanwha Life just kind of waited out in front to back here, and Delight, once again, man, the charm, the triple knock-up. This is an MVP performance from Delight, who's most famous for his Rakan play, even back in his bro days.
Oh, yeah.
Where he made a huge name for himself before he later on joined Gen G and then made his way onto this elite Hanwha Life esports roster. You know, in a best of one, if Delight's got his hands on this one, you're not feeling too good about it, and he has really turned this game around for Hanwha Life.
I mean, it's okay, Wolf, because this is a fearless best of one, so he's not going to play it in game 2 of the best of one.
Yeah.
So it's going to be totally fine. Junjia going to be able to try and just clear his camps, get himself back on the horse. But as you can see, the gold is looking a little bit in the blue direction now. And with that dragon pickup, that stacking that we were seeing started for CFO, starting to wear off. And HLE really starting to hit their stride. Kaiwing coming on over, does get the meep slap, but they know their target. There goes Doggo. He's lying on the floor, and Kaiwing's probably going to join him pretty soon. Viper doing so much work at this point in time. Even when the Xin gets on top of him, he is still just going to melt to these ricochets coming out. And I think from this point on, it's going to be really hard to stop this guy on the Sivir.
And you know, the Zeus was super far behind, but now he has 1,000 gold lead. He's sitting on 2 items, and he's a huge side lane threat. You've got the Sivir, which the wave clear cannot be overstated. I mean, you're going to see it a lot every time she's on screen. Hankyu might just be dead. At least most of it
doesn't block the Justice Punch, so thankfully he's able to get himself out of there.
But now he's down in ult.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we're going to take a look at that replay or not, but again, it's just CFO not really having clear plans as to what they're looking to fight for. They were down members. They had rest in the top lane with Hankyu heading top lane, so we're just completely, clearly outnumbered for the fight, and then still walked up anyways. And I think with the momentum that CFO had, I think they're kind of getting a little bit lost here in the weeds of how this is going. Because remember, there's no dragon here. There's nothing up. There's not even a Gromp. You know, there's no blue buff here. It's just a very peculiar contest. And Delight is just like, man, if you're going to stand there, if you're going to go for it, you're going to find out.
Yeah.
And they did. And, you know, what was such a great start here, such great absorbing of the pressure of Hanwha Life for CFO is now faded away. And some of these macro fundamentals that HLE have are shining through. And it's partly the draft, obviously, with that wave clear, the side lane power of the Gwen, but it's also partially the indecision for CFO in these big moments.
Yeah, it feels like CFO are just playing a lot of defense, probably too much defense, and HLE have the opposite problem. But when the offense finally does work out, and as soon as they create those little leads for themselves, this is where the game gets even harder for CFO. True Shot Barrage going to sail by, but doesn't actually soften up Peanut at all. As HLE just looking to take down this turret. Equalizer is good at getting rid of the minion wave, but it is not going to save it. And so CFO in a little trouble. There goes the Tempered Fate going a little wide here, was looking to try and pick off Zeka.
It's you know, unusual to see Kaiwing, who's, by the way, such a veteran. You know, looking for picks like this so aggressively while the rest of his team is clearly backing away. And, you know, I feel like some nerves are coming through. You know, I've watched a lot of esports. I've commentated a lot of esports. This looks like a classic example of, oh my God, we have a huge lead against Hanwha. Maybe we can do this. And then once it starts to fade away, you start to panic. You start to make some smaller mistakes. You start to be a little bit indecisive in the comms because we know what CFO is capable of, and some of these fights have been very sloppy. And it's not impossible to come back from here, but all those issues I talked about in the draft, like how blind you are on the map now, how difficult it is to clear vision, how difficult it is to find angles, to deal with this insane pressure in sides, is the reasons why I don't think they will come back. It's not impossible. You know, HLE could make a big mistake here, but now it's such an uphill battle.
Yeah. Because there's a list of win conditions that are getting very difficult for CFO to overcome. Like you were saying, side lane's almost impossible with the Gwen now with that big lead that she does have. Of course, Zeus still has died 5 times in this game, but he's killed 3 people and has got 5 assists, has that lead like you were talking about, and so that has been bandaged up and is A-OK. Not to mention the fact that the Infinite Wave Clear is starting to be set up. Infinity Edge is now done for Viper. And there's a ghost that's been popped here from Delight.
No, just a little opportunistic there. As trying to collapse onto Zeus could be the game plan here for HLE, or sorry, for CFO, but risky.
Yep,
they're so slow.
Journey, try and get them in there as Zeus able to dash his way out. He's in the mist as well as now Delight looking for a quickness angle. He gets knocked up, but it does not matter. This Rakan is still going to be able to find his targets. Kaiwing going down at the start of this fight. The heroic entrance to try and buy some space. And Gia gets at least one, but now Viper's showed up, and he will cut everyone to pieces.
Such a great start for CFO, but I think this is the beginning of the end of our first game here at 2025's EWC for League of Legends, because you lose this one, you go for that aggressive play on the Zeus, but you're not able to do it quickly enough. You're not able to do it fast enough to actually blow him up and turn the fight. There's just so many peel tools. There's so much CC. Delight, once again, just a montage game on this Rakan. Buys so much space there. And while, yes, the Nexus is going to survive, Viper's going to grab this inhibitor turret. It's only second dragon here. It's a second stacked Infernal Dragon for this composition that already scaled so well. I mean, Hanwha Life can do no wrong, basically, at this point. And it's an easier game to play when you're the one pulling the strings, when you have control with this comp as CFO, because you can sit back and say, oh, you have to come towards my Ezreal, you have to attack me. And right now, when you see this collapse, Zeus is very well aware of where everyone is on CFO. They have the TP to come through here from Zeka. So you have to win this fight instantly, and you have to win it so fast. Otherwise, you just never win it, right? And you just get completely wiped. There's no back out. There's no cancel button for this fight. For a commitment like this, that's such a Hail Mary. If it goes wrong, which it did, and Hanwha Life read it so well, they saw it before it even happened, you just get wiped.
Yeah, you do. And you saw the value of things like On the Hunt when the heroic entrance comes in. Honkyu just can't seem to get any knockups because everyone's running so incredibly quickly. Doggo then can't do anything because there's a cease and desist thrown at him from Peanut every single fight. So the Ezreal damage and the mobility just not able to do anything because it's targeted suppression.
And if you're the one sitting on an objective, making Hanwha Life run at you, try to engage on you, you can buy that space with your Arcane Shift. You know, you can put that poke in, you feel great. But when you have no vision, like we've talked so much about here, I mean, you could just desperately drop an equalizer and hope for the best. I mean, that is the only play, and it unfortunately isn't going to be a successful one.
Doesn't quite work out. That is going to be the Baron picked up by HLE with all of that map control that they had. They didn't manage to lock down the inhibitor, I guess, there towards the bottom side, so no super creeps moving up that lane just yet. But yeah, that is looking for a silver lining, and it's still pretty dark as far as that's concerned. It's looking a little rough here for CFO.
I mean, Hanwha Life esports are playing their game. A team that is super aggressive, super decisive, oftentimes too decisive.
Yeah.
Which we saw in the early game.
What are they deciding? That's the question.
And like one of the takeaways for me from this first game of this tournament for Hanwha Life is not that much has changed since we saw them last at the road to MSI, right? Like I feel like I haven't seen a bit of an identity shift from them at all. They just play confidently, they get leads, and they don't let them go. And once again, we're going to see a bit of a collapse attempt here for CFO, but everyone is grouped. Zeus does have TP. He could join at a moment's notice. This is so rough.
It's a lot of information for CFO, though. We'll see whether they can utilize it here as Honkyu in position for any ultimate that he's looking for. HLE now just trying to regroup. There's the On the Hunt to try and get that extra movement speed. Already a lot of damage onto Peanut as Zeus manages to take down a turret, but he's in the mid lane and still HLE are winning this fight. Doggo trying to get himself out of there, but he runs right into the scissors. And there goes the Rumble to finish off the clean ace here for HLE. They'll take their incredibly heavy wallets and look to take down the first Nexus here at EWC in game number 1.
I mean,
it was a rough start though, Wolf.
It was, but at the end of the day, they're showing they are the stronger team. They have great team fighting. Coordination was phenomenal. Zeka with the flash double stun there. Cherry on top with what was a very one-sided game once we hit the mid-game. Hanwha Life fans definitely, I think, on the edge of their seat through the early parts of that, but a very nice clean out here. And for CFO, I think this is not the peak. This is not the best that this team has to offer. I think a bit of a sloppy mid-game, lost the leads they had, and finally, Hanwha Life Esports regained some momentum after what has been a pretty dark time. Well, a great start 2025. You win LCK Cup, you win first stand, and then don't go to MSI. They're looking to get another trophy here.
Yep. And CFO, of course, not out of the tournament just yet. This is the upper bracket. This is double elimination. So we will see them again towards the end of the day. So don't worry. If you're an Oysters fan, there is still a chance to get more chicken, Wolf. That is the main thing. And HLE, certainly the top dogs as far as this group stage is concerned. So I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. The next match should theoretically be better than this. But HLE just showing us that they've still got it. You know, they're not continuing to get wiped out. And of course, not 6 times in a row as far as the game.
No, certainly not. Delights for Khan. I think the star of the show, though, he really saved a lot of plays for Hanwha Life. Bought a ton of time. You know, he even had his unsealed spellbook to look to threaten a smite steal on the dragon. He was always where he was, even when this team wasn't performing well in the early game. He still was. He wasn't missing a beat. So great performance from the support player that we've loved to watch over the years.
Yep. And thankfully, we're also going to be able to hear a bit about how this was from Peanut as he's standing alongside with Fancy. We'll be getting down there for the interview pretty quickly, I'm pretty sure. In fact, right now, let's hear from him.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. After an amazing performance, maybe a rough start, but HLE win their first upper bracket match. We have Peanut here with our Amazon winner interview. Peanut, I want to ask you first, a rough start for the season. You guys were able to win first stand, but then not quite qualify for MSI, and then you moved on to EWC, were able to qualify barely, but then you start off with a clean win. How is the preparation for the team for this tournament?
일단 피너 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 이번 시즌 조금 다사다난했다고 볼 수 있겠죠. 일단은 첫 번째 퍼스트 스탠드를 우승을 하셨지만 아무래도 MSI 진출에 좀 실패를 하시고 좀 여러 가지 우여곡절 겪으셨는데 그래도 이렇게 MSI 그 EWC에 이렇게 돌아오셔서 이렇게 준비하시게 된 것 그 과정을 좀 말씀해 주실 수 있다면 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 제가 들려도 될까요? 네네. 네, 아무래도 저희가 MSI를 진출하지 못해서 어쨌든 저희에게는 어떤 충분한 휴식 시간이 있었고 EWC를 위해서 한 대회 2주 전부터 저희도 MSI를 관람하면서 대회 준비를 하고 있어서 오늘 이렇게 좋은 경기 할 수 있었던 것 같고 오랜만에 경기라서 좀 더 경기를 더 진행하다 보면 좀 더 좋은 경기력이 나올 것 같아요.
Yeah, so definitely it was a rough start, and well, we missed out MSI. But that being said, we had enough rest time for us, and also we have watched a lot of MSI games to prepare. So with that in mind, we try to show our best game as much as possible. And this was our first game, so we couldn't bring our best in our first games. But it was a rough start, but still, I think we're gonna show much better performances in our next games.
Absolutely. It's still early in the tournament. We're still in the group stage, and you still have so many matches to play to get to this trophy at the end. But I want to ask you, is there a team that you're looking to face particularly?
이제 다음 매치로 이제 승자조에서 또 다른 팀을 상대하게 되실 텐데 다른 팀 중에서 상대하고 싶은 팀이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
이제 둘 중 하나이긴 한데 그래도 감 e스포츠랑 다시 붙고 싶고요. 이바이 선수랑 다시 한번 붙고 싶은 마음입니다.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course it's a choice of from two, but I really want to face Gaming Sports and really want to have a nice match against Levi again.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for our winner interview. Let's go back to the studio to talk more about this match.
And after a kind of a rocky start here for Hanwha Life Esports, getting a little worried maybe if the road to MSI hangover was real. They are able to lock in. The team fight supremacy came through, and the third seed from the LCK move on against the champs from the LCP.
We all expected it. We all kind of expected HLE to win, but in the end, it was a little bit of a rough start, honestly, leading into this game.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting early game this time around. I think it did highlight a little bit of what we were concerned with for Hanwha Life Esports, where it's a little bit fast and loose. You know, they weren't playing the tightest League of Legends you could ever say, but once the team fights got going, their composition really shone through. It was kind of everybody going in the same direction. You've got Annie, you've got the Rakan, you've got the Vi. Everybody wants to just focus on one target, burst them down, and CFO just couldn't really handle the pressure once it did get to those team fights. So showed a little bit of why Hanwha Life were the favorites in this one.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't watch LCK on the day-to-day, this is such a good example of what they've been doing over the last, I'd say 2 months, Valdez, as it is a push, create pressure, try to hold down a team. They fall behind, and then they're able to just usurp in a team fight. Even though Zeus had like 5 deaths at one point, still up in gold. Still up in gold on a Gwen who's going to be impactful. So a very tough thing to play against here.
A lot of good depths there. Yeah, a lot of good things happening in the top side. I guess I'm going to see if we can look at it later. But yeah, it really felt like Hanwha got everything they wanted. They got Vi on Peanut, which is, in my opinion, I remember that as from first hand being like the prime champion for him. That was like the game winner. And they got the counter matchup into the top lane. And I feel like they kind of just got everything they wanted, and they kind of did what they should do.
Yeah, I mean, it all came together. Their composition made a little bit of sense. You know, we were looking at the draft for the side of CFO. We were not very pleased with the Bard, and in the game as well, it didn't really do a whole lot. It kind of felt like it was counteracting, actually, what CFO wanted to do as a whole. I know you were kind of...
Oh, don't get me started on the Bard, man. Like, what is this Bard doing in his team comp? Like, you have a Rumble. This Rumble picked first in the draft. He's like, I'm playing Rumble, guys. So when you have a Rumble, you gotta give that guy some setup. You can't leave that guy alone in the top lane with all these blind equalizers. I would love to see like a Rel or like a Nautilus as that last pick to really give more help to the Rumble that kind of sacrificed his own matchup for the team comp.
You can see that CFO got the idea halfway there as we take a look at our first highlight, which is of Zeus getting bullied on by CFO.
Well, let's watch.
There was some pressure from the jungle. They were like, hey, we got to hold him down. We got that Rumble. Let's get it going.
But this is like so typical Zeus, because he got like push in the matchup he should not get pushed in, and then he didn't realize that, oh, maybe I can get ganked.
Yeah, he got ganked, and then he overextended here. He's like, oh, I've got my team with me, right? Well, he's got the other team with him, I guess. And then, you know, we had a team fight here over the Grubs, which he got a lot of work done, to be fair, in this fight, but he did die, so we added it to the reel. Kind of just frontlining as the Gwen. And it's kind of the Zeus playstyle. You know, he gets a little bit bored. He's like, well, I just got to go in for the play. I got to go for this. This one was another death where we were like, huh, this didn't really have to happen.
It felt like whenever Jinjia was done with his full clear, he went to collect his 7th camp on the map, which was just that Gwen. I guess this was a 1v5, so like you can't do it. But despite him dying so much early game, it always felt like he still had push, he still had pressure, and no matter how much help he gave to Rumble, he never really achieved that 1v1 pressure back.
Yeah, and I like just at least highlighting it because it shows the priority that Hanwha Life Esports has on getting lane pressure, and it kind of showed the balance that you need to have when you play against Hanwha Life Esports and Zeus of focusing him too much when he's there to kill and needing to make other plays around the map because he still was a menace. And then at the third Drake for our highlight number 2, this is the team fight that exploded the game wide open.
Yeah, and I just want to say that like CFO wants to contest this, but their Galio is pushing a top wave. Their Estral is like just arriving now. He's on the mid lane tier 2, so they're walking in basically 3v5. And they don't have the champions that are walking 3v5. I don't think anyone does.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit confusing. I think that Hanwha Life Esports, even though their early game was messy, they really locked it down when it came to the team fights. Everybody was on the same page. The setup is always fantastic for them, and CFO, it was kind of the opposite, right? Jinjia was like, we got to go in on this, but nobody else was really on the same page, and then everybody else was kind of like filtering in one by one. It was kind of a messy one from CFO, and that was essentially the nail in the coffin on that best of one.
Yeah, pretty tough because we didn't get to see Hung Q and Doggo get put in positions to have those huge team fights other than that third Drake fight, which just didn't really go their way. And from there, Hanwha Life Esports, they know what to do with the lead, and they close this one out.
I felt like CFO in general, they were kind of like indecisive on if they wanted to actually fight Hanwha Life at specific moments. I feel like if you want to contest these dragons, you need to have your guys with items ready on the spot, because you have an Estral. He's a poke champion. He wants to be there early before the dragon even spawns and poke them down a little bit to secure yourself an advantage for the team fight. If your Estral is joining the fight when the fight is already almost over, it was probably a bad fight from the beginning, and you shouldn't be taking those fights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely not. All right, let's take a look at the updated bracket. With that victory, it is Hanwha Life Esports into the qualifying match. That'll happen a little bit later on today. They will play the winner of Movistar Koi and GAM Esports. We'll get you set up for that one in just a little bit. Final thoughts here on this series and how CFO can bounce back into this bracket, Valdez.
I mean, you said it earlier, like CFO is probably number 2 in this group. So for them, it's got to be a little bit of a road through the losers bracket, essentially. It's double elimination. They get a second chance. I'm sure that this isn't the play that they wanted to show because they are a better team, I think, than what they showed in this one best of one. But they should be the favorites going forward.
All right. Coming up next, Gam and McCoy. And we have the face of Gam here to join us on the desk in just a little bit. To go anywhere, you're watching the Esports World Cup.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Our second match of the day brings the rising tide of the Pacific and GAM Esports up against the new kings of Europe. It is McCoy trying to get themselves the first win and into the qualifying round against Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and joining us, the man, the myth, the legend from around the world. It's TK Nguyen, owner, CEO of GAM Esports. Welcome, brother.
What's up, everybody? Hello, EWC.
Yeah, man. How's it being back here in Riyadh?
Amazing. We were here last year, but it's great to come back and actually be competing this time on the EWC stage and be able to represent the LCP.
Yeah, LCP has been popping off lately, right?
Yes.
Before, I feel like it was very synonymous with PSG Talon, then Talon, now back to PSG Talon. You guys, you have a CFO as well. Like, what's changed in the region so far that's led to a lot of this success?
I mean, we're excited just to see, like, with the Tier 1 league, the LCP, so us coming from BCS, teams like CFO and PSG Talent from PCS coming together, and then now it's like one big region with teams from Japan, Australia as well. So it's been, everyone needs to level up. The competition is crazy out there. We had a really good, fun mid playoff run, losing to Talent, not beating them like throughout the entire, both seasons, both splits, and then coming back, taking them to, it was a 3-1, and then taking CFO to a Game 5, but we fell short just by a little bit there. But you know what? It's just one way for us to continue to level up.
I mean, I think right now the Pacific League, I think they've never been this strong before. Like, I think right now they're actually a real threat on the world stage.
Yeah.
And I think as a representative of the European League, I'm a little bit nervous about this matchup.
You should be nervous, baby. You should be nervous. We're coming for you guys, all right?
We were the minor region teams. We were always the underdogs, but we're here. Now we're at Tier 1. We've brought some of the best players from our regions together to join GAM, so we're really excited to have them here showcase what they got.
Valdez?
I just think, competition always breeds a different level, right? And now that it, as you mentioned, the combination, you're all in Tier 1 together, it's like you got all these different rivals now building up. It's not just Vietnam anymore. So I feel like that's definitely a big part of the reason why you guys have improved. CFO have looked better. The talent have looked great. And everybody's just chomping at the bit to try to get that one spot now, so it just makes it really, really fun.
It's so competitive now, man. Before, we've been very fortunate to be in the VCS and win back-to-back championships, and then now coming in, we're not used to being the 4th seed and everything, right? Going into the playoffs, we're 4th seed, But, I'm really happy to see the boys stay resilient, not back down, and then give it their all, and we're very happy to be here.
Yeah, in that post-game interview that we just had on stage with Peanut, he said, he was asked, hey, what team are you excited to play? He said GAM Esports. How does that make you feel?
Let's go, baby. We want to see that, all right? Because you know what? Kiaya, he's been representing for the LCP, and he loves, actually, Zeus. That's one of his idols and stuff. So we want to see that matchup. I hope to see it happen. It's going to happen next because we're going to beat you guys over here. And, I'm just messing with you.
No.
Not really, but
Okay. What do you got to say about that?
Hold on.
Now
Wait. Let's fly the rosters of MKOI as Finn figures out what his defense is.
Now let's talk about the representatives from the Iberian Peninsula. MKOI representing the LEC as the 1st seed. This is a team that really took this spring split by storm. They came in and they improved so much in these last few months. They have really solidified themselves as a team that excels with their support and jungle duo. I think Elyoya and Alvaro, when they work in tandem, they're one of the strongest support jungles we have ever sent from Europe, and I think right now one of the strongest support jungles in the world. And I want to see the rest of MKOI kind of help them fortify this bastion that could be MKOI on the global stage, because Europe has been really good in the past internationally, and I think this team has what it takes to retake that throne, but I think it all starts with beating GAM Esports today.
Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to see, MKOI, Elyoya, who's just been driving that team forward for such a long time, the captain of that team, and then obviously a guy near and dear to my heart in Jojo Pyun heading on over and finding success as one of the first and only players to win in NA and EU from NA. So shout outs to Jojo Pyun. And speaking of Jojo Pyun, he's standing by with an interview right now.
Hi everyone, by my side is the mid laner for MKOI, Jojo Pyun. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to ask you about your MSI journey. I know it was a disappointing end to your run, so is EU doomed? And are you truly the savior?
I mean, it's kind of funny because I think it's like a couple best of 5s and people are always gonna over-exaggerate in the presence, so I think it's understandable because it builds up more hype, but I don't think EU is doomed. Of course, we're going to save EU, so at MSI, of course, we didn't, but we still have Worlds in this EWC, and I think we improved so much at MSI, so yeah.
Yeah, and talking about EWC, it is another international opportunity for you guys to prove yourself once again. So can you please share me some of your thoughts about your expectations going into EWC this time around?
Yeah, I mean, I think EWC is another chance for us just to verse the best of the best. I think we always learned so much at this MSI when we versed the top teams, and we're doing it again. So I think we're all just taking this as a learning opportunity, and yeah, we get to for sure compete against the best. So we're just going to try our hardest.
And I did see your group. You guys are in Group B. So can you share some of your opinion about potentially facing CFO and HLE in the later runs as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think CFO and GAM are kind of similar. I think CFO is, of course, a very strong team, but I think if we play our game, we should beat them. I think HLE is, of course, a very strong team. They have Zika, the GOAT, so it'll be really fun versing against them too, and I want to see how I match up against HLE.
I thought I was saying Zeka.
I say Zika, yeah.
Okay, well, hoping we will see this rivalry between Jojo Pyun and Zika. Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty. And you got to hear some fighting words there from the man who isn't short of any words, Jojo Pyun for MKOI, but we actually have Levi, captain of GAM, standing by right now.
By my side is the jungler for GAM, Levi. Thank you so much for joining us today. You are about to go up against MKOI, and also, this is your first time at EWC, so how do you feel?
Levi, đây sẽ là trận đấu đầu tiên em chuẩn bị đối đầu với cả MKOI, và đây cũng sẽ là giải đấu EWC đầu tiên của em. Em đang cảm giác như thế nào?
Mình cảm thấy rất là háo hức và mọi thứ xung quanh thì cảm thấy rất là choáng ngợp với cái sự quy mô nó rất là lớn.
So I think I feel very exciting. I think everything around here is so overwhelmed, so amazing.
Amazing, that's great to hear. So you guys are going up against MKOI and their jungler Elyoya. So please share some thoughts and opinions on what you think MKOI showings as of recent kind of allows you to understand what type of team they are. So can you let us know what type of team MKOI is?
Thì em sẽ chuẩn bị đối đầu với cả người đi rừng ở bên kia là Elyoya. Thì hiện tại thì em có những cái đánh giá cũng như nhận xét như thế nào về anh ta cũng như là cái lối chơi của bên phía đội MKOI.
Mình cảm thấy Elyoya và MKOI đều là một đối thủ rất là mạnh, nhưng mà bọn mình đã từng đánh bại MKOI trước đây và mình tự tin rằng trong ngày hôm nay mình vẫn có thể làm điều đó.
So I think like both Elyoya and MKOI is a very strong opponent, but we have defeated them before, so I have highly confident we can defeat them today.
I'm looking forward to GAM's run at EWC. Thank you so much for joining us today, Levi. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty. And hearing from Levi there. And to introduce GAM Esports, I'll give it over to TK.
All right, EWC, we got GAM Esports representing the LCP, and number one, the top lane, the one and only, my man Kiaya. You cannot but love this kid. And we got the Asia Pacific GOAT, aka Levi, aka Levy. In the mid, we got Eris. Eris is the young gunner. And coming in at ADC, we got Artemis. And to round it all off, we got support, aka Elio, and that goes GAM GAM. We are Vietnam. Let's go.
Damn. I don't think I could have done it better. I knew I was going to do it better. Not only putting us on notice, but again, the rest of the world on notice. They have always been the underdog that have been able to find success, but now getting acclimated to a new role with success expected, international results expected. So season kickoff not making it there was kind of a surprise, finishing fourth,
tough.
but the changes were made to be able to make it to MSI here.
Yeah, and I think great comeback from GAM this spring and a great improvement shown by the team. And the player I'm actually most interested in today is Artemis, because I think he, especially at MSI, showed great laning phases against really good players. And I think when MKOI works at their best, it is when Supa is in a good spot and gets that help from that support jungle. So my eyes today will be on this bot lane matchup, because I am a little bit worried that if Artemis can keep it up, it might prove a challenge for the MKOI boys.
I just kind of want to see GAM make it through so that Peanut can get his wish fulfilled, right? You know, I feel like
here to make dreams come true. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I do have TK right beside me, his hand on my shoulder. No, but for real, I think that Peanut is he's not just saying that. You know, I think that Levi is one of the more well-known players for sure on the roster, and he respects him a lot. Peanut does, and wants to meet him again. So for me, as not a member of either of these regions, I kind of want to see that matchup happen.
Yeah, on the opposite side, that's the matchup. The man in the matchup that I'm looking at, it is Elyoya versus Levi. I think it can't be understated the type of character it requires to be a leader of men, and both these squads are synonymous with those leaders. Obviously, Levi for GAM and Elyoya for this current iteration of MKOI, but it's just been so long-standing for both those guys.
Yeah, we gotta keep in mind that Elyoya built this team with a bunch of players from ERLs that no one believed in. He took these players on his head, like he decided this. He brought this up to the league and he believed in them and he said, give me these players, I will turn them into stars. And now they're standing here as the LEC champions and they have made that journey beautifully, and I think we gotta give Elyoya a lot of that credit, because I think the way that he has led his battalion onto this stage we're standing on right now, I think this is the first step for him. They're always talking about Worlds, but I think this is a great time for MKOI to get some international experience and keep growing as the team of stars they are.
Yeah, again, remember, they were kind of missing that one piece, trying to figure out what player it would be. In this case, it was in the mid lane for JoJo, and the whole season one, or split one storyline was follow JoJo's plan. Didn't quite go well in split one, but they were able to figure it out in split two. Now, UTK, you guys run a 6-man roster as well, or experimented with a little bit, just kind of like what CFO has done. What are the thoughts behind that, specifically in your mid lane?
So we actually have Emo, who's been with us since last year, and then we actually had Eris join the team this year, and he's like a young talent, right? So them two have been playing it out, duking it out for that middle spot. So we've been kind of using them interchangeably. So it's worked well for us. But this time we're going to see Eris start today, and hopefully you guys will see Emo later on when we take on some other teams after we beat MKOI today.
Oh my God. Finish just take it right now, brother. Okay, we've got a little bit more time before we head on to the stage, so let me just start getting some predictions here. What are you thinking when it comes to this series?
I think it's gonna be a nice MKOI win. I think they're just gonna take it all across the board. I really believe in JoJo Pugh, and I think his laning phase is one of the best. Even Knight complimented his laning phase. I think going up against Aris, I think he should be favored in that matchup, and I believe in the wholality. That's a new word of MKOI.
All right, as the neutral party, come on, Valdez, don't worry. Finn, yeah, you can get his, what's happening here?
What I'm going to say is I think the LEC as a region has taken a little bit of a small step down. So I think this is Gam's perfect opportunity to step up in a best of one and take the win.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
You want to know my prediction? You already know. We about to let the world know what time it is, baby. Because Gam is on stage. You know what's about to be? Gam time.
Gam time, baby. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got Gam and MKOI. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
so I decided to lock in Ziggs because I do believe that it's probably one of the best teams to take out towers, especially with his W as well. When you are full build with this champ, you probably like do a lot of damage to towers, and I'll play with demolish runes as well. I think it will help me to just destroy as much turrets as I can, and I do think that he has a good wave clear as well, so I'll probably just be able to clear as fast as I can. So I hope that I'm not wrong. And for my runes as well, I went for like fleet footwork, so I can go fast. Maybe it won't change a lot, but I do believe that maybe it will make the difference. Minions are spawning soon. Let's see how fast I can go. Maybe I can finish with one wave. It might be a bit optimistic, but I'm close. I have like almost 1k AP as well. Minions should come soon. 30 seconds. I think my build should be fine. I'm looking if I missed something, but maybe some movement speed could help. I didn't buy boots. I'm not sure if it will change a lot. But I think more AP might just be better. So let's see how this will go. Minions are spawning now. I'll one-shot the wave and hope that I can one-shot the tower as well. Since it's only like there's also like the turret plating and stuff, so like it will be a bit harder to one-shot the towers. But yeah, let's see how this goes. Nice, that's one. So far so good. That's two. That's three. About 2 minutes in. I have another wave coming as well. I'm not sure if I can end with 2 minions though. Let's see. I want to keep my big auto attack for the tower as well. Let's go. One more. I don't think I make it under 10 minutes. Last wave coming. I'll pull finish now. That's 230. I think it's not bad, but maybe I missed a few Fleech Bane procs. But in the end, I think I'm pretty happy with how it went. So that was it for my try to destroy the enemy Nexus as fast as I can. 2 minutes 30. I think it's pretty decent score.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Degon here alongside Finn and Valdez, and we're just about ready to get our second best of one of the day underway. It is MKOI against GAM Esports, the reigning champs of Europe, against the upstarts from the LCP.
Please, we really do need a win right now. Like, I can't take another European defeat at internationals. I need MKOI to win this game for my mental sanity. I beg you, please.
I mean, if you guys don't win this one, where do you go from there? Like, what is the next step? I don't know, because G2 kind of fell down big time at MSI, and now MKOI have to prove themselves, and it's up against GAM. On paper, they should be favored, but I don't know if I can believe in that right now.
Well, from a technical standpoint, the next step is playing against a CFO who lost earlier, and CFO looking good from the MSI. So, kind of scary situation here for MKOI, and I feel like this pressure, Finn, as you know as a player, can be devastating if you're not getting positive results.
Yeah, but also as a player, this is the time where you gotta step up. You just gotta take it and show that you can actually perform in these pressure situations, because this is what you live for. This is the privilege of a pro player, to be able to stand on this stage and compete in a game that you love. This is what they play for, and to be able to play international against so many strong teams, I need to see an MKOI that is ambitious and excited to take the stage and make it their own.
You know, when we had TK Nguyen here earlier, he said maybe the best of ones with the sneakiness of draft, right? You can pull out some sneaky things, would benefit them. But I think if there's a team from the West that it benefits the most, I think MKOI is a team that's able to do that. You play all the weird stuff in the top lane. It feels like Alvaro, one of the best supports in the West, can utilize everything as well. Let's see what they put together in this matchup against GAM Esports. The pressure is on for the reigning kings of Europe in MKOI. Will they be able to move on to the match against Hanwha Life Esports, or will it be GAM with the upset? Let's find out as we send it on over to the stage.
The ball is officially rolling here at League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. We've still got so much more to come, Ian.
Fancy, we are just getting started. Let's not waste a second and bring our next two teams out here onto the stage. Firstly, they are wildcards with teeth. Underdogs on paper, predators in game. It's Movistar Koi.
And their opponents, Vietnam's most explosive squad, fearless and fighting on all fronts, it's GAM Esports.
The group stages of the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends continue.
Welcome back to the caster desk, everyone. It is time to get onto the Rift for the second time of the day here, as we are remaining on the top side of the bracket. No one going home just yet. The keys are safe for this particular match, but if you lose here, you are on the precipice of getting it crushed.
It's a tough group, so you know you'd rather take your chances against Hanwha Life Esports, have that extra life, and then have the opportunity to study more games and get ready for that final match to potentially survive than to drop down to your last legs here. So this is a matchup that's really tough to predict. We talked about earlier in the first series, you know, okay, Hanwha Life on paper, we haven't seen them in a while. They should be the stronger team. It ended up being a closer match that I think a lot of people expected because of that early game. Here, we look at teams, I think that, you know, for MKOI, a little bit of a disappointing result compared to what people had expectations for them. And then GAM coming off of, I wouldn't say necessarily a disappointing result at MSI, where they overachieved, were able to, as fourth seed, then fight their way to that tournament. So a lot of pride on the line here as well between these two squads. We saw it on the desk. You know, you had TK and Finn going at it with each other a little bit. You can see how much this means, though, to the Vietnamese squad. You see them on cam now here. Aries solidified himself as a starter, actually, at MSI, and that will continue here in their first match of EWC 2025.
Yeah, showing that they are willing to grab some of that young talent. Of course, they've got some veterans as well. Levi's been with the squad for 6 years.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. Of course, spent some time in NA, has been sort of around the world, and then settled in Vietnam, back at home. And it was very cute hearing that Peanut wanted to face off against Gam as well. Of course, if you guys didn't know, the LCK is actually incredibly popular in Vietnam. Like, Vietnam is a huge place for, like, a lot of the LCK fans. And so a lot of the teams actually visit Vietnam a lot to go and hang out and stuff like that. So very, very cute that Peanut gives them a shout out there. Yeah, they've got a lot of bans already. Well,
a lot of target towards Levi actually in this draft here for MKOI. The Nocturne and the Pantheon, 2 global side lane empowering champions, are taken away. JoJo looking for a very early prio on this Aurora in a draft like this where the Nocturne's already banned away is a little bit surprising. And speaking of surprising, I don't know if we're, you're not supposed to talk about the hovers, but an early Draven hover, at least here for Gam at the outset.
That's an odd one. I'm assuming that they're just going to have a little bit of a think and then decide what they want to do. 5 seconds to go, and it will be the Wukong consideration instead for Levi. Of course, one that he's played for many, many years, so not something that we're too surprised about, and also is going to be able to help them with a lot of these mid to late game skirmishes.
They could put Ares on Galio here. The other big one is the Orianna that's now being hovered that's been so popular. Faker kind of bringing it back into the forefront at MSI, and that is going to be what he decides to go with here ultimately. Great ball carrier in the Wukong, great setup and follow-up to the Shockwave there. And the Galio great with Wukong and great into the Aurora, so I thought that might be something they would consider, but ultimately do decide to go for that Orianna. Fighting fire with fire in a very tough, very skill-based matchup there in the mid lane. As Yone is the consideration you have to think when you see a Sejuani like that. And this could mean that either of these, the Aurora and the Yone, are flexed mid and top lane. So Soul Lane's relatively unknown here now for MKOI.
I'm feeling if, like, as the Yone is locked in, I reckon that's probably for JoJo. I think Nguyen is one of these players that does like to just play whatever. Certainly has played a bunch of things even this year. As looking for a top laner, Kiaya, of course, a superstar for this squad. See what he can take into what is likely going to be that Aurora towards the top side, and it is going to be the Ambessa. Don't know whether it necessarily feels like an easy matchup there towards the top side, especially in the early few levels.
Well,
but as the game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder for the Aurora to side lane into this.
Definitely feels like now that Aurora is 100% going top lane, and that's the advantage you have as the one who picks the 2 flexible solo laners, is the enemy has to kind of decide what they want to play, and you get the advantage there because it's still relatively unknown. This is a pick that we've seen Kiaya play a lot in the past. Ezreal's going to get taken away, a pretty safe 80 carry into what is so much dive already here for Gam, so makes a ton of sense. Corki's gone. We could just see a Xayah ban here as well. Similarly, relatively safe into this comp. I'm always the kind of guy who talks about how Xayah's not that great into Wukong because his CC will persist, and he can still get on top of you.
He gets to press that button again. It's kind of unfair.
It's really good with the relatively short range comp, though, that MKOI already has with the Yone and the Sejuani setup. So that's what my expectation would be if they want to continue with an 80 carry ban here on the side of GAM Esports.
And I know we just saw it out of Viper, so it is something that I guess is fresh in our minds. But Sivir is another champion with self-peel. Obviously, that's what they're looking for because these champions are just going to dive forward. There's no peel so far here on the side of MKOI. So anything with safety. The Kalista is not it. The amount of Kalista hate was absolutely insane, by the way, at MSI for decent reason. But I think she is still something worth fearing in certainly the right hands and the right position.
I'm a little bit surprised by MKOI's decision to ban the Xayah themselves because, like I said, I felt like it was a relatively safe pick for them, but it just opens up this Kai'Sa, which is so obvious for the draft here. It's a dive composition from GAM. Yes, you have the Yone, you have the Aurora, you can control a lot of space, but just gives Artemis so much agency here to follow up on any type of CC that lands from long range. Will be a tough matchup to play into what looks like is going to be Supa here locking in that MF. We do have the Rel still available, a classic combo. They've got so much stuff. When you think about how Rel works well with Yone and the Aurora and the MF here, it feels like a no-brainer. But that Alistar is still available. It's been a pretty common counter pick into the Rel. So I'm going to give it an extra consideration here.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of time ticking down here, Wolf, as we can see. So we'll see what Alvaro wants to do. It is going to be that Alistar and a Pike Elio. I don't know about that one. It's to be hyper-aggressive and has recently found some success, as we know. But there is the Rakan lock-in, and a very standard-looking draft coming out from Gam here. On the MCOY side of things, there is a lot of power, a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to need stars to align earlier on in this game, get a snowball rolling, because otherwise I think that Gam, like fighting 5v5, it's exactly what they want to do. The VCS is known as just teamfight simulator as often as possible. They're getting everyone together, and they are just throwing down. So this is a perfect comp for that.
Gam's comp, to me, has a very clear identity. You know, it's put circles on the ground, lock up that CC. You know, the immobile Misfortune is going to really struggle if you're not winning the fight by default. If the Yone isn't getting a big ult, if the Alistair isn't buying space, the Aurora isn't on that flank angle, you know? I feel like so many things have to go exactly right for MCOY. The ease of execution here for Gam's composition makes me feel very confident that they should be able to take the win if both teams play perfectly. Now, MCOY, though, this is a team that's super skilled, right? Jojo on the Yone, we know what he's capable of. I think if the execution is crisp, if it is really good and they can control the early to mid, his composition absolutely can work. But going into a series like this where the teams are relatively evenly matched, I gotta go with Gam's draft. I feel like it's just so much simpler, and it's hard to mess up.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, actually. I think this is going to be quite a difficult one for MCOY to get through. And of course, sometimes there's a mistake that's made. There's something that goes wrong in the early game, and that allows that snowball to move forward. And, like, if you've got top side of the map going well, right, Sejuani Yone can kind of just win a game by themselves if things are put in the right position. But if they don't do that, this 5v5 is so terrifying from Gam. They have really just picked themselves a lot of things that can get a lot done very early on. I don't know how Super gets to play the game.
It is going to be hard.
We know, like, as we are kind of resident dislikers of Misfortune in general, and I think this is the worst position for it to be in right now.
Yeah, as we jump into the second game of EWC 2025. A big one for these two teams. Would love to have their chance to face off against Hanwha Life Esports in that upper bracket. My big question is, does the MF even run Cleanse in this comp? Because I don't know how much it's really going to help you. Like, having Barrier and the extra combat ability, I think, is better than...
Yeah, just take Teleport, man, so you can get back to lane after they inevitably
He is going to take Barrier, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to get a lead in that lane against Artemis, who obviously does, in fact, also take the Barrier. He could have theoretically taken Cleanse into this comp, but I do think that's the correct call from both AD carries here. But, man, this one, I feel like MCOY... They're so confident to lock this in. And when you see a draft like this, oftentimes, especially, you know, someone like me who obviously has watched a lot of MCOY's games, watched their performances at MSI, but isn't inherently familiar. It's not my region. Yeah. I think when I see a draft like this, this team knows there are inherent risks with it, but they're okay with that. And I like to see that in a best of one.
Yeah, I do too. It certainly shows confidence, but we have seen hubris punished in the past. And we'll just have to see what Gam is going to be able to show us here. Of course, TK really letting us know that Gam are a team to be feared. And I think after so many years of this guy's charisma, we all agree. We all believe.
And one thing I want to say about the early game here is top and bottom lanes should be massively prio favored for MCOY. You know, you have this MF here that's just going to be looking to poke down the Rakan, Kai'Sa lane. Really tough for Kai'Sa to compete early on. Even with the Alistair's weak level 1, you're going to be able to get level 2 first. Range advantage here goes to Mirwin in the top lane, of course, into this Ambessa. It's going to help if you do miss your skill shot, but it's going to still proc the Electrocute. Very annoying for Kiaya early. The mid lane is where Ares has obviously a little bit of extra power, as Elio is going to lose half his health there.
Yep, does have a little bit of a sustain advantage, I guess. Although the Triumphant Roar is going to be there for Alvaro as well. So nothing too much to worry about. So far you can see, yeah, MF just does a lot of damage in a short period of time. That love tap is nothing to be trifled with.
So powerful.
Okay, dashing forward. Decent trade, but as you can see, as you try and walk away, the Aurora says, I don't care, and I will just take your health bar away from you. This
the problem is
real rough.
Kiaya, like, he's running the Electrocute as well, which is quite unusual for Ambessa, but he wants to have those bursty trades. But you sacrifice a lot with that. You're going to have Conqueror, you're not going to have Grasp, you're going to have some of those other stats you would normally get with your Keystone. So the fact that he's still trying to trade these Electrocutes, procking it back, but still losing, doesn't feel great in this early game.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on how this top lane matchup is going, because you can see CS not looking like it's too much of a worry. That Doran Shield certainly putting in work at this point in time, as Arrest doing a decent job here in this mid lane, as Jojo going down lower and lower. Of course, that is just how Yone works in this matchup. Range versus melee, things like that. We've said this before. But so far, Arrest really controlling this lane.
Good spacing,
as the Orianna wants to do.
Because she can ramp up those autos and really start to do some serious damage as Yone is trying to trade. As Levi is up here. Merwin does have his flash available, but he's going very aggressive.
Yeah, I've seen this one before. This exact gank happened in the first game of EWC. Kiaya dashing forward, Merwin trying to trade one back, but it is not quite going to work. The Triumph allowing Kiaya to be absolutely fine, but he went down to like double-digit health there.
That was very close. I think that was a really good calculation there for Merwin. He's like, I can't get out of here, I can't flash, but maybe I can take him down. You could see similarly Kiaya making that same sort of calculation. I need to go back in, I need to try to get that shield, I need to help my jungler who's got the red buff, who's slowing Merwin, who can't get out here, get the kill, but it was very, very close, as you mentioned. The Triumph will also allow him to stay. And yeah, this matchup down here, continuing to be MF Fortune.
It's not misfortunate. It is actually fortunate.
Fortune favors the misfortune in this case.
And the bold is what I heard that one time. Yeah. In fact, quite a few times. It's okay, Kiaya going in once again. Does have that Null Magic Mantle to try and help him out against Merwin, but you can see, yeah, these top lane trades still working out for the Aurora.
I mean, you have
straight back on the horse.
You have so much damage as Aurora, and you have the weirding to buy that space. And when all the buttons are dry for the Ambessa, you can continue to just auto-attack as she walks away. So you kind of always end up winning those trades, you know?
Yep. Working quite nicely so far. The thing that I'm worried about is that, like, Gam has been a Levi team for, like, 6 years, right? As we know, this is the guy that takes so much control for this team. He coordinates them. He's the ringleader. He's the guy. And he's got first blood. He's on a Wukong as well that wants to race to that level 6. And if he has a tempo advantage, the amount that he can control around these objectives on this map is going to be absolutely obscene. And we've already told everyone about how well this composition team fights together. Merwin is going to be able to go into stealth momentarily. That will help him against this Ambessa, but right now Kiaya looking absolutely fine. Only 3 CS behind, something like that. Nothing to worry about. Slight gold lead here for the Ambessa. So Gam, looking like they're ticking all the boxes so far, and MCOY gonna have to find something around one of these objectives.
A little bit of prio when you've already died once in the top lane isn't going to cut it. A little bit of prio in the bottom lane, a little bit of a CS advantage isn't going to be enough. Now, it will be enough to get them this first dragon of the game, which will end up being a Mountain Drake. We'll end up waiting to see what the soul is going to look like here, but those stats will always be valuable. But yeah, I think right now this game is kind of going exactly as you'd expect, right? MCOY a little bit of prio, it gets punished, but still the fact that the Wukong gets that kill is the one big wrench in your gears right now. Is a bit of an attempted steal here from Elio, does have the unsealed.
Didn't actually manage to use his smite though, unfortunately. So he's going to be okay for now. Is Jojo going to snap back to his soul? And these top laners continuing to have basically half health throughout the majority of this matchup.
Levy is
less.
So close to 6, but he doesn't quite have it yet.
Yeah, Grand Entrance comes in. Decent pulverize there for Alvaro, who's controlling the battlefield for now, but that is a clone set up here for Levi. And the Drake is gone, guys. We do not need to fight right now, and they are going to remember that. And that is just going to be the crab picked up.
I think Levi thought he could just get one extra minion there in the mid wave to get 6 to try to look for a gank there, and he was really just trying to lurk around and force it as, Elio.
Yeah, but Pulse, they do have to use the flash. Elio gets himself out of there, but no Grand Entrance. Can't use that to escape. So he's going to have to blow the summoner spell.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite getting the level 6 power spike timing there that Levi was looking for, but just going to be a lost flash here for Elio. Nothing too crazy from that exchange after the Dragon did already go over, like you said. The game slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, you can see Levi with a little bit of time on his hands, perhaps, and maybe he can use that to save his bottom lane. As Battle Dance there from Elio is going to be able to get him back towards Artemis. Things will be fine, but Super and Alvaro having a good time here in this lane. And that is precisely what they wanted. Being able to play around this 2v2 is really important for the early stages, and that has allowed them to claw back a little bit of this gold. Leoya getting to work on his camps that are now back up once again. We'll be looking for a little bit of a reset before we head towards some grubs. We're going to be up in 12 seconds time.
I've been pretty impressed with Ares' ability to space against the JoJo's Yone here, and how well he's played this matchup so far. Really hasn't been struggling at all. Looking very clean, and what can be so tough to play out if you end up making even a single mistake. Such a volatile matchup there. The Void Grubs are up here. Gam already has Levi on them. With the back timing here of Merwin, it looks like they may just simply be able to get all three. Merwin does stop his back, and they're going to go for a contest.
Yeah, Levi just going to take one of them and then back away. It looks like it will be the feats of strength going over to MKOI once again. That will allow them to just be one away from locking that one down, getting one step closer to some fancy shoes. Will be good. The 300 gold game as far as the matchup between these two squads. No one with any big lead just yet. And now maybe MKOI able to answer that first blood from Gam that happened earlier on in this game with a setup towards his top side. Kiaya knows everything that's going on right now. As Levi towards this top lane position. Let's see what they can actually get done here as there's public execution. Alvaro gets in. He's only level 5 though, so doesn't have that unbreakable will. As my goodness, the value on this Cyclone. The triple knock-up twice in a row from this Wukong. He just solo kills the MF. There's a kill for Kiaya as well, and that could not have gone worse for the LEC representatives.
This is a horrible situation here for Movistar Koi. I mean, that's the kind of dive where it feels like a foregone conclusion. Like, yeah, I got this set up, but I mean, the ult was early from Kiaya, and it put them in a position to where Alvaro had to tank so much damage early that they were kind of doomed, right? Supa is such a squishy target. You get on top of him with that Wukong Cyclone. Nice attempt there from Elyoya to try to spare the second kill, trying to slow them on the chase there, but he still ends up going down. So 2 kills over here to the side of Gam on the exchange, and now leading 3-0. They have Feats of Warfare. And look at this. This is a pretty early ult here from Kiaya, but it just buys enough time for Levy to get over here. Drops the triple.
Goodness.
And Supa's just not going to get out of here, right? And then Flash comes out for Alvaro. Elyoya, really nice attempt here to stop Levi, but he can't stop Kiaya. He has to flash away. Otherwise, it would have been 3 over to the side of Gam, and you can see he's feeling pretty good about that. Elyoya, not so much.
Little frustrated, as we could see there. Still early days, but that is a real gold lead now to the tune of about 1,000. Artemis now switching up here towards this top side. We're going to try and defend as Supa back on it one more time. Still has a really large lead, 23 CS or something like that. We'll see how many of these Artemis is going to be able to pick up. Should be a couple as the Akathian rain is coming down. Alvaro just babysitting. As Supa comes up, no knock-up to come on through there. Good pulverize. And the Void Seeker is not going to land. Bullet time coming on down. That is a lot of power. You can feel some of the frustration here out of the MKOI bottom lane after things didn't go so well before, able to exert some of their pressure.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, though, Elyoya is so far away that I don't think they're going to be able to turn that into a dive or anything like that. Maybe an additional plate will go over split between this bottom duo here for MKOI as the defense does continue here for the side of Gam. Levi does have his ultimate backup available, and he's lurking here in the mid lane. He's such a great ball carrier. There's such a great combo you can set up here onto Jojo Pion if he ends up unbinding his soul too early. So Elyoya actually finds a really cool angle here to come over and steal away some of these Raptors.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day, I mean, it's Raptors for Dragon, right? Because bottom side is actually under control of Kiaya right now. Top side, they couldn't set up that dive. They're trying to look for it now, but it may just be too late.
Well, Artemis going to have to do some funny business here to try and get himself out, as it is just a dead Elio instead. So they'll just take the guaranteed kill on the board now at MKOI, but they'll have to trade that one for the Dragon like you were talking about. So on the board there themselves. Another Infernal Soul, 2 in a row here for our first couple of games at EWC. That's a bit fiery. Mimicking the weather here a little bit, as it is quite warm.
It is quite warm as Levi's going to look for the dive here.
Yeah, Levi just standing still underneath this turret. Yeah, not picking up the aggro just yet, and that's the extendo auto attack with the Q coming out from Levi to lock that one down. He's 3-0-1. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he is massive. Now, MKOI will get first turret.
Yeah, ulti comes out from Jojo to get himself to safety, but that is ulti's traded from our mid laners. First turret blood going to be a big deal as Artemis chasing down Supa here as he ults in. Finding that killer instinct angle. Elio looking for the quickness. Can he flash forward? He does manage to find an Elyoya in position, but he's just that little bit too late. And that is the bottom lane from Gam making things happen. Permafrost coming on through to slow down this Rakan as Artemis trying to get that fancy footwork to work, but he is not going to get out. And Alvaro, he just says, no, Elio, you are dead one more time. So a 2-for-1 in the end, a good trade for MKOI and a good response.
It does make you wonder, though, what could have happened if Ares had also matched the TP and gone topside there. He had his ultimate. used moments before onto Jojo Pyun, you know, as you pointed out in that last exchange. So I don't know if he would have really been able to turn the tides there, but he ultimately decides to take a plate in consolation as MKOI do bring things back. A relatively close game here. Slight gold lead here for MKOI, but remember the ease of execution in team fights in real 5v5s we haven't gotten to just yet is the main reason you and I kind of agreed that the draft edge goes to the side of GAM. We haven't quite gotten to that stage of the game just yet. This is a really cool play here from Artemis. Stacks up his passive, gets that final auto here. You can see there's a moment of hesitation. The Elios are like, no, I can reach him. Barrier here is well timed for Supa, but it's still not enough. The problem is the overextension here where the TP does come through and they end up getting more than what GAM was able to get. You could see he still wanted to live there. Obviously, I was not too happy about dying, but I think his team is probably happy about the end result of the play in general.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's some frustration, obviously, for Supa, but there was some revenge immediately found for the LEC squad. So, should be okay. Like you say, I'm also just waiting for these 5v5s. Want to get some more of these skirmishes set up because Levi needs to utilize the Trinity Force that he's got extraordinarily early in this game. Make stuff happen, as the Steel Caps as well already done. And this Wukong is just going to be extremely strong.
Yeah.
Very, very scary.
Bit of an assist there from Ares means that Elio over here is like catching the farm in the mid lane. Yeah, finally does come over here and clean up those ranged minions, but that was a bit bizarre. You know, in the bottom lane, you know, you could in the top lane matchup that's now being played out in the bottom lane, you can see Kiaya feels really comfortable in this matchup. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot tougher for him, but he's got the Eclipse online. He's really holding his own. As Supa's the target.
Yep, they're going in. Levi finding the angle, and MKOI are like, well, sorry, buddy, you're dead. Not a whole lot they could do about it, but now GAM are also going to transition this into an outer turret in the mid lane. Potentially, not quite enough minions, so that will still stay standing.
We mentioned it in terms of 5v5s, but this Immobile of Misfortune is just so incredibly easy to kill and pick off with the draft that GAM has here. And sometimes you feel immortal when you're farming mid lane when you have that early Bloodthirster, because you're like, well, I got my shield, I'm chilling, almost nobody can break me. The enemy AD carry can't even really interact with me in a positive way. There's no trades, but you consider all that CC, the hard engage they have. If you're out there and you don't have support, you will get killed. Yeah, that is exactly what happened there to Supa yet again.
But it doesn't really matter, as you can see, because he's still 1,300, 1,400 gold ahead of Artemis, who hasn't quite been able to kill the minions. It's the red dots that have been his worst enemy in this game. And Supa has certainly been able to just farm it out a whole lot better. Merwin with a bit of a dab here, but his bottom lane outer turret is looking in trouble.
It's a
wave
race
is Tonga lining in.
Between Herald and this turret here, I guess, is the game plan. The Herald will be feats of strength here for MKOI, so we'll secure that one as he's going to try to use this turret to deny minions, of course, in the bottom side, and will ultimately still trade for the objectives. But I think GAM wanted a little bit more there. I think they were hoping that Merwin was going to play disrespectfully, try to defend the turret, and they could get a dive on him. Does lose a lot of farm here, though. Yeah. Man, Kiaya really...
That was 2 waves.
And like you mentioned it earlier, like, okay, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Merwin once the Ambessa comes online. But I feel like outside of the early game, Kiaya has really showcased that there's a matchup he absolutely can go toe-to-toe in, even once we hit the mid-game as we have now. And the fact that they're playing through him a little bit here in these moments shows that GAM did have a strong game plan here, even outside of 5v5s in the side lane.
Yeah, you can sort of see who the main characters are, and it's certainly top side of the map here for GAM if they are going to make things happen. Teleport in from Ares as a setup around this dragon is occurring. MKOI in position, though. And there's a nice knock-up. Jojo going over, but does get himself back out of their grand entrance, but maybe an exit by the Death Chamber. No, Elio able to get himself out with a bit of a dance. And Kiaya on a ward.
Scary.
The whole gang is together. This might be that 5v5 we're looking for.
That wave is pushing into the bottom turret, and full control does, for the moment, go to Merwin here. Just going to get shut down, though, on the flank by Kiaya. And we reset once again for this critical Infernal Dragon. This will be the second dragon for either team who secures it. As Merwin is now isolated. That's the Flash.
Yeah, Flash actually immediately comes out, and he's down to 50% health as well. He has his teleport, so he can get that health bar back up to a reasonable size, but this is a little bit rough because no Flash on the Aurora, going to be a tough one.
Yeah, good response though, grabbing a lot of that turret health here, and will buy the time for the reset here. They have vision on this dragon as well. Looked like for a moment they were going to contest, but they don't commit the TP here for Merwin, and they're just going to let this one go over to the side of GAM. They don't quite secure that turret there, but man, Kiaya, I feel like, you know, when you look at the top side of the map here for GAM, they've just been so decisive and so impressive in how they've played well together. And they've utilized that pressure point to now grab an additional objective here. And, you know, the gold lead here for MF won't necessarily matter if Supa can't channel full ultimates in these fights, right? If he's not protected, if he's not peeled for. And that's my biggest concern here, because the biggest threats are quite large on the side of GAM as well.
Yeah, and this is what we illustrated earlier on, right? Like, this is going to be a very difficult game for an MF to play. And it has proven to be a difficult game for MF to play. When GAM decide that they do not want Supa alive, Supa becomes dead. That's sort of what it looks like for us. But has been able to do what he's supposed to do, right? Get to a position where he can do some big damage with these ultis. As Merwin, he could get a bit of the Supa treatment, as this Wukong does too much damage, guys.
I mean, he's huge. The thing is, if you look at what the cross map is here, there was a group up for MKOI on the top side, but they were never going to be able to have a successful dive. There's just too much CC, too much peel. And so they just left Merwin on an island here, and he's killed. They lose a turret, and what they get in exchange is some vision around the enemy red buff. You know, like that's not really an equivalent exchange. That's not really a fair trade here for MKOI. And once again, they know where their pressure point is. Like, all right, we got this Ambassador, we got this Wukong, we're going to push in, and we're going to get kills. We're going to get threats on these turrets. And Gamma just been playing the map better, and now they're going to look for potentially even a second turret here. This is a massive wave.
Yeah, this is a big swing. So much gold going over to GAM. See whether MKOI, they're at least able to defend this outer turret, so that isn't going down just yet, saving some of that gold explosion. But it's still 2.5k. This is still a big deal. As Arrest now with the needlessly large rod, as well as that Ludens that he finished earlier on. The Orianna is getting scarier and scarier. But I just keep looking at this 5-0 Wukong and wondering what the answer is going to be for MKOI.
Yeah, that's very concerning. With the resistances he has, it's hard for like JoJo to take him out. You have to really bait him almost into using his ultimate in an awkward spot and then winning the longer fight. But you're playing MF, you know? Doesn't quite work that way. I think MF can be good into dive, even though it sounds counterintuitive because she's so immobile, if you're winning. Like, if you're ahead so much, you know, you just kind of channel your cone into their dive, and you die, but you did enough, and it doesn't matter. And you kind of end up sacrificing yourself for the greater team fight, especially if you have a secondary carry like the Aurora in this case. But I just don't feel that MKOI are in a position to where this is going to be the case, where the threats mean that MF might not even really get to use her ultimate at all, much less sacrifice her ultimate for doing enough damage in these fights. And the Orianna has been slightly behind this entire game, but is really just a facilitator. Yeah. When you look at where the game state is right now, so it doesn't matter that JoJo has that 300 gold lead, because I don't know if his damage, that lead, is really going to matter all too much in 5v5. So,
and like, you look at it, and you mentioned JoJo, like, he's got 1.5 items. Levi has 2. Like, and he's a jungler.
Yeah.
Like this, it's kind of all skewed. It's feeling a little bit unfair. But in the neutral, you can see that MKOI are able to get money from the map quite effectively. They're closing that gap slowly but surely. And if they can make the magic happen, see whether they can get back on the horse. As Levi comes on over, Merwin does try to utilize the weirding here and gets out with that between worlds. So like, that's a good thing, the fact that he survived, but now there's going to be no ultimate here for the Aurora, and possibly an angle under the Otacon for GAM.
Kiaya is hiding on the map as well. He's not showing. They don't know if he's rotating up, if he's TP to a ward. Is now going to be seen on that wave that JoJo pushes through, but it's really difficult for MKOI to make a decision here that favors them, because they can't start the Otacon right now. They don't have enough damage. And so they do end up wrestling Prio away, but GAM, the ball's in their court. They're the ones pulling the strings. They're the ones pulling MKOI around the map right now. And every time Kiaya pushes a wave into JoJo, they have to wonder, like, is that Ambessa TPing in, or are they going to turn to the Otacon? Because they just don't have a lot of map control right now. They're fighting tooth and nail for this vision here on the river, as you can see, but it's just being cleared repeatedly as GAM keep MKOI in the dark.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the next Dragon. That could be the next avenue for attack on the GAM side of things. Supa looking like he might get dove. The whole gang is here, so it will be a dangerous one, but they just brute force this outer turret. GAM able to take that one down pretty comfortably.
I think there's a tiny window here for MKOI to try to do Otacon as Kiaya is catching that wave bottom side, but they're not pulling the trigger on it. You know, Merwin's heading in that direction, but their turn is kind of awkward here. You know, they're running a Alistair in this composition. They're going to TP up to this top side and try to look for it, and Gam will have to be decisive here. Elio's going to back. He does have TP, can rejoin instantly. Gam are going to have to make that call. Kiaya also hasn't TP'd yet. Here it comes, double TP from support and top.
Yeah, you can see this Otacon is going down pretty slowly. Levi able to get into position over this wall. Down to 5k. We'll see whether there's going to be a turn from MKOI. Super's positioning pretty good right now as the headbutt gets Levi out of there, but he flashes forward. The bullet time is down, but it's not quite doing the damage. And there's the steal from Levi. This guy can do no wrong today. But there's the ult from Jojo. He's looking to save it, and they'll find the angle. MKOI demolish the fight. They lose the objective, but who cares as they take down Gam, and that is a lot of money into their pockets.
They might even get one more here onto Ares.
Yeah, Jojo under that turret doesn't look too bothered about it, but it looks like Ares will be able to make his way out.
They'll grab the turret, but what a play from Jojo. So patient on the ultimate. It looked like not only was the Otacon going to be stolen, but Gam might have been able to run away with that fight. The low health bars there. Levy having a really nice ultimate, but Jojo Pion is able to turn around the last possible second. That turn saves the game here for MKOI. They will be able to take the second dragon for them of this game, evening us up 2-2 as the Otacon falls on the other side. This is a little bit slow here from Gam, though, and I think that this was a pretty obvious play from MKOI, even though they had vision control. The reaction here from Levy is good. Backs away, flashes back in, gets the steal here, but watch the re-engage from Jojo, who's super low, by the way. He's just biding his time, waiting for the right angle, gets the Q3 into the triple. And that's the kind of skill you have. That's the judgment you have to have on this Yone if you're going to pick it into a comp like this. And that's what I was saying. Like, this comp has inherent risks. And this team said, I'm okay with that. Jojo said, I'm okay with that because I can get it in the clutch. Look at this moment here. God. Just so well played. A game-saving move from Jojo.
Yeah, absolutely was. And that, for me, it started even before that, right? Where he ate so many cooldowns using that Unbound Soul and then finds the ultimate angle to hit everyone on the side again. We mentioned already, this is a terrifying team to 5v5 into. And Jojo said just like, no, it's not. I'd just be better. And that's what he did.
He certainly did. I think the game is still playable here for Gam. I don't want to, overstate the last fight, but it's the kind of fight for MKOI that gives you hope that even in these types of circumstances, given the right clutch, given the right angles, given the right circumstances that Jojo was able to judge there, this is a playable comp. Even in the face of so much CC. And also, they made a great decisive call. Like, that timing window to do the Otacon was absolutely correct. They ended up getting it stolen away, but they won the fight, and they're very happy with the result.
Yep, headbutt pull here from Elioya as Kiaya wrapping around. They're wanting to fight again, as Gam wanting to show that they can win some of these. Levi, 3,000 health, level 14 on this Wukong. He is still very scary, even though he just did get shut down. As Kiaya fighting against Jojo, of course, Jojo able to match this Ambessa a lot better than the Aurora.
Certainly true. A lot of side lane control in the top side of the map here is,
Oh dear. Artemis doesn't really like being here as, the hero! Elio able to try and save his AD carry, and in fact, he does so completely. That could, he did nothing. He used every single button he possibly could, and that was enough to save Artemis.
Yeah, that was really very clean. I suppose he could have self-Mikhails'd or something. Like if he
could have exhausted as well.
Yeah,
he could have done that.
Either way, he sacrificed a lot of resources to keep Artemis alive, and that would feel really bad if there was an objective up that we were about to fight for, and you're like, oh man, now Elio doesn't have any of his doesn't have his ultimate here. If he used the exhaust, he doesn't have his exhaust. But it will be back up his ultimate when that next fight breaks out here in 2 minutes on the next dragon, assuming we don't have a Baron fight before then. So good heroic play there to keep Artemis alive.
This is so close.
It's a close game, and for a while it seemed like it really just wasn't going to be.
Yeah.
And now I'm suddenly invested. Now I'm like, wow, this is anyone's game to take.
Yeah. And Jojo's got so much money here as well now, 1.7k ahead of Ares, and he's got the, there's the IE. That was what I was about to say. I saw him going back to base. I'm like, he's got and the IE does finally come in. So 3 items done here for Jojo. And I don't know how Gam is supposed to stop this outside of them just avoiding his re-engages that he's able to do, or closing in, being able to catch him in a side lane could be another opportunity here.
And the safe build that we see from Ares makes sense. He has the Zonias early. He's looking for Void Staff now third. Which is going to be a lot of damage. That is going to be very powerful in these upcoming fights. But You know, can he finish that Void Staff before we get to it in, you know, just 70 seconds time here is the real question on how much gold he's sitting on, but that's going to be a big spike for him. Also, really close to 16. Like, that's such a huge spike for his ultimate. Doesn't quite have it yet. And in fact, like, this is such a good angle here. Another great judgment call for MKoi because there's no vision here for the side of Gam, and Gam kind of took this awkward reset, and MKoi are just like, you guys aren't going to do your due diligence. We will just take this objective away.
Yep, Blue Trinket goes down. Voidseeker to try and get some extra vision back as Levi goes in, but JoJo says, I found you. It went down to 14. That was very scary, but there was no one in the pit, so don't you worry about that one. They kill Levi once again. JoJo able to get over that wall, and honestly, he's been such a hero for this team.
I mean, between him and Elyoya's ultimate there, just you have to know how to stop that Wukong. Is such a slippery champion and get into the pit, look for the steal, which he absolutely would have gotten, we know, based on that smite timing, but they shut him down. Speaking of shutting down,
there is the Zhonya's trying to keep Ares alive. He flashes as well, and yeah, he's not getting out of that one. The circle goes down. Merwin locks that one up, and MKoi, they said they found the window. They indeed did. They take down the top inhibitor turret. The inhibitor going to be falling soon after. And this just went from Gam were fine to they're not fine at all, actually.
Just really two big objective calls from MKoi playing around their vision and the map so incredibly well. Great macro game. JoJo really being the glue that ties it all together, though, with his clutch plays. Without them, that wouldn't have been possible. But you saw, you know, Kiaya was trying to push bottom side. He has to back. It's going to not be a trade. This inhibitor turret for nothing there in the bottom side. Merwin, who has TP, is now going to go down and clear that wave as they can go ahead and take this dragon, while he also puts the pressure on that bottom turret. As this is a moment where you have to decide whether you want to just hard push here or go for a really risky contest, as they're going for the risky contest.
Yeah, JoJo looking for it once again. Doesn't quite land the knock-up as Levi with the Cyclone, but he's all alone, and he's just going to get wiped out by Merwin. Now, the rest of Gam trying to find themselves a team fight. The bullet time! So well timed here from Super! And there is the ace, and MKoi can march it up the mid lane. In fact, they don't have to do that. They got teleports. They're going to get Merwin in there, and they have that inhibitor taken down on the top side. This is just GG.
What a snapping of the neck we saw here from MKoi. 3 back-to-back decisive calls on objective. The third one, the simplest of the 3, but it's the one that ends the game. As Gam make a desperate attempt to look for the contest. Shut down again is Levi on the attempted steal. Ares, good ultimate there, but it's just not enough. A clean ace will win the game here for Movistar Koi. And EU will rule the day here in our second matchup at EWC 2025.
That little interaction between Elyoya and JoJo was my favorite part about it. It was like Elyoya saying, thanks, buddy. Thanks for winning that game for us. Because things were dicey in the early game, and then JoJo said, no, remember, I am the savior of Europe. And he certainly looked like it here in their first game of EWC. Oh, this is getting spicy.
I just love the confidence, you know? Like, I think we all could look at this draft and say, this is going to be tough. This is not going to be an easy draft to win with. You have to have plays like what we saw from JoJo there, or you're just going to find yourself falling further and further behind. If you're not ready to play this, if you don't trust your teammates enough to play this, you just won't end up having that success. But they pull it off in the end against all odds.
Yep. And now we're going to be able to talk to the man of the moment here. He's standing alongside with Ian, so take it away, JoJo.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys. Movistar Koi do win their first matchup here on the main stage in the groups. I'm here with JoJo. You were so clutch. Some incredible hero players there. Your team started slowly, but then when you found your form, it all started to click.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game was a bit rough in the early game, but we got our items and we set up a good fight for us. So I think we just all played the fights pretty well, and they messed up one-shotting me, so we just took advantage of that.
Do you think that this is another amazing opportunity for you to showcase what you can do? You've given us a taste of what to expect from JoJo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like MSI was improving so much, and I still didn't show my all on stage, so I want to show my all this EWC for sure.
How important is it to get off to a winning start here at EWC after how you went out of MSI?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Obviously, if we lost this game, we lose one more route, so it's a bit rough. So it's really good we win this game, and we just focus now on the next game.
On the flip side, you win one more, you're in the quarterfinals, HLE next. What do you make of them?
Yeah, I mean, of course, HLE is a good team. I think if we focus on our own game, it'll be a really close match. So I have really strong confidence that we can take it out on top.
Great performance. Can't wait to see more from you. Thank you very much.
scary start there for the side of MKOI, but they're able to battle back against GAM Esports and make Europe proud and make one man on this couch relieved.
Oh my god, it looks so scary. When I see that Ambessa getting so many early kills, I was starting to freak out a little bit. But then I put all my faith in a great Canadian man, and he found that massive engage on that Otacon fight, and God am I thankful for it.
Leave it to Ine to bail EU out of that one. I was seriously surprised. I thought it looked completely over. You know, the Ambessa just dominating the top lane. Wukong was so fed, but then, yeah, somehow MKOI just found the fight.
Yeah, great to hear from JoJo. Korean blood, NA passport, but EU talent. Getting the victory there, as it is a win for MKOI. And I think on the side for GAM Esports, you see why they are so dangerous. They are able to play early and figure it out, but it was just these couple of critical moments where they started to falter. When it got 50-50, that composition doesn't quite play itself as easily.
Yeah, I felt like they struggled a little bit when it came to approaching objectives that MKOI had started. I feel like MKOI started objective and then kind of dared GAM to face check them, come into them, and I don't think they like found the correct angles. Their Orianna was a little bit cut off in the fight. Their Wukong had to flash in just to get a smite that was a 50-50. In general, I could see the preparation for these objectives being something they really need to work more on if they want to have a little bounce back in this tournament.
All right, let's take a look at the Otacon fight, which is something they would be able to prepare for better next time, especially at that state of the game, where, again, GAM looking okay, but weren't quite able to get over the line here, Medios.
Yeah, I thought that Otacon fight was really huge, and it was, I think, a combination of a good play by Alvaro and maybe a bit of a mistake by Levi here, because generally on Wukong, when you're this fed, what you want to do is go in with your ulti and then use your W to reposition, avoid some damage, and then, you know, get the double ulti when you use second charge. But he uses his W early, gets knocked over the wall, and then has to flash in. So basically he's no ulti, or no flash, no W, trying to go in. And at that point, it's just so hard to get anything done. So, yeah, I think that was a really bad fight for GAM.
Yeah, again, just that full channel from the Misfortune was pretty brutal here. But who else jumped out at you for the side of MKOI here, Finn? Because we've sang the plaudits and praises of JoJo, but who else do you think was key?
I mean, it felt like Mervin was getting really targeted by GAM, and I don't think there's a lot of teams in Europe right now that plays heavily towards the top side like GAM does, and I think MKOI was a little bit unprepared for the amount of pressure that was being put onto Mervin. So I do enjoy to see him bounce back like it did, but for me it was just that JoJo and Elyoya. Like, despite the gold lead for GAM, Elyoya got almost all the early game objectives. He started the game with 2 dragons and got the grubs. So I feel like while GAM was getting all these plays onto Mirwin, it's not like MKOI was sleeping. He was still getting things done on the map, and it gave time for JoJo, my standout player, to really scale and get those items and find that critical fight that brought MKOI back into the game.
Yeah, I think the team play in macro from MKOI was also impressive to me, because in these games where, you've got the comp with a lot of front lane, they got Sejuani, Alistair, they should win fights front to back, but when your top lane is so far behind, it can be hard to actually get those setups without the other team having a lot of angles on you, a lot of flanks. So I think MKOI managing to find the angle to start Otacon, get a good front to back fight, and then a get on Baron kind of is a testament to their macro. Because I think it should be really hard for you to get that situation when you're so behind in your side lanes. So being able to do that, execute it, was huge for them.
And so much of this comes back to that draft that we saw earlier. Again, when we were going through the pick and ban in the green room, and it was, what are they first picking? Okay, the Aurora. Finn called it out right away. It was like, yeah, we're going Sejuani. It's going in the mid lane. Merwin will be able to play it on the top side of the map, and it really helped them out there to get the victories. We take a look, an updated bracket here. We've got our first matches in the book for the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. It was Hanwha Life Esports with the victory over CFO, and Movistar Koi getting a much needed win for the LEC to have a qualification match later, which means we will have both LCP representatives playing for their tournament lives later on today. Those elimination matches will be matches 7 and 8 later on. So hopefully in about like 4 to 5 hours. We'll see. We'll see how fast some of these matches go. But that means sooner rather than later, Hanwha Life Esports and Movistar Core to qualify into tomorrow's games. That feels pretty good. I feel like if you're an LEC fan, and I'm gonna make you be the LEC fan this time.
Yeah, welcome.
I mean, they got JoJo. It's basically honorary NA team. But yeah, that's got to feel bad for LCP. Both of their teams are just instantly in that knockout stage, and it's probably not going to feel good for either of them because it's either you're getting knocked out or you're having to knock out, the other team from your region. So yeah, definitely not where you want to be this early on.
Yeah, especially after the fact that you could be proud of those games, especially if you're in a best of 3 series, best of 5 series, you'd be able to bounce back, but it's part of the format. Best of 1 is so brutal.
It's brutal. There's no time for mistakes, and if you slip up, you will get put down. And I want to see some fight in those teams because I think both CFO and GAM, they didn't really give me that much to be excited about. I really liked how GAM played towards top side, but I think CFO earlier today, they did look a little bit disjointed and they didn't really put up a lot of a fight against Hanwha Life. So looking at that matchup, I need to see both these teams reinvigorated and fightful.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we have a special guest joining us here for just a second. So he's getting mic'd up right now as we take a look at the stats one more time here. MKOI with the victory over GAM.
Look at that Mirwin damage. He was getting targeted, but he's doing so much damage in this game. What a bounce back from him.
That's so impressive, honestly. Just going from being unable to lane, we saw Mbessa with the Eclipse just proxying bot lane, not even letting him get XP. He was like 0-2, managed to find a good TP, get back in the game, and then just have some massive team fights. I don't know. That's impressive. I feel like that's really hard to do.
And this really does highlight why this Aurora build is so common, why these Asian teams really prioritize this Aurora so much, because he doesn't just get super tanky, he also gets so much HP from all the stats and all so much damage from the amp that despite not having as many items as the Mbessa, he puts in so much damage.
All right, well, joining us now after the victory and representing the LEC proud is the man in the top lane. It is the mad scientist, Merwin, joining us. Bienvenidos. How are you feeling, brother?
I mean, pretty chill. Was a pretty chill game 1, I would say. Even when I trolled a bit, I found a way to recover, and yeah, I would say, we all played well. I think until I connected into the game, I was making a lot of mistakes, but then I think everything just went automatic,
With best of ones, is the preparation different for you and the team, knowing that you had to do it here and in the next series?
Honestly, I just leave that to Melset and our coaching staff. I don't really mind too much. I say, I don't really want to play this champion. I prefer this or this, and they just work with that. So yeah, to be honest, I'm happy with the preparation they do. So I have confidence in them.
Ben?
It's so cool to see players have so much trust in their coaching staff, because there's a lot of coaching staff that has gotten flack for the fact that they don't really know what their players' strengths are. And to see a team with that much trust in their coach, I think that's really nice to see. And also welcome my brother from Europe. I want to ask you, were you used to this much pressure from a top jungle? Because I feel like in Europe, not a lot of teams play as heavily for top as GAM did and usually do.
I already knew from the moment they choose red side, they were looking most like to look for a counter top. So I just choose a strong top line that I know I'm comfortable with, and then in the end they were looking around top lane a lot on side. And honestly, it's my mistake because I didn't really expect it, and I think it's easy to fix it. I just wasn't prepared in the game, and they punished me well. So yeah, props to them because I think they did really well. But yeah, I think for next time, if I play to them or something or other team that will play around top this match, I will be more prepared and I will play better around vision, more with my jungle and not doing this solo plays of a top laner. Yeah.
Were you feeling pressured at all in that game when it was, they kind of had a pretty big lead early on, and I think especially for top lane, it was kind of rough. There was that bot lane situation where Mbessa was taking your tier 1 turret, you couldn't really walk up. How do you feel in those moments where, I think for a lot of us who play top lane, we've experienced something like that, and it can feel kind of hopeless, but you managed to keep it together and find some good plays?
Honestly, it's just life. Sometimes you can do everything you want, and you have to drop 2 waves or 3. But I think we just did a mistake there. We should probably be covering, and I should stand their tower and play it. But we didn't do it. I just need to adapt. It's for example, in the first time I die, I should just be respecting my jungle, play with my ward, it was coming soon, and I just didn't do it. So in that moment, I actually accept the mistake. It's fine, and I just found my way to recover in Atakan in that fight. So it's just like waiting for any mistakes too when you're behind. Doesn't need to look for the perfect play, and it's how we managed to come back this game.
Look at that. Everyone at home with solo queue. You don't have to fix it right away.
Yeah.
He waited until Otacon to make the fix 20-something minutes into the game. Merwin, congratulations on the victory. Best of luck in your match against Hanwha Life Esports. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will set up our Group A match. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup as we set up another LEC matchup, this time against the representatives from the Latin America South, LTA South. It is Furia joining us here, arriving safely thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsports. As, yes, upset-minded is Furia, but G2 looking to bounce back after a disappointing performance over at MSI, Finn.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in Europe was happy about it, MSI, and I think especially not G2. I think they've been very self-critical, and I think they have kind of gone back with a tail between their legs and just trying to keep their head down and just try to focus on what they can do better, because they have a lot of components of a star roster, a lot of players with a lot of success, and they need to find their form back. They still have Caps in the mid lane, the best Western player of all time.
Western GOAT!
And we need to see him make his magic happen.
I think this is a huge game for G2 just because, like you mentioned, in MSI, they really didn't look like you're used to G2 looking. They've been such a strong Western team. One of them that, you know, has beat T1 in series. They've gotten really, really far in international tournaments. They're almost always that team that you can rely on. But obviously MSI, they went out real quick and they didn't look like themselves whatsoever. You know, kind of weak drafts and weak play. So yeah, hoping to see him bounce back.
Yeah, after a string of European titles back to back to back, now two domestic leagues fall out of their way. And right now, standing by with an interview is Kitty with Hansama. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-match interview between G2 and Furia. By my side is the AD carry Han Sama. Welcome to the interview. I'd like to talk about your MSI journey and how you guys had a very disappointing end. So can you let me know what type of reflections the team has made so far before coming over to EWC?
I mean, for sure, we talked a bit and touched on what went wrong. It would seem like playstyle was a lot more than the draft itself. And yeah, we came up with a few things to focus on, and I'm feeling pretty optimistic for this tournament with the team.
So there's a lot of conversation around you and Lebrov as a bot lane duo. So going into the competition, what advantages and, might I add, disadvantages does your team have when it comes to this bot lane duo?
I mean, me, I still feel confident, me and Lebrov, that we can always have a solid laning phase. I think that's been very inconsistent throughout the MSI, but I think we just need to focus up and actually find the champions that we actually want to play. I feel like there's a lot of champions in the bot lane, and we're like maybe not sure of like, oh, let's play this, let's play that. But I think we need to be more confident in what actually we want to play and put it off on stage.
And for my final question, will you buy LDR next time?
Yep, maybe.
Thank you.
For those of you that don't know, Kitty is like Diamond or Masters, I think. So she knows what she's talking about, making sure that Han Sama itemizes correctly. He'll need to do so against their opponents from LTA South in Furia.
And here we see the roster, and there's one man on that roster that I'm really excited to watch. It is my man in the top lane, Guigo, because last time Guigo played against Broken Blade, I remember a certain Aatrox was going out of control, and I think in general that series against G2, this man had Broken Blade's number in a multiple of games. That was not a one game off, that was a series of demolitions in the top lane. And I want to see, hopefully not that happening again, because I need Broken Blade back in form.
I want to see Furia hover Warwick every single pick as a reminder, because that was a rough game for Broken Blade, absolutely. And what sticks out to me with this team is that I feel like Furia was a really interesting Fearless team because they have so many different picks that they pull out, especially bot lane. You know, they were playing stuff like the Neela, they were playing Ashe Seraphine, combos that you don't really see anyone else playing. So I'm curious how they're going to adapt to a best of one where, you know, it's just pull out your strongest comp, play your best, and you know, you don't really have to be as versatile in a best of one. So yeah,
the fact that they all are familiar with against each other due to MSI, I think is so fascinating. It adds yet another layer here. And for Furia, a lot of the time when you think of CB LOL and LTA South, there hasn't been that consistent team that's just been there. And this is one of the newer teams in international stage where you don't have like a player that has just been there time and time again. You're used to seeing them there and they build upon it. No, this is still a young, fresh roster getting yet another opportunity at international experience with Coach Thinkcard coming down from his experience, long time in North America, winning the championship over with NRG, then moving down there to the LTA South. It's a really unique opportunity for them to surprise G2 in a best of one.
Yeah, I think we have seen an LTA South or Brazilian league like it was before that has been constantly improving year after year after year. And I think we're approaching some kind of culmination at least, because I feel like they have really worked on their fundamentals across multiple years, and they've really played catch up. And I think they're about to catch up to a lot of the other regions. I mean, we all know Korea's at the top, but I've seen these teams get better for every single year. And I think now we can finally say this is a strong team that you need proper preparation against, or they will beat you.
All right, help me out here, Medios. What are we going in terms of this one? It is the longest standing, most successful organization in League of Legends from Europe in G2 against an upstart team that gave them a really difficult time over at MSI in Furia.
I might have to go against my native LTA brothers and vote G2 on this one. I think that even though Furia had a really good showing at MSI against G2, I still think that G2 is just such a strong team, and obviously they had some issues at MSI, but you know, you can have a bad tournament, bad couple days, doesn't like spell out your entire team. So I think they'll get it.
G2 win, baby. I can't go against my region. Of course, I think they will take it. I think they're going to take the lessons from MSI, and I think they will finally get into a form where we can be proud to call them our LEC representative.
Yeah, and again, more experience for Toots in the mid lane up against the Western GOAT in Caps, who I feel like that is so invaluable when you have an opportunity to play against someone like that, scrim against someone like that, and then put it all on the line with stakes there, knowing that it's not an elimination game, so you're not going to play outside of your body. As we have a little bit of delay on stage, so you're going to stick here with us for just a little bit longer before we head on over to that huge matchup. One more lane that you want to take a look at up and down. I know that you said the top lane because of the history, because of the Warwick pick. What else?
I mean, if top lane is where I don't want to look, then there's one place that I need to see some improvement from, and I think it is still the G2 jungle support. I think they've shown, or they haven't shown, but they have been kind of an inconsistent part of this G2 roster, and I feel like we haven't really seen Scuman and Labrov be able to sync up in the mid to late game, or at least in the early to mid game, where you need that support jungle to walk together, create skirmishes, and take vision deep in the enemy jungle. I feel like Scuman sometimes does his own thing, and Labrov maybe sometimes follows Hansama a little bit too much, and I would really want to see them focus heavily on just making plays together.
Yeah, I really like that because thankfully we've got a guy who's played that role at a pretty high level for a long time and has had such unique different supports, starting off with Lemonation, then moving on, I think Smoothie, you had Afro, you had Gate, I think it was over at Optic, and then finished over with Stunt. How important is that jungle support synergy, especially when you're the new guys on the team?
It's huge because it kind of affects the entire map, having vision. And in the earlier days of League, you know, junglers had sight stones or the tracker snipe where you could get wards on your own. But nowadays, you can't really do that as much. So it's really important that you have good synergy with your support, so you know the timers. It's not like when your support wants to get vision, you have to clear your camps, or vice versa. Well, I guess your support's not going to clear your camps, hopefully. But anyway, you know, you just got to be synced up. And I remember having really good synergy with Afromu for this. That was one thing that when me and him played together, just felt really good, you know, being on the same page. And then you can make a lot of plays. It's super hard to play against a team that's that in sync, because it feels like their jungler's just walking into your jungle and then, oops, there's an Alistar flanking you from behind. So that can be really tough to deal with. And I think that's something that G2 has kind of been known for internationally, is they have those really creative style of play, supports like Mickey X and whatnot. I think they kind of bring that magic that is so hard to play against. And obviously Labrov's newer. I think he's more of like a standard player. So, you know, hopefully he can get more comfortable, go for more creative plays, and team will look more like their former selves.
Yeah, and I think like we're talking about support and jungle, it's like in any healthy relationship. You have to make sacrifices and compromises. Sometimes when you're a jungle and your support has his time to get vision, you gotta drop that camp. You gotta be with him. And sometimes when you're playing support and your jungler has finished his full clear and he wants to walk into the enemy jungle to invade, just go into fog. Just go to him. Your AD carry doesn't need to. You don't need to hold your AD carry's hand every single second of the game. You gotta play with each other and you gotta look at each other. You gotta know when your teammate wants to make a play, you gotta be there for him.
And I think that's why sometimes we've had maybe more muted performances by Hansama, because I feel like those two at the jungle support role are trying to figure out how to play together. So it's been a lot of BB and Caps driving it through, Hansama being able to clean up fights if they get to that point, but still the former kings of Europe still trying to figure out how to play against each other, against a Furrier squad that seems to have a lot more directive over this last split.
I'm really hoping that Hansama works on his builds a little bit. Like Kitty mentioned, getting the lore dom is super important, but even some of his other games for MSI were some really weird builds. He was, I think, the only guy doing crit Kai'Sa.
Yeah, he was still doing the AD Kai'Sa.
Into IE, and he actually lost every single Kai'Sa game doing that, whereas, you know, the champion had a very high win rate otherwise with the normal, like, on-hit AP build. He also did the Bruiser Corki thing. And yeah, just some roots, do maybe a little bit more standard play as far as builds go, maybe a little bit less TF. And yeah, hopefully we'll see that G2 that we know.
Yeah, Finn, when it comes to these best of ones and we're thinking of these sneaky picks and unique picks, why don't you give us a couple that come to your mind that you feel like could alter a game plan here?
Ooh, it depends heavily on which side you're playing, right?
Sure.
If you're playing blue side, suddenly your creativity is a little bit limited because you can't just blind pick weird champions. If you blind pick weird champions, they'll pick a good meta champion and you won't be able to breathe. But if you are red side, that's where you can really find your niche counter picks, or you can come in with a strategy to like pick champions with good synergy. A lot of the times it's better to pick champions that work well together and want to do the same thing than picking your absolute best matchup. And that is like kind of a philosophy that a lot of teams have adapted the last couple of years, where it is way more important to, for example, with your jungle, like your solo laners are drafting around your junglers. If your jungler wants to farm and then skirmish, then you're picking something that can skirmish with him. And if your jungler wants to just farm and play slow game, then you're also picking a slow farmer. So just finding what kind of works within tandem and in symbiosis like that, I think is the most crucial to be able to find a good draft.
Yeah, but when it comes to deciding early on how you want to play in this best of one Meteos, knowing now that like it is a knockout stage, you know, you get one game, I guess, double limb. Would you rather be on the scale and win side, or would you rather be on the let's try the unique pick and try to sneak a win here?
Well, I don't think I would go for the cheesy angle, like trying to just surprise them with something they've never seen before. I know that G2's had a lot of success with Maokai, so if that's open, I would expect them to go for it. But I would also assume that nobody's going to give them Maokai when it's their most successful jungler by a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think you generally just go for comfort is what I would do. Play whatever comp and style fits your team the best. You don't really want to lose the game because you played something you didn't really understand that well, or tried some crazy pick and have it backfire.
Yeah.
So I think comfort.
All right. Well, we'll see what is comfortable for both these squads. It seems like they're comfortable over at the stage now, so let's get into it. The first match of Group A, it is G2 and Furia.
It is so good to have League of Legends back at EWC as all of these teams continue to battle for that huge $2 million prize pool. And as our upper and lower brackets of our group stage continue to reveal themselves, it is time for another inter-regional battle.
That's right. We have two clubs with millions of fans backing their every move. So let's welcome the first one on stage. First, we have Europe's Kings fighting for survival in this tournament, and they are unpredictable, unbothered, and unbelievably dangerous. Please welcome G2 Esports.
The best Brazil has to offer, and they're here to show the world why. It's Furia.
It's a heavyweight clash. Who will hit the hardest? It's time to find out.
All right, G2 Furia once again into the fold. When you don't think it can get any better as a start, you then realize that these guys going head-to-head at MSI was exactly that. It was a beastly batch as I take you through. My name's Sarah, joined by Orcs, who looks very handsome today, but you don't need to know that.
Thank you.
Brother, you're doing good. You're doing good. It's good to have cast with you again, actually.
It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, and it's a good one to start it off with. I feel like sometimes, especially teams, you know, a team like Fury, a team like G2, we had that great matchup at MSI.
Yep.
And, you know, you could have a situation where we don't see the matchup again for maybe months, years, longer, when it's international matchups, but we're going to rematch so soon after that first heated matchup we had at MSI, a chance for a bit of revenge for one side, bit of redemption, I feel like, for G2, who didn't perform to their usual standard.
Oh, it was rough. And G2, if you haven't been keeping up with this year, have had a rough year. It started all the way back in winter, losing out to KC, not getting to go to first stand. That was a dominant series that they weren't even a part of. Go to spring, same deal again. Koi smashing their way through, making sure that MSI, number 1 seed representative for EU, was not G2 again.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing, is that even though G2 came out as the victors, I think the pre-series sort of expectations going into it, you know, I think Furia dealt a heavy blow to G2. So going into this, I think if there's any player who I think is looking for a better performance, in fact, I got a chance to speak to Broken Blade yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And normally when you ask players, hey, is anyone you're looking forward to face? They talk about, you know, some of the greats. They talk about the bigger top laners in the league. They talk about your Zeus's, your Keens, your Bins. And he was like, I want to go up against Furia. You know, they got the opportunity to. I want to go up and redeem myself a little bit, because he kind of got gapped last time.
He really did. It was one of the, you and I were talking about it in the car on the way here, one of the worst international performances I've seen from Broken Blade. I think a lot of people have seen as well. So not only redemption for G2, but for that top laner as going up against Giga. We're going to make sure that game 1 Aatrox doesn't appear. Let's find out where we begin. Pantheon is open Orcs, and that's just a no-brainer here, isn't it?
Yep, a lot of priority on this pick, a lot of impact with early skirmish power. Immediately matching with that Annie Wukong, which, again, I feel like both these teams, a lot of what we saw in that previous series between them, there's a lot about those skirmishes, about those team fights, and just proactivity. It feels like the team who had the edge there really was having the driving force in those games. See what G2 opt to go for in response here. Likely to pick a mid lane pick, I would think.
That or early support for Labrov might be a question. We did see this quite a lot.
Yeah.
Do you get a pairing with it early? Yes, you do. Labrov on Engage, I think. EU fans know. That is so damn important.
Yeah, this Sentinel, really strong combo. We've seen time and time before. And now Fury can't really respond with a full bot lane combo, so is there something you want to pick up now tonight, or do you just go for the top lane pick, knowing that you can't pick your full bot lane here?
The question is, well, Rel, okay. Going to be the other option. Just locked in.
Prioritizing the Rel, so with that team fight power, interesting. You know, definitely want to have some of that dive power to threaten maybe the center on the back line. That's clearly going to be the goal. You know, you already, whenever you have a center on the opposite side, you know that there's going to be the potential of being outranged quite hard. And especially when you have like a Wukong and Annie, you know you have to try and get deeper in this situation. You have to try and force your way in, close that gap. So we'll see what tools G2 opt to go for here to try and defend their backline in this situation. And it feels like already Fury leaning into more of a dive-focused, aggressive composition.
Yeah, and part of those dive getting taken away already. I mean, the Akali banned when Caps has been the star player. I feel like right now for Caps, there's a lot of options open and available. A lot of things that can, go for anti-dive, bit of disengage maybe. Things like the Rise, we've seen a lot at MSI. That's just kind of sinking to mind. What pairings do you have with Pantheon? The other thing on a race to Orcs is Smolder's going to be started to take away.
I mean, it's honestly interesting the Aurora didn't really get a look in at all so far, considering how high priority that has been. It can also just make it difficult when you're trying to engage the ult being thrown down, slowing everyone up. Smolder comes through. We often see Smolder picked in a center just to try and match that scaling as it goes on.
Yep.
But also if they are fully committed to the dive, like a Kai'Sa could work well for Fury as well. The Rise does come through and is denied. We did mention that one before. See what they have to go for. Even a top lane ban wouldn't be too crazy here, especially as it is going to potentially be counter pick here for Gigo.
I do like that you brought up the Kai'Sa because I'm trying to think of 80 carries here. Like, have good partnering with Rel, have good partnering with the CC support like this. Got a high pro in the meta. Just want to see this last ban, then we can maybe look at the matches. Gwen gets taken away. Maybe G2 are thinking about a scaling top, maybe a tank top here, Orcs. Some long-range engage to go with something like a center Nort.
I mean, Broken Blade feels really comfortable on some of these tankier tops.
Yeah.
You know, Ornn has often been a big pick for him, so if he feels like he just wants to go for that, knowing they're going to have the counter pick on the other side, he could. Fury look to just lock in the Corki, something with strong laning, you know, has the early pressure, some mid-game spikes. Definitely means that as the game goes on, a little bit concerned for how Fury's composition holds up. Feels like they need to hit hard, find the momentum in the mid-game, and close the game out before that really comes online. I mean, that's what I feel like they did well in the previous matchup, you know, setting the pace of the game.
Yeah.
And the Syndra looking to come in, so a lot of disengage, a lot of peel, and it feels like G2 leaning into that style of composition where they know they need to protect the center, they need to stop this dive from Furia making their way in. And the Scout of the Week can have so much value here. On top of a strong mid-jungle with the Pantheon, there's a lot of burst potential there.
When Caps was the best player at MSI, everyone's saying it's like he was 1v9ing. For G2, it is nice to see them put priority towards solo lanes and not just mid, because now Renekton, I don't know how you feel about this, as ex-LPL casters, we're like, we see this all the time. You cast LCK now, brother, you left me.
Hey, they do that playing in the LCK as well, don't worry.
They do. That is true, that is true. So, counter here for Gigo.
Yeah, we'll see what happens to go for in this situation. Could end up going for something...
Cannon's a great option into it.
Looking at the Jax.
Okay.
But definitely a matchup where, you know, you're going to do pretty well in the side lane later on. But I think Broken Blade's fine with the Renekton. I think, especially the Renekton Syndra, definitely some strength in the lanes, which I think is important because when you do have that center, if you go fully dialed into like scaling lanes across the board, you know, I think Furia, we saw like things like the Smolder band away, which would have given them the Smolder and the Gwen are like the insurance policies. And I feel like Fury doesn't really have that big insurance policy where if it goes late, they have something to bail them out. Fury are really locked into mid-game strength. So I think G2 are like, we don't need more scaling than the center really, right? We just need to make sure we're not falling apart. Their top side is going to have a lot of strength in mid-game to match. And they just need Hans Sammer to be that late-game carry. There's eventually going to come a point in the game where if they can peel for the center, that range is going to be clutch.
Part of the power that comes in through that mid-jungle as well. You're already talking about early game strength, mid to late game zone control. And to put it plainly as well for G2 in a best of one, when I see a comp like this, I say, okay, you've given priority over to Caps, but how is that support jungle going to pair up? How is that support jungle going to get them through the early part of the game? Because as Finn was saying on the desk, that was something we really didn't see over at MSI. That is something that they have been struggling with, that other teams in the LEC have not. When you have, you know, El Yoya and Alvaro, like, as a comparison, you think, well, yeah, Skumon and Labrov aren't even there. I'm yapping on about LEC Orcs because obviously...
How'd you cast LEC? I didn't know.
I cast LEC
oh, really?
now. Yeah.
Oh,
You've never checked on me.
Of course I have.
Been so far. Have you? Oh, that's nice of you. Well, I've been checking on you, and I know you think that this could, this best of one could be a little bit spicy, and I hope it does. Furia versus G2. It's a grudge match. It's a rematch. A best of 5 was the distance over at MSI, but this is a single game. If we talk about how the game opened up, Furia opened up with a big bang against G2 at that last international. Here at this one, here at the EWC, let's see if they can do it again. That's not what you want to see. No, no. I saw it turn sepia. Oh.
Oh, man. Well, you know what? It's better it happens at the start.
True.
Always better happens at the start before we get into the game and breaks the flow of it.
We'll find out what it is. We're waiting for an update, and as soon as we know, we'll let you all know at home as well.
Especially when it's players' first game at a tournament. Could be something like peripherals, could be something like in-game settings. Normally something that's pretty easy to solve. So hopefully we'll get that one sorted out pretty quickly. But yeah, I think G2, especially with MCoy having just won their match, right? Already got a win on the board, and especially when there's not much opportunity to turn things around with the format at this tournament. You know, 2 losses and you're out, and you can have those 2 losses today.
Yeah.
So I think, especially with the fact that LEC's other seed has already secured 1 win, they are safe today. MCoy cannot go out today. I think G2 kind of need a... I mean, ideally, they want to get this win. They want to be in the same position. They want to at least be safe for today, make it to tomorrow.
True.
Even better would be getting 2 wins on the day and being safe to the next stage of the tournament. But yeah, a lot of redemption. I think G2 looking for this match.
And we're in finally away from the pause. It was an audio issue, but it is solved now. I see the keys flying over Summoner's Rift as well. Let's get into it. Now, Dan, you already talked about it. It's a lot of send it for Furia. You know, there's no, I guess, scaling example that can be made of something like the Smolder, the Gwen you were talking about in our pick ban. Jackson side lanes maybe, but let's see how those side lanes are at 15, 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like the comp just completely falls off a cliff.
No. You're worried about center and the setup there.
Yeah, and there's still, you know, if you kill the center, if you manage to get on top of it later.
Oh, it's double G2 Labrov. He's got the extra power of G2, but that support's going to get engaged on. Still the crash down. He holds in place. A flash now away. Hans Sammer, the new target, and Furia have the damage. The follow-up, great. The heal through. Hans gets a slow, but a remount, and a cleanse won't save his life. In fact, one more auto, and Ayu gets it. First blood over to Furia.
Such a great start for Fury, you know, getting that early kick who often has these really strong early item spikes. You're getting that extra advantage in lane. You burn summoners from the enemy bot side as well. So I think just, you know, G2 kind of lazily walking in there.
True.
Didn't really have the information to go for this. They see the rel, they're like, hey, let's just go for a quick little trade. But you're into an Annie, right, who has that stun available. I think didn't know that Ayu was there, and Hans Sammer kind of pays for the sins of his support.
Plus, as well as his flash, Labrov had to burn the heal to try and get him out. Hans only walks away with a flash that I'm sure he was going to try and burn to get over that wall, but first blood over to the Corki, the perfect wave of Fury to start with this comp.
Yeah, really good early momentum, and it's a slight advantage in terms of summons for Fury because they got the cleanse from Hans Hammer, but not that big of a deal. But definitely the start you want.
Well, Elaine, let's see how it affects us. Are you? Bless you, Orcs. It's all right. As a good luck sneeze.
Yeah,
for
good
G2
luck to
maybe.
start the game off, yeah.
Oh, I liked it. As Crashdown comes in again, good dredge line from Labrov, but his Aftershock is down, so...
Oh, a little bit mistimed. I think Jojo wanted the level 2, and there was one minion super low on HP that didn't get finished off.
Yeah.
But still, finding these good trades, getting that early pressure down, what you like to see. And if you keep the pressure on this bot lane, stop Labrov from leaving lane, because I think the Nautilus Pantheon is a really strong duo. They both have that single target CC. Very easy if you catch someone slipping just to burst them down, to focus them. But if you keep that Nautilus trapped in lane, won't get that window. Now, Skewmont heading top. Oh, no, this is not a good
Gigo
start.
has everything, but Broken Blade is trying to chunk him out first. The flash engage, nowhere to move. Gigo down in the dirt.
Good start. Good opportunity found there. The stun came out from Broken Blade. I'm not sure if the counter-strike was on cooldown or he just found a window where it was unavailable, but considering... Oh.
They did know. Labrov does have Aftershock this time, though, so Hans gets a bit of soul trading out of it.
Yeah, just a fine trade. But considering, you know, this was the sore point, the top lane matchup for G2 last time, I like the Skewmond already finding that early gank, making that happen, and just giving a bit of help towards Broken Blade.
Because in isolation, I remember that Aatrox opening up the series. And as an EU fan, that was horrible to watch. Broken Blade getting a bit of a reprieve. You saw the top wave as we're seeing some good mid lane trades. Looks like top wave is either going to become a slow push or was just frozen so that Gigo has to go in response. The one good thing is that Flash wasn't burned, so Skewmon makes a return. His Flash will be the difference maker that gets him out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with these situations, when you have teleport and you end up dying in that situation, it's not the end of the world.
Yep.
Especially if the kill goes over the jungler. A return gank, that would really be painful.
Yeah.
So, you know, Gigo's, he's not out of the game yet, but obviously not an ideal spot to be put in. Right now I see it's just TPing back in. It's taking a good amount of poke from Caps on this Syndra. Does have the first strike as well, and I feel like kind of indicative of how the lane has been going. The Syndra really able to find those good trades.
On dredge line again, but can't get in range. Just that auto attack in the end. Hans Summer, all about those trades so he can get the souls up as well. Left side of your screen, 15 is the count early. I think it was talked about internationally at 20 minutes. It was like 60 souls is good. Beatty carry center. So already within reach as Hans Summer gets the pace on the way.
And honestly, if you have a center lane where you can just rapidly trade and have lots of short trades and not die, that's really good for the center, you know? Yep. So situations like this where they are fighting, but the center's not like getting caught out or going down, you're happy with that. So I think Labrov having these frequent trades, Hansam is really appreciating it.
It's the back now. I mean, Skewmon comes into bot wave, but nothing going to be done. Tatsu's only level 5. Don't have the Cyclone up and available. Labrov trying to bait it out, and they went forward. They were trying to hard push away with Valkyrie, and Ayu's getting punished for it. Forward in the march, and Flash and Cleanse burnt out as well, but it's not done yet. Jojo's going to get a remount. Riptide out, but Labrov with no hook, and getting out his Fury is benefit here, but a lot burnt in the process.
That could have been so much worse as well, because Skewmon reset, you know? He was there to help us score the wave in, and then he reset. He wasn't waiting around.
Imagine if he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been a kill. I don't think it's like a wrong decision from Skewmon, because he doesn't really waste any time. He didn't know that Fury going to step up like that, but a great reward there for the G2 bot lane. They get an advantageous summoner trade, and they're going to be able to make that swap up towards the top side. You can see them walking mid first.
Yeah. But I noticed with that swap as well, Orcs, bit of minions denied in top. Broken Blade got the push in, so I feel like Ayu got 1 or 2 minions out of that wave, so small little gold advantage for G2 as bot seems to be slow pushing towards him. Tippers comes out in mid in the meanwhile, and Corrupt's not up for 2 minutes, so it's not like this push is going to lead to anything, but Labrov and Jojo just making sure it's all okay. Tipper's going to be in the way so that Puts is not pulled in the meantime.
That's one thing when playing Nautilus, when you're into picks like, you know, Annie or Ivan or anything that has like a minion.
Oh, yeah.
So annoying.
Even into Wukong who can clone out.
Yeah.
Line, right?
Just anything that has something that can just block your dredge lines makes it so much more difficult to play into, because you can see Labrov was looking for the angle there and it looked like a good angle. The Annie just gets blocked, doesn't find it. Tatu going to take the Dragon in this situation pretty much for free, so happy to pick that one up. You can see on the other side, Scuman going to punish him and look to take away his red buff in return. No real response in time. You can see Tatu did reset, but I don't think he's going to be in position soon enough.
If Labrov gets anything here, there is a Pantheon ult to Skyfall down. Scuman, his finger on the trigger. Caps also gets mid-push, so it's not like Toots is going to sacrifice that and move.
I mean, look at the vision control now in this jungle.
It's huge, isn't it? Tatu spotted.
The death thumbs up comes through. But yeah, Scuman doesn't really need to overstep here to contest these Krogs. They've already established a lot of vision here. We've just seen Caps go for the reset, so they'll start to back away. But he got the red buff. He is looking at the Raptors. This could be a little riskier.
An overstay, maybe, you think?
Yeah, I think with Touch is in more of a position to move. So he will just back away from that one. And I think that's the right call.
Let's just track this early slow game. Slow early game. Let's try that for English. It's a 700 gold lead just about for top, and that's off Broken Blade getting attention. And the fact that Gigo so far has been struggling. I mean, it's a complete role reversal from what we've just recently seen in the last best of 5 between these two teams.
I mean, we did get that gank top lane, but I don't think that really explains the huge lead that Broken Blade has. I mean, obviously, Renekton pretty strong in these early matchups, but Broken Blade been doing a lot to try and redeem himself. Now, looking at these grubs, both top laners have TP if they want to join. Tatu is trying to find a way in, but he is on vision.
One taken, but Pantheon's Q with Smite there. You see it. 2 should be a quick take as Labrov is going to be the target. Cyclone early, but Tatu's going to flash. Second version of the Cyclone, getting down Labrov quite low, and with an auto, Tatu takes a kill. Scuman can't get there in time. He's taken 2 grubs at the cost of Labrov's life.
Yeah, Labrov maybe a little bit overextended. Wanted to give the support to Scuman, and it was talked about on the desk before this how sometimes the synergy between this jungle and support not quite there, and I think this disconnect does get punished by Furia. I don't think it's a big deal that they get 1 grub, you know?
Yeah.
G2 get the advantage to get the 2 grubs, but Labrov going down there feels a bit unnecessary, but a good punish from Furia to get that kill.
Where are you LCK guys at with grubs? Do you care about them? Because I feel like when we went down to 3 grubs, a lot of people, you know, it's been a lot more of these 2-for-1 trade-offs, a lot more composition dependent. How do you feel about it?
I mean,
much of a muchness?
It's one of these things where, like, if you can deny the 3rd, great, but it's like, would I rather have a dragon or would I rather have grub? I mean, again, it depends on the comp.
Yeah.
But I feel like dragons are more often leading to wins, right?
They feel more universal dredge line. There's the clone. You talked about the interaction, and we see it again. But Toots is coming in. A punish onto Labrov. No stun yet. Tibbers comes out. 3 members there. Scuman goes on enemy jungle, and Tibbers sent packing back over to Toots. With the ult from Caps as well. There's no kill, but a scatter of the week might make one happen. Jojo is running for his life while coming into Ayu into melee range. Still works out. His Gatling gun shredding down Scuman for a re-engage while Broken Blade has joined in. But he's found a clone with his W. Still enough for the Dominus to Q spin, and Broken Blade picks up a kill, but in the end, Fury is still getting a trade back.
Yeah, considering that was a 1-for-1, kind of surprising, because I feel like G2 had a lot of power there, especially with Renekton moving over, but maybe a little bit of split focus. Still, they get control of the area, but a 1-for-1, I think they could have got a bit more, especially as now Gigo gets that plate in the top lane as well, a bit of gold in his pocket.
And the question is whether that trade's really going to matter too much, because the kill over to Broken Blade still keeps him in that lead quite healthily, picking up the wave on top of that as well.
I mean, this Crocodile is going to be strong.
Stride breaker soon too as well, right?
You know, we have an advantage in the top lane, advantage in the jungle. This trio on the top side for G2, which is their mid-game strength, really feels online as they're approaching their one-item spikes. The mid-jungle already has it. Broken Blade's going to be close. And,
Scatter the week again. It's perma CC, but with Aftershock up, resistances are enough.
It's real. But yeah, like these big advantages that G2 have, they make it hard. And you see, so Labrov initially looks for Tatu, doesn't find him. And then we have here, so ult comes down on the Annie. And you can see Labrov trying to look there. Scuman splits onto the Wukong, Caps ults the Annie, but it just feels a little bit split. And with the summoners coming out, they don't really find the ability to connect onto one target that well. Labrov goes down in return. And Tatu does go down because he just ends up a little bit overextended, unable to get out. He just kind of come back into the fight. But I think G2 could have come out more favorably in that fight, all things considered. Maybe the focus was a bit cleaner. Maybe they just directed that onto one target at a time a bit better.
They're trying to do that now. Once again, a fight in the enemy jungle. G2 just want to keep going. Go to Magnustorm, keeps him in place, and Labrov is going to be the burden of bad news. Scuman gets stunned up, but not enough damage. Labrov is going to sack again as Tattoo just finds yet another kill. Labrov dying a few times in the early game while Caps is getting mid.
I mean, of all supports, Nautilus is that sort of champion where once you start overextending, you can just die on repeat, on repeat. 0-3-0 right now for him, not having the best game. And G2 are still ahead, right? And, you know, they still have this Senna who's scaling up, but giving some kills back over to Furia, which they will happily take. Dragon is up and available, though. And G2 still have, I would say, a bit more control over this area. But, you know, with their support dying a lot, they keep forcing him off the map. It's hard to maintain vision.
Stun up, hang on, couple more autos, waiting for the Counter-Strike. Broken Blade. His flash is available. But now he has to time it with the Counter-Strike. All it takes is a flash auto Q. He's looking, and he'll take it. A second kill for BB.
Oh, he feels good about that one. Redemption after the last time these two top laners matched up. Broken Blade finds the solo kill. Tattoo was there, trying to offer cover. Isn't able to do anything. Dragon goes over to G2 as well in the meantime. And suddenly this game is looking super favored towards the EU representatives.
That's a stride breaker on his back as well. He's now going to take it while supports battle it out down bot. And plate maybe almost denied for G2 as they get that wave in. Skumon now making the move just to take Scuttle, but as you said, the goal is starting to brew, and the only lane that was really down was Han Summer, but he's a center. We talked about it earlier on in the draft. Now at almost 40 stacks at 13 minutes. Han Summer's chilling.
Plus, once you hit that Shiv on center, it just really bolsters your wave clear.
Yeah.
So it just becomes so much harder to really make use of an advantage because you just thin the waves out repeatedly, and you can just kind of put the center down mid, clear the waves, pick up the souls. It's the other members of the team who are really going to carry you forwards, and then you're just that insurance policy for the team. You're not having a fun time in this one.
Even up against the center. Cap Scatter the Weak is good. There's a lot of burst potential here. The Unleashed power is up and available, but maybe not enough orbs to play with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is level 10 Caps, but he's nearly level 11, and I think maybe a level 11 ult might have been a bit close, right? Whether we would have gone down on that. So Broken Blade now looking to focus him. His ult's very close to being up, though.
It is, and if you can clear the minion wave here, you might get enough of the Rain of Anger to get to 50%. The crash down the CC chain. Center ulti buys him some time, but the slice and dice will not get him to safety as IU just takes away another.
Oh, so sad with how close that ult is to being available. The extra health that it gives you and the Fury would have made a difference. IU, yeah, taking some tower hits. But it's a good shutdown that comes through. And this Corki is getting a lot of gold. 3-0-2 right now.
Okay.
And the spikes will be coming in soon. Return play on the top side, maybe?
Panthers coming in, flying from the sky, and with the shield vault, unable to move his Gigo. It's just CC chains on both sides of the map that make the kills come alive.
Yeah, really easy to pull off with that Pantheon ult coming in. Skumon able to finish that one out. And will be first tower going over to Furia, so they'll get the feats of strength. But a quick response from G2. And you know, the game is not completely out of control, but G2 have 1,500 gold lead. You know, they have that Senna who's going to scale up pretty well. But I think when we get to the point where IU gets that 2-item spike, you know, the Manamune and the Triforce, that is kind of the make it or break it point, I feel like, for this composition for Furia, where they need to start finding some big fights, need to be getting some backline access, and really maybe dealing with the problem is this Renekton. 1,100 gold ahead in this top lane matchup.
That stride break is going to be accompanied by something else as well. So 2-item Renekton, I mean, is such a powerful point as G2. Starting off the Herald, but no contest. Wrong side of the map right now is Tattoo. They're giving this one up. Might just be the contest of the Dragon in 2 minutes as Herald is a good way to open up mid.
Yeah, it's so low. That's just Herald just kill that tower whenever they want to go for it. TP coming in, though. There's no tower. That's a dead Annie.
And she's on a ward, and they know her stun was just used. So W on a 3-second, 4-second cooldown. There finally with Tibbers out, but what will that do? Scatterwig against the wall. Look away. Caps will take kill number 1, and G2 are going to open up an inner with that great move.
Yeah, I think maybe thinking, right, mid tower's pretty low. You know, we have the long range of a Senna. Don't need the Herald to break the mid-tier 1. Instead, just going for that influx of gold from this top tier 2. And Fury, there's no real way for them to respond right now, you know? He goes pushing in that bot lane tower, but we have Cap sent there to defend, and it just ends up being a really positive play for G2. And our 1,500 gold lead for that Renekton. It's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it really is. As you said, though, waiting for this Corki to get the second item. Waiting, I should say, for Toots to get the first item as well. Because Zanny's very much behind the curve. And he bursts as well, I think. Something that we've kind of realized is not all that massive at 1 items, maybe 2.
I mean, that's the thing with Annie is that, you know, support Annie was a thing for so long because even if you are behind, you still have that CC. But there's such a big difference between an Annie who drops a full combo and one-shots you and an Annie who drops a full combo and does, what, like 50% of your health?
Yeah, and then you just got to wait for the rotation. Well, you got to wait for Q. For W is Stride Breaker slow. Are you over the wall? And so I'm not going to find anything else. G2 moving as a 4-man unit.
You know, she is a burst mage, and when you don't have that burst, it feels pretty bad.
You're just a mage. It's not sad title, isn't it? Gigo caught out. He's got a counter-strike. That'll buy him some time, but Lebrov's waiting. He knows the flash is coming. Dredge line as well. Look how much time it's bought with the depth charge. Gigo will go nowhere, and G2 will play with their food. Third time here for Skubon.
It feels like G2 are playing so well, rotating around the map, taking these towers, finding opportunities to punish. The setup they have with this single target CC really paying off, and now Fury just trying to push the mid-wave out, but there's no way they can contest this. There's no way they can contest this Dragon. And G2 are taking more and more this game.
Look at his souls. 51 souls, 17 minutes, almost 18 minutes. And again, 60 by 20 is like the margin. That's like the, hey, we've had a good center game.
Yeah, I mean, all that early trading has really paid off.
It really has, yeah.
And the thing as well with the AD carry center is obviously the reason, whether she's played AD carry or support, always comes down to like how much souls she gets based on, you know, the balance changes. But you're always going to get less souls as an AD carry compared to like the fasting center, right? It's because you get the items in return. But if you're able to farm more souls because of the trading, it feels so good if you get those souls online quicker as the AD carry center when you get the items as well. So Hansam are feeling great this game. We have items online for Caps as well. He's got the torch and the cosmic drive, so the dots gives you that constant movement speed. So valuable on a Syndra in those fights.
Plus the ability to just walk away after you get your pick or after you get your setup right. Feels nice as a 1v1. Tibber's going to come down, but Toots, it doesn't end here. Broken Blade has his flash available. No Q damage. Might help out Toots surviving here as he looks for the chase.
Yeah, Altburn was looking for it. Doesn't find it. I mean, Tibbers is a pretty short cooldown, so it's not a big deal for Toots to end up burning it, but yeah, the next is scary. Mirktrez as well just means harder to keep down.
Oh, round two. Stun is up.
Stun is up? Yeah. Tibbers is still up and available, and there's members collapsing. Oh, they've spotted.
They have, but
not
too far out of range.
Yeah. Takes a good window to dip out of that situation. And Furia, you know, we are approaching that spike I was talking about. It's not stacked yet, but I feel like it's not enough. You know, you have a 0-4-0 Jax in the top side. Like, yes, the Corki is approaching a point where the Corki's going to feel a bit stronger. But how are you going to cut through this Renekton?
Yep.
How are you going to deal with all this CC coming in? You know, if Labrov presses ult on you in a fight, and then the follow-up is Skewman, maybe flash stuns you, is it even relevant that the Corki is strong?
And if you have a strong Renekton as well, if Broken Blade gets on him, with Black Cleaver built from Hansummer as well, he's just shredded. He's dead. Any armor he's going to have is going to collapse. Like, Tarbies will not save his life. So I'm curious here. Fight might be starting off soon. While Arakan's up in 5 seconds down in bot, Fury think, well, this might be the fight we have to take, try and force it. TP up for Gigo as well, as 4 members hover around for that potential pick.
They are looking for Labrov here, though. Maybe nearly pick.
They're going to find him. It's a stun. It's a crash down. And there you go, Labrov. Nothing else? No, he flashes over. Tattoo doesn't want to commit the Cyclone right before a potential fight.
That's the thing. Touch is the base mage. He's just a mage. Doesn't have the base to take out the Nautilus. And now Labrov...
Scatter the weak. He has to cleanse away. Gigo's in now, though. Cap stepped up to the wave. Gigo trying to punish his Skewmon. Is out of Counter-Strike range over the wall. They're going to find Hans Summer, though, but he gets a root, and now they're deep. Tattoo has no way out. Flash away from Scatter the weak. G2 are playing back the fight. Now, Wukong's lost his ulti. He's lost his flash. Furia have no longer a way to get a harder engage.
I feel like this is worse for Furia, right? They've been a lot, don't get me wrong, getting Hans Summer flash, getting the flash from Labrov, but a lot invested. The fact that they don't have the Cyclone, they don't have the Tibbers anymore. Yep. I'm not sure if you can really fight this. The resets are coming in. They can't stop the Dragon. I think G2 just take this and put themselves in... actually, it's not even up yet. I was saying take the Dragon, but it's not even up for a while.
Well, 2 minutes. I mean, you can still get yourself some deep vision here, as Labrov is starting to do. I guess the extra G2 stands for no game 2. Yeah.
That is what they can take right now.
Okay. We'll hold off on that. GG2 Labrov is just going to zone off for now. Tattoo comes in. Remember, only ulti on the Rel.
Rel is big here. If they're all stacked around the Arakan.
Jojo need one hell of a 5-man. He's angling for it at 5k, but Broken Blade goes right. The rest of G2 go left. He's going to Hex Flash, and they're out. Looking for a quick reset on the Artican. G2 are not going to flip the game over it, but instead Labrov is looking for a hook at 4K. Toots is going to flash in with Tibbers. It's a bit split though as the ulti from center lines the darkness. Jojo got his engaged, but it won't matter because onto Skumon. He'll perish shortly afterwards with the dredge line going to max range, and G2 losing only one. That deep charger keeps everyone else alive. G2 wipe them clean.
Not able to find the backline, not able to connect onto the key targets. G2 respond in force, and only the support is sacrificed. Hansam are freeing, Caps doing so much damage. And it feels like the damage in this game is done. 7,000 gold lead. Arakan secured as well. 34 pedals in pocket.
It's amazing how the snowball this game from
the ult comes through, but the cleanse is there. The shield to protect Caps, and then yeah, Rel gets on the Caps, but there's no follow-up. You know, the rest of the team is trying to find something, but the damage is just shredding them. And Ayu, that Corki, only really able to trade 1 for 1.
Okay. Well, I guess in a best of 1, kind of rough as...
Look at that damage dealt by Hansam. And the thing is, with the Senage, you're also doing so much healing and shielding in the fight. So you're getting so much value from that pick on top of the damage. Oh, you go in trouble.
He's just going to be stunned up. I mean, Counter-Strike, you're waiting, but there's no point. Broken Blade with another, and G2, they're starting to dot the I's, cross the T's at 23 minutes here. They charge in through bot, and another inner for their troubles.
Yeah, it feels like inevitable at this point. 73 stacks on this center now. Doesn't quite have the rapid fire, but the range really starting to be a major issue. We'll just start to pick up some of these turrets.
Well, it's a very different game one that we last remember, but for G2, a much-needed recovery when it was really revenge on the line for Furia pushing them so far. You can see opposite sides of the map right now. It's all about that trade for objective bounty, but double in a turret. That's all that's going to be taken while Skubon solos the Dragon. Tattoo's like, I'm just going to try and take jungle, get some gold back, but they are down almost 10,000 at the 24-minute mark.
Yeah, it feels really rough from this point of the game. Hansam flashes down, though. I feel like you got to just try and find a Hail Mary. If you overstep, just got to send it. I think playing slow from this point on isn't going to help you.
Yeah.
There's no outs that you get with playing for time, especially now Hansam is a rapid fire as well. I think you just need to go for some sort of crazy engage, but the window is closing. Once that flash is back up and available, I think the window is gone.
Also, I mean, we talked about a lot of people getting in the way. Broken Blade has already got himself a Asterix Gauge. Third item's going to be Spirit Shojin here, most likely. Extra HP. Broken Blade's 4,000 gold ahead. That's one way to say he's back. I mean, all it took was one gag. I was saying it before, Orcs. Skumon went up top once, and Broken Blade maintained and developed an even healthier lead throughout the game.
The thing is, like, the gank definitely helped, and it was a good move from Skumon.
It was more than that, right?
Yeah, I think, you know, the individual performance from Broken Blade, I think he maintained that. He was playing well. You know, the matchup is going to be Renekton favored early, but he built up a massive lead, and then from then on, just continued to find angles and find value on this pick. And now he's an absolute monster. You know, biggest lead in the game in a matchup where we saw him get outclassed earlier this last month.
It wasn't that long ago, and maybe now caught out. He's going to slice and dice, stunned up, and double cyclone. Broken Blade, we're just talking about him, but can you kill him? The new question arises as the send-up is real. Furia in this choke now need to get up because Caps is looking for a new angle. Dredge line in, flash over from Gigo. Being smart and getting Caps, yes, that's one thing. Somehow Furia get out with all 5 heads alive.
Trying to come into the rectum, but he's just so tanky and the damage just isn't there to cut through him. Unfortunately, not able to finish him off in time. And they don't even end up getting his flash, you know? You know whose flash they get? Labrov's again. That thing's been on cooldown this whole game.
True. He's 0, 4, and 9. And for a reason, you know, that's what I said at the start of draft. I like Labrov on engage. And if it's like this, that's fine. I mean, seeing Labrov just kind of send it.
You know, I think sometimes, look, some of his stats win ideal.
Yeah,
I'll admit it.
I agree.
But sometimes you just need to send it, right?
True.
You know, not a KDA player. I think that's something we can say about him.
Not a KDA player. One of the highest insults in League of Legends, isn't it?
You know, I don't think Gigo's a KDA player either this game.
No. Also a compliment. He's got a roughie. No. G2 are just putting in the final touches, aren't they? Jojo's going to look for a counter engage as Broken Blade stuns up and a flash away from the dredge line. Here we go. Once again, the Grand Starfall and Skyfall, rather. Broken Blade found his angle, and Toots is just an auto away. Can they kill him? Yes. It's a trade. It's not bad. Skumon goes a bit far forward with Tibbers helping out as well. It's going to be Jojo who makes it a 2-for-1. Broken Blade gets the Shojin on his deathbed, but G2 still have numbers advantage.
Feels like they have to do so much work just to answer that kill back. It's so much effort put in by Furia to even make that happen. It's something though, right? The shutdown on a Broken Blade, they'll take it. But G2 trying to maintain control of this area, set up this Baron. And just clearing out any vision. And every time you have to approach and try and contest it, it's going to cause issues. So tapping the flash away from this, losing access to that flash tip is always going to feel bad. I think Jojo did a great job of peeling here, buying time. IU is starting to do some damage, you can see. Does eventually burn through the Necton, but and that big one actually hit Skumon there, but it's still just not quite enough.
Steps away from regaining pride. Yeah, at least LeBron, he can die, but he can also land some pretty good hooks here. And Skumon got ahead early as well, but he's just quietly achieving in these team fights. 0 from the Jacks. It wasn't really in the fight, I think.
Yeah, 90 stacks now from the center. Plus that rapid fire cannon. Firmly online, I think is safe to say at this point. And Cap's about to hit level 16. Does have the 120 stacks. You know, very stacking game for G2. Once that level 16 comes online, that's when the ult is just full power.
And the Scout of the Week's apparently look even better. LeBron's close to a hook. Also the 3.5% AP as well added into the mix. So with the Blackfire Torch, there is a lot of extra ability power hidden under the layers as Caps is on no wards. He's looking for a Scout of the Week. They're a bit blind at the moment. We'll go a bit to the right where Furia are hovering. Only to the left. G2 covering all the vision they can as Furia just try to defend the jungle that they can. Tattoo wants a single camp, please. If Skumon's going to let him.
You can have the Krogs. I don't think he's that bothered about it.
Okay.
But clearing the vision out, doing a good job of this. It is that one ward. Skumon does spot it, though. You can see the one he's clearing right now. And there's nothing else, really. They're going for these really shallow wards. They're getting cleared now. Touch, he's in trouble.
It's a dredge line, Scout of the Week. And with the Starfall in the back line, Skumon has found himself another angle. He's got GA. He cares not if he gets traded off in the process. But there's a pick. Toots is down. And there's a Baron. There's a Dragon. G2 can now just take their pick.
Yeah, I mean, with one down, you could move towards the Baron, but it looks like Skumon just going to take the Dragon, the easy objective. Oh, Jojo.
Walking into a Renekton, not what you'd call ideal.
I mean,
nowhere is safe.
The problem is you have to try and contest the vision on the Baron. They didn't have any other options, and he just gets taken down for free. Meanwhile, they're picking up Soul. G2 have complete control of this game right now, and Furia completely at their whim.
It's actually quite clean. It's one of G2's cleanest games I've seen in the past couple of months, and they're working away. Fury have no contest, no clue. Baron's up now as well, and as you said, Soul's already picked up. Baron is just the nice little cherry on top for G2 in this best of one.
Yeah, it's nice. They pick up the Dragon, they can reset, they can head towards the Baron. They still have control of that area. You know, super out a bit more, and then you get like max time on the Baron. Cloud Soul as well. The extra movement speed for things like the Senna, things like the Syndra are so valuable. I just don't think you can walk up this far, especially when you don't have Flash.
True.
But it just feels like an impossible situation, though. You're just being choked out of vision so frequently. Jojo now trying to clear it out, but the timing, the window is short. You can see members of G2 moving over. The opportunity to get vision has ended. And it's already just being cleared out immediately. And you can see G2 are being really good, really effective at ensuring like there aren't any bonus wards. There is that one again, you can see just at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
But that doesn't show the Baron, you know? That gives some information, but Tattoo is still like, what if they're doing it?
And then maybe, as Labrov comes over the wall, they feel safe for now, but not again when a Scatter the Week lands, and Han Sama is hitting from a screen away. Toots trying to use his stun, but the stun comes out. Skumon jumps in with Labrov at his whim, and once again, the fights might look messy at surface level, but every time Caps lands a Scatter the Week, it's just over to another degree. Slowed down as Gigo while the rest of the fight happens around mid. Skumon, again, GA makes him inevitably safe. The Scatter the Week won't land this time, but while Gigo dies, off to our left. Tattoo is just dead on our right. What more can you say apart from the fact that G2 are smurfing on Furia in their opening game of EWC?
They had something to prove after the last time these two teams matched up. And G2's performance at MSI, they really wanted to make it clear that they're the stronger team in this game. They did. Gonna be able to close this one out. Jojo, last man, trying to defend, but he's not gonna be able to do much here.
It's faith in G2 being restored. It's faith against Furia when they made them work so hard for it at MSI, but at EWC, G2 have arrived in a big way. A 1-0 against Furia to kick them off. EU will not be sent into the lower bracket as we kick things off.
You can see a big smile on Broken Blade's face there, and I think he's feeling good about that matchup. You know, set himself, he wanted to go into this matchup again against Gigo. He wanted to prove himself, and I think he really did. And that was a clean game overall. I think the last time these two teams faced against each other, it was scrappy, it was chaotic. This was controlled. Their setup around Baron was clean. It didn't give a window, it didn't give an opening, and it just meant it was just weathering them down.
It was the same against Atakan as well. I've seen so many G2, you know, throwing out of, I've seen so many EU throws around Atakan. But they pulled off, they peeled off, they looked for an angle. Instead, they would not throw the game around that objective either. So, yeah, a bit more of a strict gameplay. No, I'm looking for English orcs. Let's try that again. A strict measure around those objectives, right?
You can give us Australian, that's fine.
I mean, that wasn't
we know
Australian,
English is your second language, you know?
Well, I'm glad it looks like we might be hearing from Caps, because Caps is the one who really got us through MSI and really got G2 into I don't know, some kind of powerful position. He had a clean game again on this Syndra.
Yep. You know, I think everyone performing pretty well. I think Lavrov had some rough moments in the early game, but I think kind of brought it back later on.
Yeah.
And I think Fury is not really able to get off the ground running. And even though, like, on the damage still looks like a lot, they just weren't able to cut through this Renekton, weren't able to find the momentum, the healing from the center. Killed Lavrov a lot, but that was kind of about it.
Well, we're going to hand it over to stage, though, because Caps is standing by with Fancy, ready for a post-game interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on stage after a stellar win from G2. I have Cabs with me for our Amazon winner interview. For the first question, I just want to know, what's it like playing a back-to-back international tournament so soon?
I mean, it's pretty fun, actually, especially because we didn't have the best performance at MSI. So it feels great to have another chance and really show that we took some things away from it. So I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. So you guys struggled a little bit in LEC this season after dominating LEC for so long. Is this your redemption arc at the EWC?
For sure, that's what we're looking for. I think we have made many mistakes this year, but every time we try and learn a little bit every single time, and we're looking to put all of it into effect.
Amazing. All right. So you're playing next either Cloud9 or FlyQuest. Who would you rather face?
Probably FlyQuest. they beat us at MSI, right? And we would like to get some revenge against them.
All right. Absolutely. So that's it for our stage interview. Back to the studio.
With the Western Goat, it is a victory here for G2 as they're able to bounce back and make it 2-0 through the early parts of the group stage for the LEC squads. And this one, not so much in doubt. It was close all the way through, I think 5-5 until we got to the Otacon, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and it is a victory for G2.
Finally. Finally, I have a sliver of hope again for my region. I love what I've seen today already. And I've seen a G2 that came in and they respected Furia. They did the proper preparation and they came in and they played as they should. Amazing series by Broken Blade, or game by Broken Blade. Big redemption from the MSI, and wow, what a relief.
Wasn't a very close game, all things considered. Yes, the early game was a bit even for a little bit, but then Guigo started dying a lot, and Broken Blade kind of just took over the show. I mean, Skuman was doing a lot from the jungle as well with some of his early ganks on the Pantheon, and just kind of felt like Furia never really got their footing afterwards, and to be honest, didn't really show their best stuff. G2 did look good, though. I do like what you were saying, Finn. Like, they showed up, they showed respect, and they knew, you know, this is a best of one. You got to win this one, otherwise you're going down to the elimination match. Potentially it's going to be rough. So it's definitely a good showing from G2, but potentially some bigger opponents left.
Yeah, that gold graph is what you want to see if you are the favorite here, right? We've seen a lot of changing of maybe the guard, changing of some of the power rankings over the last several years for Europe. But nope, G2 keep it nice and simple. And the gold lead basically came from the bottom side of the map. Senna, we know, scales later on. Corki able to get lane pressure. But other than that, in the top lane, it was not a repeat of the MSI match that everyone's going to remember. It was Broken Blade getting it done.
Yeah, he was voracious. He kept eating it up over and over again. And I don't know. I feel like I saw G2, I think they just drafted heavy comfort. I really like the Renekton pick for BP. It's a champion he's been very strong on domestically. Syndra coming out from Caps is a little bit of an EU special. We have Nemesis and Los Ratones really liking that champion. Shout out to them. And I like it as an answer into these low range kind of burst mages that kind of needs to get onto you, because the E of the Syndra makes it so easy to kind of keep them away from the back line. And I think we are poised already for a beautiful EU versus NA match later on today because of this result. And that is something I am very excited about.
Yeah, we are definitely poised for that, because that is the next matchup. We've got two NA teams playing. Let's take a look at how this one all shook up in this game, with Guigo getting bullied to make sure that Broken Blade was not to repeat the top lane experience he had against G2 back in MSI.
Yeah, and this matchup is quite volatile. Usually the one who falls behind early really struggles to get back into the game, just because of when these champions commit, it's really hard for them to get out because you're standing there in the fight. Here, Renekton is gonna find a really beautiful flash Q. Big disrespect here from the Jax to stay. He really wants that cannon minion, but he did get it. Maybe he thinks worth, but so does Broken Blade.
And then it comes down to the third death as well. I feel like G2 were really pressing the, okay, let's go for the weakest guy button. And, great first gank, follow up with the Pantheon ult there on the kill number 3. Guigo is just not in the game, right? He's just not in the game from minute 1, essentially. And it's hard to win a 4v5.
Yeah, and then finally, over at the Otacon, it was time to try and work the way on in. We were thinking maybe this is G2 starting up a little bit too early, taking the shred damage from Otacon, but not the case. The fight ended up going their way.
I mean, this looked a little bit sketchy. The Annie ult looked a little bit scary, but I think G2 held their formation really well. With a really strong showing here in the fight, an extended fight, and I love the patience we're seeing. They don't rush into the fight, they let the fight come to them, and they punish the moment Fury oversteps.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Syndra and you're playing Senna, just having them put that much pressure and commit that deep into this kind of a corridor when you're already behind, in the case of Furia, it was never going to go well for them.
All right, surprise! Joining us here on the stage is the man in the top lane for G2, Broken Blade, joining us just like you did last year. We had the interview last year, just felt like it was just last year. Congratulations on the win, man. How was it?
Thank you. It was great. It was great playing on stage. It's a cool stage. The headsets and stuff, they are nice. Nice to play.
That's right. Hit all the talking points right there, Broken Blade. It's been a interesting journey for G2 so far this year. It is Furia, but wins. How do they really change the mentality of the team when you're getting them done on the stage?
It feels good. I mean, especially after a pretty rough performance, in MSI. We go into this tournament with a much better mindset, much more confident mindset that we are the team, we need to think that way, and I think it was a good first game.
Yeah, and I wonder, what kind of adaptations did you take from that MSI? Because I saw you come back to Europe and spam Jace, Rumble, and solo queue. Was that more for your coaches, or was that actually something that you want to put more work into?
I guess you're gonna have to wait and see.
Oh, you're teasing us.
Something I feel like you should have planned, I guess, is for the future, right? You take this first game, it feels like, okay, your mental's back, you're back in the driver's seat, you are the team to beat. How far do you think you're going to go, and who's the team that you want to play against and kind of prove that you're back against?
Right now, I really want to play against FlyQuest. They beat us pretty convincingly, props to them. It's going to be a best of 1. It's very volatile, anything can happen, right? In this best ofs. So I really just want to beat them, especially convincingly. I don't want it to be close. Obviously, it's a bit of, emotions in the game a little bit, but at the end of the day, we just want to win the whole tournament, of course. That's our ultimate goal. And judging from our last international tournament, a lot of people are going to say it's not, expected or whatever. But for us, we have to think that we can win. We have to think we will win. So right now, that is our mindset until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder how you see that matchup with Bwipo, like, because he's quite unorthodox as a top laner. Do you think of him as like a strong laner? Do you think of him as a player that really likes to make things happen on the map? What kind of category would you put this player in? Or is it even possible to put him in one of these boxes that are so conventional?
For Bwipo, I would put him in a category as like a smart player. I think he moves well around the map, and the way he moves around with his champ, like his champs are always like weird, right? Sometimes he plays like Garen and stuff, and he knows when to proxy the wave, he knows when to pressure the mid wave after proxying and stuff like this. Not a lot of top laners know exactly what to do at any stage of the game, but Bwipo's been around for a long time, you know. He's kind of like Mirvan, as in like the kind of champion. He plays weird champs. I always play weird champs, you know, don't get me wrong. Bwipo definitely plays, for me, the most boring weird champs.
Oh, it's fun, but it's boring fun.
Yeah. It's fun for him, probably. But he's still very good.
But what about his champions are so boring? Is it just because they like stat check you and then just click on you?
Yeah, I mean, like he plays Set, he plays Garen and stuff like this, you know, like as a top laner, you know it.
I know
you don't like to play against that stuff. So
yeah, two top laners nerding out over here at the desk for the Esports World Cup. But it is a victory here for you. You know, obviously, everyone wants to win, ultimately become the title winner here at the Esports World Cup. But what is one goal that G2 has for this tournament other than ultimately defeating everyone? What's something you want to take away heading over to the LEC?
Let's say the most realistic goal is for us to beat an Eastern team. That, I think, is something that we really want to work towards for this split, for this tournament, and for next split. I think it would give us a lot of morale and like just a lot of confidence, you know, going forward, and that we can actually win a lot of stuff. So I guess that would be the most real answer I can give you.
There you go. Broken Blade back to the winning ways with G2 with a victory over Furia. Congratulations, man. Thank you for joining us here on the desk. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it is a rematch of the LTA North Finals, Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. Don't go anywhere. You are watching the Esports World Cup. welcome back to the space. It is Digon here, along with Medios, Valdez, and joining us, CEO, owner, and just the heartbeat of Cloud9, it is C9 Jack. Welcome, brother.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, man. It's great to have you here. Just wanted to get your quick thoughts here on the LTA North, being back here, getting the opportunity to play international play. How does that, I guess, work out here for Cloud9, and how beneficial will it be?
I'm pretty excited to be here. We missed MSI, obviously, so having this event to be here to kind of have another international event to show up in is really exciting for us.
Yeah. All right. Talk to your boss.
Hey, Jack. There are some rumors that C9 was doing real well in scrims against the MSI teams. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, so usually when you miss an international event, it's really hard because you kind of are behind with all the teams that went out to the events because they get to practice against all the top teams in the world. It's really nice having it in Vancouver because we could actually scrim just like all the other teams are actually participating, but we're a team that's not a threat to anyone out there. So the top teams would be happy to scrim against us to show us their best because we weren't a threat at all to them. And we actually did really well against the Eastern teams, which is kind of surprising. Historically, we kind of just get stomped, but we were very competitive, which is nice and give us a confidence boost coming into this event.
Are you hitting the classic "the gap is closing" kind of storyline here?
Listen, I mean, scrims are just scrims, you know, so we actually got to see how they do on stage, but it still feels really good to actually be competitive in scrims.
I'm curious, what is different about Cloud9 at this event? You know, we have so many different strong teams. Do you feel like you guys can beat some of the best teams here? And what unique way can Cloud9 do that compared to some other teams?
I mean, our players are certainly capable of beating these teams, but we do have a very young team. Not every single player, but two of our key players, our solo laners, are quite young. One's a true rookie, and the other guy's been with us for 1 year. So being on a top stage against these top players, they need to have confidence. And so we'll see how they do. But if they can play the way they have been in scrims, we can win, and we can get pretty deep. So we'll see.
Let's zoom out real quick and take a look at the Esports World Cup as a whole. You have a couple of teams here at the Esports World Cup. What are the goals for Cloud9 as an organization since they are one of the global brands in esports?
Let's see. We've got our League of Legends team. We have a FIFA player here, and we're going to have Call of Duty coming up like in a week. It would be wonderful if we could, place highly with all three teams. That would be the goal, of course.
All right. Well, it looked like you had one more question here for Jack.
I was just going to ask how the team's holding up with the jet lag because I was on the same flight as you guys, and I'm feeling it for sure. Is that how are the boys doing?
It's tough. Like, seriously, it's tough. Like, we all wake up super early. I see, like, the team chats, like, at 5 a.m., like, 6 a.m., anyone hungry? Let's go eat. I'm just like, oh, my God, you guys cannot sleep. And then we get to, like, lunchtime, we eat a meal, and it hits pretty hard. And I see the guys, like, doing, like, squats, trying to stay awake and running around. But I think, like, from like our scrims last night that were in the evening, once they locked in the game, they woke up. They were excited, but I wouldn't lie, there are a couple of them taking naps between that first game and the second game for 15 minutes. So, it's tough.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see him in international, and I think we're going to see some good stuff.
Hell yeah.
It is an international tournament, but it is a domestic battle here, FlyQuest and Cloud9. We had TK Nguyen on earlier to introduce his team, GAM Esports. So let's put you on the spot. Cloud9 being introduced with their roster with Jack.
Oh, okay. You realize I'm on jet lag. Throw me under this bus like this. But, okay, you just want to go through the whole roster?
Yeah, you got it.
All right, so Thanatos, he's been with us for 1 year now. So, he's got a year under his belt. And when you have a rookie come on, you kind of... you expect like a certain trajectory of growth. And, his summer of last year was a little bit slow, but we really saw coming into this year that it was picking up. And I would say he's ahead of his trajectory where I expect him to be as a player with 1 year. Going into Blabber, like he's my mainstay. He's been with me forever. I love that guy. I think he's the GOAT of NA. So we all know him. Then going into Loki, our true rookie. I think he's 19 years old now. Again, you have certain expectations wins on a bar you expected to be at as a rookie. I think he's actually exceeded my expectations, so I'm very proud of the work he's been doing. We got Jesper, who's returning, but he left as a support, came back as an AD. I think he surprised everybody in his levels play. Absolutely crushing it. And Vulcan, he came back to us, like when he was on us, he absolutely crushed it. Then he had a couple of years that weren't so great, and a lot of people are starting to question his ability, but I think he's proven everybody's a top support in our league, so I'm super proud of Vulcan.
While jet lagged, everyone, C9 Jack able to give us the insights on the roster that you know and love for Cloud9. Going to be very, very fun to see them do battle here against FlyQuest, the team that we've seen them go up against and now are really kind of leading the line here for the LTA North. What makes FlyQuest so difficult to play against in your mind when you see it from your lens?
I mean, they are a very experienced team. Yes, they have some young players, but they've been playing together over a year now with that same roster. So they really know how, their strengths and weaknesses and play to their strengths and weaknesses. And I think through this year, we really struggled against FlyQuest at the beginning of the year. And you could see as the year went on, we got more and more competitive with them to where I think we nearly almost, had them in the last, almost at LCS finals, LTA North finals. I think at this point, it's like a coin flip on who's going to win. They're a great team, but we're great too, and so I think we'll see what happens on stage. But I believe that we can win.
Yeah, it was a best of 5, game 5 split decision. That's how close that one was. Valdez.
Yeah, I was just curious, you guys didn't quite make it to MSI, but you got to see FlyQuest, kind of the representatives from LTA North over there doing quite well. Was that inspiring for you guys? How did you feel about the team and Inspired as well, doing so well over at MSI?
I mean, he's an incredible player. I mean, I love watching him play. I thought they were doing really well. I was disappointed that they weren't able to go further. I think they definitely had it. But it's good to see, I think, our region as a whole leveling up.
All right, well, Polska Grom for Inspired. We also have Busio standing by, who has a little bit of Polish heritage in him, so let's send it on over to him standing by for an interview.
Hi everyone, we are here for the Cloud9 vs FlyQuest match pre-interview with Busio, the support player. Say hi to everyone.
Hello, hello.
Amazing. So, you guys just exited MSI with a very impressive record in my opinion, because you guys were able to go all the way to Game 5. So, tell me what the reflection's been like since arriving home.
Well, we did okay. Our goal honestly was to beat an Eastern team, and we fell short, so we just rewatched the games and we're just trying to do better.
Okay, and also I know on Twitter you are quite active with the type of photos you post, so do you have any tips for the audience on if they want to gain muscle or if they want to get that body,
Oh, I mean, thank you. But yeah, just go to the gym and just eat healthy. Yeah.
Okay, eat healthy, eat green, just like FlyQuest. Thank you so much, Busio. I'll see you on stage, and back to you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Played it off well.
Thank you very much, Kitty, there with Busio, who's just been kind of growing as a support. Jack, you've always had an eye for picking young talent and being able to cultivate that talent. FlyQuest now being able to do so with a couple of players. What is usually an attribute or something you're looking for when recruiting a new player?
That's a really good question. There's a variety of things that I'm looking for, as well as a lot of resume checking, like going and checking with either past teammates, past coaches, and see how that goes. And if you kind of check off, like, hey, this guy's playing solo queue, he seems like he's a very serious player. His former teammates like playing with him. His coaches liked playing with him. Then you have your one-on-one interviews and kind of understand what those goals are, and do they line up with your team's goals? Because not every player is going to fit into every organization, and Cloud9 is kind of unique the way we work. So there's all those boxes I need to check, and if those are checked, then that's a good gamble.
All right, about 2 minutes before we head to stage. So, Medios, when you look at this matchup here, I know that you might be looking at it with, a little tint.
Unbiased here.
But unbiased here. Go ahead, give me what you're looking for in this series.
Careful.
Yeah, hopefully Jack's not listening to this.
We had the EU and A dynamic, and now we've got the boss dynamic.
I'm always going to root for Cloud9. You know me. I think they're extremely good, and we've obviously seen a lot more FlyQuest. They were at MSI. They're a really good team too, but I think C9, they're just very aggressive. We've got Thanatos top lane, who's just an incredible laner. very, very good at the carry style champions, which I think is like super hard to be good at, kind of Zeus Keen-esque in the way he plays. So I think that's a really big asset to the team. And I just think their team play is really strong. So yeah, I think they got it.
Yeah, I think legitimately, like Cloud9, they were close in the finals up against FlyQuest. There were multiple angles there. I think there is a way for them to take this victory, and it's a best of one, and anything can happen. And FlyQuest, they had to play all in MSI, and I'm sitting next to Jack, so I think Cloud9's going to take this.
Who do you think's going to win, Jack?
That's tough, but I'm going to have to say Cloud9.
When it comes to how they win, there's you've obviously owned the team and ridden along all these different rides every time they go to an international event, where it's a unique situation where Cloud9 go from being the favorites within domestic league when it used to be LCS into LTA North, then going international and then having to kind of be an underdog and figure out ways to win. When it comes to that kind of strategy, not that you would tell your coaches, whether it was Reaper at the time or Lemon at the time, would you rather do something cheesy and try to get a sneaky edge in draft, or would you rather play standard, see where you're at, and win that way?
I mean, it kind of depends on the team you're running at which event, right? I think in the past we had to be kind of cheesy sometimes to get our way through draft. But I think, honestly, I love being the underdog, and because I think it does something for the team or brings them together, and they're all really supporting each other, and it's kind of against you against the world. So that's what's really special to me about international events, when people don't may not be believing in you, and then you're able to get really tight as a unit and get through it. And then when you get the wins, they're super special.
All right. Jack from Cloud9, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. About 90 seconds away from tossing to the stage. So who is going to be the MVP of this game? We have our Sony MVP that we will name at the end of the day. I have a feeling it's going to come from this match here. So, Medios, who you got?
Well, it's probably one of the junglers, I would guess. When you see these two teams play, it's like Blabber versus Inspired to me. They're both insanely good junglers. I think that Inspired has had a really good year just lately. He's extremely consistent. He's one of the players you never really expect to see him feed. Whereas Blabber is one of those players that, in my experience, he was always the hardest jungler to play against, out of anybody. Very hard to predict. He can do some explosive plays. Every once in a while, it kind of bites himself, but yeah, I think they're just really good junglers, so probably one of them.
I'll go for Thanatos, from the the LCK
I love these guys.
region. We've already seen some top lane dominance. I think he can bring it back here in a best of one.
All right, well, okay.
I'm going to get him on
final one. Yeah,
Thanatos.
Get yours in.
It's Thanatos' day.
All right. Thanatos' day. We'll see if that's the case. We have the flag bearers for the LTA North going head-to-head once again in a best of one. Cloud9 and FlyQuest. Let's get to it. The final match of the Group A.
The initial stage of our bracket has almost concluded. One more team will rise, the other will fall.
This next all-North American matchup has history. It's the same rivalry with new stakes in a best of one with big implications. Fancy, what do you think? Should we bring out our next two teams?
Think it's time.
It's NA's finest, FlyQuest.
The iconic squad was absent at MSI but refuse to be denied another chance at glory. It's Cloud9.
Who will face off against G2? One of these two teams takes the upper bracket, the one drops into dangerous territory. Let's begin this one with our wonderful casters.
Thank you very much, gents. And the grand final rematch and a best of one here for the LTA North is exactly how we're going to finish off this group stage before we go to our qualifications, our losers brackets, and we start deciding some names that'll be going home in only our first day. And some that'll be decided as well. I'm here alongside Orcs, and I got to say, I'm looking forward to it because NA versus NA is a blood rivalry that I need to see happen.
Yeah, and you know, if you go down the losers bracket, we'll also get LTA against LTA.
Oh, no.
We have and then we have just G2 in the mixer in this group.
True.
I do think, though, even though obviously there's a second chance if you lose this match, the difference if you're the first seed to qualify from the group versus the second, it means that when you go to those quarterfinals, the difference is whether you're facing up against Gen G or T1 or against BLG or AGL. And you'd much rather avoid Gen G or T1 in those quarters. So you definitely want to come through as that first seed. You definitely want to go through the winner's bracket. There is a lot on the line here. And it's been a while since we've seen Cloud9. You know, last time we saw them was 2 patches before our current patch. They've had a lot of time to practice, a lot of time to develop. Jack talked about it a little bit on the desk there, about how they got some good scrim opportunities while teams were in Vancouver, which is a big benefit because often if, you know, there's an international in between and it's somewhere else in the world, it's hard to find when teams are on break. You may not get that opportunity to practice, but they had prime opportunity to sort of improve. And you know, obviously FlyQuest did as well when they were playing in MSI and put in some good results.
I mean, we have more efficient data on FlyQuest as well. I love that you bring up the scrim point because, yeah, for C9, there were very good quality teams that I know would be coming to them and being like, hey, we don't want to scrim anyone who's live on air. We don't want to scrim anyone who's, you know, live at this MSI. And C9 are probably the best next competition after that. Going to Fly quickly, though, I mean, they had a pretty decent tournament, almost knocking out BLG, almost getting that Game 5. It just came down to a couple of crucial mistakes. That out-of-bush experience down in bot hurt my soul. Watching
I feel like it's
Masu. God damn it.
It's a repeat of last year when they had that series against Gen G, and it's
true.
It's so amazing, but it's also so frustrating because it's that almost again. You know, taking Gen G to 5 games was huge, and the fans, I mean, it's heartbreaking again that they went through a similar experience, but it's also crazy how close they keep getting. And, you know, the hope is that this time they can find that opportunity. They can find that way, chance to take it all the way. I had the chance to speak to Bucio yesterday, and he was saying this time, this tournament, they want to take down one of the Eastern teams. They want to take down one of those teams waiting in the knockout stage. They want to beat them in a best of 5. They do need to get there first. And Cloud9, their first opponent on the way. They are looking at that Kai'Sa as a potential early pickup here.
That is just a constant Bwipo hover, though. And Masu obviously loves this pick too. Azir is up, and I'm going to give Quad something pretty stable here in this BO1.
Yeah, quite often leaning on things. You know, we often see him targeted. That was something that happened in the BLG series when he was up against Knight. Heavily targeted for his pool. We saw like the Cassiopeia, we saw the Azir take away, so we'll early prioritize that. Instantly looking towards that Renekton for Thanatos. A lot of confidence in that pick. We did just see Broken Blade run away with that one.
And the Trundle slammed right after it, probably assuming that, hey, with the Azir, you'd love something like a Sejuani. Now that's maybe out the window. Remember as well, C9 had the Talia on 3 here. Orcs, if they choose to run that in for more of a kill lane with individual CC.
It also means that it's very hard for Bwipo just to pick a tank into the Renekton, you know, now that the Trundle's on the opposite side. Looking at the Gragas going to come through, so, you know, could see that going in the top lane, can obviously go more AP builds, so the Trundle's going to have its value, but can be flexed into a lot of different areas.
True, and that's also true.
But I think the Gragas can stave off the Renekton pretty well. And then Inspired looking towards that Nocturne, a lot of control, and also kind of hard for the Trundle to disrupt, but instead goes for that Poppy. So a lot of peel, a lot of disengage. So far, looking at Cloud9's composition, you got to struggle to close distance a bit on that Azir. But it will be that Talia coming out, very popular into the Azir. We saw this all the time in the LCK. When Azir was picked, Talia was the response to some great success. And both teams picking what we expect to be the top sides, but that Gragas still could be a flex, I'd say. Out of all the picks here, I mean, I guess the Poppy could as well, could be that Poppy support. So a little bit more flexibility for FlyQuest with the picks they've taken.
Let's see what C9 think, though, because it could be an option here to start thinking about some of those support bans, assuming that, maybe Gragas solo lane, and as you said, Poppy stays in jungle. With that flexibility up in the air, Cloud9 are just going to put it where they can see it. And that's the Nico taken away. An engage tool. You said they have a lot of disengage on FlyQuest. One of those big engages needs to be locked in here. Things like Nautilus, Rel comes into mind. Again, we're so used to Fearless, but because it's a best of one, I mean, naturally, everything's going to be up and available for the duration of this series.
But it's also a different dynamic as well in the best of one, because it's not just the fact that, it's not just like a best of one in a Fearless best of 5. In a Fearless best of 5, you're thinking, oh, well, do you want to pick this and it's locked out for the rest of the series? You don't have that concern here. Everything you pick here, you come in, all guns blazing. Let's get our best picks, best comp, best everything. And do you see that Senna coming out? And I think that makes sense when you are thinking about the fact that you have that longer range Azir and some good disengage tools. I mean, you would love to maybe have the Senna yourself if you're in FlyQuest position, but I don't think you'd be able to get it when you are on that blue side. Lucian going to come through as a ban, though.
Fishing for a Corki or something here for Sven, you think? Like, I'm thinking about big 80 carries that are left up and available.
I mean, there's still a lot of options.
There goes Nautilus as well. Point and click engage is kind of down unless you go support here on 4.
I mean, we often see Nautilus picked as... I mean, even if it's Poppy in the jungle, Nautilus is often one of the supports who does better into Poppy, because even if she puts the W down,
you still get it.
Still connects.
And with the W, you get enhanced range from W, right? That auto attack, things down.
I do like the Ezreal, though, because into like Shroomer Shuffle, into Gragas Engage, into Poppy, these picks I don't feel like have as much effectiveness into an Ezreal compared to the picks. Also for Sven, this is a pick we've seen him played since before he was even called Sven. Oh, the Jhin, though. Playing at range, playing at distance. I mean, the Trundle Pillar pretty good at interrupting if you can get in range, and obviously it does have a long range, but this is playing around at a long range. The fact that you have the Jhin, you have the Azir, you can really just start to shred this Renekton, and I think Thanatos early picked this with a lot of confidence. This doesn't feel like a fun composition to play that Crocodile into.
Oh no! Hold up. Yeah, right. You don't get too excited, man. We're just gonna wait and see.
Oh, yeah, we'll hold off for a second.
What do you think? A Vayne top. Karma would enhance the lane presence, and it would mean that it's going to be Poppy in jungle. Which, again, kind of assuming that's the way we go. Also, a nice takeaway from Ezreal Karma here, so they don't have a powerful 2v2.
Yeah, and then for the side of Cloud9, I feel like you do want some engagement. You could go something like the Rakan. I think even though obviously it's ranged into like a melee, I think you can still survive the matchup. You could go Bard here. I know Vulcan is pretty keen on the pick. And the ult's pretty good into the Jhin, sort of providing that value. If you can get active on the map, I think you can have an advantage over the Karma. Karma is going to outtrade you a bit, but you have that sustain built into your kit. But yeah, I think FlyQuest have a lot of long-range tools. When it comes to 5v5, you can sort of play it at a distance, but like... a lot of pick potential still for Cloud9. They have this Talia. You have the Trundle as well. If you put down the pillar and you just flip the Poppy backwards, you can just kind of burst through her. So, I think FlyQuest, it comes down to just playing at a distance. But I think Cloud9, if you free up the Talia, you free up the Bard, you start to get some early momentum. They can kind of get the ball rolling quite effectively here.
Speed this game up for Cloud9, sending everything, the Hail Mary in this best of one. But FlyQuest fresh off the face of MSI, fresh off the face of almost taking down BLG. A valiant effort. I mean, they were the ones who destroyed G2 3-0. EU was reeling from that. And FlyQuest, it was, I guess in the interview said before, they weren't really happy with it. Busio wanted to do better, but I think the West still said, hey, look how close you came. Not only against Gen G earlier on, not only against, the East. Sorry, Ox, I'm blanking last year, right? When was Gen G last year, 2024? FlyQuest, yeah. But it was also only in recent memory where an MSI, FlyQuest, almost took down one of the behemoths of the LPL. Now it's a best of one. It's simple. Win this, better position, qualification spot, and move into the rest of the stage. Move into the knockout stage, rather. As you said, there are big teams waiting there. T1, AGAL, BLG, Gen G. You got to win here first. The NA rematch of the LTA North. It's Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. A lot of water.
It's ocean, Drake, as well.
It's so serene, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good vibe.
Welcome to Summoner's
It doesn't really, you don't really, it's clean water, isn't it? Like, you just, it's clean. Summoner's Rift, they clean the water each time. Like, it's not like old, like Gragas, feet walking through. At Summoner's Rift, imagine if it wasn't clean. Imagine if it was, like, never cleaned after 10 champions of the Rift.
That's why you get Chemtech Dragon.
He cleans the Rift.
No, that's when it's dirty. That's when no one's cleaned it.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was going to say, if it's like an ocean soul, then that is kind of clean, isn't it? It kind of sweeps through and, like, recycles the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just these are the things you think about, isn't it?
No.
I see Hillbilly Gragas and I think, man, he got dirty feet. Like, he's going to wash that in the river, but people might drink that water, man.
This is what you think about, Jake.
Yeah,
this is a look into your mind.
This is the important fact.
Yeah.
Well, good to know. We sorted that out. Any burning questions before we get in this game?
Do I have burning questions for you?
No.
So many.
In general.
So many. But I don't think we have time for them.
No, damn. What a shame.
Yeah. What a tragedy.
Well, Ox, it is good to be alongside you again in what can only be described as Go C9 Go. You talked about it in draft a little bit. And get the ball rolling. That's what you want to see. Talia 6. Move across the map. Another Renekton here in a BO1. And Bwipo's just going to try and nullify this lane as best as possible. It's annoying for a Renekton. That's about it.
I thought that's what Gragas has just been so good at. And, he did get some nerfs. Not so much recently, but one of the reasons we haven't seen him as much. Doran was always playing him quite frequently back in the day.
Yep.
But got some nerfs like a sustain and lane. But so good, especially against champions like Jax or Renekton when they try and dive in. You just give them the belly boop and you just heal up. So the wave, you're doing fine. And I think especially given, the conversations we're having on the desk, the style of player that Thanatos is, all Bwipo needs to do is just neutralize.
Yep.
All it needs to do is just say, okay, you really picked the Renekton. I can handle you. I can rely on the rest of my team.
I feel like if Bwipo's also in an okay spot, the all-in that this comp has from FlyQuest as well. Well, it's not super hard engaged. We have a Poppy jungle, but Azir Gragas can still pull the trigger, right?
I mean, they have a lot of CC.
Yeah.
And if someone oversteps, you can just kind of lock them up. It's
good
right? And also...
Boy.
It's a lot of good damage.
Big boop, as you would call it. Belly boop, isn't it belly bop? You said belly boop before.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a new one for me. Used to the
You
bop,
never heard that?
No, boop is like, I know Betty boop, but like belly boop?
Yeah.
Boop is more is the nose touch, isn't it? And bop is, actually that's a tune, so both of them don't
Bop
make sense.
feels like over the top, like on the head.
Oh yeah, that is a bop. But if you're hitting someone with your belly, that's a... I don't know what that is. People can't see me right now, but I am attempting it.
Probably for the best.
It's probably good. There is not currently a camera on us. Blab up. He's going to spot out a ward. Bwipo is low on mana. What do you think?
The body slam's on cooldown now, but it's still a bit risky.
It does seem like a risky dive, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is a sort of play where if Loki could have moved up and found a window, would have been ideal, but wasn't really an opportunity. He's just going for the reset into the TP. I feel like when you have a Talia on one side and you have a Poppy on the other, the side lanes always need to feel threatened.
Yeah.
These two picks are two of the best picks in the game for finding opportunities to dive the sides and challenge the sides. And so both teams are just looking for those windows where if someone makes a mistake, if the wave's at the right time, you can look to punish. Do you see the swap coming through with Masu moving up to the top side? TP will come through from Bwipo.
Quite early, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on lanes, we'd see 3.5 minute, 4 minute swap. Last game, it was kind of after the grubs.
Yeah, it's pretty late in comparison.
Yeah, it feels like this is a bit more normal. So for now, Thanatos is just going to hold on the wave. Vulcan is on the move. The power of having a Bard is, especially with an Ezreal, right? Is Ezreal so self-sufficient and because he has safety, whereas Jhin stepped up to the wave. Look at this. I'm going to get a trade.
Yeah, I mean, also when...
Wave is not in a great spot. That's why they can do this as well. Thanatos going to be stunned up. Masso has to reload, though, in 2025. And look at the Wave. The Wave's going to push up against Fly. It's a horrible spot for Thanatos.
It's such a bad spot, and it's a good swap from FlyQuest because you'd much rather have the Gragas in the 1v2 situation.
True.
The Wave was in a better spot, of course, but also just the Gragas can sustain. He has decent wave clear. The trade-off is you're giving the Dragon over, but this is absolutely worth it for FlyQuest. And now, Lucio he wrapped round here. Thanatos, I think, has to flash.
I think he does as well. Deadly Flourish, not going to give him that much time. He's going to be low regardless. He slices, he dices. There's the heal. Waiting. Thanatos doesn't have to burn the flash, but the TP might have to come out now, and Inspired's also in the top lane.
Yeah, Lucio can actually interrupt his reset.
Chooses not to take the turret shot for it. TP going to be burned, but TP to where? Bot to match.
Yeah, so we'll go down there, but did not have a fun time for this past couple of minutes. Trying to hang out there. Cloud9, might find something here.
It's a good pillar as well. Inspired's on the wrong side of it. He shoves Blabber, but not into a wall. But Sven is going to Arcane Shift in. Inspired takes a heavy chunk, but the slow from Bucio and the Deadly Flourish is good zoning. C9 simply just get a bit of pressure, but it's not going to lead to anything else.
I mean, when you have a Poppy and a Karma, the double speed up, it's just so hard to really hold Inspired accountable there. Oh,
it's nice. No barrel roll set up, so not really that much burst there. Bwipo just gets a chunk again.
Yeah, good amount of damage coming through.
Thanatos did just back and TP in, so if Bwipo can chunk him out that much where he has to back a second time, that'd be horrible here for the Croc.
Not a fun spot for him to be in, and just really showing that FlyQuest, happy to sort of put this pressure down onto Thanatos. The swap coming in has really punished him. And, Cloud9, they got the Dragon. That's their reward for kind of the suffering that top lane is going through. And I guess we'll see how things play out.
Spot on a ward.
Favors.
They're going back to the normal 2v2. It's just going to be in the top lane, of course. There's a Wave in a nice spot for the time being for C9.
Yeah, there was a window there where they could have swapped again, when Bwipo had priority, but they opt to sort of make the decision. No, we've given up Dragon, we want Grubs. So they keep their bot lane in the top side. So we'll definitely see FlyQuest putting focus towards that.
So fun and interactive. I mean, I shouldn't complain. It's better than watching tanks v tanks, but to be fair, Sion these days is actually one of the most fun champions to watch.
I feel like Sion just breaks the rules. That's one of the tanks have, with the trading he goes for.
Oh my god, his damage early is just not okay.
Do you remember when he just got reworked and he maxed his Roar of the Slayer and it just did so much? You just fire minions to people.
True.
You play like snooker.
His chunk for 200 damage or something ridiculous. It's like it enhanced Karma Q, and you're thinking, where's his damage coming from?
Yeah, it was very funny. Not to play against. It's horrible to play against. Traumatic.
I will still remember, even going further back, old AP Sion before he got reworked. He sent out that little pixel.
Yeah, the stun.
Yeah, and he chunks you for half your HP.
He was so goofy.
Champion has gone through a ride, I'll tell you that much.
This feels a little interesting to me. The fact that they kept the bot lane top, they did not just swap again, not contesting the Grubs at all. So Cloud9 are just going to take these, and they've kind of had a lock on these objectives. All things considered, I think Cloud9's super happy with this.
Yeah, bringing the game back into some kind of favoritism after what happened early to Thanatos. 3 Grubs. Really nice here. Quadnative going to walk towards them. Bucio now clearing out vision. Yeah, not a contest in sight.
And look, at the end of the day, right, Thanatos is still pretty close to farm compared to Bwipo.
Yep.
This isn't a matchup you're going to stomp anyway, playing Renekton into Gragas. 2 objectives in the bag already.
It's a later contest, though, for enemy Grubs, or Krugs, rather. Raptors, we got there in the end, but just taken away. Blubber moves away, and Inspired now setting up the red buff. Vulcan's still hovering nearby, but remember, there's a Weaver's Wall from Loki, so if Blubber chooses to play this, as he seems to be going top, that Talia can be there in a flash.
Yeah, FlyQuest take this opportunity to steal away camps, and we'll take that red. Dragon in a minute. And I think FlyQuest at this point really need to start putting some priority towards those objectives. Can't just let Cloud9 keep taking all of them. This could end up being our first bigger fight of the game.
It's been lulling a little bit so far, Orcs.
Yep.
People say you write scripts,
Do they?
Yeah. So do you write the script for this game? Yeah, well, people are sus on you. Why is everyone so sus on you? Where did that come from?
A lot of
something
reasons.
to do with script writing for sure, wasn't it?
No, it's to do with Chemtech. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does won this game,
Okay, well, let's see. There's second dragon, 25 seconds.
It could be. There's potential.
Oh, it'd be good timing, wouldn't it? Well, we got a 50-50.
Okay, both teams are setting up, but Whippo did just TP top, so... I mean, he is trying to get Prio here and then move down. Thanatos is about to have his TP. It looks like Whippo wants to get some chunk on a Thanatos. I think Thanatos, though, can just clear this wave. I'm not sure if his TP is going to be up in time.
I think it's 15 seconds. I think Thanatos is actually not too bad. So, advantage here for Cloud9. Whippo, as you said, just used it. Quad's used as well. Difference is he's in mid. He can just trail on down as Loki's still holding onto that wall. Let's see, first fight coming up surely here. Cloud9 already picked up first Dragon as well. Dragon stacking for a comp that wants to keep fighting Orcs. I think that's a pretty good position here for C9ers. Bit of poke out, but it's not going to mean too much.
I think Blabber, he's considering starting up the Dragon.
Oh, we're doing this again, are we? Hang on. Bit of body slamming. Again, just annoying as Gragas gets more health, and Thanatos just can't really chunk through it. Trying to keep him here in his lane as much as possible. With these trades, Whippo's doing a good job.
Yeah, I feel like Thanatos, if you want to commit to the Dragon, needs to get into a position where he can reset and TP.
Yeah.
But I think Whippo's trying to put pressure on him so he can't, and then if he does go for that, Whippo can just walk down. So you see Whippo, he's constantly like threatening, looking in position to move down, and now FlyQuest just started up, and they will get that Dragon in pocket. So good moves there from Whippo. Does be in the TP, but make sure that Thanatos can't go for it himself. And they will get that Dragon.
It's cool how small things like that, like build up to big conclusions like Dragon, right? I'll be mega small and maybe turns into a fight, but Explosive Cask again. The pebbles are down and Whippo having a hard time getting over it, so it has to flash. Thanatos also used the dominance for that double ulti out, but remember, FlyQuest were the ones to get the Dragon. Whippo will not die here. Wave is neutralized here as Quad just sits in mid after Loki went all the way top.
Yeah, we'll see if the flash really gets punished later on. Loki not able to get too much damage down there. Onto Whippo, but does bin that summoner. Oh,
maybe
very
earlier
quick,
than you thought.
Quick response, yeah.
Yeah, Thanatos has himself a Ruthless Predator upgrader, kept Whippo in place. Wants that body slam out, but he knows there's no way going through. The pillar's up as well. The bop away! Inspired you hero! Boostier's here to cover as well. That looked like sure free food onto Whippo.
Oh, that's such a tilter. I would be so... It looks like such a free kill. I gotta ask, would the play be just to a flash there? You know, if one of them had flashed it, could have finished off Whippo maybe, but then more members of FlyQuest were coming, so maybe you flash and then you end up getting caught out as well. Difficult to decide in the moment. By the way, Inspired with a great play to save his top laner, and Cloud9 got to feel frustrated on the back of that one.
Orcs, you know, you and I watching MSI, we were watching the same games of Inspired. Inspired was insane. I think one of the...
I guess you could say his play was pretty inspired.
I know. You're going to go there. You're that kind of guy, aren't you? Cloud style, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's just not your day.
Not my...
It's just not your day. Man, I'll tell you one thing, though. Inspired, best Western jungler of the tournament. I'm happy to say that. Well, maybe it wasn't hard, considering how some of the others were performing, but...
That's a pretty lukewarm take. Thanks for that, Jake.
Best jungler of the tournament. How about that? Exhaust onto Whippo. Now he's going to get teleporters back up. Blabber's got the pillar, but he takes a while to die. How long will Whippo survive with the bomber out? C9 split away, and it was just Fen coming in with his TP. I thought maybe FlyQuest were going to come up from the rear, but they just let him die. Nothing up on the bot side yet, though, to capitalize on.
A little bit overzealous there from Whippo. I like how you made that outlandish statement as the fight started, just so it stays. It just rests. Yeah. Everyone can be like, what is this guy talking about? It. I don't need a reply. I don't. You know, you're the one who made the statement. You know.
Well, I also said that Nort got auto attack range off his W before, and that was just wrong.
Wait, did you say that?
I said that. I thought Nort's W got extra range because it feels like it. Because, you know, his anchor outline goes a little bit, like, it gets a little bit larger from it. But the difference is that he has AoE range. You know, he autos and it's like 250 range around the target. I can be wrong sometimes. I'm not smart. Deadly Flourish. In a straight line is the Arcane Shift.
At least you know your weaknesses. You know?
I know. And I can get on them before anyone else does.
Honestly,
you know?
I fault myself for not correcting you, so I apologize.
Maybe I said it like this, so I just, you know, so no one hears it. You know, one of those things, you know, you get in conversations with people and you say things under your breath. Or like someone's name, you don't know someone's name, you're like, oh, hi, Larry, it's really good to see you.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Yeah. And the thing that you're not confident on, you say it so subtly, or you replace another word in front of it, just so you don't seem like an idiot.
Yeah.
That's constantly me. I forget people's names all the time, and yeah, I do like a Hey, mate, good to see you. Oh, man, so good to see you.
Wait, you said that to me when I saw you.
Yeah, but I remember you, Dan.
Oh, okay. That's close.
People that I have constant interactions with, don't worry.
Why did you look at your wrist when you said that? What have you got written there?
Everyone from the crew's name. Oh, Flash inspired. It's good time to set him up, though. Blubber flashes away in the part ulti stops from Vulcan, stopping Masu, but the shove in. Quad makes Vulcan isolated, and as Blubber drops down, nowhere to run for the support. Now another engage inspired, got Loki up against the wall, and here he will stay. FlyQuest come to life, 3 brisk kills, but 3 impactful at that.
Inspired getting so much value there with the Poppy, able to slam them into the wall. The cleanup's big. Quad as well on the Azir. This is why we saw this pick denied from him by BLG.
Boy.
And Cloud9, I mean, they stopped the Jhin ult. Vulcan able to do that, but they didn't really get too much value on top of that.
There's kill threat here. Bomber, Dominus. Barrel's doing a lot of damage here with the Rod of Ages, and Quad is getting the turret. Top lane, meanwhile, FlyQuest are now smashing this game, almost a 2K gold lead at 16.
Yeah, and they're feeling really comfortable. And it's sort of getting to the point where I'm starting to feel a bit worried for Cloud9. 2K gold deficit, Herald is just being picked up, and you think about the game going on, you know, a lot of scaling aspects for FlyQuest. And they have pretty strong frontline, pretty strong disengage tools, but it's not like, I think sometimes when you have like a super tank or it's like Aftershock, like a Sejuani, they're trying to look and get a ton of value, but it's like this more AP build from the Gragas, like more hybrid. And even the Poppy, it's like the Sundered Sky. It's not going to be like a full raw tank stats build. So I think they're feeling pretty good right now. Dragon is up and available. It's 1 Dragon apiece. Cloud9 trying to set up, deny vision in the area, and dare someone to face check. Will FlyQuest find an angle to move in?
Well, that control ward's doing a bit of work. Inspired now on the way, but walking over a ward is the level 11 Poppy with Keeper's Verdict. Rears its head. Herald's going to be dropped in mid. The ride going to be taken. FlyQuest say no. Forget the Dragon. There's teleport from Thanatos. Tempered Fate. Okay, let's wrap around. And can you get the turn? No. It's a little bit too far. So bot turret instead, but I think Inspired's just going to run out of room. Yeah, okay, Herald is going to go bot
anyway, yeah.
But I don't think it charges because you got in, right?
No, it does. They changed it.
See? It does not.
I thought they changed it.
I thought, at one point I thought they did too, but everything changes every patch. So look,
man, they change these things too much.
They changed the change.
Oh.
But still, you're right. I mean, it'll lead to turret going down, a bit of damage from the claws. So, and FlyQuest still get another turret out of the back of it.
I thought they changed it, so they change it back again? Because I thought they changed it where if you like didn't hit the wall, it then charged anyway.
I think if you hop out and you have to get a turret, and then I think it charges again. I look, honestly, I don't know. I don't know what Shelly's all about. I don't even know what that thing is, bro. It looks like a crab that
it's a Rift Herald.
I know it. Shut up. I know what it is. Bro, it looks like something that's had too much of like Ribena or something, you know? You remember that? You grew up on that. It's like the purple grape.
I've seen the adverts. Yeah.
That was not that good for us at all.
Well, you know, overall, generally, everyone's pretty close, apart from Quad, just a 2,000 gold lead on this Azir.
Just himself, yeah.
Yeah, he is very strong right now on this pick, so prepare for him just to shred. And I feel like they're going to struggle to deal with him when he has so much protection in this game, so many anti-dive tools, and there isn't really that clean dive ability from Cloud9. It's going to be very hard for Vulcan to land an ult onto an Azir with all his mobility. A pillar isn't really going to cut it. I don't really see how Renekton's going to reach him. And if you're just pumping damage out as his Azir, Quad's in such a great spot.
Which now, by the way, I have to also say, another member we should keep an eye on is Masu, who's got Busio with the Shirelias, and with Yomu's as well. He's able to 4-shot walk up with an Enchanter, his Tempered Fate flash. As I speak about him, he breathes and loses the Summoner. A good little pick there, attempted by Vulcan.
Yeah, a little bit greedy for the wave there from Masu. The thing is, as a Jhin with Ghostblade, with a Karma near you, it should be very hard for a bar to ever hit ult on you, but Busio was a little bit away from you. I think if the communication had been like, hey, I want to walk up, be there for me. If he got shielded, he wouldn't have to flash.
True.
Unfortunately, Summoner Bear, good play from Vulcan, in fairness. And he's now looking for Bwipo. Maybe? He's so tanky. Look at that health bar.
He's just always moving around, trying to find a pick. Bwipo, 1 versus 2. Vulcan puts his thumbs in the air, but Bwipo just doesn't care.
He's got the Winter's approach now. I feel like he's just it's not even just the fact that he's so bulky, because he could have gone full tank and obviously hasn't, but he also pumps a good amount of damage for how tanky he is.
He does, yeah.
That Rod of Ages closing up on 10 stacks. Good amount of AP.
Pull the range. By just a bit out. Pillar in the way again. Now that the water cooler's down, though, let's have a look, because Blabber fighting for his camps, and Spider Bleed gets the bigger one as Massive looking to fall shot, hits Sven instead of the turret, and this mid turret consistently under siege. The range, again, the poke is starting to matter more and more here from FlyQuest, while Quad's just going to get top wave. That and that can't start. Thank you very much from observers. FlyQuest Curtain Call going to be pulled up. That cancels the recall almost. Vulcan just in the way, and now that Curtain Call's down, Whippo is moving in so they can siege again.
I think Cloud9 doing a good job of defending this mid tier 1. You know, they did it before with Vulcan's ult to stop the Herald. Getting the TP there just to try and hold it up. Especially against an Azir, I think that's where it's really problematic when it goes down, because he can just walk forward when he gets mid-prior, slam his own turret. And I think Cloud9 really don't want that to happen, because I think they'll just allow FlyQuest to get so much more control of the middle of the map. FlyQuest heavily focused on looking for this, though. And with rapid fire cannon on Masu, if he walks up, gets in range, he can get some poke down.
Tempered Fate, minion wave. That's cleared out, but again, C9, and their wave clear really relying on Sven or Blabber to walk up in melee range. And continues Fly committing 4. We like our Nayrams here, don't we? Well, just bring some more people. We'll get to 30 minutes, there's going to be 5 there.
You know, I've heard so many times we say like the Korea Rams, like Korean A-Rams, but like, you know, this is back to the roots, you know?
This is where we all started, isn't it?
Yeah, where it all began.
This is what, you know, OC server, we used to have to play on NA. You know, back in the day, like season 1, 2, and part of 3, OC people had to play on NA at 140 ping. And then they transferred us and they gave us the pool party Ziggs for transferring.
What a skin. I love that skin.
That's a good skin.
No, it's a great skin.
Okay, so it's a fantastic skin, you're right.
It's phenomenal.
Imagine giving Australians who love the pool and the beach,
you know,
giving them pool party skin. Good one.
I had an account in the US.
Right. Yeah, flash, hang on. Explosive cast Sven. He arcane shifted first, but then he flashed after Whippo committed his own.
Good punish. I had an account in the US that was called Zogs, you know, like the goggles brand. And I only played Pool Party Ziggs.
Nice.
I love that's a great skin. It's so good.
It's a therapeutic...
The rubber ducky.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Best part.
Yeah.
It's a therapeutic champion to play, isn't it? You just farm more game until you nuke people. Like, it's crazy.
I love that champ. But yeah, Thanatos takes a tower. That's the punish for Whippo moving up. But he does bring the flash on Sven, so we'll see if they can potentially find something from it. It really has turned into that an ARAM. Both teams just trying to find something out of these mid lane towers. Dragon is up and available though, so that's the objective to look towards. It's only 1,000 gold lead for FlyQuest though, considering there's a bigger lead before. Has kind of slowed out. We've seen Thanatos able to build up a little bit of a lead on this Renekton over his lane partner, but Whippo does have that Rod of Ages stacked up now.
True.
Has come through.
There's that range you're talking about before as well. Quick side note, Flighting Jewel here for Quad. I mean, a guy who I think was probably one of the weaker links at MSI. For FlyQuest is having, you know, a decent scaling game. Like,
I think there's 2 points to it, because I think he obviously in the series against BLG was probably the weaker point of FlyQuest, but he was playing against Knight, who was the strongest performing player on BLG, and they really targeted him in the back.
Yeah, that's also true.
He is now on a pick he's really comfortable on. It is showing. But I will say, when we look at Cloud9, we look at the items, 2-item spike on this Ezreal, this Talia, this Renekton. They feel confident, and they're starting up the Dragon as a result.
But Quad's TPing in, so C9 are not going to get this willingly. And FlyQuest looking in, but the wall's in the way. Poppy ult misses here, but Tempered Fate does not. Thanatos on an angle on top of Masu, who'll be stunned in place, and after the Dragon, here comes the food aligned with it. Blabber takes down one, and now isolated is Whippo. That'll be another. A double over to the jungler of C9, and now on Soul Point, FlyQuest have just been busted.
Really well played there from Cloud9. Target selection is great, and Thanatos finding a phenomenal angle onto this Jhin, not giving him the opportunity to do much of anything, not giving him the chance to get that ult off her now. They're looking towards the Arca, and I don't think possible for the contest. We can see Inspired running over, but I think it's just going to be gone.
And Quad TP down for that. FlyQuest lost a lot. They're going to look for mid-turret, but Thanatos to clear this wave out. Quad's just going to stick around because he does the damage. He's picked up all three outer turrets, by the way. So he's getting the gold, but again, C9, they're starting to get this ball rolling in the game. right when they needed to.
I will say, though, the Arakan, they only got 16 petals, so not the highest value one. But here, so we see a lot of focus from FlyQuest. The ult doesn't connect. They try and punish Blabber, but the ult from Vulcan's phenomenal. Thanatos gets right on top of him. Jin really gets not much value. Quad's trying to pump damage, but it's too little too late. He just disengages. They know the fight's lost. Whippo's sacrificed. I think Vulcan and Thanatos, really, credit to them for what they did in that fight.
Yeah. Inera looks happy. I think Reaper looks happy to really see his face, but you'd say C9 moving to a much better position because it just felt like a case of like, oh, we're running out of time versus just Azir scaling. Gragas going to become unkillable. This gives a good chance for C9 here, even though their outer turret is now down. Sven getting saved by Blabber with a pillar, but Orcs we're into the thick of mid game. The thick of mid game, not meat game. 3 minutes 10 until we get towards a potential sold for Cloud. Cloud for Cloud sold. What are you thinking about? That's you can't say he's
that
thinking.
Team fight damage seems quite. I think that might be game damage because
that's got to be
18,000 damage in one team fight.
That's like the Jackie Love Zeri game, like the world record.
Yeah, I was just pondering. So,
yeah,
but yeah, I mean, Gragas doing a lot of damage in a lot of these trades against the Renekton. But now Cloud9, gold is even, but they're up in those dragons. Feeling confident right now.
Are you telling me you don't think Whippo hit that many barrels?
How many barrels would he have to do that much damage?
Probably about 70 barrels. It was a 5-minute team fight, guys. It's been a 26-minute team fight.
I don't think Cloud9 has enough health for them to do that much damage.
Look at that damage.
But I think credit to Cloud9. They knew when their spikes were. They knew them when they were strong. Oh.
This one.
Let's not talk about it.
We should zoom in on that.
But I think they kind of felt a lot of confidence going into that one with the item spikes they had. And also, I think Bard is one of these picks where even some of the great Bards, right? You know, Kerry has a Bard skin. We've seen him have some games where it just wasn't hitting. It's a pick you have to have so much confidence. Even if you're a player who's typically confident in the pick, you can have a flub, right? But Vulcan's been getting some good value. You know, he got the flash from Matthew. He then punished him in that fight by connecting the ult. It's not easy to do on a champion like Jin who has so much movement.
He might do it again. I mean, Matthew just walked in. Great. Great binding. The cosmic binding keeps him in place, and FlyQuest just thought they were going to walk willy-nilly into C9.
I mean, it's a decent disengage stun, but I was hoping the seismic shove from Loki would come through. I was hoping for something more.
Perfect.
But, you know, they make the decision disengage, still a good stun. And FlyQuest unable to find something more there.
Well, we ARAM for a little bit longer. Baron is up, sitting and waiting, but a minute 20 until the big objective, which is going to be that fourth dragon for C9 if they can take it away. Whippo's going to fight Thanatos in the meantime. Busio might be caught out. He's backing here. There's the Weaver's Wall, and maybe again another cosmic fighting for the setup, but the shove doesn't connect. Meanwhile, Inspired keep the verdict away. Deadly Flourishes, no stun, no root. Meanwhile, Bot, Quad gets a shutdown onto Thanatos. 2 versus 1. Thanatos almost made it a trade.
Yeah, good shutdown, and also the fact that Masu and Busio didn't need to use flashes there. They're trapped in by the wall, pretty big. Don't think it's enough for them to be able to pick up the Baron, especially with Dragon with Soul in 45 seconds. But still, good pickup. They'll definitely take it. And Cloud Soul potentially coming through. That movement speed, always valuable. Both teams looking towards that. I think Quad, his flash being down, a little bit of a hit. Thanatos has lost his as well, so one summoner down each. I think the Empress Divide should be up and available in time, though. We'll see how the setup goes. Infinity Edge was just picked up for Jin.
I just saw that, yeah.
That's a significant spike. Now, Quad, this seems...
Oi. You see the angle, because the explosive cast goes in the back of a Azir wall. Holy. Nice try.
Thanatos made it close, yeah. Force that flash. Now Vulcan in trouble.
He cleanses, but he's bombed it away. And Whippo, he's now in the middle of it all, though. Thanatos with a flanking angle. There's Croc waiting for Dominus. Spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, good ward from Busio. I thought he was going to face check into him. I'm like, level 11 Karma would not last long there. Gives the cover. Whippo's now playing defense. Dragon's getting low.
Waiting for Vulcan's ult. The Tempered Fate could change everything here. It's 6k onto the Dragon. Blabber gets a hefty chunk, though. It's Quad in the back again. Ulti burned out, and Blabber is just healing it all up. Tempered Fate out. The shove doesn't get up to come through. Inspired needs a steal, but will he find in the end? No. Blabber gives away Cloud Soul right into his back pocket. He flushes over the wall to survive. Meanwhile, top players have been battling it out the whole time with a curtain call that's run out of range. Thanatos now has a slice and dice minion wave. He'll run for his life, but the damage in Dragon has been done.
We'll see. It looks like Masu might just be able to clean this one up. His Crocodile's fast, but I don't think he's fast enough.
Should just be a deadly flourish. Couple of autos with the Infinity Edge and the damage. Sterak's Gauge The 4-shot delayed, deadly flourish away, but again, that is a cleanup. 3 dead in the end, but a permanent Cloud Soul while Fly is just starting Baron.
But a lot of time, the AD carry not being here.
They've got it.
But the TP is enough. They're able to force him away. And will be Baron picked up.
Wow!
It's a big boon for FlyQuest. You know, yes, they lost the Cloud Soul, but able to get a bunch of kills in return, able to get the Baron. A huge gold swing in their favor. And honestly, I think overall, you'd say that's worth it. You see, Blabber ends up using his ult over the wall on a Bwipo just to keep healthy, which means he can stay alive for the Dragon, but so many tools are burned. Loki flashes in for the shove, doesn't manage to find it, doesn't time it right, and gets punished immediately. The follow-up's there on a Vulcan. The fight is over. The Dragon's secured, sure, but it's just scattered to the winds for Cloud9, and now with a 4,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, they're in control of the game. Yes, you have the permanent Cloud Soul buff for Cloud9, but, you know, let's see what FlyQuest can do with this Baron.
Yeah, how much to Cloud9 lose is going to be my final question, right? Because Quad, every fight keeps getting ahead. Quad is now almost 4,000 gold ahead of his counterpart in Loki. And with this Baron, the ability to make it so that that Cloud Soul never gets to be utilized here is, just said, Quad has reached level 18. Zonya's almost picked up as well, but caught out as Bwipo first, shoved back, and Bwipo caught in no man's land. FlyQuest all the way up towards his top side of the jungle, and Bwipo just went a little bit early.
A great pick. You know, one of the best things to get when the enemy team has Baron is ult.
Inspired could be the same as well. The Pillar, the Keeper's Verdict, won't disengage. The flash away. Tempered Fade is on the wrong side of the wall. No, rather right here for Loki. He starts to poke out the shove again. He's sacrificing his life, but the shield keeps him healthy. Golden is he, and FlyQuest now want the re-engagement forward again. Quad is just ordering to death's knell. The curtain call Blabber finds himself outside of it. The third one connect from Masu as FlyQuest find more kills, and Bwipo dying now has no effect.
I feel like Loki's just trying too hard to find these big shoves, forcing too far forwards, and it's just ended up backfiring so much. They had that first pick, right? That's enough. You slow down FlyQuest's pace in the Baron.
Thanatos going forward to cancel the back. I think that's the bait, and look at Quad. DPS, a soldier about to arise again. Thanatos loses his Sterex gauge. He gets sent backwards, and what was just going to be a quick back now turns into an inhibitor turret. Thank you to Thanatos.
It's not like they have any opportunity really to punish. The recalls are so fast, so now looking 5,000 gold lead for FlyQuest, get 3,000 Baron power play that came through, and this is really where it backfired. You know, they get the pillow uninspired. I think this is fine chunking him out. The stun comes through, the burst, the damage, but this is where the overchase is. You know, trying to step forwards here, and he's just
in the middle of a poppy.
So far forwards, and yes, he has the stasis, but that's not going to save you. You know, and the stun from the Unraveled Earth is the only reason Claude doesn't get even more from this. Blabber just managed to dodge away, but that could have been so much worse. I feel like that could have been game-ending if any more mistakes were made there for Cloud9. And I think Loki just needs to calm down a bit. This game isn't over yet.
Yeah.
FlyQuest have gotten a lot from that. And Quad, you know, the player who struggled the most, I feel, against BLG, really having a massive redemption right now. 6-0-2 on this Azir. 360 CS. So far ahead of, you know, I mean, you compare it to like Bwipo, and he compared to lane opponent, he's 40 ahead. Only Sven close, but he is super strong. Picked up that Rabadons as well. He's nearly full build.
True.
This Azir is extremely strong. You see for the total gold, 2,500, 2,700 gold ahead of Masu, who's the second most in the game.
And it's not surprising, is it? Every fight, kills just keep getting donated to him, and sitting with the needlessly large rod before those last double kills turns it into a Rabadon. Just has enough to get the upgrade rather than going to the Zonya's Hourglass. Still has the Seekers in hand, so the active will come in handy as we're a minute 10 from Elder. The one thing is for C9, it's going to be an early Elder fight, and fighting against an Azir as a 5v5 right now doesn't feel good. It's Inspired. Just took no damage. Loki got a shove back. The Ezreal ain't going to cut through him. This Poppy is now starting to become a true tank.
The combination of the upgraded Merc Treads and the Kaenic Rukaern, the double magic shield, means that, you know, a full Talia combo just doesn't do anything, especially this kind of anemic Talia who just doesn't have the damage. Now, Thanatos getting some pressure in the side lanes again, but Bwipo responding in the bot side. And it's FlyQuest with complete control of the area. Can Cloud9 even find their way in?
Well, I know one thing. If they do find a way in, they have to subjugate Inspired or Bwipo, either one, to find themselves a target out of that front line. It's up to Blabber here, who the angle is not going to be found because, again, the poke is too much. Look at Sven. Quad just sends a couple of soldiers, and that Ezreal is out of there.
Oh, man, that feels so bad. It's 14 seconds. He does have TP.
He does.
He does have TP, so he can get back, but they don't have vision in the area. They need to find some space to make their way in. TP's coming through.
Okay.
They're looking at Bwipo.
They are trying, but Bwipo is just as tanky as the rest, and Mystic shot after Mystic shot, a couple not connecting, Inspired on a ward, but he'll still have the angle. Vulcan with the journey, it's not going to be found. He sends up with the Keeper's Verdict. Weaver's Wall layers in the Tempest Fate. It's onto Quad, onto the Azir. The shove though mistimed. He gets double Zhonya's. The Bomber into Loki, sends him backwards. He'll be gold, but he's only got one turn of it as the wall sends and divides them all. Even though it's only one, the range will follow up, and FlyQuest were #1 for a reason. C9 reminded that they'll be second fiddle again.
Thanatos, last one alive. He's got the GAs trying to clear out the wave. TP's going to come in. They want to end now.
7.5k damage in one fight, by the way, and it wasn't even a big fight from the Azir. Thanatos is going to buy some time. He's got some healing. It feels nice, but as soon as Quad is here, that GA is going to be tackled. Quad, he flashed in. Thanatos is going to take Blast Cone to Neverland.
He saved the game, but
he does.
Elder's gone. So even if it doesn't end right now, Elder and Baron, it might as well be over. You know, that Cloud Soul in pocket for Cloud9, that Arakan that secured earlier, isn't really going to match up against a Baron and an Elder secured for FlyQuest. You see the bot lane secure the Elder. And even better, it's not just the fact they have both buffs, they've just secured both buffs. So they have like maximum time, reset. And one of the problems you sometimes have is that you have a Baron, but it doesn't give you that much combat power.
Yeah.
You know, you get a little bit of stats. Or so you push, but they can fight you. Or you have an Elder, but you don't have the pushing power. They have both. They have everything they need to end the game. We'll see the replay here. This ult from Vulcan was phenomenal, but unfortunately Quad has the double stasis. So Loki's trying to set up the shove. The double stasis catches him out. Bwipo with this beautiful engage to punish Loki. He unfortunately doesn't respond in time. And then Quad is immediate with the response. So much damage coming out from this Azir.
Jeez. Well, that was...
Vulcan's had some great ults this game, but
yeah, he has.
It just hasn't quite been enough. And that team fight damage, 7,500 from this Azir. He is the main character this game.
I mean, he is. And I don't think I've seen a game. When was the last time you saw a game where someone individually was 6,500 up? I don't remember that. Stepping forward, though, Bwipo might give some gold back, but with Elder, C9, don't find the trigger. Look at that. Masu ran in. That was one auto, not even forced shot, and Sven almost got executed. Well, now with an inhibitor freely taken, FlyQuest, dotting the I's, crossing the T's cannot be said. It seems super simple to do, and with 11k gold lead, Thanatos can't get in for a flank. The range is a problem as C9 have minions into their Nexus turrets already. One down into the dirt. Sven trying to defend the other as Masu. He gets a little bit of poke, but he has an enchant up. The other will soon fall. It's only a matter of time.
I feel like it's so hard from this position. You know, you still have 40 seconds on the Elder. You have to stall out for that, but Thanatos is in trouble.
He's got a GA. He will be executed first, though, and remember, with the Sterix gauge down, it could be a free pick. Even this Poppy can do it. Up against a couple of autos. There it is. GA going to be popped. Weaver's Wall, defensive maneuver. Quad is on the wrong side of it, but he doesn't care. He'll take on anyone at the moment. Inspired has just killed Thanatos off our screens while Vulcan stepped up into one simple soldier. But he may as well be a super soldier at this point. FlyQuest. Another target to be taken down, and they're just playing with their food, aren't they?
Yeah, Elder's almost down, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. The Baron's still up and available. Ult's going to be cancelled.
That's nice. Tempered Fate, but Masu has a forced shot, and Loki can't step up. Again, has to be careful here. Getting zoned out as Masu, but the Nexus turret will take it, and take it all. Quad moves to legendary status, and the rematch of LTA North is a resounding success for FlyQuest again.
I mean, Quad, you know, he was targeted heavily. He had to go up against Knight when he was playing BLG, and it was a struggle, but he made it clear that he was the main character in this match. FlyQuest with a really strong performance. Inspired as well on the Poppy, had a lot of good early plays, and they will go through to that upper bracket match against G2.
Oh, hell yeah. G2 need revenge, but FlyQuest, they've got a duty to silence Europe once again in that one. It's a shame it's only a best of one, but at least it is another grudge match for you later today.
I feel like we're having so many grudge matches today, and honestly, G2 obviously had a good performance from what we saw with them against Furia, but after this, I'd be a little worried, you know, especially Quad. I mean, Caps always want to rise to a challenge, but Quad was on form. That is definitely something you're thinking about denying, because he took over this game, and Loki, unfortunately, just wasn't really able to be a factor. And you saw as the game went on, he was trying to make the plays. He felt the game slipping away, and he wanted to make things happen. You know, he is a rookie player. He really wanted to make that impact, but it just wasn't to be. And they're still in the tournament, right? They're still going to have an opportunity. We'll see them play later today and see if they can bounce back against Furia. But yeah, won't be able to take this one.
Well, I'm curious to hear, because Whippo had a fun game on the Gragas and he scaled into it. So we're going to hear from him on stage as we talk with the winners interview.
Yeah, this is your Amazon winners interview with Whippo. You've started off EWC on a really strong note here, and it was up against a rival. Do you enjoy wins like that even more?
I mean, normally I guess if we were playing back home, but playing an international event, and I mean, that was the most NA game I've played in a while, so I mean, I was a bit disappointed, I guess.
Tell me why you were disappointed.
I mean, I don't know, I was just like farming and nothing was happening, and then I made a mistake, and it just didn't matter that I made mistakes. I feel like the pressure of playing internationally against the best teams in the world is like, if I perform the way I did against, you know, say a BLG, T1, Gen G, like, I'm gonna lose the game. And that kind of pressure is what makes it exciting. Is like, you really feel like you need to be on your A game at all times. You're super alert. I felt like here I was just like waddling on the side lane, playing a little bit drunk, you know, like living up to the Gragas. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel that.
That being said, there's plenty of time to grow into this tournament, right?
I mean, not really. That's the fun of it, right? Like it's game after game after game. We're gonna go up against G2 and then immediately get thrown into the playoffs format. So there isn't that much time. I don't think I played like awfully or was trying to lose or anything, but I definitely need to step up my game if we're going to want to be top 4 at this tournament, which is what FlyQuest is aiming for.
G2 up next. You could argue that you've got their number after a phenomenal performance against them at MSI. How do you feel going into this one?
It'll be exciting to see if they've changed anything, because I definitely think they need to. I think G2 is a very respectable team. I have, you know, immense amounts of respect for Caps especially, and I hope that they were able to learn from their mistakes at MSI, because I don't think they played like their usual self. At least I'd hope not.
Look, it's early days. You've just said that you want you and your team to go all the way here. Just have a quick look at this. You fancy that? How much do you want it?
Nothing is granted, everything is earned. I like that. I mean, it'd be awesome, obviously, to win.
Well, best of luck, and thank you very much. Back to you guys.
With a victory, FlyQuest move on over Cloud9 on the back of a big performance by Bwipo and the squad. A big win here for them as they're able to move further on in the qualification. We'll see them in just a little bit. Welcome back. Degon here alongside Meteos and Valdez. And unfortunately here for Meteos, Cloud9 not able to put it together.
No, did not go their way that time. I think that, FlyQuest went for the early Azir and Cloud9 tried to punish it. I thought they had a good idea with like Renekton and Trundle early on, but FlyQuest just managed to slow the game down. Azir scaled really hard, and they just weren't able to pressure hard enough early. They did get the soul, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, for sure. It was a very sleepy game. It kind of felt like we were sitting back watching Jhin and Karma just kind of sit in lane and farm. Same with the Azir and kind of farm. And there was that one fight that C9 had around the Drake where like Thanatos was coming around and they had the nice Bard ult on top of the Jhin. But that was really the one opportunity they had. Outside of that, I feel like their execution wasn't the best. Like there were answers and there were ways in for them, but they couldn't quite hit it as clean as they needed to, and Fly were just the cleaner team this time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you heard it there from Bwipo when he was talking to In Chambers. It was a very North American game where a lot of farming, a lot of inactivity, something happens and maybe it punishes you, maybe not. I mean, kind of he felt pretty disappointed that was the way it went. I mean, it must feel the opposite side for Cloud9 where it went that way and you still didn't get a victory.
Yeah, I assume they're pretty disappointed with that one. I think for the fans, it wasn't the most exciting game we've seen. It was pretty slow paced, but that was kind of FlyQuest's idea, I believe, with their draft. When you have Azir, he's not that strong early game, and then Cloud9 answered with a really strong top side early, but I think FlyQuest just did a good job with their laning and their swaps and lane assignments and whatnot to just really prevent C9 from kind of getting any.
He doesn't need a fucking
going.
headset. He just needs.
So we did have this fight here. That did not go C9's way at all. Inspired found a really good stun angle on Blabber. They ended up getting 3 kills immediately, which got them the Feats of War. So, yeah, good win for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I just feel like, especially on that fight, like Inspired just kind of, he went in there, he saw the angle, and C9 were kind of, it wasn't the cleanest thing, right? They were trying to get in onto the Rift Heralds, and that's the kind of fight where you really need to snowball after early leads. You were winning in some of the lanes. You had some angles after pretty interesting swap that we were talking about a lot backstage, the lane swap that we saw from FlyQuest. But at the end of the day, just some good execution on that team fight from FlyQuest.
And as it got a little bit later, we had one more big fight on the top side of the map that we felt like was the decider. It started with Bwipo getting caught, and we're like, 4v5 for FlyQuest. Will they be able to turn around? They're able to do so here in this replay.
Yeah, it started well for C9. Bwipo kind of got caught, instantly died, but then C9 got a little over eager here, over chased a bit. I think Loki ended up getting caught on the wrong side of his ultimate, got grounded by the Poppy W, and went for a big catch, but didn't work out, and FlyQuest managed to run away with this one.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about jet lag. It did feel like Loki was going a little bit too far. There were some overextensions, I'd say, from both sides. I think that was what Bwipo was talking about when he was calling this a bit of an NA game.
Well, to ask a little bit more about the NA game, let's send it on over to the reigning NA champ for LTA North. Busio is joining us here. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Thank you. Doing pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it's been quite a run, but let's start here in this specific match. Like, how does it feel to defeat Cloud9 definitively in a best of one?
That game was something that felt low. Like, we had the right idea about what we were doing, but we are looking a little rusty, a little jet lagged, and the execution wasn't always there. So I think the game got very messy for no reason. But, we had the right idea, so we'll take it.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to do that to Cloud9?
Sorry, Meteos.
It's all right. I'll forgive you in time.
Okay.
Yeah, Valdez, what you got here for Busio?
So it was very NA. It was very Not the cleanest. I thought you guys looked decently clean, to be honest. There were some big mistakes, obviously, but overall, you did feel like the better team. Now you are going to be going on to face off against G2, I believe, in the bracket, the upper side of the bracket. Are you guys confident to go there? I mean, you've had some really close best of fives against some strong teams in recent times this year. Do you think you can do a best of one against G2?
Yeah, I mean, we 3-0'd them at MSI, but honestly, they were close in some games, so it's best of one. Anything can happen, but I think we'll win, yeah.
How does it feel going back to best of one after doing Fearless for so long? Because does it change your approach too much, or does it just kind of feel like you're going into game one of a Fearless series?
It definitely feels weird. Even just playing like a singular game rather than a best of, it just makes it maybe like a slower game. Like, you notice this game was mega slow, and it looked like a lot of people were afraid to fight, and that's maybe just because it's a best of one, you know, like one mistake can cost you the whole game, rather than in a series, it's more about just like playing well as a team overall, while you need to be very clean in a singular game.
Well, one guy who wasn't afraid to fight here was Quad. He had himself a hell of a series, especially going up against Loki, like this budding rivalry in the mid lane, both of them coming from the LCK system. How do you feel like his performance was today?
He was strong the whole game. I was pressing tab, and my Zero was always at least half an item ahead of the Talia, so that made just our game plan pretty easy. That's probably why you didn't see we were too desperate to do anything. We just had to take our ground when we were stronger, and that's what we tried to do, yeah.
Yeah, the artist formerly known as Solka getting the better of the former Hanwha Life Esports Academy product. It was, in those team fights, it just felt like Quad was aware of what he needed to do and kind of sat back, whereas Loki tried to step up and make those plays, wasn't quite able to, and it felt like a lot of pressure on the side to be able to do so here.
Yeah, I mean, Quad went absolutely insane that game. We were looking at like the individual gold differences between players, and he was up, I think, almost 6k gold over Loki toward the end of that one. So yeah, definitely monster Azir game. One question I had for you back in the green when we were watching, there have been a lot of lane swaps, especially in MSI, and you guys had another one this game where it seemed like you were ahead bot lane, but then you swapped as Dragon was spawning to go top, and then ended up giving C9 over the Dragon. Is that, like, as a viewer, it doesn't always make a lot of sense why teams swaps. Like, what are the reasons that lead to those situations?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like the first layer is just we're strong versus their top laner, and our top laner is strong versus their bot laner. So that's one reason to swap, but that's the pretty obvious one. Then the second layer is more like looking at wave states. Like, if we swap top here, will we get a freeze? Or, for example, if you're going to lose push top and lose push bot in this scenario, then you might as well go top and stack a wave so you're at least have push somewhere. So it really just depends on the situation, and teams are swapping for different reasons at every time, so you kind of just have to pay attention and see what they gain from it.
All right, any final words here for the FlyQuest fans supporting you and ready to see the rematch here with G2?
Yeah, thank you guys for watching, and hopefully we do good in the next game.
All right, Busio, everyone, congratulations on the victory. We'll see them in just a little bit up against G2. Don't go anywhere. We'll set up our first qualification match into the knockout stages when we come back. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. For everything they carried with them.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Degon here alongside Finn and Valdez, the Valdanalist, to break down this matchup between the LEC and the LCK reigning champs. That's right. We haven't had an LCK championship since last summer, which means Hanwha Life Esports are the reigning champs of the LCK up against Movistar Koi, finally getting over the hump and getting themselves their first LEC championship under this banner.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what a run it was. And I am quite excited for this game. I think this should prove to be a banger because these are two teams that are not afraid to contest each other. These are two teams that are not afraid to fight. And these are two teams that really dislike giving things up. And I think that is bound to create a very fun atmosphere on the Rift that hopefully results in some really good fights.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Hanwha Life Esports roster here as Valdez gives us his take on the earlier matchup we got to see. Maybe a little happy gaming in the top lane.
Yeah, I just feel like Zeus is, there's been a lot of talk about jet lag today, and I feel like every team is dealing with it, including HLE. They were actually on the same flights as you and I, Degon, and Aux as well. Or not you, Degon. It was Atlas. Sorry, another guy who's also working here. But yeah, they haven't been here too long. Zeus was having a lot of fun, and he is a guy who's not going to give stuff up. He will try to go all in the lane, even if he doesn't need to. And I feel like HLE is a team that deserves that amount of respect. Not just Zeus, but like Peanut can do crazy things when he feels like he's much better than the team. And to be honest, I think they should be the heavy favorites coming into this one. And I do think that Koi have a lot on their hands here.
Yeah, and I think what it's gonna come down to is honestly like the support jungle. I think that is the lane with that most high impact, or the lanes with highest impact, just because how crucial Elyoya and Alvaro are for MKOI's kind of play style and how they kind of like to impact the map and play fast on both side lanes. And I feel like going against someone as routined as Peanut and someone with as strong skills to engage as Light, I think this is a quite tough matchup for them.
Yeah, my hope here is that we have an equal game state as we get to some of the team fights, as we take a look at Hanwha Life's team fight earlier against CFO around the Drake, where it just feels like I want to see both teams at their best with the hands. Like, I feel like we're going to see who gets a lead, who doesn't. Zeus is going to continue pushing waves. Merwin's going to use his magic to try and counteract that. But if we get to a state here at a Drake or at an objective where it's relatively equal and both squads will get to fight it out, I think HLE will be able to do it, but I also know that MKOI aren't shying away from those impactful moments, which is what makes JoJoPyun so good.
Yeah, one thing I was a little bit surprised by in this first game is that I feel like CFO didn't really challenge Hamalife that much. Like, the early game state was pretty good. They were able to punish Zeus a lot, that's for sure. They got the early gank, they forced him into an awkward spot, but when it came to the team fights, it was just lights out. Like, Hamalife showed a lot of respect, and I think partially that comes from the way that CFO did play at MSI. Now I'm worried for them going up against Koi now, MKOI, where it's like, do they show as much respect? Well, I mean,
what are you implying, Valdez?
They do he does this all the time, where it's like, oh, it's some random team, lower stages at the LCK. Let's just do whatever we want and like not show them that respect, right? And I think they've done that a lot. They even did it against T1. I think they didn't have their best day at Road to MSI, and I think that came back to bite them. So I am a little bit worried for HLE in a best-of-1 scenario.
Well, I would hope they're delusional enough to disrespect Koi, because if they do, I think they're gonna get smacked on the forehead by the team, because I think, like, it makes me happy to think that you might think they might disrespect them, but I really think MKOI at their core play really fast, and when you play really fast against a team that disrespects, that's when you get really big leads.
Well, to hear their insights against MKOI is Zeka, standing by right now with an interview.
Hi everyone, this is the pre-game interview between MKOI versus Hanwha Life. By my side is the mid laner, Zeka. So I wanted to ask, you guys are up against MKOI for the next best series. So who do you think is going to be the main focus that you guys are going to lock down for the game?
일단 제카 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 다음 상대로 이제 MKOI를 만나게 되셨는데 MKOI를 상대로 좀 어떤 선수를 좀 주로 공략하시게 될지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 저희가 이제 첫 번째 판 끝나고 나서 대기하는 도중에 이제 MKOI 경기를 봤었는데 또 이제 MKOI 미드 선수 조주펜 선수가 잘하는 것 같아서 네, 제가 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I have watched the MKOI games after our match against CFO, and I saw JoJoPyun was very good at his play, so I think I have to definitely stand up for that.
And I wanted to ask Zeka, did you know that JoJoPyun calls you Zika? So I wanted to ask, is it Zeka or Zika? Is he wrong or right?
이제 조조편 선수가 제카 선수를 이제 즈카라고 부르는데
네.
이게 맞는 건가요? 즈카가 맞는 건가요? 제카가 맞는 건가요?
저는 처음 들어보는데 즈카라고 부르는 거를 제카라고 부르는 게 맞지 않나 싶습니다.
Actually, that's the first time I get called Zika, but I think Zeka is the right word.
Thank you, Maddox. And finally, the debate is over. It is Zeka. No other versions matter here. I feel like the guy who named himself will know what he's named.
Should have known.
We should have known. Who could have known it was Zeka? I don't know.
Not Jojo.
Not Jojo. Speaking of Jojo, let's take a look at Movistar Koi's lineup here. It will be that matchup in the mid lane. JoJoPyun against Zeka, Merwin, Elyoya, Supa, and Alvaro rounding it out on the bottom side of the map there.
Yeah, I know Supa has talked quite a lot about Viper regionally. He thinks he's one of the players he looks up to a lot and one of the players he likes to watch, like most people do in the world, because Viper is like probably one of the best AD carriers to ever touch the game. But I know this is a matchup that Supa looks forward to a lot just because of how much he has looked up to Viper and now finally gets a chance to play against him on the world stage.
Yeah, I think for me, just kind of looking at that, Supa is a player who can rise up to the top, whose floor is pretty high as well, but getting the opportunity to play against these types of opponents is, I think, how he gets to even that next level for him and his duo Alvaro.
Yeah, for me watching this game for MKOI, you know, obviously JoJoPyun had that one really awesome team fight. I do feel like he wasn't challenged all too much in this game. Like, he did look good, don't get me wrong, but up against Zeka, glad we know the pronunciation now, he should be facing a much more difficult opponent. So I'm really excited to see how he'll do, because obviously he's shown a lot so far.
Give me your Sony MVP of this game. I know that you shouted out the jungle support matchup, but who do you think it's specifically going to be?
My Sony MVP is going to be Alvaro, which I think is the best European player we have right now. not player, okay, but support.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
At least support.
whoa.
I think this guy is a super talent. He's super talented. He has great engages, and he sees the game so lucid, so clearly, and he's really, really, really good.
For me, I think it's going to be Peanut in this game. Generally, I said it before, like if he doesn't show a lot of respect, he can kind of fall off. But so far at this tournament, he has shown a lot of respect, at least to CFO. In the one game we've seen, if he's on his game, he takes care of teams that he is better than, of junglers that he is better than, and I think he's going to pop off this game.
That sounds like he's not going to pop off, or what? You just made the argument that it's not going to pop off.
No, he will.
No, because
he's going to show
better than
respect.
him.
Does he show respect to CFO? He'll hopefully show respect here against MKOI. I really hope he does.
Yeah, again, I think both these squads have a lot to prove here to try and make it past, obviously, the sadness of not making it to MSI for Hanwha Life Esports, and then the performance for MKOI, knowing that they're capable of more, I think, on the line here. If you win, you move to the knockout rounds here at the Esports World Cup, and both these squads want to do so here, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a tough month as a European watcher, a fan of LEC. We've been the laughing stock of the world, and I think a win right now would be crucial to regain our stance on the world stage, and I believe MKOI can do it, and I think a win against HLE is bound to happen.
Valdez, for the LCK squads, it's always different because it feels like when they come back to the LCK, steel refines steel, and they have an opportunity to now show how sharp they are on the international stage.
Yeah, they had a little time off. They didn't get to go to MSI and get that practice, but they're going to be wanting to prove themselves here up against MKOI.
All right, Hanwha Life Esports trying to right the wrongs from several months ago. MKOI trying to bounce back from MSI's results, but now they have the chance to do so here against each other. Both can qualify, but only one can do so right now. It is MKOI, it is Hanwha Life Esports for a spot in the knockout stage.
We've made it through the first wave. And now as the group stage intensifies, it's all about taking that next big opportunity.
And our teams that picked up wins here today have made it to the upper bracket and just one win away from getting into the quarterfinals. And it's not just about momentum.
It's not. It's also about club championship points, getting a bigger share of that $2 million prize pool, and of course, obtaining the smoothest road possible towards this, the ultimate goal, the trophy.
And now it's time to introduce our next teams. And for the first team, from LCK to EWC, they've been looking for a deep run here in Riyadh. It's Hanwha Life Esports.
The LEC champs started strong on the stage, and they are hungry to prove they belong among the world's elite. It's Movistar Koi.
A spot in our quarterfinals hangs in the balance. Who's taking it? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And now it is time to see who is going to be joining all the rest in the knockout stage. Is it going to be Movistar Koi, or will HLE continue their dominance here at EWC? I feel like if tournaments aren't called MSI, HLE are looking pretty good
so far.
Yeah, this is a good sign for the bounce back.
It is. I think we saw a clutch performance from JoJo in Movistar Koi's last game. Remember, both of these teams actually had a relatively losing position in the early game in their first series, and they were able to turn it around with some really cool team fights. I feel like the way that Movistar Koi did it was arguably more impressive with JoJo's really awesome 3-man with the ult on the Yone, how careful he was, how slow he played that. On Life Esports, the reason why they were in a deficit was because they overplayed their hand. They were too aggressive, and it was Zeus in particular who was making some very bold moves, let's say. I think we'll see maybe a little bit more measured of a Hanwha Life Esports moving into this one. When we were watching Hanwha Life going into that Flying Oyster match, we were like, okay, it's been a while since we've seen this team. They came off of a really rough streak. We didn't have that much information about current form. We do now. And I think now we can pretty clearly say, based on our first matches we've seen these two, Hanwha Life Esports are massive favorites, but they still need to tighten up some of that early game.
Yeah, I would agree. And I actually think it's really interesting because I think the problem started on the top side of the map for both of these teams. I think Merwin, even though he did 45% of his team's damage at the end of the game, he still allowed an Ambassador to just go kind of even in lane against him on the Aurora, which is not necessarily how that one is supposed to go. And then Zeus died 5 times, so I think that is going to be where a lot of that cleaning that you were talking about is going to need to occur. And let's see whether that is going to start in the draft as well. As wow,
and even though
HLE banning the Yone, they've got Zeus and Zeka.
And they also banned the Vi, which Peanut was able to play earlier on and in the MSI qualifiers. But I think even though it's not fearless, obviously, because it's best of ones, you get to adapt on a day like this, right? You get to see JoJo's Yone and go, I don't want anything to do with that. You get to see Merwin's Aurora and say, I don't want to have anything to do with that in this game. And on the side of MKOI here, they are going to take away the Poppy, they'll take away the Talia. The Vi is already banned, so they get this extra flex spot here. It's either the Azir or the Varus. I think they're thinking about the Azir looking incredibly strong. This does leave open the Pantheon, though, because they did opt for that Poppy on red side, and it will be snapped up by Peanut instantly.
Yeah, I feel like the Poppy Talia bans are actually really interesting. Of course, the anti-dash champions are now off the table, so it does allow you to play a lot of other things, but I also think it really shoehorns you into the Azir ban. Talia being banned on the red side is just makes things a little bit difficult because I feel like they have to go hand in hand. They still managed to get their hands on the Prince of Demacia, though, as the Xin Zhao is going to be locked away, and there is the Gwen as well. So double circles, immunity circles are pretty strong there, Wolf.
We can just see the Rumble picked up on the opposite side of the matchup for Zeus that he played earlier into the Gwen now. This is kind of a face-up early Gwen in this draft that allows Zeus to feel very comfortable with the Rumble that pairs incredibly well with Pantheon. You just lock someone in place, drop an equalizer on them, and burn them to death. And it also allows, I feel like, for a pretty easy pick-based composition to come through here for Hanwha Life. Zeka can play Annie again. Could also potentially just see something like that Ahri. Looking for a little bit more consistent damage and wave clear, though. A different identity with this Ryze. But the Ryze works well with the Pantheon globally, but I feel like the Ahri is just so obvious here. It's so easy to set up. It's one of Zeka's best. It's been one of his favorites since Ahri's rework. But instead, they pivot to the Varus. So 3 different champions with completely different... They do completely different things in this draft that they were thinking about, but they ultimately go to Viper's Varus.
Yep, Viper, he certainly has been playing this champion pretty well in the past, as of course, we're LCK commentators. We were watching in 2021, where he took all of our hopes and dreams away of a, back-to-back for Dam1 Gaming at the time.
So many Ezreals have deemed to challenge Viper's Varus in lane. We saw it as far back as first stand, and Kalist was trying it. It has not found a lot of success internationally to try to challenge this guy. With the mid prio, you're going to lose the bottom lane 2v2s that can be quite tricky without a range support. So a bold choice here for Supa. We'll see if this does work out ultimately in the end. It's a very safe pick, especially into the Pantheon and the Rumble. And so now picks, obviously, that we're thinking about here are that Global Ryze, right? The Ahri, the Nico that works incredibly well with the Varus is what they're going to look at first here. But I think that Ahri definitely needs a look.
Yeah, it's sort of gone up in priority. That being said, as soon as the Ahri is banned away, then you just pick the Ryze. Maybe they're like, well, we can't ban both of them now that we've banned the Nico. Let's focus on support. Let's not let Delight have his Rakan, for example. Let's not let Delight have his Alistair, for example. One of those things could be the decision, as of course you could still pick it away We'll see whether they do leave JoJo's pick for the counter R5.
Yeah, the Annie I mentioned earlier also works really well. Surprised to see Hanwha Life ban the Ahri themselves here.
I mean, Xin Ahri is just a thing.
It is a
maybe
thing.
They've decided that they don't want to play into that.
Yeah.
One of the options.
And it is obviously pick priority to red side here, so if there was going to be a higher priority, it would go into the hands of Supa's pick there, and they would have taken it away. Question becomes what that last ban is going to be. It's that every single time, blue side Alistair, you can't get that R4 safety Alistair. The Ryze could now, to a certain extent, match the rotations of the Pantheon with Realm Warp. It's not as simple as it sounds, but it is helpful in a lot of those skirmishes in side lanes to be able to match that when, you know, there's a strong side lane champion in the Gwen, too, that you can pair with. So the Pantheon tries to punish the Gwen, you follow with the Ryze. Very strong pick here for Mkoy.
Yep. This is a pretty classic one. Orianna just kind of outranges the Ryze just a bit, and so they are just going to lock that one away. A lot of power on this patch as well. We've seen Orianna find a fair bit of success, although not necessarily today, and that is Delight's Rel. There is so much engage here for HLE, and so much layering of CC and AoE damage. Chains of Corruption and Equalizer together are so incredibly devastating.
I think they need a little bit more engage here, even though they would like to, I think, play in the bottom lane matchup, a ranged support here. I just don't think that's realistic. Rakan makes a lot of sense. The Poppy was banned.
Wolf. There you go.
There you go. I mean, Poppy was banned early on in this draft. You have a lot of mobility. You could follow up on the Xin Zhao. You could follow up with Realm Warp really well. The thing that if I took the nameplates off, I actually think I like Mkoy's draft better because they have a Gwen that has really strong power with this Ryze to follow. The side lane pressure is really good. The Ezreal is safe. But I wonder about the execution here, because when it comes to Hanwha Life Esports and their early game here, they have a favorable matchup in top lane, played perfectly by Zeus. They have that range with the Orianna into the Ryze, a very strong matchup there, and then the Varus into the Ezreal, Rakan early on. It's the early lane prio I'm most worried about, where Hanwha Life may just be able to snowball the game a little bit out of control with Peanut having that prio. But I think if Mkoy could stabilize and get through the early game pretty well, this draft is really nice for them. I think it's really well-rounded.
Yeah, I actually think it's really interesting because, well, if you took off the nameplates and I asked you which one of these teams is HLE, I think you'd probably say Red Side. Yeah,
I would pick Mkoy by mistake.
It is a very HLE-style draft, and yes, that will mean that HLE will know how to pilot it, but it is something that has worked very, very well for them in the past as well. So I like that you bring it up. I do think that Mkoy are in a pretty good spot to try and make something happen. But like you say, early priority could be a difficulty here. And this is a guy that just went 0-5, and now he's angry. And I imagine Merwin's not going to exactly have the easiest time there towards the top side of the map, because this time it's Zeus that's wielding the flamethrower into the Scissors Lady. And we know how that goes, even if this guy is playing the Gwen. So it could be a rough time. We'll see how they're going to be able to band-aid it, as JoJo looking locked in, and he absolutely was last time around. The savior of Europe, we'll see whether he can do it again, get to the knockout stage. Imagine that. Going through HLE, that is a confidence boost, if ever I've seen one, to really start your run in the main event of EWC. Let's get onto the Rift here as we look to promote one of these teams, keeping that key real safe instead of risking going down towards elimination.
That's right. Going straight to knockouts would be a huge boon. We're so lucky that we get to see Zeus play twice the same matchup. Like you get both sides of the same matchup essentially here. Like we saw him play Gwen into the Rumble. Now we get to see the Rumble attempt, and that's fun to see because he's confident on both sides of the matchup. And they pick the Gwen first, and it's the same summoner setup that we saw from Zeus earlier with the exhaust. So really a test of Mirwan's mettle here in the second game for him at EWC 2025. Prio, though, I feel should go realistically in all three lanes, significantly in Hanwha Life Esports' favor.
Yeah, and the jungle as well is, I think, going to be a little bit more of a difficult time, although I guess it's somewhat even. It's two battle junglers here for the early game, but right now it's all about who has that prio, because the jungle is not able to quite work as well unless their lanes are able to come and help them. We'll see who's going to be able to get that leg up in this matchup. Zeka versus JoJo. This is going to be an interesting one. Trying to wind up the clockwork, as we can see here. But so far, some even trades. Now, Delight just crashing down immediately. Finds the very late knockup onto Alvaro there, but does have a little bit of a heal from that Gleaming Quill.
I feel like this type of trade really favors Hanwha Life Esports. Viper decides to use the Q to help clear these minions so they can get level 2 first. And even though Alvaro does have a little bit of a heal there, does get caught by the edge of that crash down. And this is really looking good for the side of Hanwha Life. See, that ends up being a pretty even trade of the minions across the board here, in fact, with all the damage they're putting in.
Spamming Q as well out of this Rakan really is a lot of healing these days. I remember when that Q button was basically useless and you should never press it.
Yeah.
Until it stole a Baron that one time. But now you just keep hitting it. This is something that Orcs really loves to talk about all the time, but you keep hitting it and you're going to have a fair bit of sustain in the lane.
It's not my favorite ability, but
the Raptor.
It is certainly, it adds up.
Yeah.
It's not the most satisfying one at times, but
yeah, it's not for the damage, definitely, but for the little green circle, that feels good. Jojo taking a bit of damage here, but able to offer a fair bit back as well, as we can see. A little bit of a cheeky rune prison, as there's the level up. Level 3 pretty good here for Zeka, who does eat the last remainder of Jojo's mana.
Yeah.
Jojo able to get some decent push here in this lane, has that last Q to finish that one up, and a very fast cheetah recall, try and get that tier as early as possible.
Like, it's just going to be a pretty even reset here in the mid lane. Merwin comes over here, gets some vision of where Peanut is. Will cost him, though, a little bit of control as he's kind of caught awkwardly in the river at the moment.
Yeah.
And then TP will come in. Nothing crazy going to amount from that topside exchange, but you can see here it's really uncomfortable to get back to lane.
Oh my goodness. Actually has to use the exhaust here as the Grand Entrance does catch Viper. A little bit of damage off it back, but no Blight going to be popped there. So Alvaro going to be all right.
I think it goes without saying, but for those who didn't know or didn't notice yet, it is obviously going to be Lethality Varus in this game.
Yeah, it does the comet thingy coming from the sky.
Yeah, and he is very well known for his Lethality Varus. But really good trades and good laning here by Supa and Alvaro has really, subverted my expectations here. As we see the TP has already come through. Peanut wants to punish.
No, just teleported in. They do manage to get that stun down. Let's see whether Peanut's going to survive here. Is one last turret shot and he's just dead. That's first blood. And that was, can I do it? How do I do a real life question mark? It's like in my brain.
It's the second time we've seen something like this. This time it was Peanut committing with Zeus to the play. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on this one, Atlas. Like, I get the idea of, like, okay, he just TP'd back in, let's get an advantage. Now Zeus might find himself in trouble as well. He has this ward, luckily, but he should be able to get out of here, but he's still not going to be comfortable with the current lane state. But, man, you could go for that type of play, but you need to drop the turret aggro faster and just try to push. I don't think you can go for the play, actually. I'm really trying to salvage this for them, but no, it's just... It was
a full health Gwen under turret. And yes, if they manage to kill her, it's a massive advantage, right? Because he just used teleport. You're going to be able to, like, take
even
the
if you
whole
get him,
wave.
If you get him, like, 80% of his health, he doesn't die. But then, like, he can't stay and he has to back, and it's horrible. But it just did not eventuate that way. And
Peanut, like, had flash as well and just, like, didn't flash
use it? Yeah.
I think he thought that maybe he was okay. Like, the calculation was just a bit off. I'm not entirely sure, but I was... we were watching that, and it was like he was hit by a what are those things that go really slow? Steamroller.
Yeah.
Kind of like in Austin Powers, where he's just standing there with his arms up, and he's like, no, for like 10 years. That's what it kind of felt like to me.
It did feel kind of like that.
Well, there's the flash forward. Jojo actually taking a lot of damage as well, but Zeka will be taken down, and that is 2 on the board now for MKOI. These early games from HLE have been not so great.
I mean, they had the lead in prio in both mid and top. Bottom lane obviously got turned around because Supa and Alvaro played the lane really well. But now it's just kind of a disaster here as Hanwha Life keep dropping the ball in their solo lanes. And I mean, now they have only a slight farm lead for Peanut. That's all they have in this game. And it's unforced, a lot of these errors. So just quite bizarre here. But it's not something that we've never seen from Hanwha Life, right? I mean, we have certainly seen so many of these games where Hanwha Life does not respect their opponents, plays weird in the early game, and then catches up later on. But I feel like if we're looking at this team as a potential contester for picking up the 2025 title here, we're going to have to see some of the early game cleaned up, I have to say, Atlas.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some housekeeping to be done, and it can be done in this game. Like you were saying, It's only 600 gold. It's not really anything to write home about. It's just not a great sign for the beginnings of this one. And with the money on both Moen and Jojo Pyun, like, this is exactly where MKOI want their funds deposited. As Elyoya now just roaming around the enemy jungle.
Look at Elyoya's vision. Like, he knows exactly where Peanut is, so they can try to potentially set up a dive here.
Speaking of which, Zeus does have that scrap shield, gets a bit of his health bar back, but still 400 is not a massive amount to work with underneath this turret.
He's got his equalizer, so he should be fine. As here comes the Pantheon ult.
Yeah, Grand Starfall. There's the flash forward. Great position, but that's an even better shockwave. Still, it's a 1-for-1. And that is going to be Feats of Warfare also locked in for MKOI. Delight moving on forward as Elyoya taking a fair bit of damage from the attack dissonance combo. Zeka getting on the board is good, but I don't think it's good enough here for HLE to feel better about the situation.
They just wanted more out of that than what they got. It's crucial that Zeka got the kill. I think that's more valuable than Elyoya picking up the counter kill there on the other side, but a bit sloppy, a bit forced here. And it seems like the biggest enemy today of Hanwha Life Esports has been turrets.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say themselves, and I would have agreed with that one as well.
You know, I am saying that. I'm just saying it in a nicer way. As we will see the TP to come through here for Zeka back in the mid lane. We have Grubs spawning here shortly as they do come up right now. Swap of Supa back towards the top side of the map. Merwin will have teleport soon. I think we're going to have a bit of a skirmish over this one. Zeka still doesn't have his ult and doesn't have Prio here in the mid lane. So MKOI actually feeling pretty good about just starting this up right now. Delight, very aggressive. I mean, not sure about this one.
Yeah, he does have that shield, but that's going to wear off, and that's a Rune Prison onto Zeka. Dodges the Q. That's going to feel a little bit better as MKOI, they're still just getting to work here on these Grubs.
We stack up,
already goes down.
If we stack up all the things Hanwha just did, I mean, Viper was backing, right? Elyoya's on Grubs, they notice. They don't have mid-prio, they don't have Orianna ult, and they still try to contest. Now, they will get the Dragon here, but that was really risky there on the top side for no reward. It could have been worse, but at least we do trade objectives as Viper
no
may just be
there
dead.
is no way to protect him. Delight is coming over as fast as possible. Chains of Corruption to buy some space, and Delight throws his body into it. Hail of Arrow is actually doing a fair bit of work alongside that Piercing Arrow, and now Alvaro having to get out of there. There is the command attack, and flash away from Elyoya is not going to be enough. And Viper is just going to put him down with that arrow from point-blank range. Now Supa could be in trouble as well, and HLE, they found a window and they dove through it.
Yeah, they certainly did. That was a really nice ult there from Viper. Delight is able to buy time there for the rotation over of Zeko. Doesn't even need to use his shockwave. Still has it. Will self-cast it. And,
bit of a hula hoop there. Sometimes you just want to do some aerobic fitness, Wolf.
So he no longer has it, to correct myself. Thanks, Zeko, for that one. He wanted to threaten Supa there and push him out.
Was it a visual bug?
Yeah. So this Chains of Corruption into Delight actually getting the crash down over the wall, plus the double Q here connecting. This does so much damage. Now Alvaro, low on mana, is stuck here, ends up getting caught by this Q, and then cannot get over the wall. And Elyoya just decides, okay, I might as well go back in because I'm also dead here to try to buy space for Supa to get out.
Yep. Wanted to also see whether he could kill Viper, at least put him to the test.
Yeah.
And Viper passes, but, you know, you miss every shot you don't take. As Moen now into the mist. Zeus having a pretty good time. Level 9 is, of course, a big power point for the Rumble, getting all the points into your queue. As now Viper is going to have to try and kill Jojo Pyun before he's dead, and he's not going to be able to make that one work. There's a Realm Warp. That's an interesting maneuver. Viper is very dead, guys. We're just making sure that Jojo gets killed, and he certainly does. And in the meantime, Elyoya is also dead. Moen also going to suffer the same fate by the looks of things as Delight. That's how you tank up a turret. As I thought that maybe the turret was still interested in him. It wasn't. And that is just going to be HLE getting a trade up.
It is a trade up. This is a bizarre game.
If HLE tidies up the first 7 minutes of the game, they're looking real good.
Yeah, no, it's certainly true. But it was still a good play on the Viper there on the top side. If you look at where the gold is, though, across the board now, like Zeus' start was pretty rough, but now he's quite large. He has a 20 CS lead against his opposition. This Rumble is big. And, I mean, plays like this, you got to respect the Global of the Pantheon when you've just shown your Rise topside. They know there's no counterplay. They know they can dive you here. And yes, you know, there's a turret here, and Merwin plays this well, but they're just going to get Delight barely out of the aggro range there, as you were talking about. As Jojo
Does have to walk down the red carpet, but he just gives the thumbs up because he can just walk off to the side. There's a great knock-up onto Viper as well, who's once again suffering. Alvaro will take another shot and is almost taken down. Does survive with about 100 as Delight's moving in. Peanut as well. And Super, I don't think is getting out of this one. There is still some CC available, I'm pretty sure. Shattering Strike, that's a great Captain Jack, but that means that Peanut is there for the flash Q. Takes down the Ezreal. Another one on the board here for HLE as they move that gold lead to about 1.2K.
This game has all just been about drive-bys. Like, did you get the kill? Are we going to really hard force? Oh, didn't quite get it. Oh, you got punished. And in this case, it required a flash there from Peanut, but got Supa's flash and cleanse. So now it's a summonerless Ezreal. So you feel pretty good about that trade for sure.
I want to go back to what Finn was saying as well on the desk, because I think he hit the nail on the head. And that was both of these teams just want to fight at all times, no matter what. It's not about like which objective is available. It's not about like what can we get? Is there tempo here or there? It's about is there a champion and can we kill it? And the answer may just be yes. As the phase rush comes in, and I am in fact made a liar.
If you
Zeus gets out of there.
If you draw a line across the rift where the river is, just from diagonally. Yeah, and call it like the rift's equator, so to speak. If anyone's past the equator on your side of the map, these teams are trying to go for it, right? Like Viper was like on the edge of the equator, like, got him! But actually did not, in fact, quite get him. And so now Peanut's going to come over here. Supa does have both summoners, right? But I think he just forgets that Delight is nearby here and does end up playing this really well. Like, is able to E, flash, Captain Jack, but Peanut flashes for the Q follow. If Peanut actually doesn't react super quickly there, Supa probably gets out. I think Supa played that really well, but it was the circumstances more than his play that was the problem.
Yeah, I would agree. And I'm glad that Supa's not like looking upset on the player cam there, because that was a dope cleanse. Like,
it was clean.
Pretty cool cleanse. We like those. As Viper parking himself in the mid lane once again. You can see about 300 gold in the lead is the Varus, but he's down in farm. Super has done a really good job catching waves so far this game. As MKoi looking to try and punish Zeka here. And Zeus is going to punish this turret.
Zeus has just spent so much time alone in this bottom lane when everyone's fighting in mid, or he's shadowed by Peanut. When Peanut's ultimate is up, he just
is gone.
Yeah, he's just getting this whole turret for free, basically. Got so many plates down there, as you guys could see. Was able to pick up 3 in total, and Peanut's just going to get this dragon, and the cross map just doesn't exist. Like, it's a push from JoJo onto this top turret, and he is putting a significant amount of damage onto it, but I just feel like this isn't worth an exchange. This Rumble is getting so huge, whereas it's just like a third of the turret that JoJo picks up on the cross map. And the fact that there's a global jungler on Hanwha Life side and the split pusher has the global ability on the side of MKoi really does hurt you in these types of game states, and Hanwha Life are playing the map really well.
Feels like a bit of a turnaround from what we were seeing in the early game as the shockwave comes out once again. Delight is here as the Realm Warp is going to be able to get JoJo out of there, but Peanut was waiting. There's a quickness as he gets charmed up, knocked up as well, and the turret is there. Peanut just made to look foolish underneath the top outer turret here of MKoi.
I feel like I just keep watching the same play over and over and over again.
that turret was the worst enemy call that you had before. That is bearing fruit, my friend.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a good play there from JoJo. Just barely gets out. If he gets interrupted by Delight there, it's a completely different story. Gets the Realm Warp off. And the rest is history. Zeka may be dead.
Yeah, there is some needlework coming down here. Zeka going to have to try and get out of the way of that one. Does flash. As now Muin, he's got the exhaust. The turret is just not going to help enough here as he just dabs on Zeka. Really beautifully played. Muin, he was a little bit of a question mark in their last game, but not this time around. 2-1-0 now on the Gwen, and he's going to be a big problem later on.
Harold is going to go over to the side of MKoi as well here without a contest from Hanwha Life. They're going for a late one to try to punish.
Don't know about this one, but Viper is moving over. Zeus is in position as well. Equalizer goes down. The red carpet's perfectly positioned as Elyoya going to have to flash away as a result of that one. Arcane Shift gets Super to safety as well. And Elyoya should be able to get towards this inner turret, and that is going to get him out of there. HLE unable to find any purchase here in that little skirmish.
Yeah.
That is just a pickup once again of the objective.
It's unfortunate for Hanwha Life that's Xinjiao, who does have Crescent Guard and is, despite a really good equalizer placement, they're going to be able to essentially walk it off. To go back to this play here on the bottom side. As everyone's scuffling top side here, Zeka just TPs into this one, eats a ton of damage. And, I mean, the needlework connects. And he has the exhaust, as you mentioned, for the follow-up. But meanwhile, Viper exhausted.
I've seen this one before as well. Chains of Corruption is going to come down. He needs to dodge the next Q, but Super was rooted up and so isn't able to actually get that one in position.
They've learned when Viper hits the Chains of Corruption defensively, you just stop chasing.
Yeah. As Jojo doing a lot of work here as well. Alvaro moving himself up. Phase Rush going to get procced here as Zeus will get himself out with just a sliver of health. That will mean even more priority goes over towards MKOI here, towards the top side of the map. And 300 gold is all that separates these two teams. One objective to get those feats of strength as well. And next one should be this Chemtech Dragon.
My concern is that the lead for Zeus has just completely fallen off, right? Like, the fact that Maroon is able to get that kill bottom side is second of the game. They're going to get this top turret pretty shortly here as well. You have to think, maybe not on this wave, but it is some standing gold he can pick up. And the Gwen, supported by that Ryze Realm Warp in the side lane, is going to be such a bigger threat than this Rumble. But I feel like map control can become MKOI so quickly. So I was talking about earlier when I said nameplates off, I like their draft more in an even game state. We hit 17 and a half minutes in. It is that even game state. And let's see what they could do with it, because I feel like this is a lot of potential in this draft. Ezreal getting closer to that 2-item spike for Supa. And while Viper has had some great moments defensively here, we haven't really seen that poke land yet in a 5v5. We haven't seen a traditional 5v5 just yet. Yeah. But I think that when we go into those 5v5s, I favor MKOI's setup if they play the map well.
I also think that even though Viper has had those defensive plays and they have worked, the one on the top side of the map was certainly good. But elsewise, here in the mid lane especially, he has just sort of had to burn summoner spells and they haven't been able to get anything on a cross map, right? It has just been a little bit of bullying Viper to try and hold him down. And his Ezreal, his Varus, even with the lethality build in the late game, is absolutely terrifying. So it's understandable that they are going to put their focus there. They do have now the push control in this mid lane. They're looking forward to this Chemtech Dragon that's going to be up in 40 seconds.
It's a 2-item Gwen here before Zeus has hit his 2-item spike, and going to get control over this bottom wave here. Elyoya does get spotted here on the top side of the map, so that's going to give Hanwha a little moment of reprieve. See what they do opt to do for Zeka, who's backing and has TP. Timing here pretty good for Hanwha. They have 20 seconds to actually regroup and actually look for that 5v5. This may be the first real traditional 5v5 of the game that we get.
Oh dear. There is a ghost used by Viper. Throws out the Chains of Corruption. A little bit of a yellow Pete back in 2012 little maneuver there. As it throws to Narnia.
Looks like, the game plan to kill Viper just has not been a great success so far in this game.
They did get his ult though. That is absolutely something that they achieved, as now the fight is on. The flash forward from Delight as well, who finds the engage. Shockwave only onto one, but that one is very dead. And the re-engage not going to be an option. The Grand Starfall comes through as Peanut. Maybe a little bit of an overextension is never mind. Merwin getting in amongst the thick of things. But the flash out from Zeus is too good, and they're unable to take down Delight. The snap of the fingers here from HLE, and they find their target. Peanut throwing some buttons around, not going to be able to get Super there, but the writing's on the wall here for this Dragon fight, and HLE, they're going to get Soul Point.
Delight just remembering Jungle Rel for a second here as he starts the Dragon up, but yeah, I mean, that
flashed over the top of something as well as he went in. It's basically Owner from World.
Oh yeah, it's we all know. Once again, Delight turning the game around, just like he did in the series against CFO earlier with some of these incredible engages. The Flash Magnet Storm was a game changer in this last fight, and he just finds his angle. And we'll watch it here again, because initially it looks like, okay, there's a bit of an overextension here, but as MKOI look to try to turn, Delight just says no, and Elyoya is unable to Crescent Guard until too late, and he's dead, and then Supa is just pushed out of the fight as well. You can see there's no recourse here anymore. It's just way too split up. Hanwha Life Esports getting the jump there with Delight. Has a perfect KDA, nearly 100% KPs. MKOI going to look for the Otacon?
Over the day as well. I think Delight's died once, and he's got most of the assists as well. So most of the kills that have happened here for HLE. Another equalizer, great position once again for Zeus, but it's not a full commit. Chains of Corruption comes through, they get some roots, and Alvaro finds some charms as well. True Shot Barrage doing decent damage. That is Peanut finding the steal. It's Elyoya, he's angry, but he just gets Magnet Stormed and destroyed. They'll sacrifice their Varus, but it looks like HLE still happy with the fight. They get the objective, and they're looking to get even more. The three-man knockup from Alvaro is decent, and he keeps himself alive for a while. But Merwin's still going to go down. Super going to suffer the same fate, and Alvaro is running the wrong direction. Allow me to drive my way out of here. He asks Shelly, and he's going to need to really do some drifting, and it's not going to work as the ace comes through. And unfortunately, he's just not enough Vin Diesel to get out of that one.
Well, we came out of a replay, so I'm not entirely sure the exact full setup there that MKOI had for the Otacon, where they thought they had an angle there. They obviously were faster grouped, right? You can see it when we jump into this replay. But Hanwha Esports are they're just one step away, right? And this is not enough damage to burst an Otacon down this early into the game. The equalizer is pretty high value here. And then you can see at this point, Supa's pushed off to the side. He can't really offer any poke. And then Zeus just kind of walks in. And then obviously Peanut can just put his shield up here, look for the 50-50, gets the steal. And Merwin is chasing Viper, who flashes away. Yes, Viper is out of the fight and dies, but everything else is just so split up. Supa does very little damage to this fight because he's been completely zoned the whole time. And then Merwin's almost, with his triple knockup, able to make something happen, but almost isn't good enough. Same with Supa. If Supa's there when that happens with Merwin, maybe they could have turned that around, but instead Alvaro's heroic play just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, the charm was actually really good as Merwin's having a bit of a giggle, having a good time regardless of the result. Of course, no one's keys are in danger after this game, but they get closer and closer if you do lose. So they do have to be a little bit careful, but I guess you can relax somewhat. Just glad that spirits are up, as we can see. HLE now moving towards this inner turret, towards the top side of the map, and it really feels like they have garnered a whole lot of control as they move to just over a 3,000 gold lead. Alvaro goes in, and Peanut will tank a fair bit here as Super does have that 2-item spike completed and a cheeky longsword on top of it. So the Ezreal is still somewhat scary, but the red gold leads will have gone away.
They certainly have. You know, we saw a bit of an extra split push there for JoJo in the bottom lane moments before, but, you know, this is now answered by Zeus here. They defended pretty well. You know, there's no Baron or anything like that, but it's not HLE starting to break open the map completely. They have some deep vision that had to be cleared there on the top side, but it's a good job there clearing that away by MKOI as well. And I think there's one fight left for MKOI in this one. You know, one real try.
Oh dear.
After that, I think it might just be lights out, though, if they end up botching it. As HLE are being relentless with their pressure. They're going back to clear that vision I was just talking about there on the top side and setting up for Baron. Clear these mid waves, get all that vision around Baron, and look to start it on spawn here in just 1 minute's time. And JoJo once again...
Baron and Dragon are spawning at the same time as well. And like you were about to say, JoJo is there towards the bottom side trying to put some pressure back.
He has to do stuff like this so that he can pull Hanwha Life's 4-man away.
Oh no, the Mega Cone of death, as JoJo does get the flash off and gets the equalizer and just realm warps his way out. Never mind, he was never in danger, he was fine.
And unfortunately, I just don't know if they're going to be able to get anything out of his survival here.
I mean, he didn't have to use a lot.
He had to use a lot, and there's not like you know, an Orianna that's too pushed up in the top lane or anything that they can punish. You know, Zeka's just chilling, and so, you know, he pulled Hanwha down, put the pressure away from their side of the map there, the red side of the map where they were taking that vision away, but it ultimately means very little. It means they get a little bit of vision around the Baron pit. And, you know, JoJo survives. That's a small win. He's actually so far away from his Rod of Ages completing. It's going to be a lot of experience he picks up when it does. But, yeah, I don't know if there's a real fight here for MKOI. They have the better prio right now. Hanwha are not going to trade for Baron. They want this soul.
Well, they're going to see what MKOI are up to here in the river. Zeus also moving around for a flank angle as JoJo gets some vision down. Zeus not wanting to face check, but still in position to get an ulti off and does have the flash to try and get over that wall. Peanut looking for a bit of an angle, just going to break that blast cone to not allow any of that funny business. True Shot Barrage not going to quite connect. As Zeus, you can see, has joined the rest of his team. They're just pushing this Gwen away from the fight, though, and HLE wanting to try and single out the MKOI members.
They're playing for the 50-50.
Yeah, they go in. That is going to be the soul denied. The equalizer goes down. Elyoya in a lot of trouble, but Alvaro goes in once again, finds a great angle with the quickness. It just doesn't feel like it's enough. The flash forward, the shockwave's there, and Peanut, even though he's on basically no health, he just wants to press his R button. He will do so. Two are on the floor here for MKOI, but they do deny the soul.
if it was a more even game state, some of these plays from Alvaro could be actually game-changing, right?
Yeah, you might be right, man. This guy's real good.
But, I mean, the setups are so good. His CC has been phenomenal. He's had so many multi-knockups, big charms, but the follow-up isn't there. So they're playing for the 50-50, right, as the collapse is happening with the Gwen. But unfortunately, the poke here from Supa just isn't doing anything. And when Delight comes in for the engage, they're like, yeah, we'll trade Dragon for a team fight win. The equalizer placement is amazing. As you can see, Alvaro gets a double knockup. But where's the follow-up? Supa is zoned away again. Cannot actually get involved in the fight. Same with Jojo. And now Baron is in the hands of HLE.
Yep. And there's no one here that can take that one down. Alvaro, I did notice that he had the unsealed spellbook, but didn't have a smite at the ready. That one was being held in the last fight, so didn't have it available. And so HLE now with a purple buff and looking very, very strong, moving towards these side lanes,
and
trying
this
to get
is
that
where,
pressure on.
You know, it starts to feel like you have to draft the obituary, because with Baron buff here and the amount of map control that Hanwha Life Esports already had, it just becomes impossible to play out looking for vision control anymore, looking for side lane pressure with this Ryze Gwen. Now, remember when once upon a time we could talk about what this Gwen could do if left unchecked with a Realm Warp on top of her. You could force a lot of cool fights, but now she just is catching waves. The same with Jojo, of course, who's now 2 minutes away from finishing that Rod of Ages at 29 minutes into this game.
Oh, man.
It's it starts to feel a little bit hopeless unless Hanwha Life Esports just kind of base check or overextend. Their opportunities are limited. They really are.
Yeah.
Ionization-wise, I mean, look at Orianna. I mean, sitting on, about to be a death cap here, full stacks on the Dark Seal.
Maybe this is the time where you can find an angle just before that Hat of Doom comes in for the Orianna, because that is going to be where things get really, really difficult. Even the Command Protect is going to be so beefy, trying to get through that when Peanut goes in. He's been pretty reckless with these engages, but he's just going to be allowed to. If they're able to support him as effectively. Okay, Realm Warp to come forward as MKOI looking for the angle, but the answer is so good from HLE. The Magnet Storm, they just dive on top of it. That is not what you want to see. Now the Equalizer is just going to cook all of them. Jojo goes golden, so they walk past him for a few moments before going back to burn him down. And now Supa able to get out with the flash, as HLE diving Nexus turrets now is a little bit of an overshoot, but they'll still be able to take this inhibitor and look to put the last few nails in this coffin.
I was just in my head going, don't take that Realm Warp, don't take that Realm Warp. And Delight looked at me and he was like, they take that Realm Warp.
Yeah,
and they did take that Realm Warp, and he pressed R, and I think he also pressed the GG button as Hanwha Life. Just gonna take this one in a commanding, dominant fashion. Once again, bit of a sloppy, messy early game, but maybe it just doesn't matter when your team fights in the mid-game are as decisive as Hanwha's, and you can just get those leads. And once again, Delight drags them through that rocky early game and says the mid-game fights are mine. They belong to me. My engages today are flawless. And Hanwha Life will ultimately win and will be the first team to advance here from groups into the knockout stage at EWC 2025.
Yep, joining the rest of their LCK brethren that are waiting there in Gen G and T1, seeing what they can do when they're playing in that knockout stage. Some big grins on the faces here of HLE, but I'm so glad you bring it up. Delight has been amazing today, and that's what was missing when they got swept by T1 in the road to MSI. It just wasn't quite that performance out of Delight that we saw on that day as it was here today, where he was just basically perfect.
I think on the side of MKOI, I like their draft. I like the idea behind this composition. Had the game been a little bit more even, some of the plays from Alvaro could have, like I said, really turned the tides. I think there were a few errors of judgment in terms of when to team fight, how to team fight, and there were a few desperate calls towards the end that made the fights look silly, but I think MKOI was super desperate. There was very little opportunities they had there at the end, but they still have a chance. They're not eliminated just yet.
Yep, not just yet. They can still fight for their lives and for their key as well. But now we've got Fancy standing alongside with Zeus for the interview. Let's hear what they have to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. We are back on stage with our Amazon winner interview. We have Zeus here after an amazing win. So first of all, I do want to ask, you guys have done very well during the year. You might have missed MSI, but you've been able to come back here with a clean win, and now you're heading to the quarterfinals. Is there a particular team that you're looking to face?
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI를 진출에 실패하셨지만 그래도 이렇게 또 EWC에 또 오게 되면서 좋은 성적으로 또 이렇게 8강에 진출하게 되셨습니다. 이번 플레이오프 때 상대하고 싶은 좀 팀이 있는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 MSI 진출하지 못하게 된 것은 저희가 실력이 좀 부족해서 못했다고 생각하고 그래도 전년도에 T1이 우승을 해서 저희가 이제 나갈 수 있게 되어서 굉장히 운이 좋다고 생각했고요. 그리고 이제 쟁쟁한 팀들이 많이 있는데 이제 뭐 한국 팀이나 중국 팀 다 꺾어야 우승할 수 있다고 생각해서 다 꺾고 우승하고 싶습니다.
So yeah, missing MSI was our own fault because we didn't perform well. And that being said, T1 won last year. I think that's the reason why we're here at the EWC. So props to T1. And that also reminds me of our challenges towards the playoffs because I think we need to beat all the top 4 teams in the MSI. So that being said, I want to face every single team and just win it all.
Well, can't wait to see what happens in the quarterfinals, but you did win the trophy once last year with a different banner, and now you're looking to prove yourself with this roster. How would it feel for you to be able to lift this trophy again?
마침 또 작년 우승 얘기가 나왔는데 그래도 작년 우승 멤버시고 챔피언이시잖아요. 그런 의미에서 이제 또 다른 로스터와 다른 팀으로 또 이렇게 우승에 도전하게 되시는데 이런 우승을 하시게 된다면 좀 어떤 의미가 있을지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단은 작년에 우승을 했었던 당시에도 정말 힘들게 우승을 했었기 때문에 올해도 우승을 하게 된다면은 매우 힘들 것으로 예상이 되고요. 그래도 하게 된다면 그냥 너무 기쁠 것 같습니다.
Yeah, since it was very challenging last year as well, so I think this is going to be also a big challenge for me this year. But still, that being said, it will be also exciting when I lift the trophy.
Absolutely. Can't wait to see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Fancy, with the translations by Maddox. Great to hear from the God of Thunder himself on the Rumble, toasted the opponents here and able to get the victory over Movistar Koi. And we got Finn here taking a deep breath. Shouldn't feel too bad here. It's Home Life Esports. Yeah, this is a great team.
I don't know. I feel like they had it after that early game. I feel like MKOI came in swinging, and I feel like they did so many good things. But time and time again, sometimes they get a little bit sloppy defending the place of Hanwha Life, overreaching a little bit too much, and I feel like they were their own enemy because I feel like MKOI could have had it, and that's what makes it so frustrating.
This is a story we've seen so many times where like a Western team will come in against an Eastern team like Hanwha Life Esports, and they'll perform really well in like the first 10, 15 minutes and be like, hey, they're bringing it to them, they're playing really well, and then they make like 1 or 2 mistakes here and there, and then just the consistency of Hanwha Life Esports just smacks them down, and the team fighting was insane. We'll get to some of the highlights later of like delights and gauges and stuff like that, but you can't afford to make any mistakes against them. But big props to MKOI. They made it interesting for quite a while. I think that HLE had a bit of a slow start, but also they were trying to be proactive, and MKOI was like, no, we actually take you down. So it was pretty interesting for a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah, I like the fact that I think it was Atlas that called it out, being like, the plan to try and kill Viper was not working for MKOI, and then they would just accept a couple of peanut kills there early on, but then eventually at the team fights, it was too close to equal, and then things didn't quite work out.
Yeah, monster game by Delight, I would say. Like, his engages, like I said this 2 years ago, I said it last year, and I will say it again. I think Delight is one of the best, if not the best, engaged support in the world. And I feel like when he gets stuff like Rel, stuff like Rakan, he just finds these angles out of nowhere, and he always makes sure his team is set up really well in the team fights.
Yeah, right here, Alvaro tries to get the engage, does not get it, asking for someone for a battle dance, and Delight sees it right away.
I mean, it's just insane the angle he finds. Like they were saying on the cast, I think Wolf was breaking down the replay where it's like, it doesn't look like he's looking for that angle, but the instant that it forms, he sees it and he just turns the play on its head, and the follow-up is immediately there. Like the crispness of the follow-up as well. You know, obviously the flashy play was from Delight, but the fact that everybody immediately presses their buttons right on top was really cool to see.
What is something that you like to see built upon by MKOI after this loss?
Let me think about it. I do like their draft. I mean, I didn't really like the Rice pick, but I like the rest of the draft, and I like how proactive they are to cross map. But a lot of the times when MKOI was making, like, they had a play making top side with Alvaro and Jojo, and then they had Elyoya to defend bot side to make sure Mirwin doesn't get dove in. What happens then is that Mirwin and Elyoya splits up for a short bit, and then actually insta-punish and kills Elyoya, and then sadly Mirwin follows as well. So I feel like when they defend the place of the opponent's team, they need to be way more coherent. They need to be playing on the same screen, doing the same play at the same time, to make sure those creative plays by Alvaro to like attack side lane doesn't get too punished.
Well, here's one more time that they were making plays on the same screen over at the Otacon at 21 minutes.
Yeah, and look here, look at the Rumble ult being used, and here MKOI feels very pressured to turn the fight because they feel like they're getting chunked, they're being approached on, and then Alvaro turns the trigger, but the Pantheon E eats up so much of the damage, and he's just been taking so much damage from the Otacon. He has lost so many resistances. Mirwin tries to make a Herculean task here, trying to finish off the Orianna, but I think when all his teammates are already dead, it's a little bit too hard for him to make a miracle happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of him that was very fed, right? The rest of the team was doing okay for themselves. They weren't that far behind, but when the fight gets broken up that much and your main carry is out of the fight for so long against Viper, who was like doing okay, but he took Mirwin out of the fight essentially. It wasn't on purpose, but he baited him very far away, and then the actual core of Humble Life Esports got so much done over the Otacon fight, even without the Rumble.
I feel like you can appreciate the idea from MKOI and dropping the Herald as well to try and put multiple different variables in the decision-making way of Humble Life Esports, but they chose right. They got themselves the victories. We take a look at the updated bracket here. It is Humble Life Esports moving to the knockout stages, so LCK will get all 3 seeds on in as expected. So congratulations to Humble Life Esports. Movistar Koi will have to wait until tomorrow to see who they will face and if they will be able to qualify. They do have one more chance, and in just 2 more games in Group B, we will see CFO against GAM for their tournament lives. However, in just a little bit, we now have our Group A qualification, which is going to be a very interesting one here. FlyQuest up against G2. Another European matchup here. How do you feel?
After watching the games today, I came in today a little bit defeated. I was like, man, I hope we don't repeat the mistakes from MSI. I just want to see my teams play well, you know. Now, I'm up here. I am on cloud 9. I am the one flying across, above the clouds, and I think G2 is actually coming in as my personal favorites after seeing them both play earlier today. I thought both FlyQuest and C9 looked a little bit too jet-lagged, maybe. I feel like they were really slow and a little bit clunky in their setups, and they weren't really proactive. Meanwhile, I saw a G2 that was revitalized and a Broken Blade that's finally playing as we expect him to. Like Broken Blade, he is this creative strong force in the top lane and has been for G2 for so many years now. And the fact that he had such a slump during MSI was unfortunate, but if he's in this form, I expect him to be able to go toe-to-toe with Whippo and overforce him.
Final thoughts, Valdez, before we head to a break to set up that matchup?
Yeah, I do feel like G2 did look strong, but I also feel like Furia didn't really give them much of a challenge. You know, it did feel like G2 looked great, but also you have to consider that, you know, it wasn't really the biggest match for them as Furia. They are a better team than what they showed in that 1 best-of-1. For FlyQuest, definitely messy as well, but I think it's going to be close. I would still favor G2 actually in this one. I think they should be able to get the win, but I don't know. FlyQuest's a really strong team, and they beat them in MSI as well.
Not enough North America bias here on the desk, so we're going to take a short break. Get Meteosani in here to defend FlyQuest, which feels weird after FlyQuest beat Cloud9. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Finn and Meteos for another matchup. NA versus EU. It is FlyQuest against G2 in our qualification match. Again, winner of this will move on to the knockout stage. Loser still has a second chance in the second chance qualification match. But you want to get it done now, Finn.
Yeah, you don't want to go down there. In best of ones, you don't know what's going to happen. So getting this win for G2 will be quite nice for them. Not will. Notice my word choice there. I mean, I think just like the less variants you can get through with, the better for you. Like, you don't want to end up in a elimination best of one. You don't really know how that could go. So taking this victory right now would be paramount.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be too overconfident. G2 did win a game, you know. Congrats to them. It's been a while. But I still think FlyQuest is pretty good. I think G2 did get Pantheon in their win, and that champion seems pretty strong. He's been doing a lot of winning. I don't know if FlyQuest will let him have it.
I mean, it's just hard for me to take FlyQuest serious right now, just because like they had to play against NA team, so I can't really take much away from their victory there. So I don't know. I think G2 probably has it.
All right, let's take a look at the lineups here. For G2, it is the ones that you've come to know and love over 2025. Broken Blade, Skewmon, Caps, Hansama, and Labrov. And again, we had a lot of eyes in the top side of the map due to the MSI matchup, the Warwick gameplay. Broken Blade was Gigo, but Broken Blade put those fears to rest with a dominant performance.
Yeah, I think in MSI it was a lot about top lane that we were looking at, but when I think about the MSI matchup between these two teams, My worry lies a little bit with Skewmont, because I think Inspired in that series against G2, he was just on a tear. He was playing so well, and he was just everywhere on the map, getting everything done, just reading the map so well, always being one step ahead of Skewmont. So I really hope maybe if Broken Blade can keep his form up as he did against Furia, maybe he can help Skewmont a little bit to kind of get through those rough stages of the game.
Yeah, G2 definitely looked better, especially Broken Blade. You know, he faced a lot of criticism in MSI. He kind of had not his best tournament, but he had a great game against Furia just earlier today. And so I think it's something FlyQuest definitely has to look out for. And like you said, I feel like the jungle matchup is still going to be very, very FlyQuest favored. And in their previous series where FlyQuest won 3-0, they put a lot of priority into getting Inspired a good jungle matchup, one that he could just bully early game and basically just control where Skewmont can go, control where his team can pressure, and you know, just get individual leads as well. So I think that's definitely what FlyQuest is going to look to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to this G2 roster, you have to find a way to get some early leads here, because we know how Inspired can run away with the game if they get ahead. And we talked to Broken Blade earlier. The goal, a side goal for G2, is to prove that they can beat an Asian team, a team from the East, and to do so, they got to get a win now. They can only play the opponents in front of them. First match against Furia, now with an opportunity against FlyQuest. And standing by right now with Kitty is Broken Blade for deeper insights on this matchup.
Welcome to the second round. We have G2 Broken Blade by my side. You guys are going against FlyQuest. First of all, thoughts, opinions, thoughts. What are you going to expect out of this game?
Excited. We were kind of hoping to play FlyQuest anyways, because they beat us last time. So now we have a chance for revenge, which we are going to take.
And honestly, be real, between you and Bwipo, who is better at yapping?
Well, I think we might have to have a yapping contest at some point. I do think his yapping is very natural, you know, he can, but I think I can contest him very hard there. So maybe we have to battle ourselves outside of this game in yapping session, you know?
Yeah, you guys can yap outside of game, and then inside the game, I wanted to ask, so what do you think makes FlyQuest so competitive right now? Because they've had this really big resurgence from the last 2 years.
I think they are very good at swapping their pieces around the map, especially in the early game between top and bot lane. They do it every game, if you notice. They did it against us as well. We kind of got caught off guard. The duo lane, they like to freeze the wave a lot. They like to deny a lot of creeps. And for me as a top laner, that's not nice, so I have to avoid that today. I'm gonna do everything to avoid that, so.
All right, praying for BB's lane. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kitty. I love it that she had to make sure that Broken Blade was being real before she got the thoughts and opinions and thoughts of Broken Blade, both inside and out of the game. But always good to hear from Broken Blade and the insights on his opponent in Bwipo, who is just a charismatic leader. He is the one that drives this team forward. He is the one that sets the standard for FlyQuest.
Can he really out-yap Bwipo? I don't know if that was a little bravado or if Broken Blade is truly a yapper, but if there's one thing Bwipo can do, is it is talk. Like,
I mean, I will say that I'm a little bit delusional about Europe sometimes, but I think Broken Blade's delusion there was a bit too far. Like, you're not out-yapping the Yapmeister 3000, but I will say that after what I saw today, Bwipo looked a little bit shaky. Like, okay, Broken Blade praised him earlier today as a very smart player, but the Bwipo I saw today against C9 was a Bwipo that, sure, he was strong in the game, but he made a lot of individual mistakes. He kept walking in, kept getting caught, and I want to see G2 kind of hone in on this. I want to see if they can try to catch FlyQuest during their setups, because I think FlyQuest is a team that when every cog works well, that's when they are working hard machine. I know what I'm going with there, but when FlyQuest don't get their proper setup, that's when they can sometimes fumble. That's when sometimes they get too overeager, and that's sometimes where they fumble.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, right, just kind of making sure that they're pushing the right amount and not biting off more than what they can chew in terms of the engages, in terms of pushing the tempo. It's all right, you got the tempo lead based off wave state, then head on down, maybe take a Drake, don't push it after that. And you could hear the thought process in Busio's interview as well when we asked, hey, what are the reasons why you swap lanes when you have priority on the bottom side of the map? Drake is up, and they think about the lane state, they think about where they are in terms of the game state and their champions, and it sounds like it's the right type of questions to be asking for a team that wants to find international success, that wants to find, be able to play against some of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, from what Busio told us, it almost sounded like you just swap. There were so many conditions, and it was like if any of these conditions are true, you swap. So it kind of feels like, because that's what we saw at MSI. There was a lot of swapping, especially early on, even at times where it didn't totally make sense to me. But I guess if, you just want to get some sort of advantage, deny their top laner. And I think also just the element of surprise, because like Broken Blade was saying, they weren't ready for it. They weren't used to it. And I know for a long time, those kind of macro things that if one team understands how to do a swap correctly and the other doesn't, you can fall really, really far behind from that. So it sounds like G2 is going to be more prepared for it this time, and, maybe they'll have a better answer.
A little over a minute before we head on down to the stage. So, Medios, I'm going to you first. Tell me how FlyQuest gets this done over G2.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too tough. I think they just get inspired on a good jungle matchup. They get everyone else on comfort. And, we saw it 3 times last week or 2 weeks ago, however long. I don't know.
Look, I know G2 has better solo laners than FlyQuest. And I know G2 are very clever on the map. I know G2 is going to take this game. Why? Because they will play these side lanes masterfully. They're going to unlock Caps, and he's going to run circles around Quid. And he will be so this is going to run into a wall and get smacked. I think also G2 has just taken so many lessons. As you said, these swaps, they won't get these easy leads anymore like they got at MSI. I think G2 has really evolved.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out in just a little bit. We were ready to send you to the stage, and we've got a little bit more time here on the desk. So hang tight. We'll get you there in just a little bit, and all the information once we get updated ourselves. Let's go down to a matchup that you want to see here, Medios, like just head-to-head. Obviously inspired, going up against Cumond is one that I think is FlyQuest's favorite, but what is one that you're afraid of here when in terms of for G2 side?
Oh, I think obviously G2's biggest strength is going to be mid lane. I think Caps, he's just such a good player. And one thing that I think kind of went wrong for them at MSI is potentially overvaluing the TF. I think, it's funny when you listen to all these pro teams talk about Twisted Fate and Callista, the champions that just didn't get a single win at the entire tournament. Everyone's kind of coping, being like, well, the champion's actually not bad. It's just, XYZ reasons.
Yeah, bad state, it was played by the other team.
Yeah,
bad losing
just, it wasn't a good situation for it. But I think, you could kind of use that argument for any champion ever. I think some champs are just not as strong as others, and I think TF was kind of overvalued, and it didn't work out very well for G2 or any other team playing it. So I think if they move away from that and put Caps, on champions he's more comfortable with, champions that can snowball lane and carry team fights, it'll go a lot better for them. So I think Quad's got a, pretty big challenge ahead of him going up against Caps. So yeah, that's definitely something they need to watch for.
Finn, same question to you. Now you got it. What lane or matchup are you most worried about for FlyQuest?
Yeah, I already spoke a little bit about the jungle, so I'm not going to repeat that. But I also think that I am so impressed with Mazu in team fights. I feel like he has such a big presence as the game goes on. And for me, that is something that I don't want to allow him to get into that position. I want him to attack Mazu early, so he's he doesn't end up in those positions when he's even around 30 minutes, 25 minutes. That's when he is so dangerous. So I really want them to try to shut down that early, because in laning phase, I have more faith towards Hansama. But once the game goes on, I actually think Mazu has a slight edge there.
High praise here. High praise here.
He's
for
very good.
The EU-sided fan. We have the Fallen Kings of Europe trying to find their way back to reclaim their crown up against the reigning champs of North America. FlyQuest versus G2, a budding rivalry between the Atlantic. They do battle here at the Esports World Cup for a spot in the knockout phase.
Another crucial quarter-final spot is up for grabs, and it is between two regions with recent history.
It's NA versus EU once again, but this time it's personal. They faced off earlier this month at MSI, and the result was very dramatic.
The winners of that one called it a statement. The losers, a bad day in the office. Whatever it was, it's time to run it back in a best of one.
Absolutely. So let's welcome our first team. And this team, they've sent their North American rivals down to the lower bracket. Can they do the same to the European foes? It's FlyQuest.
A win here locks them in among the greats. It's one of Europe's most iconic clubs looking to step up into the quarterfinals. It's G2. Buckle up for our last upper bracket battle of the night. Let's get into it with our casters who'll call the action.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for those introductions. And man, a rematch this quickly is not something we generally see after a team is knocked out of an international tournament. This is an absolute treat to see whether G2 can grab some revenge.
Yeah, looking for redemption here for sure. And, you know, FlyQuest played a pretty unique game leading into this, right, to go to the upper bracket here. Very slow scaling Azir gameplay. I do not think that G2 are going to give them the opportunity to play that champ again. I don't think the Pantheon is going to be seen in this game either. I think both of those champs are going to hit the ban list, probably on red side. But how the draft develops is going to be quite interesting because I feel like obviously so far in this tournament we haven't seen Caps' champion pool fully unlocked, something that we know over the course of his extremely long and successful career he has such a massive list of. Maybe that could be an angle here in this draft, because just letting Quad sit back and scale slowly to a 5,000 goal lead I don't think is on the cards here for G2.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the game plan on G2's side, and I think that especially in that best of 5 that they played against FlyQuest earlier at MSI, I felt like almost every draft was just a bit wrong. When I was looking at it, when we were watching it, it just felt like something was missing. And you can imagine that they have retconned that extensively since their last look-in. And of course, like blaming draft, that's cope, all that sort of stuff, absolutely true. FlyQuest played way better on the day. But I think that there are certainly some adjustments as far as the champions picked that is going to be pretty important to look at here for G2 as well, going into this matchup that is still very fresh in their minds. Of course, it's upper bracket. No one's going home after this one, but this gets you into the knockout stage immediately, and you don't need to even worry about your key getting destroyed in the next matchup.
To be able to go to knockouts through this matchup, to do it in G2's way to prove that they are the stronger team, they've done it twice, or rather in FlyQuest's way, to do it twice the same way. For G2's case, to get revenge, to do it, to go, would feel so good. And, you know, moving into this, it's a best of one, right? Strategies, tricks that these teams might have up their sleeve are going to be quite valuable here. Pantheon's gone, right? Yeah. I imagine the Azir will be that final ban here alongside the Varus for the side of G2, unless there's a counter pick that Caps has in mind. If Quad's just going to first pick it, they're going to look for that scaling Azir once again. I feel like it wasn't about the Azir as much as it was about the game state and how slow that one was played out. But still, I think it's a ban worthy of respect. And instead, they'll just ban the Taliyah.
That's super weird, because I'm thinking that this is just a definite Azir lock-in. They are hovering Kai'Sa for now, but I don't think that is going to be the first pick. Priority on that is not necessarily that high. And if it ain't broke, just don't fix it. I would recommend just locking in that Emperor of Shurima and letting Quad do it again. That is precisely what's going to happen.
And I don't think this is an accident or a mistake necessarily. I think Caps has
just
something
lock
prepared.
Akali again. Yeah, Caps just going to lock Akali again. We'll run it back.
Silas, question mark?
Yeah, no, it's Akali Nefiri, straight out the gate. Let's go.
They don't have to show their hand here. Obviously, they can look for a bigger prio jungler. They're just going to slam the Annie, though, instead. So can go for the Annie Xinjiao.
I'd like Annie Wukong for something.
Annie Wukong, also good. Annie Viego was a common pairing, but I would not prefer it in this particular draft.
I think Annie Poppy also makes a lot of sense just because the Azir has been locked in already. Inspired looked great in their last game on that champion, and it felt like that had that sense of inevitability as Skewmont hovering his signature pick in the Nunu just for a moment, but will be then locking away the Vi. And that's a big one that actually managed to get through the draft that we didn't quite mention because we're used to it just being taken away or snapped up first pick every single time.
It doesn't have the same durability as a pick like the Xinjiao in team fights, but the pick potential this comp already has with the Annie setup is incredibly strong. Looking for a potential Sejuani here or Inspired to come through. The Yone is banned, right? Like, there's other picks you can play with this Sejuani in the top lane. Jax comes to mind. The Renekton, we did see played into them by Thanatos, was pretty successful. It's a pretty strong setup here of the top side for FlyQuest. The Rumble will be opted into this. Yeah, and both teams have a really solid, strong top side here to line things up.
I feel like I'm getting a lot more aggressive vibes from G2, though. The Rumble Vi and the Annie already locked in just gives them so much forward momentum towards the top side of the map. And then if you get your hands on something like a Jhin, anything that can offer a little bit of utility or some self-heal in something like an Ezreal, it would be very powerful.
I think if you have, there's like 3 picks really that come to mind here for AD carry. The Jhin you mentioned, the Ezreal. You could look for something like a Xayah, but I wouldn't really prefer it here. Senna, in a similar vein. But also, I feel like the Jinx in this draft is just so free, just simply because you can use it as a counter pick. You can try to outrange your lane opponent because Masu and Busio will have to show their hand first since they're on blue side. And you have so many ways for the Jinx to get excited. And we've seen the rise of Jinx slowly through MSI. We saw it in the MSI qualifiers here at the LCK for our region. The Nico will be taken away. I wonder if that's a consideration here.
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried because as soon as Nico gets banned, I'm like, oh, they're just going to lock Kalista Renata.
Yeah, Kalista Renata is very strong. I think a Renata ban makes 100% sense here for Fly. Otherwise, you could end up in a situation where even like a Draven could be played with this draft to incredible potency here for Hansama. The Kai'Sa works well as follow-up, but man, it feels like G2 have so many strong AD carry picks here that are either incredibly strong with the follow-up for the dive or incredibly safe and can follow up, and do a ton of damage and be hard to punish with this Renekton Azir. So
I think that the Draven that you mentioned, the more I think about it, the more I like it because they do have just a lot of damage from like level 6 onwards, right?
Yeah.
In this composition.
You just snowball.
Yeah, you can certainly facilitate getting some of those resets, or at least some of those adoration stacks cashed in. But that is going to be the Rakan, the lock-in first. They're going to save Hansama's pick until last.
I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like Kalista Renata works really well for FlyQuest now, though, with the lock-in of this Rakan.
I think you just lock Jinx. I think you try and deny Xayah Rakan by locking like something like a Jinx. Or instead, they're thinking about
Jhin works well when you have this front line.
4 letters starting with J.
I mean, Jhin is very strong for both squads, right? Let's see the Alistar to get locked here first. And they're thinking about that AD carry a little bit more. I think Kalista loses a little bit of value in this lane. It's still playable. I know everyone hates Kalista right now. Its win rate at MSI was 0. But it is an option. Jhin is safe. Kalista is safe. And you have the scaling Azir in this composition already. And I think they are just going to go with the Jhin because it's both strong for their comp and also a strong denial for Hansama. Will we see that bold Draven? Will we see something like a Jinx for the resets? Or even something like a Zeri, I feel like is not out of the question here for Hansama.
Could be an option. I just see Rakan and the Xayah is still up, and I think that they're probably just going to do it.
I don't like it, though.
I like it less, but, I mean, it's just what's going to happen. As the good old Lovers Duo comes in, keeps the theme as far as color coordination as well, very on the red side of the spectrum, and allows them to align, and I think that that's very important. I think Fly has almost 0 damage, and I'm really worried.
So I agree with you, but I think the damage that Quad will have later on can make up for it a lot of the time, especially with the front line of this Renekton and Sejuani. I like FlyQuest draft way more because when I look at the draft of G2, it's got a serious range problem. You've got a lot of engage, and yes, Jhin is relatively immobile, but you have to get past the Alistar. You got to get past the Sejuani, you got to get past the Renekton, and this Xayah has an ultimate that can get you out of dodge, can get you out of the Renekton maybe, can get you out of the Sejuani, but you're going to be sitting on top of those Sand Soldiers in a team fight. You have no range, and FlyQuest could just sit back and fire away with this Jhin, and that's where I get most concerned. I think for the side of G2, you need to be brawling constantly, you need to be constantly forcing fights. You have to have vision control the whole time. If you lose control even for a second, and the scaling Azir comes across here for Quad once again, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I do think that it requires Quad to be playing really well and to get a decent early game going. Because if the Azir isn't absolutely deadly, which is exactly what we saw from him in their last matchup, if it's not deadly though, it's going to be G2 being able to just take any fight that they want. They have the "I've decided that you're dead" button in the Vi. That's why she's so permanently banned most of the time, is because you just so very easily get to decide when you want to kill someone, when you want to fight.
I mean, I think these comps have completely different identities, which is super exciting.
Yeah.
You know, you have the late game Azir, the range versus I'm running at you. It's a question of, can G2 close the gap? Can FlyQuest play keep away and survive and do that damage? When does Quad get his arm guard? When does he get that Zhonya's completed for extra safety? Such a fun matchup we have here at North America versus Europe.
Yep, good old NA versus EU, a tale as old as time, but still just as exciting as it ever was. And we are onto the Rift here to see who is going to be advancing forward first out of G2 and FlyQuest. Of course, with an extra life in the tank. And so we're not going to be saying goodbye to anyone just yet, but being able to promote this early is going to feel absolutely fantastic. Joining Humble Life Esports, who have already made their way up there with their last victory. As Caps just going base skin on the Annie, which I find quite interesting because Annie has so many skins. It's kind of ridiculous. Reverse Annie being probably one of the best in the game. It's just so cute.
I like the base skin. I don't know what it is. I guess it's because when I first started playing League of Legends, I didn't have any skins, and I liked playing Annie back then. So
in Season 1, Annie was my most played.
Very fun chat. Broken Blade going to do a little bit of a wraparound here, but I don't think FlyQuest will get punished.
Yeah, this is very interesting, actually, as Cap's going to be moving forward. Finds a little bit of an auto attack, but otherwise not too much more. They do manage to do infinitely more damage to Fly than they took in return.
That is true.
So there's that. That's an Atlas useless stat for you, everyone. You can have that for free.
We'll see a control of the bottom side brush from Masu and Lucio as Broken Blade is continuing to try to fish for these harpoons. We'll finally land a second one there. But let's see what happens with this level 1. Masu and they hit that first shot, and I guess it won't really matter. But sometimes you get in that brush and things change in the lane.
Yeah, and this I feel could actually just go really G2 favored. It's not exactly the most power. Of course, Jhin in lane is actually pretty strong, but level 1 Alistar is probably not what you want if you want to go toe-to-toe in that 2v2. As Quad and Caps fighting once again. I feel like this is such great news for Quad, though. His Azir was so good in the last game, and he just gets to continue on down that same track. We'll see how he's going to do against Caps instead. Of course, different opposition. As I don't even... Did Quad and Loki even play against one another at all?
Yeah.
I know that, when Quad was Sulker, he did spend some time down in Challenger.
I think they just missed each other. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think they missed each other by a year. As Loki was a bit of a later come up there on Hanwha Life. As down here in this bottom lane, like you said, the Alistar level 1 a little bit weak. Lebrov's doing some great sustain. Bit of a trade happens here. Also going to get that bouncing grenade. I'm curious how this early game plays out for the side of G2, because the big difference between picking something like a Draven that we were potentially hyped to see for Hansama, especially because he's so famed for it, versus the Xayah is the Draven can fight early. Once everyone hits level 6, you can look for that early cash in. You can explode early and try to punish some of the scaling elements here of FlyQuest. But now with the Xayah, you're a little bit slower. Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, Bwippo just going to be emoting after he stuns that minion. That being said, that minion was very surprised about what was going on, but Broken Blade going to be able to find the harpoon here and not going to quite silence himself just yet, but managing the heat really beautifully, and Bwippo is just not allowed to head towards this minion wave.
Yeah, that's really well played by Broken Blade to punish the failed stun there, unfortunately, for Bwipo. Knows he probably got caught on cam with that one. It happens.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen, but it does happen to the best.
He did counteract it, though, with the emote very nicely as the double fold comes down here towards the bottom side. The Blade Caller not quite connecting onto Masu, but the heal is still going to have to be employed here by the Fly bottom lane as G2 fighting this one pretty aggressively. Broken Blade continuing to try and keep the pressure up as in goes Bwipo. This time he's going to be able to find the stun. Permafrost coming down as well. I think Bwipo is going to, Broken Blade is going to be absolutely fine, but still down to 200 health, might be teleporting early.
That does relieve a lot of the pressure, though, of Bwipo's lane there that was looking like it was going to be frozen in a really tough spot. He's able to break the freeze here. And Skumond is lurking. It's not going to commit any further here. Does get that control ward up, but
a lot of vision that Bwipo is going to be dealing with here towards the top side.
A lot of the early game between these squads has been a little bit of hands checking, a little bit of aggression on both sides. But if you look at the gold lead, I mean, it's 0-0, right? We don't have any big plates going down or anything like that, but it's a pretty significant lane lead across the board here for G2. Caps has a significant one in mid lane. You can see that, Broken Blade was able to stem the bleeding there with the attempt from Inspired. He's just chilling, had a massive lead, had denied a ton of farm from Bwipo. And these small advantages do stack up.
Yep. We got a bit of a lane swap coming on through here. As Meteos was talking about before, sometimes there's like a million different reasons as to why you swap, but when in doubt, swap is kind of what I got from it. And that is what G2 is going to do. The Dragon is going to be spawning here, just a lone Chemtech to start us off. Is going to mean that adds a little bit more power to the potential souls that we're going to see in this game. Only one Chemtech soul so far today is absolutely fine. Good work there, Orcs. Thank you for not inundating us with too many of those. As Busio coming on over, saying yeehaw in the mid lane because of the cowboy skin. So many times it is just the cowbell.
Yeah.
Right? Because that skin is so cool. I mean, there's also the war one that Lehens and Beryl like to use, but we don't see the cowboy quite as much, and that was an old favorite. So I'm glad that we're bringing it back. Thanks, Busio.
Bwipo trying to bait here is successful.
Yeah, Equalizer goes in. Inspired coming down, but Skumond is in position. And it looks like neither team wanting to fight. It's a gentleman's agreement. Just a bit of a thumbs up there. And now Caps moving forward, finds a speed up with the Molten Shield. Once again, the answer is going to be there. And there's the Emperor's Divide. Caps electing not to use the flash yet. And there's not quite enough damage on the table, so it doesn't actually have to at all. A 2v2 here. Annie and Tibbers versus Quad and his cow.
Am I crazy? Busio not headbutt there? I thought he was going to headbutt Caps back in. Maybe I missed it.
He did. Oh, maybe he got caught on minions or something like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe he used it to get in.
Maybe he did use it to get on the pole, and I just missed it. But either way,
going for a bit of a dive here is the Blade Call is so good from Hansama, but the flash still going to try and get him out of there. I just don't think it's going to quite work. The heal is going to come on through. Masu thought he could find it with the fourth shot, as the Q is going to be enough. And first blood over to the Xayah feels fantastic for G2.
Oh man, he thought he had the damage there on that fourth shot. I mean, that's all you have to hope for, right? He was able to just heal up barely with that pot to survive long enough to look for it, but this early in the game, he just did not have the damage there. Ultimately does die, using his summoner spells to try to trade one back. That's a huge lead that Hansama already has, in terms of the 80 carries, and with him dying there, that lead will continue to grow. As it's the laning leads I mentioned earlier that continue to snowball here. It was 500 gold, and now with that kill going over, it's 1,500 gold here at just below 7.5 minutes in, as still looking for that kill onto Caps. Yeah, and he's just going to ride out the storm.
Yep, cute little headbutt pole there from Busios. We've got some Portal combat here. Quad going to come on over and get that control ward down. They're just trying to stem the bleeding as much as possible, but G2 are doing a great job keeping up this level of pressure as we check this out once again.
Yeah, he's trying to ghost his way away and gets knocked up here. The turret does a ton of damage, but the Rakan is so mobile. Masu has that potion chugging through the Ignite just barely. And is going to...
I think Lebrov would have died without the heal as well. It was pretty fancy.
Masu wants to go in and get that fourth shot, but like you said, the heal is required. Very close, but not enough. Void grubs are going to spawn here as G2 look to take these out. They have so much control over this map right now. Caps is unable to join, but I just don't think there's enough FlyQuest here to deny.
Yeah, a bit of battle in the mid lane just to try and bully Quad away, but you can see FlyQuest still going to look for it. Master coming down, he does have access to that curtain call like you were talking about. And Quad has the inside track, finds the Emperor's Divide as well, but Broken Blade has made his way over. The flash out from Quad, but the harpoons are going to land, and he is in so much trouble. Not able to shift the sands, and Cool Guys don't look at explosions as G2 grabs their second kill of the game.
And they get all the grubs as well on the top side of that fight. Caps is even going to pick up an extra plate for his trouble. And the lead here is just exploding for G2. Hold up, though.
Yeah, this could be one as they layer the CC real nicely. Lebrov still able to get himself out, though, and Hansama is free hitting. Inspired can't do anything. There's the feats of warfare. And G2, I think they took that 3-0 at MSI pretty seriously.
Yeah, they
and personally, as you could understand.
They really look like they are ready for revenge here as Lebrov will once again avoid death here, getting away from that curtain call. Hansama's hit by the last one there.
There's the flash forward. Does have the Featherstorm available as now Busio might find himself overextended because Skumon gonna give him the good old depth thumbs up, and down goes the cow. And his beefsteak now is 4-0 for G2. This is turning into a shellacking.
I mean, we're starting to talk about a nearly insurmountable gold lead here at 9.5 minutes with the snowball that is really rolling down the hill here. We talked about how for the composition of FlyQuest here, they need to stem the bleeding early. They need to make sure they get through the early game so that Azir can be relevant later on and they can play that game of just outranging. Broken Blade may be a casualty here, though, in the bottom side.
Yeah, I think he may die. Some Alcove Gaming is not going to save him there, and he is just going to get taken out. Deals with the minion wave, so I guess there's that, as the rest of G2 are making their way down. Still, FlyQuest are now on the board.
Certainly are. I just don't know if it's enough, especially if Blippo ends up dying in return.
He has flash, doesn't have ult. He's going to flash, try and get himself out, but he's caught with the last bit of the knock-up here as the heal going to be utilized. Out goes Lebrov, and Blippo will be absolutely fine. By absolutely, I mean he's just going to live. And he's looking a little worse for wear. Still,
I mean, he didn't die, so I mean, absolutely not dead.
Yeah, absolutely alive, very alive. Is Lebrov not as alive as it turns out? Busio is going to be able to grab that one with a trample. And as we were singing the praises and saying words like insurmountable, the surmounting begins.
Yeah, well, it's a bit messy down there as a commitment on the Blippo does fail. He flashes to get the slice and dice away, and then they stick around just a little bit too long there. Lebrov ends up being the one who bites the bullet there. As you can see, the gold difference over time by S&B here, it does shrink quite substantially. You know, we were looking at a 3,000, now we're looking at just a 1,500 here, so basically cutting it in half. That said, still a great position here for G2.
Yep.
And, I mean, we're moving into this mid-game where Hansama has a very, very strong position. They still have the point-click CC with the buys.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, the rest of FlyQuest are moving up. As we can see, Broken Blade in so much trouble. The Glacial Prison goes down. Not even close, says Blippo, as he just cuts him up.
And I don't think they can cross-map, unfortunately. Masu is very well aware of the fact that since nobody was helping out topside there, he might be the next target. Is just going to let this wave crash into the turret and say, I'm not going to lose my life for this.
I mean, do you know what? I can feel Meteos backstage just like stroking his beard. He's like, no, it was never that G2 favored. Don't worry about it, guys.
It certainly, you know, is... The lead is shrinking
just a little bit.
Sure.
As Busio now, with that Unbreakable Will, does just make sure he's able to escort Caps towards his inner turret. He does use the flash. They were waiting for that one, as he now just takes more turret shots than he really wants. He'll take a bear to the face as well as the equalizer going to come on through. And Busio may just burn down. The last tick not going to quite be enough there with the Leandries that was just put together. Still, he is going to be able to make his way out. But Caps he had to use his flash, yes, but otherwise he's just fine.
The big story that we weren't watching was the fact that Masu, like I said, he had to walk away from the turret because he's like, well, I'm not going to die. But he did just walk away from the turret and give up several waves and then also lose his turret and couldn't farm the entire time. Yeah, so the Jhin really didn't like how all of that went to pass, unfortunately. As this gold lead here for Hansama is the biggest in the game by far at nearly 2,000 at this point. And the Xayah is ready to team fight.
Yeah, and I think I'm ready to get back on my original opinion of Jhin, which was that I just didn't like him very much. I gave him a bit of a pass for MSI because he offered a fair bit of utility, right? If you add a lot of extra carries for the rest of the map, you do need your AD carry to take a bit of a back seat. not in this game. I don't think this is the game where Masu wanted to be on something like the Jhin.
I think the Jhin is an issue when the rest of the map is starting to fall apart and you're kind of left on the wayside by yourself.
You're right.
And I do think that when we come to team fights later on, because he's so far behind, he will look useless unless things change in a big way. I mean, because he's massively behind right now. It's going to be tough for Masu to kind of prove my point about the range and the way this team fight composition can work. But right now, if you're a Jhin anti, you're feeling pretty good because it just isn't looking like with this game state he's going to be able to do a whole lot. The lead here for Caps is pretty significant as well. And so getting to that game state for FlyQuest, the late game where they can come back into this one, it feels so far away. It feels unfathomable to imagine, a 35-minute game state where suddenly Quad is really hitting and they can fight the way they want around those big curtain calls from Masu and Inspired is setting up big ultimates. There's a few opportunities here in this mid-game, like, for example, the Herald that's spawning here for a big team fight win before things get too out of hand. But the window is certainly closing as G2, once again, pulling into a significant lead now, nearly 2,000.
Well, Inspired is just going to be parked here in this brush. Lebrov going to try and stop Busio from getting in, but he still finds the two-man Pulverize. Flash out comes on through his Caps. Is going to have to get rid of that CC. Was that Lebrov that just with an insta-McHale's? That was kind of sick, to be perfectly honest. Still, that is a very dead Skumon.
I was a little bit concerned about the split of the CC there. I thought, okay, just focus Skumon and you get him for sure, but they do ultimately get him down with that final shot there from Masu. And now Hansama is actually left out to dry here. TP coming through from Lebrov. Can they save him?
He is going to get in there. There's the Feather Storm. Can Hansama find the angle? The three-man knockup is going to be the best that they were hoping for. And now Caps turns up as well. Quad goes down early as the curtains have been called. And Hansama gets himself out. Another hero play. Lebrov has just really turned it around here in this one.
Unsealed teleport to then slow down the play. Blocks the shot. Now going to help get the knockup here. And Busio is certainly dead.
Oh dear, yeah. Caps wants to get that auto, actually finds the Incinerate over the wall, and down goes the cow. And G2 back on the horse once again, or the cow, or whatever animal. There's a lot of animals, to be perfectly honest. It's like a whole bunch of animals in a Jhin on the side of Fly.
I mean, Broken Blade is going to get a ton of damage done to this turret as well as he crashes two waves into it. It's a long way for Quad to get back over to this top lane. Doesn't have teleport. He might actually just get the whole thing, frankly. As you go back to this play, this was from a while ago where Inspired was hiding here. They do end up getting the root here onto Skumon. And then the ult here from Inspired actually goes on to Caps as they get a little bit greedy, hoping they could get both. And that's what I was concerned about. But Masu gets that final shot there. The fourth shot will be enough damage, so they still end up getting him. This is a heroic play from Lebrov. So unsealed teleport here. The ult from Hansama buys enough time. He gets knocked up. It gets the charm here to allow Hansama to get there. Triple knockup. And then blocks the shots here coming through Masu as he opens up the curtain call. Look at this. Flashes to avoid the first one. Then charges in with a knockup attempt here to stop Hansama from getting hit by that extra one there. Guy is just playing supportive for his AD carry.
Yeah, that was a cue the Celine Dion in that moment. It was absolutely beautiful. And this time, not actually needing to sacrifice himself. So really nicely done there from the G2 support. And as we can see, the result is a 1.4k gold lead for Hansama on this Xayah. And I'm looking at it and I'm feeling like the amount of late game damage potential out of this Xayah is going to be absolutely obscene. And what it means on top of everything else is the fact that you can eliminate these neutral objectives so incredibly quickly. And that's where things get really scary here for FlyQuest. Now, they're going to have to really be on top of the vision.
This dragon here, it's the first Ocean dragon of the game, as we have Ocean Soul here, is completely under the control of G2. And this is where things get a little bit tricky for FlyQuest because they want to sit back at scale. They want to just say, Quad could TP in, but maybe we just leave him on the side instead. They need to use this dragon wisely. And I think trying to force a fight here is probably not going to be it. Trying to get that top inner, though, could be a good thing if they can slow this down.
Lebrov's on vision, but he's able to grand exit out of this one. Deadly Flourish, not going to be enough to hold him in position, and that is just going to be a little bit of an attempt, but nothing really committed as, oh dear. The flash over the wall is gorgeous from Broken Blade, and he'll just burn the pigeon to a crisp.
So they wanted to, as I said, just let Quad hit that inner, but because Broken Blade doesn't have TP, but he's like, oh, if you're going to stay, I'll stay. We already have Dragon Prio, and I'm pretty big. I will just kill you. All he has to do is flash the Emperor's Divide, and he does. and down goes the Azir, and they get nothing. He may lose his life, though.
Yeah, this might be something. They can actually manage to get the kill. The answer is pretty good, though. On the other side, Inspired actually takes a lot of damage. But they'll take down the outer turret, and they're going to look for the inner at the same time as Skewmon trying to get himself back in, actually, with that Vault Breaker, and they'll just finish this off. So 2 turrets in trade for a Rumble.
And a kill on a Sejuani. So, I don't really feel like... I mean, it's not a bad play to kill Broken Blade there, but it just doesn't feel like it's worth. But that was the only play they could make, and they were at least able to get that much, but...
The answer was too good.
It just doesn't change the state of the game. In fact, the state of the game continues to be further and further in G2's favor. And, you know, where do you go from here? You had that one chance to use the Dragon to try to get the inner, and going to that moment here, this is Broken Blade who's just like, well, I was going to come over, but I guess if you're going to stay, I don't have TP. Drops Equalizer on him, has his heat charged here for the full maxed out Q damage, and then flashes the Emperor's Divide, and gets him during the silence there with a few autos, and cooks him. So Quad gets taken out. He wants so desperately to be that late game damage threat for this team. I think it was the right call, but he gets outplayed.
Yeah, he did. And his flash is still up and available. Thought the Emperor's Divide was going to be enough, but as soon as that flash happens from Broken Blade, you're never actually going to be able to do enough. And you're not going to be able to outrun him. And so the man with the double masks is going to be able to take him down. 2-3-2 now on this Rumble, but as soon as the second item comes on in, this is going to be a very, very scary Yordle up there towards the top side of the map as Caps is going to be clearing out this wave. Whippo lying in wait, not wanting to give away his position too early, and is eventually just going to catch that wave and throw it back towards G2. Headbutt Pole going to come through once again. Deadly Flourish as the follow-up, and Labrov almost loses a health.
Broken Blade this time might actually die to a champion that wants money.
Yeah, perhaps. Skewmon going to come down, but Broken Blade is in a lot of trouble. He does get pushed back kind of a way that he wants to, but Masu was there as well. There was no way out here, and I'll make that one a 2-4-2.
Yeah, Broken Blade has been playing a little bit fast and loose on the sides without enough vision to support that. And
would you call it a side lane, or would you call it like, it's like almost FlyQuest base?
Yeah.
It kind of was there.
But
still putting on a lot of pressure.
I mean, these are the types of ways. I mean, it's going to take like 3 or 4 more plays like that for FlyQuest to get back in this game, but that is exactly what you want. As Skewmon's here, Blippo needs to get out of dodge. Does have his Q charging, has ultimate. They're not going to commit any further, but the amount of time that Quad has been able to, despite the deficit here, despite him being 1-3 in this game, sit in a side, is really the only thing that's giving you any hope if you're FlyQuest. Like, trying to contest this certainly is an opportunity they're going to look for.
Well, about half health on this Otacon for now, as they are looking to just try and get that turn. The Unbreakable Will comes through from Busio. That's going to keep him alive, and there is the smite. It's good on the side of Skewmon, and he's able to lock that one up, and now the curtains have been called. We're going to need to find some of these bullets as Labrov allows Hans Sama to take that last one, and Quad looks for the angle but doesn't quite get it. It's a little bit of a shot from the Sand Soldier, and then a nice invisible Deadly Flourish to try and lock down on Sama, but it's not enough.
Even if he has ult there, because he used it obviously in that last play bottom side, it's just now coming up, but even if he has ult and tries to flash for it, Hans Sama could just ult him and just be like, all right, I'm chilling, nice try. Desperate plays, desperate times call for desperate measures, but I do wonder if perhaps if they had just kind of slow played and contested and let Quad sit in that bottom lane and maybe take out an inner, if that would have been the better play, but he TPs in and they're unsuccessful. And I get it, he was burned by sitting in the side lane top side last time by Broken Blade.
Yep.
This time he's like, well, I'm just going to TP in and look for it, but fortunately not able to get anything. A big Otacon play for the side of G2.
He isn't engaged on Busio, doesn't quite have his ultimate back up again. There's the knock up from Labrov as well, as they found Masu, and he is just dead. And now a teleport comes in from Blippo that's a little bit inopportune. And now Inspired gonna have to get himself out of there. There is a blast going to allow Blippo to escape, but Inspired may not be so lucky. Him and Bristle are able to escape though, and G2 unable to get their fangs into anyone other than this Jhin. Okay, never mind. Maybe they've found Whippo.
I think Busio
should. Coming on through.
Yeah, Busio should be able to protect him here. It's going to be tough. Cap's got stun prep.
He does. Skewmon coming on through there as they do manage to get the stun. That is the Unbreakable Will back off cooldown now, though, as they look for a bit of a dive. This might be a little bit aggressive as the knockup does come on through. As Broken Blade tanking this turret for as long as he can. Not able to buy enough time, though, as they are looking to back away. As now Hans Sama a little bit alone there towards the top side, and the Jhin has respawned. So they have to be a little careful. They will be able to back away.
There are going to be a lot of low health bars here, and I think that's what FlyQuest wanted to pounce on and pressure, but G2 are now grouped back up again, right? And I think that starting this Dragon is completely realistic. Even with Quad having Flash and ult up, just not going to be able to get in to look for a deny, and
Inspired nowhere in sight here as well. He does finish Hysterics, but he doesn't have teleport. He cannot join the fight, so that is going to be Soul Point picked up as another Mikhail is going to be utilized very nicely, as never mind, it's actually a cleanse. Still, Hans Hammer at full health. The curtains have been called, and Caps takes a lot of damage from that one. The equalizer's good from Broken Blade, though, and Inspired, he agrees. It's going to give him a good old thumbs up for that one as they make their way out scot-free.
G2 don't have to use any ultimates outside of the equalizer there. They're just chilling. They know their limits so incredibly well. They know, okay, we can't fight here, let's back away. Okay, now we're grouped on Dragon. They can't do anything. Checkmate, we grab Dragon, we kite away. Thanks for the ult, Masu. Like, you're not going to be able to get anything from us here. And they know exactly how much they can walk that fine line of taking the Dragon and kiting away and not getting punished, even with the Azir having that ult up. So FlyQuest are keeping themselves alive in this one. It's just a 2,000 gold lead. You know, the lead has actually gone over in the mid lane to this Azir that spent so much time in sides.
Yep.
And he has to be the win con here. We've said this about Quad so many times, so much on Cassiopeia oftentimes in the past, but on this Azir, just like in the previous game they played earlier today, he has to be the win con. He has to be that supreme late game damage.
And on the other side, it's Hansama, right? And
yeah,
you mentioned
deathless.
a 2,000 gold lead. That is his gold lead against his opposition. And so it does feel a little bit like Quad versus Hans in this particular matchup. And they're the ones with all that consistent damage that's going to be offered.
Now, when we get to some of these later fights, right, for example, 3.5 minutes from now, when that soul spawns, the potential soul here for the side of G2, Baron spawning in just 10 seconds time, that range advantage will be significant despite a gold deficit. So you have to play these out clean as G2. So mistakes could cost you big, because even with a 2,200 gold lead here for Hansama, if you can't close the gap, you can't hit autos, it doesn't necessarily matter. And if they start to lose map control, as they are a little bit here in this mid lane, that's maybe an angle for FlyQuest to get back in. I feel like FlyQuest down, but certainly not out in this one. Now G2 have the group, they have a ton of vision removed here. That Scuttle Crab is about to fade as well. Threatening a potential Baron is very smart.
That's what they're going to look for. Whippo with a bit of a wrap around as they don't have a lot of information. There is the flash, the headbutt flash pole from Busio, but it doesn't quite get the angle that they're looking for. Skewmond is going to get Mikhails to get out of that CC. It's a big pulverize though. It's Busio going for it once again. They've managed to get the Featherstorm out of Hans. He's killable now as Inspired looks for an angle but doesn't quite get there as the Blade Caller was already in the air. They protect the President, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to hold on to control of the map. And Fly are looking for this Baron.
I think they have enough damage to start this up 100%. Going to get that teleport out of Labrov. He does have unsealed, so he can just get right back into the fight.
Yeah. Broken Blade could be in trouble as Whippo unable to get through the wall. That was a bit of a sad one. He has a Pengu ready, so once again, the emote game is good, but they're not going to be able to kill the Rumble.
Not confident enough with the teleport for Labrov. They know he has unsealed. And they're also a bit split, like you said, chasing there, looking for the kill onto Broken Blade, who lost his flash moments before, and they do end up losing control of this. Labrov, he is recon, so probably fine. Caps is just lurking, man. They're trying to bait so hard.
Yeah, he's like, Caps is like, I don't need a reset. I can't afford my next item. The Void Staff's not ready yet, so I'm just going to make sure that they're not going to get
Broken
on top
Blade
of this Baron.
again. But remember, Flashless, this guy's gotten caught so many times.
Well, I mean, there is a teleport from Quad, so he can actually be here. Emperor's Divide goes down as Inspired going to be a little bit late, but now without Emperor's Divide, the teleport is free.
He's going to match
Quad
it.
is going to have to try and follow him as they've started the Baron. It's down to 50%. Remember, Hansama's got 3 items. He does so much damage, and there is no Inspired to be seen. This Baron's free, and G2 are going to take that one down.
And Quad doesn't have hold.
Yeah, is going to get charmed up there momentarily. G2 now just trying to make their way out. The exit after the heist is often the most difficult, but it looks like they're going to be allowed to leave.
And finally, Broken Blade's side laning, the threat of trying to kill this guy ends up being a boon for the side of G2 as he escapes and they get Baron.
Oh dear, they're still going to look for another fight though, as we can see. The equalizer goes down just to kill Whippo, who flashes to get a stun onto Caps, but it's not going to really do anything. The Unbreakable Will from Busio is going to keep him alive for the moment, and Quad is the one that they're scared of as Labrov gets interrupted as he tries to go for the engage, but Quad cannot really get there to get these auto attacks down, and they will be able to find Inspired, and down goes the Azir before he can do anything at all.
Hansama.
And G2 are just slaughtering this fight.
Look at his damage, 7,000. He does so much damage in this choke point, and Quad's trying to match him. He's trying to do the same, but it's just too little, too late. Hansama carrying this game on a Xayah pick I had doubts about, but he got an early lead and he just will not be stopped. Fearless or G2 and Masu. Looks like he's going to be the last to fall in this exchange, but man, 7,000 damage. Tier 3 boots now in this Xayah's inventory. And I think FlyQuest were wise to try to take that fight in the choke point, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to do it. The wallets are heavy here on the side of G2. They will get the Ocean Soul. Is this moment for a second, you're like, ooh, they use a lot on Bwipo, you know? Like, even the Equalizer is on a single target. It feels like maybe this is the angle here, and I think FlyQuest are feeling the same. Quad's in this position, the Tri-Brush, where he can do so much damage over the wall with the Jhin, but just watch Hansama. He's chilling, and as they decide, okay, the Jhin ult is gone, they go back in, Hansama's untouched. As we're going to jump out of the replay, he just sits there and does 7,000 damage for free.
It was absolutely ridiculous, and now he's going to do even more damage, as that's Inspired's health bar worth of damage there. Emperor's Divide going to get Quad out of dodge, or does it? As the cease and desist comes on through, they're looking to try and dive this one. Skewmon, I think, is dead. Yeah, he is. So maybe a little bit overexcited, but that is just jungler for jungler. G2 going to continue pushing forward with these minions that are all buffed up by the Baron.
Yeah, Bwipo's going to try to trade this bounty inner turret for the inhibitor. I think this is a wise call. Coming home to defend, I think, would have done very little. He does have TP. He's going to pick up a ton of money here and a lot for his squad with a bounty. So they get something back, but I mean, G2 have all but broken the backs here.
Speaking of broken, is
broken
the blade towards the bottom side. He is able to run pretty quickly. Now it's a top lane battle as the ulti comes through from Bwipo. He's just trying to keep Broken Blade in position. The curtains are going to get called. One shot is actually going to connect here as Broken Blade is going to get cut down with that Cull the Meek.
One shot's
gets
enough.
Another kill, or at least Quad does.
Yeah, one shot's enough to actually help secure that one. I mean, Quad, he is really hanging on in this game, isn't he? He's like, hey, give me any money. He's about to have his death cap. Doesn't quite have
money.
it
There
yet.
is a rapid fire cannon now on Masu. He's got 3 items.
Yeah, I mean, like,
there's 4 items on Hansama.
I do feel like if you're even vision, everything's set up on both sides, the range advantage is a problem for G2. And some of the over-aggressive plays, like what we saw from Skewmon earlier, it can be a problem. But the big issue here is Hansama's damage. So if you can't kill this guy, and he just gets to auto, it doesn't matter how big your Azir is, because he'll never be as big as this Xayah right now. But this is a problem that Skewmon goes too far forward here, does end up getting punished. Broken Blade gets TP'd on and dies, and this does really take a little bit of the wind out of the sails here for G2.
He's just going to do it again.
Like, bye.
It's the same play, and it works again. What the heck? That's not how it's supposed to go. The Unbreakable Will is going to break, and it's a double here for Hansama. Now the Equalizer is going to have to be walked over here by Masu if he wants to get out. There's the cease and desist. The follow-up is not quite there, and Masu does have an inner turret, but actually, never mind. The Vi is just enough to wipe out this Jhin, and Bwipo is once again on an island by himself, doing what he can to hold back the waves and waves of minions.
Yeah, I mean, this is significant because it means there's no way to threaten the end with 2 down here, 3 down, rather, I should say, for FlyQuest. He may get punished here. Doesn't quite have his flashback up. The blast cone is denied. He should die.
Yeah.
This does buy a significant amount of time here for the rest of the team to respawn.
That was something.
Yeah. But I mean, this is like the meat grinder that is Hansama. Sejuani can't be an auto attack range of this champion.
It was the same play.
Alistair can't be an auto attack range of this champion. He is actually like, he's more than a fountain laser. I don't know what that is. But
fountain lasers are jealous of this Xayah right now.
If there were like 3 fountains next to each other and you walked into all 3 of them, they all overlap. That's what Hansama is doing in this game.
It's like you're playing the easiest levels of a tower defense, you know, and it's like the first wave. It's looking dangerous. As Quad also just going to get jumped on here by Skewmon, who doesn't quite have the same answers as the rest of his teammates with his flash on cooldown. Did have the ulti, but isn't actually going to employ it. I mean, this doesn't have the ult now.
This is significant because they have the mid push here with the super minions, and now Quad doesn't have ult for a potential Baron take. Baron's up in 30 seconds. I think G2 could just do their due diligence here, put some deep vision up, and look to start this Baron up with a nearly full build Xayah. They just auto it down so quickly and just sit there and go, well, you don't have engage. You don't have a great way to stop this. Good luck. And I mean, for FlyQuest, how do you respond here? Without that ultimate from Quad, you kind of just have to deal with the mid push and then just go, well, can we defend the Baron? Because trying to fight this, I feel like, is never going to happen. It's a dream within a dream. It's Inception.
Yeah, and they're going really like deep into the dream state as well. There's the flash forward from Lebrov. He's collecting all of them with the charm and the flash away from Master, but he's still on top of the equalizer, so there is just nowhere good to go. Finally, a grand entrance is going to miss, but Inspired is not going to be in the same situation. He does have to flash, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. His Caps is going to follow him, finds a Pyroblast, and that's going to finish him off. Busio now just going to get thrown around like a rag cow. And Hansama is very legendary in this game. The Empress Divide is back up again. Skumond is going to go down to his GA, but G2, man, we were asking the question about revenge. This was absolute obliteration here in EWC, and they'll be moving on to the knockout stage.
All smiles as well, and we saw that shot of Hansama deleting the Sejuani, the Alistair, and just grinning ear to ear. He had a phenomenal performance on this Xayah, generated a huge lead, and was always where he needed to be. His positioning was fantastic, was never punished by the Azir. And Broken Blade, yeah, he may have had a few overextensions in this one.
No, he was drawing pressure, Wolf. He was drawing pressure.
The one time where he was able to TP out and they got Baron was really the final straw, I think, that broke the back of FlyQuest. They could never recover after that. They lost their inhibitor, and there was just never any way back in. I think there was some good decisions made by FlyQuest. Quad trying to look for the inner top side, trying to just farm it out, trying to scale up. He did a ton of damage, but he was just never going to compete with triple Fountain Laser Hansama in this one. And G2, they get the revenge. They're the second team in the knockout stage. And Europe feeling a little bit happier with this result now, you have to think.
Yeah, that was a huge step up from G2. And it's so interesting, right, when we get to see the rematch so incredibly quickly, and being able to get some instant revenge. Of course, FlyQuest have the ability to fight back, right? They are not out of this just yet, and they get to look for a rematch of their own. Man, imagine if we get another one. That would be absolutely ridiculous. As now, it is time to head over to Ian, who has Hansama, the triple Fountain Laser, standing alongside for the interview.
What a performance from this guy. What a performance from G2, your quarter finalists here. Last time you went up against these guys, they dominated you 3-0. That was at MSI, not even that long ago now. How much was that playing on your mind, and did it drive you coming into this matchup here?
I mean, for sure, we had to take our revenge against them. They really played really well against us in MSI, and we had to really figure things out as a team. And I think we're in a good momentum. I think we are learning a lot as a team from this MSI, and coming up to this EWC, we can be stronger.
Speaking of momentum, you are now 2 wins today going into the quarterfinals. You are warmed up in Riyadh, no pun intended. Do you think that gives you a bit of an advantage over the seeded teams in the quarterfinals that haven't already played here?
For sure. When you get to play on the stage before, get used to what's like the table and stuff, the headset. For sure, it helps to get used to it. So for sure, have a little advantage there.
And you were smiling and enjoying every moment of what was a phenomenal game from you there. Are you expecting to just keep getting better and better on this stage?
Well, I think I did well. I think my team did super well. We were playing really much as a team and felt like we were always going for the same place. So I can expect us doing more of that and be playing even better than that.
Now, before this show is over tonight, after our final matchup, we will do our quarterfinals draw. Now, you can either face off against AGAL or BLG. That will be determined later on, but if you could pick right now, who would you pick and why?
I'll probably pick BLG because I feel like we have to beat them. They beat us all the time before, even in the MSI, and I just want to take the revenge against them as well.
You just want more and more revenge. I love it. This has been your Amazon Winners interview. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your win, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Ian Chambers. It was great to hear from a victorious Hans Sama as they win the most recent battle between EU versus NA. FlyQuest staying close for a little while until just G2 showing the class that they're at. And BB's smile right there is the same size as Finn's smile right now here on the desk. I know you can't see it, but he's grinning from ear to ear.
Oh, we're so back, baby. We are so back. What a stomp by G2. Broken Blade on the Rumble, Hansama on the Saya, doubting or like shutting everyone up that doubted him, saying he can't play Rumble. Okay, he didn't have the strongest game. He died a little bit here and there, but he picked it and he won with it. So yeah, that's that.
Yeah, very good job picking Rumble. I think G2 now has about as many wins as they had at MSI.
Okay.
Nah, it was a good game by them. They definitely showed up, and they managed to do what C9 wasn't able to do against FlyQuest, which was, draft the early game champions and punish the Azir. This Azir looked way different. He wasn't nearly as fed, way less gold, and he just kept getting killed. So, yeah, I think G2 had a good game plan. They executed on it.
Yeah, and also something I touched on before the game was that I really wanted to see Hansama try to dominate the laning phase, and I think after that early game dive onto Masu in the top side, he really had the wheel and he was turning it left, right, and center and just driving all across the rift and just farming so much, getting so strong on his Saya, and made it so difficult for FlyQuest to even phase shift their own jungle. He was there.
Yeah, definitely a great pick to be slippery, to have a lot of attention on you, but be able to matador it with such proficiency that led to G2 getting the victory. Despite some scary moments as they were looking to close out, but they're able to get it done. Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we had here. We start off with the first one on the top lane, and it was the dive save. It was the communication between the squad to make sure that Hansama was able to get away here.
It's beautiful by G2 to leave no man behind. A lot of teams would just leave tell their AD carry to leave this tower, drop that wave, you are fine. But all of G2 come to rescue him. All of G2 come to save their little boy AD carry and make a heroic entrance. Another heroic entrance right now is Skumon, who's joined us after his game, and he should have an honor for that game, defeating NA.
Yeah, also taking my job here, Finn. Welcome, Skumon. Congratulations on the victory. How do you feel?
Thank you. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. I mean, I didn't have the best game. I was kind of not always in the place with my team. I didn't feel like that much connected in the early game. But, I mean, yeah, definitely happy with the win. In a way, we got our revenge. Obviously, it's pretty sad that it's only a best of one, but we take it.
Yeah, congrats on the win. How did you feel playing against Inspired today? Because I know that in your guys' last matchup at MSI, he had a really good series, but today you got the best of him. So what did you change? Did you adjust anything going up against him today?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, in the last best of 5, I just got gapped really hard, to be honest. It was definitely probably my worst series I ever played in my life. I really just I didn't show up, and I felt really bad after that series. And yeah, I mean, for sure, some adjustment on I rewatched and reflected on how I played and how we played, and trying to see on how I played all of my mistakes basically. And yeah, I mean, I just took the best out of what he did and took some good lessons from our games. And yeah, I mean, obviously again, I didn't play that great today, but I'm still happy that at least I wasn't 5k behind.
2 wins. I think that's still pretty good. It's scoreboard right here. You just got to point at getting the wins going in the right direction. We have a second highlight here for you. This was after you guys take Baron and start get corralled. Why don't you talk us through what some of the comms were in this moment, if you can remember. I know there's a lot that happened today, but if you can remember.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, this was a bit stressful moment. I mean, we saw Sejuani on the bot crab with a TP, and we just decided to rush the Nash, and it was a pretty good call. It was a bit sketchy, the smite, me and Lavrov with the spellbook, but we get it done. And yeah, I mean, this fight was really good look. We knew he wanted to push the next wave, so it was nice finish by us. And yeah, I mean, after killing the Alistar right now, it was a bit scary, but we just went in and just killed them because we just had some confidence.
That was a beautiful punish there on the Sejuani showing bot side. And really clever TP by BB to just get out of there knowing Sejuani wasn't in range to stop it. So really nice call. You spoke a little bit about your MSI journey and how you feel you reflected on it a lot. And I just would like to know what was what if you could say one takeaway from that tournament that you really took to heart, what would that be?
I would say take more ownership and responsibility during the games because obviously like as a jungler you kind of know like what you need from your laners and like how you see the game going, right? And I got punished a lot, even though I kind of knew what was going to happen, but I didn't really take responsibility on asking like some wards or like just some little details by my laners that could have helped me in some tricky matchup. And like I just got punished really hard. For example, on my Vi game against Wukong, I just knew like he can just level 2 invade. I didn't really just put any single ward, so it was kind of obvious that it just came in, and I felt behind a lot from that. And just take more responsibility during the games, and just have a better communication overall.
Yeah, I kind of just really want to ask, because it's such a unique position that you're joining an established roster with one of the greatest players ever to play in the West, one of the most stable and consistent top laners across EU and in North America. That's where you interact so much. Is there a level of, hey, those are the seniors and I need to listen, and now they're like, no, you got to tell me what we need?
I mean, for sure, like in the beginning, it was a bit like this. Obviously, like I'm coming from ERLs and I just play with Scavs, Broken Blade, Hansama, and even my coach is right. You just got to respect like the players. I've been watching them for so many years, and obviously like you listen a lot to what they say, especially in the beginning. And I mean, right now it's like more 50-50 in a way, right? Like everybody respects our opinion. And it's just like a good relationship between each other. And like if somebody is like making some mistakes, or like we just try to learn with each other and make ourselves learn as a team.
Medios, any final questions here for Skumon?
Yeah, one I was curious about is we got to see your Nunu at MSI.
Yeah.
Kind of a rare champion, not something you see in competitive too often. And I know you like hovering it a little bit too. So is that just like a pocket pick? Is that a champion you really like? Or, what's your story with Nunu?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, I used to, when I grinded to Challenger, when I rolled up to jungle, I was just a one-trick Nunu, so I just kept playing it. And I just kind of got Challenger with it. So, I mean, I know the champion really well. It's definitely like my most played champ ever in my life, I would say. I think so. And I mean, I kind of hover it for fun. But one day, you never know, I will just pick it. Obviously, like the game against Gam wasn't the greatest, but I hope that I will get another angle one day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Skumon, any final words here to the fans? Because I feel like it's not only fans of G2, but fans from Europe, fans from the West, because so much of the interview, so much of the spotlight goes to those vets, but here's your opportunity to address them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I want to thank all the fans that supported us during the past tournaments. I know that it's been pretty hard to, just like keeping your head up and while watching our performances. We didn't really show up in the last international tournament, but I'm pretty confident that we can, with this win, we can have a lot of good momentum and show you guys some good performances. And I'm really looking forward for our next best of 3, which will be against an LPL team, I assume. And I mean, thank you for every people who keep supporting us, and I hope to show some good gameplay.
From one trick Nunu to quarterfinals G2 here. Thank you much for joining us here, Skumon. As we take a look at the bracket, I know I said that was the last question. Who do you want to play? Earlier, Hansama said BLG, but you got AL there as well.
But can you repeat the question, sorry?
Who do you want to play, BLG or AL?
Who do I want to play? Good question. I mean, to be fair, probably BLG because of the history with G2, right? And we also got smashed 3-0 in MSI. I also think that we've played kind of poorly this series, and I'm pretty confident that we can win against them. So probably BLG, but obviously, like if we can play against L, I wouldn't mind as well. It's like such a strong team, so it will be nice.
Thank you very much, Skumon. There you have it. It is G2 making it on through to the knockout stage. That draw will be done later tonight. But before that, we've got our elimination matches. They start now. It will be GAM Esports up against CFO. Don't go anywhere. We'll break down that series in just a little bit. One more time, it was G2 over FlyQuest. They are in the knockout stage.
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance. For everything they carried with them.
Why did Annie flash like that? Oh, wait. This is CFO players. Oh my god, look, it's Rest and Doggo. Rest, what you been up to, man?
我在看比赛。
He said he's watching the competition. Who do you think is going to win between G2 and Fury? 你觉得谁会赢呢？
我觉得 G2 会赢。
好呀，那 Doggo 呢？
也觉得 G2 会赢，因为他们阵容比较好吧。
Doggo said he also thinks G2 is going to win because their comp looks better. So we are currently at the player lounge where players can have leisure time while they are currently resting between games. So I wanted to ask, what are your favorite activities to do at the player lounge? 就是你们在这里的休息室有没有遇到什么好玩的东西呢？
有那个物理治疗师吧，觉得蛮特别的。就因为平常只有在我们基地才有，然后居然这边也有，蛮酷的。
So there's a massager here, and usually we only have it at the gaming house, so it is quite cool. Doggo 呢？
跟他一样嘛。然后我觉得这里食物都是可以自取的，然后想喝什么就自己拿，也不错。
Doggo also really appreciates the massager that we have at the player lounge, and also he thinks the food choices is lovely and that he's able to grab anything that he wants to eat and drink. Back to you guys.
It's a battle of the LCP. GAM Esports up against CFO. We got to see the CFO players chilling and rested for their battle. Thanks for the interview, Kitty. Digon here alongside the Valde analysts, Brendan Valdez and Medios, to break this one down. This is our first elimination match. Match number 7 out of 8 in day number 1 of the best of ones. And this is the most brutal because just like days yonder, when Medios was playing to make it to Worlds, it's best of ones, and once you're out, you are out for the rest of the tournament here.
Hey, you're just out. I mean, it could be one best of one loss where you didn't have your best showing. You know, you just came in, you were a little bit slow, and then you just didn't play well. And then you were in the elimination match, and you go down here, and then that's it. It's just 2 best of ones, and you're out. It's unfortunate, but, you know, that's the way the format works. You got to make it at least one win through to give yourself that chance, and we'll see how they do, because this one should be close. I mean, the 2 top LCP teams have been very close throughout their careers this year.
Yeah, definitely. And I think part of what makes it challenging, too, is just having the energy going into this match, because they played so much earlier today. And sometimes when you have to play early in the day and then you have a break and then you got to play again later on, it can be hard to sort of lock in once again. So I think that's going to be a big hurdle for these teams. And yeah, you know, obviously huge stakes on this match. You know, it's one game to see if you continue or not.
Yeah, and last time these 2 teams met in the LCP, it was the grand finals, a best of 5 that went the distance. So the gap between these 2 teams, very small. The familiarity between these 2 teams, very familiar. We have the added extra wrinkle of CFO being one of the high-profile organizations doing a 6-man roster and swapping out the top lane. We know that GAM Esports can swap out the mid lane. There's a lot to watch for. We don't have the rosters yet, so we don't know. Are they doing the swap? Is Driver coming in? Is Rest coming in? Is it Emo in the mid? We'll find out. But what we do have is an interview with the bot lane of CFO. Doggo, take it away.
Hey everyone, I have CFO Doggo by my side. Welcome into the pre-game interview. You guys are going up against GAM for the elimination series. So how do you feel right now?
欢迎 Doggo 来到我们的赛前采访。即将要面对的是 GAM 这个队伍，然后你现在感觉怎么样呢？
等待维持已久的败部吧，然后希望我们能有精彩的发挥。
I can't wait for this match, and I hope that we can do well in this game.
And for GAM, I know they have been longtime rivals for you guys in the LCP, so can you please let us know what is the main focus that you guys are going to be having going into today's series? Like, which player you guys are really going to pay attention to?
我知道的话，在 LCP 赛区，你们和 GAM 其实是一个很长时间的对手吧？那在今天的比赛中，你们的关注点是哪些？然后你觉得哪位选手是你们会比较专注于对抗的呢？
其实我们在赛段期间，我们都是一直注意对面的上野吧，因为他们的上野联动的非常的好。然后我们也需要 BP 注意一点他们比较多的什么夜群那种英雄吧。
I think our focus mainly is with the top laner and the jungle in our region. So I hope that we can do well in our BP and our meta for this upcoming game.
Amazing. Looking forward to your game against GAM, and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for the interview, Kitty with the interview, and Doggo for his insights. I think that's a great point. Top and jungle meta, Kiaya, probably one of the best in all of the LCP. For CFO, they've got two guys that they feel comfortable swapping back and forth. And then you look at the jungle, Junjia, who's been one of the best in the LCP. And then Levi, the captain, the leader, the heartbeat of all of Vietnam League of Legends, and has had some of the biggest upsets in the history of League of Legends international play. Update on the rosters as well. CFO have subbed in Driver for rest, so it will be the normal one plays and the other plays, so Driver on in. And then Emo has subbed in the mid lane for Aris, which Aris, I think, had a pretty tough showing there, Valdez.
Yeah, I just think that it makes sense. You know, Driver's kind of the guy who is very reliable. He plays the tanks in the top lane. You can kind of just shove him up there. You're going to get somewhat of an even lane state at least. It's not going to be very volatile. And same thing for RS. We heard earlier from the CEO of GAM where he was like, you know, RS, he's one of these new up-and-comers, but he's still not 100% adjusted to pro. So I think this is a good maneuver for both teams.
Yeah, I think that Driver definitely had a better showing at MSI, in my opinion. I think he's probably the stronger player. That being said, I know there was a series where they opted to go for rest in Game 5 because Driver was having some issues with nerves. And, I mean, that's a huge part of being a pro player, right? And especially in a match like this, it seems like Driver's, you know, choosing to overcome those nerves because it's an elimination match. You really got to win this one. So I think it's cool they're putting him in. And as far as Emo over Ares, it seems like GAM's mid lane has kind of been a troublesome area for them. But, you know, being from the same region, I assume Emo has quite a bit of experience playing against Honkyu, so maybe that'll give him an edge.
Yeah, I think it's unique now that at first stand, it felt like CFO could swap either one out, and you're like, okay, they're both doing pretty good. For GAM, it feels like, which one has the hot hand, and let's try to find that one. So maybe Emo is the one that can come up big for GAM Esports here. When you look down, up and down this matchup, where is the lane matchup, or I guess role matchup that you're looking at first?
I would say, for me, whichever role is not being rotated out, I feel like, or maybe I phrased that weird, but I think whichever role has the 6-man roster is going to have trouble. It seems like, you know, Kiaya is a really, really good top laner, and I think either Driver or Rest will maybe have some trouble with him. And then the same goes for mid. I think Honkyu is a very talented mid laner, and both Emo and Ares have kind of been struggling on the international stage so far. So I think that's kind of where both teams are going to try to leverage. And we saw in CFO's game earlier against Hanwha, they were putting a lot of resources early toward trying to like get Rest through the laning phase. They were ganking Zeus a lot, and it was actually pretty effective, but it just didn't really ever get to a point where Rest was able to like, get ahead in the matchup, despite, you know, a lot of ganks put top. He still was kind of getting pressured most of the game, so I don't know if they'll go for a similar strategy and try to, you know, cover their weakness, or if they'll try to do something else like, you know, get maybe mid or bot ahead.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a very good point, and I think that the jungle players are going to be critical for that as well, in terms of either trying to get those weaker lanes through, you know, helping Emo kind of get across the line, or if it's Driver who's having a little bit of unfortunate issues against Kiaya, maybe you try to help him there. I was pretty impressed by Levi and the way he was able to play in their last match, so maybe he can do something, but Junjia is always a tough opponent as well.
Yeah, those decisions are so fascinating to me because not only of the players themselves, but the coaching staffs. We have Archie here for the side of GAM, who started out his career back with Saigon Jokers, had the opportunity to play on the international stage there, then have been one of the original members of the GAM esports back when, before they were Gigabyte Marine, they were Boba Marine back then. On the opposite side, one of the greatest players in all of the PCS region in the form of Chowie. He came to NA for a little while, had some success, and now these two teams do battle here for their tournament lives at EWC.
Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. If you are just tuning in, firstly, where have you been? You've missed some good stuff. But in reality, you've picked a really good time, because this is where the cruel nature of this tournament really kicks in.
Our next teams woke up in Riyadh this morning with big goals, but now it's do or die. Losing your first opening match has serious ramifications.
Yeah, in this format, it means danger. One more loss and it's all over. Your key crushed for the world to see, and you're on the next flight out of here.
So let's welcome them to the stage. For the first team, it's Vietnam's finest return to fight to stay alive. It's GAM Esports.
After a tough start, they are back, desperate to keep their key in one piece. It's CFO. This is how we do it at EWC. The beautiful brutality of this tournament is about to come to life. Let's cross over now to our casters.
It is the LCP Grand Final remade. Like I said with North America, this one turns into a best of one, and this is elimination time. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Orcs, who he and I together are going to find out who's going home, the first team in League to go home from the EWC, and who gets another chance, a chance against Koi, to see if they can go through.
I mean, it would just feel so bad to go home already. Day one, you barely arrived, already having to go home.
Yep.
And to be the first team, I mean, we will send 2 teams home today, but to be the first would be rough, and one of these teams, unfortunately, is going to face that fate. So we'll see who it is. These teams definitely no strangers to each other, which obviously gives the advantage, but it's an equal advantage to each other.
True.
And we'll see how that comes into play.
Now they're talking about it on the desk. Emo coming in, and likewise as well, Driver's coming in. Now, on the side of CDVC Flying Oyster, Driver played the majority of MSI. And Driver looks like right now he is the top laner in better form. Better, I would say, with carry matchups as well. So it's interesting again, when all holds bar, it feels like CDVC want to make sure that they started off strong. And there you go on your screen. Emo, as I said, on this Driver versus Kiaya, that's going to be a good one. As Sion taken away, I mean, his sign as well at MSI was insane, so granted on that ban.
Yeah, this side, Rumble, Varus taking off the cards. Talia still open and available. Nocturne going to get taken away from Levi. Definitely a pick he's been famous for throughout his career.
Oh, yeah.
Pantheon going to be the first pick. Seen that a couple of times already today.
Talia's also open for
Yeah.
CFO here.
So,
Talia Zinzal, maybe?
I think Talia definitely going to be a pickup. Don't want to leave open Talia Pantheon. You could even look towards something like the Poppy, maybe. Talia Poppy, really strong combat. I don't think you're pressured to take your jungle right now, though. But definitely want to lock in that mid lane pick here.
Maybe priority 80 carry that's left up. I mean, today I feel like we get solo laners quite nice and early. You know, things like the Rumble as well. Even though tank options taken away. The Azir's a good ban because today we've seen some pretty almost game-changing Azirs.
Yeah, that first one from Quad, pretty big.
Yeah, second one was different, but I feel like the game state was kind of impossible to play. So
shows the potential, you know. Doesn't always come through.
Listen, feel it. It's like you're starting a game of Halo. Like you're in, you know, the quiet bit before it starts getting crazy.
Is here Zinzao you talked about?
Good pairing.
I wonder maybe, especially with the Rumble off the cards, maybe we see like a Gwen look towards, especially maybe don't want to give over like Gwen's and Zhao. It's a pretty powerful combo. We've seen teams leaning on.
But do you care enough about what people say to counterpick like the Jax top, you know? Do you care enough about that?
I feel like Jax is sort of picking a Gwen where it's like, you know, you can kind of handle it later in the sides, but it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah.
And the lane is still pretty okay. Lucian going to come in though, pretty early on as an AD carry pick. I've seen some sort of second rotation bans on Lucian, but not the easiest Lucian game to play, you know. A lot of threat from the Talia. Playing around that Unraveled Earth can be a little bit difficult, but obviously a pick that has a lot of presence in the laning phase. We'll see if it gets paired up with anything now, and they are going to go for that Braum immediately. So, CFO, do they want to respond in any way to this, or are they happy to go to the next rotation and leave their bot lane? They could just take a top laner now, and then, you know, it's kind of splitting bans towards the bot lane in that situation.
What do you care about? I mean, Kaiwing's an excellent Rakan. Do you worry about getting a better matchup? I guess they're going to answer your first question, which is going to be top lane maybe is just going to get a safety net here, and the Gragas also a flex?
Also a flex, in theory. Could end up going on bot lane if you really wanted. But we did see it earlier top. I would expect it to be top more likely. Keeps that bot lane open as an option. And, you know, we've seen Lucian Braum have a lot of strength. I'd say, you know, something we have seen do pretty well has been Zara Khan. Has been a pretty good matchup when piloted well.
Okay.
I remember in the Road to MSI, Yumayushi and Carrier playing that matchup pretty favorably. But it really still, it comes down on the players themselves. But Rakan has often been a good matchup into the Braum because it's very hard to stack up that passive. So we'll see if they opt to ban away that. And they do take away that Rakan pretty quickly. Orianna come through as a ban from CFO. Just limiting that mid pool a bit.
Maybe Rise, maybe next, to get rid of some of the semi-global threat that comes from Pantheon Rise.
Yeah.
Where else could you go?
I mean, Aurora ban's not terrible either.
Yeah, we don't like a Wawa.
You know, sometimes we see Ari's decent into Talia. Gonna take with a Yorick though. Something we've seen as much of, I'd say, recently.
I'm trying to think if is it fishing for anything? Maybe it's just because Gragas is horrible into Yorick. Might show that the Gragas is top. I know Gragas really suffer. They get walled in on cooldowns, and early on it's kind of annoying.
There's a fair few things that struggle into Yorick, you know.
But he's not. You know, at MSI they were blinding him, and that was silly. I was like, why are you? Because Yorick blind is not really blindable, you know.
Whoa.
Hang on, hold your horses, cowboy. Look at you getting up, you know. Wait, you think you're a cowboy? No, hold up.
Okay, looking at Jinx or Senna, I think long-range options into this could be a bit of a volatile lane, but if you get at the later stages, this is a really hard comp for Lucian to play into, because at some point, his wife just outranges him so incredibly hard.
Hate when that happens.
You can't win against your wife.
No.
You've learned that lesson.
Your wife always wins at the end, that's true.
And the Talia Unraveled Earth. I mean, this comp that CFO has really, I think it's hard for the Lucian to play into. The Gwen, though, I do like that comes out for Kiaya. Obviously, pretty strong scaling option. I've seen her have some good success. And the Silas, you know, the lane matchup could be a little bit tougher. So it looks like might go towards the Aurora. I've seen Aurora have some fantastic value.
Annie to follow up on something like the Pantheon?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really strong mid jungle. You can obviously lean towards bot side, get the Lucian head. You can lean towards top, maybe set up for that Gwen.
Yep.
Who has a lot of scaling behind her.
It's been a long day when we can't name champion Gwen. Don't worry. I mean,
yeah. Oh. So the Seraphine
Enchanter. Surely not. Do we need follow-up engage?
There's options.
Seraphine does offer that longer range engage as well. You talked about the wife being a problem.
Okay, they go for the Alistar. I think this is a much safer option.
Yeah.
Still, the lane can be a little bit risky. Playing Alistar into like Lucian Braum. There's a lot of power there, and also if they aggress onto Senna, and then Alistar tries to peel, sometimes you can get locked into a situation you can't get out of because of the Braum passive. So it's a lane that Doggo and Kyrene really need to just survive, but they'll sort of be rewarded if they get through the laning phase comfortably. I really like CFO's composition. I think if they get to the late stage of the game, they should be super comfortable. They have the Senna, they have that long range, a lot of disruption for the Lucian and these shorter range tools on GAM to make their life hard. But I think, there's strong playmakers on the side of GAM. If they can get the ball rolling, they can set up this Lucian, they can set up this Gwen. There's a lot of people to stack that Braum passive. I honestly wouldn't even mind seeing like an early level 1 invade or level 1 plays. When you have a Braum, when you have a Lucian, when you have a Pantheon, and Annie, I think level 1 you have complete control over. So I think they should start the game off aggressive. It's a best of 1 as well. That is like the best environment to make things happen before the minions hit the tower.
And as you said, I mean, getting the ball rolling in the early part of the game, I think quite simply, if you're talking about range and you're adding scaling elements into it on the side of CDBC, GAM need to do what they do best, and that's play a quick game. Now, coming into this, they've only had the start of the day. Of course, individually, both teams starting off with a loss. And the MCOY series maybe a little bit closer to the Hummer Life one. CFO lost to HLE. GAM lost to Koi a little bit earlier. Now one last best of 1. And we will have our first eliminated team. And the key gets crushed. If you haven't seen it, it's cool. It's about to go down. The key is about to go down, And
one of the keys is going to
One of the keys is going to go down. Gets crushed, and then later on...
Have you seen one get crushed? I've seen them.
I've seen them get crushed.
Yeah.
But have I been there to see them get crushed like here? No.
It's intense.
This will be my first crushing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hope you're ready.
Oh, yeah. Orcs told me another story backstage about, he was lying about what else got crushed. I was like, oh, man. You scare me. All right. Well, Orcs, don't worry. I'm talking about crushing my heart because one of these teams going home. LCP Finals, rematch, best of 1. It's CFO versus GAM. You wouldn't crush my heart, would you?
I mean, heart's one of these teams is getting crushed. That's the thing. So, feeling love towards one of these teams, if you're a fan, your hopes and dreams might be crushed after this one. I mean, to go home after day 1, it's so rare to have like a tournament format that's so punishing, so swift. I mean, there's obviously tournament formats where it can go wrong quickly, but it's still often recoverable,
True.
And it's just such a quick turnaround. And now going up against, the team you've played so many times domestically to see what they can do. We do see a bit of a level 1 invade coming out.
That's what you wanted to see, didn't you?
But it is just establishing that vision. I feel like more could have potentially been done. Credit, though, to CFO for having a bit of a defensive line to not let something happen.
Also, without the Braum,
high wing.
You're right. That deep vision maybe punish instant flash away.
I think he should have been dead. I'm going to be honest because I think they could have applied the passive before they got vision of them. So Elio's Q didn't actually hit before he flashed. And I think once the passive is down, like it's easy to follow once the passive is down and the slow is down. But either way, I mean, they get the flash from the Alistar. It's not even a Hex flash Alistar, so that feels really good. This is a lane where you really want to have the pressure, have the momentum. Particularly when the level 2 is hit by the Lucian and the Braum. You want to put the hair down. And especially if you can find all-in windows.
Maybe a little bit like that. I'm just waiting to see...
It's pretty hard at level 1.
I mean, he does absolutely nothing, doesn't he?
Without the dash on the Lucian. But as soon as you have that dash, that's where you have the pressure.
Waiting to see if Levi just does a free camp and then maybe looks for an angle. There's good vision in River. As Driver just disengaged, pops away Kiaya. But also to see if that flash can also be punished. If Levi can do something here. If we want to talk about bot and see how bot kind of envelops this early game. Does feel like Levi needs to be a big part of it here, whether he's 6 or not.
I mean, with how the lane goes, it's unlikely you'll see a punish soon because the lane's going to be pushing in. So Kairing kind of just going to be sitting on the tower. And you have to be cautious when you are short range when Alistar's on the tower because, you know, he can combo. You obviously don't have flash, like flash headbutt, knock in a turret. But if you get comboed next to the turret and there's a route afterwards, that can be scary.
Oh, yeah.
But for the time being, I think just this pressure in lane is good. It's the start you want to have. Gaia also has pressure in the top lane, but, you know, it's a Gragas. You can kind of just try and stave off the pressure for the most part. I will say, though, even with picking up this farm for Driver, he will be down in CS, and it's pretty hard for the Gragas to pick up all of this farm.
True. Early with a bit more cooldowns. You're at least missing a couple on the turret, as you said. About 4 for now. 4-3 is... Kairing now has a bit of levels under him as well. They hit 3 first, but not much you can do here unless it is near the turret. All right, now we're cooking. And Brom Lucian, level 3.
It's just difficult in that position when they're so close to the tower.
Yeah.
You saw Artemis do like a short dash to get like a burst trade on a doggo, and it did a lot of damage. But yeah, not really able to apply the passive or stack it up. But it's still a lot of threat from that Lucian Braum. Now they are looking for a potential dive here. I mean, it's a Pantheon. You have so much burst when the Gragas is low, but this is not an easy dive to pull off regardless with how low the Gwen is and with it being a Gragas. So maybe just offering that cover. He was spotted on that ward, and I think Driver is just...
smart.
Yeah, this is a good move.
He's just not letting the wave crash either. So, yeah, it's good that Levi just backs away. Maybe there is an option on bot. Pings are going down onto Krugs as well for the respawn as a deep ward place for Junja. On his recall as well, just towards that Raptor camp. To see the crossing, if there is any more information as to his next path towards topside. But Levi right now is just going to continue farming up so that he can sprint it towards 6. We have a stable, pretty slow early game. And when it's elimination in any tournament, you kind of get the same thing. Good coverage from Kairing, by the way.
I mean, especially elimination, but especially when it's an elimination best of 1.
True.
It becomes so much more tense, you know? There's no second chances.
Yeah.
And the thing is as well with these two teams, you don't really feel the need to feel each other out, right? They have a good read on each other.
TP, by the way, is going to bring a bit of attention. Flush from Elio. Kairing doesn't have support yet because he's 80 carry. No, rather, top lane is coming in, but Kairing gets low. Levi flashes for the Comet Spear. That's the opening kill, and he's not dying anytime soon. In fact, they turn on Junja. The damage seems to be enough, and as he flashes over the wall, now Driver's isolated. Kiaya ends up teleporting in as well. Thought Togo, he had TP in this game, but he does not. He stays isolated up in top while Gam open up game number 1.
Yeah, good moves. They knew the flash wasn't available for the Alistar. They committed there from Ilio with the flash himself, getting the passive stun, and able to clean that one up pretty quickly. So good moves, good proactivity.
Guilders go over to Levi as well, and if I want to kill on anyone in Gam, I definitely want it on the captain.
And the thing is as well, because you burn those 2 flashes on Drive and Junja, I love when teams play around those summoner cooldowns. So Kairing's going to get his flash, but now you have 2 more targets he can potentially set up from. And this skirmishing power, this CC setup is so powerful from this team. We'll see Ilio here looks for this flash Q. The follow-up is there immediately. And even though, you know, a lot's done to try and buy time, keep them live, the Braum, Lucian, Pantheon, this trio is so powerful in these skirmishes that even though the health bar Levi is quite low, you can't stick around. The TP from the Gwen is just to kind of ensure that. Ensure it does give some free time to Doggo in the top lane. Oh, they're looking.
Doing it again. I mean, the all-in's fantastic, isn't it? Doggo just trying to shroud as best he can, but Artemis and Elio starting to feel it a little bit. Caulfield's Warhammer giving a bit of a hand.
I mean, good job, honestly, from CFO maintaining distance and not getting caught out there. But still a little bit scary, you know, when the center gets engaged on like that.
We need to draw attention to the fact that Kiaya is like almost 30 CS up.
Yeah, this is a huge lead, you know, and we talked about how the Gwen, you know, can obviously run away with games, but this is already a monstrous lead, monstrous advantage over this Gragas.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a very comfortable spot, and this is a sort of win con you really need in a game like this.
There were 2 people that stood out for me at MSI. One was Kiaya, the other was Elio. And so I mean, Elio's engages were fantastic. This game's going to be obviously a very different role, but Kiaya has just been that top laner consistently for a while on Gam that has kind of got the talent to pull out something special. Quick little burst trade here towards mid. It's going to be what Annie does as usual. Emo good side step backwards as well as Tibbers tries to burn down Hongq. About 45 seconds before Grubs and before the potential of that dragon.
Yeah, both objectives going to be up at the same time. Often we see Dragon already taken by this point, so does potentially leave the prospect of like a trade with them taken at the same time, but we'll see. Ninja is moving down towards the Dragon, but there's a ward there. Levi's close, so actually a little bit risky from to start this one up.
Teleport, especially from Elio, with his unsealed spellbook, means that Junja could be caught napping here. I mean, Levi has level 6, but he's going up towards his top camps. Elio's trying to get some vision, coming Hongq covering, and Gamma just saying we're giving it up for the time being, but it's not like anything else is starting here as Teleport also burned from Emo.
Yeah, I think just the fact Lucian hadn't bought, Emo have to reset, and although he TP's in a little late, they opt to go for the trade. He's going towards those grubs. Instead of just trying to rush for the fight, they feel happy with that position. They're like, no, we're just going to take this trade.
Again, Pantheon, every 5 autos with that Combat Spear. Grubs go down mega quick for this champ.
Yeah. I think it's also something to take into account. You know, we talk a lot about junglers and their ability to secure objectives. It really varies from jungler to jungler. You know, Lee Sin's an example of one who's really good at it with like the execute the Q. But Pantheon also, you know, has that real execute potential.
True.
And I think it always makes it scary when you are starting an objective, getting a low. If Pantheon is able to combo that with his smite. And Driver just doing his best to try and hold on now, but still with that big deficit.
Yeah, what can he do? 30 CS maintained.
I mean, at least Gragas is one of these champions where...
He's always got something, right? Even if he's down.
He always has CC, but also, I mean, looks like he's going to similar build. I mean, not the exact same, because Butbo had like the Rod of Ages, Winter's approach.
Yep.
But it looks like he's going the Rod of Ages. You get a bit of AP behind him. You can just clear waves. You can be quite defensive. It's easy to like play in a defensive way. I say that.
As, yeah, explosive cast, barrel roll, but now with the needlework out and Junja running in, it's going to be a 2v2. Pause on that. Levi joins the fray. The stun up, the center ulti, but early on means nothing. The smite chilling, but not enough fire in it as Junja pops his ulti as well, but jumping back in, Kiaya, he's going to regret that. Smite comes out in reverse. Junja flashes in and under turret gets a double. Audacious charge out. Survives. A big double over to CFO to open up their game as Artemis has the culling down in bot, and it looks like the whole map is winning for CFO.
That's such a big dub for CFO there. Junja able to clean that one up. Driver only just surviving the center ult, able to save him. He was so low on HP when that smite came through on the back end. And you know, he gets gold from 2 assists, gets to push the wave, and he's feeling really good about it. But now his jungler is just monster fed.
That's a 400 gold play, and Driver didn't even get any of the kills. He got both assists.
I mean, look at the gold lead now. Kiaya is only 100 gold up in that matchup, so you're feeling so much better about that situation. We'll see the replay.
Same timing.
And I think ends up going for the play, kind of knocks him back, slows him, and then he's just trying to kite and buy time. Knows his jungler is coming. The Pantheon ult comes in, but it's a little off. I think the Pantheon ult was lined up better. They could have just insta-killed Driver.
Yeah.
But so much damage is done so quickly to Levi, and I think Junja played it almost flawless out there with the W as well. And then he had the flash. Had to get 2 autos because of the healing to clean up, but yeah, really well played.
Insane. Those comms. I love it. Wait, yeah, again, you'd be cheering. That's a huge swing of momentum for CFO, and double kill over to Junja. Like I said, Driver didn't get the kills, but we're talking about it before. Utility that comes through from this Gragas, he doesn't need it. But the Xin Zhao getting early dueling power and getting to a match where Levi was after his kill before. That's a chef's kiss. That's a 1k gold lead. And Junja is that jungler again. I feel like a lot of people who watched the LPL the early days, when he was on EDG, when he was sharing time with Clearlove, will know what this guy can do with the lead and when he can carry a game. As needlework again, but look who's in the right spot at the right time. Driver trying to bait out with a barrel roll, though the needlework will get the kill, so at least this time Kiaya has something, but with the Crescent Guard out, it's still auto after auto, it's kill after kill, it's Audacious Charge, and it looked close, but it wasn't. Junja with a 3rd kill. He's off to the races.
Driver tries the same play again, but this time Kiaya does clean up the kill. Junja is there to answer back, and now 3-0, and Junja's always been that player. Even when he joined the LPL initially, he was known for being super high-low in Korean solo queue, always top ranks, and very mechanically gifted, very strong individually. You give him 3 kills in a champion like Xin Zhao, and he can take over games. I'll go with a good sidestep there.
Goes because of Unsealed Spellbook, brings back the heal for Elio. We're going to look at a replay, though, because Yeah, as you said, Kiaya this time was able to get the damage down.
So the difference is, because he used his Q there, this time when he ults, he doesn't have the Q to slow, and because he hits the wall, he's a bit closer. So the first time that play happened, he had more distance, he slowed him, he wasn't able to follow up.
True.
And Junji, it was close, honestly, but able to finish him off. Always got to be a bit cautious around those Gwens.
Passive healing is always nice as well. I'm remembering every third here for Xin Zhao as Phage picked up off the back of that. 800 gold lead at 100 CS now too with those kills on top. I mean, Junja's massive, and we haven't even seen the power of Xin Zhao Tali yet. We haven't even seen like a full-on skirmish. It's just been some of these lane ganks as CFO are now bringing some of those pressure points down to the bottom lane with this wall from Hongq looking to get a start.
You see, CFO already have that dragon in pocket. Mountain Drake would be nice to pick up. They are setting up, but this looks like it's definitely going to be a contest from Gam. Neither top lane has TP, so just going to be a 4v4. They're looking for Junja.
Crescent Guard comes out, but after the flash from Elio, he's got nowhere to go. They lay it up, and they've got numbers advantage. CFO, it's a 4 versus 3. Artemis is nowhere nearby, and Junja gets a 4th kill. It is carry Xin Zhao day, and I think CFO are all about it.
I just don't understand why you go for that play when your Lucian isn't there. You know, the numbers were in favor of CFO. They're able to make the play, but also the reactions from Junja there. Immediate when the Braum tries to go for the play. And now plate's going down towards Doggo in the mid lane. Dragon's going to get picked up here for CFO as well. And it's only a 1,500 gold lead, but it's feeling really positive for CFO so far.
And again, it was Gam who started this game off really well. As the bot lane has started going, quite well again. Kill went over to Levi, but it matters not when top has just shifted complete gears. Look at the gold difference. Tells a really stunning story of how Gam has lost their grip on this early game. A 2,000 gold lead now for the first seed of the LCP, and this was a 5-game series in an LCP finals. A lot of people saying that Gam did so much damage, and the gap that was VCS and the LMS then became PCS, now LCP. Obviously, both teams are rather. It closed up quite a lot, but again, CFO, there's a reason they're the first seed. I think the biggest thing is that the story we haven't even sold yet is the range we talked about in draft, where Doggo is just chilling and slowly but smiley scaling towards what is going to be a late game center again.
I mean, the fact he already has this big lead, he has cleanse as well. The big threats in this game really are those stuns from the side of Gam, the Braum, the Annie, the Pantheon.
That all in, yeah.
You have that cleanse. I'd love to honestly see Kaiwing go towards Mikhail's. Looks like he's going Locket first, which isn't bad, but I think Mikhail's has a ton of value too. Cleanse just get burned there. That is positive from Gam. We'll see if they can actually make something off. They are looking towards this Herald.
Now,
we'll see. Junji is over the wall with a blast cone there.
And both top laners have TP. Back's going to be burned. Kiaya has to actually back his health bar, doesn't support it. So if there's a turn here, CFO will have their Gragas in first as, okay, back not stopped in the corner of your screen. There's that teleport finally. Kaiwing starts the engage. A response TP, but a seismic shove. Elio is caught before the fight even begins. They jump in with Junja getting the Crescent Guard, and with the center ult layered down, it's bad news for Gam. In a choke, Junja has to flash away, but look at the health bars. Burning the Midnight Oil is Gam, and Kiaya has to find retribution, but none of it he will get. CFO clear them out. It's a 4-0, an absolute stomp.
Such a huge fight there for CFO. So much value from the center. Huge ult that got shields on everyone. So much damage. The Alistar soaked so much with... I mean, the ultimate was a little bit late, but soaked so much in the start of the fight, and it just felt like Gam never really got onto the targets they wanted. Doggo didn't have cleanse, didn't even need to use his flash, and he was just free hitting that whole time.
It's going to be not first turret, but second turret taking top as well, and that Herald finally goes through. Bit of extra souls for Doggo. And I'm sure we're going to get a replay right about now. But Kaiwing starts this off before that TP even starts channeling.
Yeah, and actually we get a trade of stuns. So Emo uses his stun, but on the Alistar. Alistar ults here, and they're trying to finish him off, but then Senna ult comes in to buy time. The Braum's down. The Xin Zhao goes in, ults to buy even more time, and it just feels like this use of health bars between the Alistar and the Xin Zhao.
Yeah.
Neither target goes down, but they buy so much time for the cleanup.
Did you see that, even Emo as the Annie has to walk so far in because he wants to do the damage on the Xin Zhao with the Crescent Guard? They're all in close range, and Doggo is already building up a bit of range of his own. Quite a relevant fight for the center even this early on.
Especially with how the fight was, with everyone was kind of in a line for a lot of it.
Yeah.
Senna gets so much value, and I think with the fact that she didn't have cleanse, you needed that backline access. It never came through. He didn't punish Doggo. Every time he gets a Q off in that fight, and the ult, he's getting so much healing, so much shielding, so much damage as well. And now you're in a situation where, we talked about the massive jungle lead. We have the same lead in the mid and in the AD carry role. 2 items now for Doggo. He just picked up a Black Cleaver. He is so strong.
2 items, yeah. Hot damn. Look towards mid as well. I mean, this is a quiet Taliyah where we've seen 1 Weaver's Wall, but Honkyu's done well enough in the lane. Now a couple of kills under the belt as well, with a Rylai's soon to be on the way.
I feel like this game is so hard.
It really is, isn't it?
To play Lucian into in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Like, everyone, like the center outranges you, so anytime you're trying to aggress, there's the threat of just being autoed by the center. But, every single champion who isn't the center, if you're in range to attack them, they're in range to make your life hell.
But as well, like for a Taliyah, running into Taliyah's space, as I'll pause on that, the driver's going to be caught out. Explosive cast gets Emo away, but he'll just come back in. And this is a nice pick, but the kill probably needs to go. This jungle to this mid lane up. Going to go in the end to Levi. Nice little shutdown as well, but that's what GAM need. They need a bit more gold in their pocket so they can force this burst. And we keep talking about it.
Yep, good pickup. They'll get the tower as well. Is an objective bounty, so they'll get some gold. Likely will lose Dragon for this, but it's only soul point, and it is a Chemtech soul, so not the highest priority. But
your Dragon, okay.
Oh, but now CFO looking for a counter punch. Look at the blast cone that Kaiwing's on. He could look for an angle.
Kiaya, and it's just going to be zoned away for now. And with the full minion wave there as well, I mean, some of the gold willing that they want. Artemis coming down too, but that's maybe just to defend. Emo does TP, but Dragon, although starting now, CFO are going to commit the TP themselves as well. 5 members here first, and GAM are just way too late to the show.
I think this is hard, They don't really have vision of the area. They don't really have any angle to force. The Dragon's already gone. They're just kind of there to watch it go.
Can they get mid from it? GAM needs something.
That tower's very healthy.
It is indeed. Kaiwing turns into engage. Artemis flashes away, but there's the Weaver's Wall. Elio on the wrong side of a seismic shove. Planned, but not forgiven as stunned up he is. Pantheon ulting in, but they're under a turret. Remember, CFO might look unhealthy, but GAM have to be careful. They step forward, they get one. That's great, but the shove back again under the turret.
Driver?
And the bomber in! He drives them to an oblivion. Levi, the last to go. And I see a crushing defeat, a crushing key for GAM that's about to blow.
GAM, it felt like the hopes were getting up on that play, and you just saw the looming threat of that Gragas driver wanting revenge for that kill. They got him in the top lane, finds a beautiful angle in the back line. The Herald's going to come down. I'm going to pick up a tier 2 mid as well. And also the Arakan in the top lane that has just spawned, and at this point, with this lead, CFO feels like this game's in the bag.
It really does. Every good fight, or at least the start of a good fight for GAM, just goes the other way. Here's the replay again, and CFO is still up mid-turret.
It feels like this is one of these situations where they came down for the Dragon, they couldn't contest it, so they feel forced to get something.
Yeah.
And they're looking for mid. This ends up very scrappy, but they do manage to get some decent value initially. Like, they're getting some damage down, the pumping damage in the Alistair, they do get him, but they're committing so heavily, this shove back keeps them invested, and then Driver gets that huge angle with the engage, and immediately GAM know they've overstayed. The reason the fight felt like it was going good was because there was a member missing. They found that hidden member.
Such a nice engage from Driver as well. You bring him in for the big moments like that. And so, no words to spruik that one up. Well, I think Doggo scaled a little bit earlier than expected, and I think CFO, as you said, it's very hard for them to lose this lead. Now, Driver on target again. He's getting the shy treatment, and I respect it.
No one's even near. He's very dead.
He will take a while to die. It's just a question of what can he get in response. Onto Emo. Tippers comes out. Again, takes a while to die. They need to use a lot of resources, but that inner turret now a new target they're going to try and trade his life for.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just... it's one of these things where you can't fault them for going for a play like this, because what else are you supposed to do? But it just doesn't really achieve too much at the current point. But still, GAM haven't given up yet. They're still trying to make things happen, still trying to be proactive. Look at a little bit of damage on this tower, but it's so healthy, and CFO already moving to respond.
You see over the side, Doggo just hovered because he wanted the 400 gold, or the 363 to be precise. Maybe it was because he was going to have something like a rapid fire cannon, but I think he moved to mid. It might be Renans, as we've seen plenty of Renans come out of centers. But third item is on the way regardless. Doggo's definitely got a lot of gold he's sitting on right now as Artemis is trying so hard to catch back up, get himself an IE, get himself a third item on this solution so he can jewel the hell out of anyone of CFO. But we're grasping at straws right now. This is a 6k gold lead. It's a soul pointer. Yes, it might be Chemtech Soul, but you love Chemtech Soul. A minute 45, and it's coming up.
Yeah, totally. Thanks. Yeah.
Is it still your least favorite?
I mean, they did buff it. I feel like in a comp like this, where you have stuff like the Gragas and the Xin Zhao, it's not like there's zero value. But you know, I think GAM are happy that it's a Chemtech Soul and not like a Hextech Soul, because then the game would really be super cool.
Oh, true.
But you know, it still doesn't feel good.
It'll work. Explosive card.
This is all they're doing in this game.
Attack Driver.
Just kill Driver.
Okay. But he's out this time. Needlework was used. Driver's ulti.
After that engage, it's on site. It's on site.
And you just see, are they grouping up top? And CFO now going to get their resets in. They're going to find third items across the board. Really?
He doesn't know the danger that he just dodged in that situation.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he sensed it.
He sensed it.
Guys, I don't see two people on the map. I'm assuming they're going to come and kill me.
They're definitely going to. Yeah. At that point, as a top laner, you know, you're just like, they're coming for me again, aren't they? And he's still up 500 gold. And he's down 50 CS.
It's not looking good.
It's not looking that good.
Rapid Fire Cannon just came in for Doggo as well. You know?
Yeah.
We talked about how Lucian was going to win against his wife. This is where he's lost.
Dude.
He's lost the argument.
He's more than that with the rapid fire.
He's sleeping on the couch tonight. That's all I'm going to say.
Right. He doesn't get anywhere near her. Like, this is going to be Doggo's paradise. 80 souls, by the way, at 24 minutes.
You know what? He's in the doghouse.
He's in the doghouse. That was a good one, actually. That's good. I'll let you brew on that a bit more, because I think you make more out of it. Yo, we got full vision control. I don't know how they walk in. I guess like that, they just commit. Onto Driver again, they see it, but the wall behind them. Now Driver, is he out? Yes, he is. He has to flash Bomber out as well, and it would be nice, but the rest of GAM go for the left side of the fight, and that's where they all are. CFO will lose their top laner first, but they're so far ahead it will matter not. Elio in the way with a door, but at full HP, CFO are going only forward. Emo next target. That's a freebie. Elio caught out, and Artemis again into the doghouse indeed. No chance at all, and you'll sleep on the couch, but it might be for a couple of days. CFO are running GAM into the ground again.
And once again, we have a top laner just desperately clearing waves, trying to keep the game alive, but CFO not going to look for the end right now. They'll look for that soul. They're going to do some damage to structures. But this game just going from bad to worse for GAM right now.
Not the quickest turret taker in the game, but it'll do. And Chemtech Soul, that'll go into the back pocket first. Baron will be sure to follow. Doggo's opened up bot. Death timers for GAM. It means that it can't be anything more.
You know what? I feel like the Chemtech Soul, you know who's going to help the most? It's going to help Driver. And you know what? Shout out Driver, because they've been picking on him. I thought he was going to survive here. I feel really bad because he was so close to living. He gets this cast on Artemis. He gets the shield as well.
Look at him.
Look, he's home free. And then the Levi flashes for him. Scumbag.
Driver must die.
That felt personal.
Yeah,
I'm going to be real. And yeah, this chase down comes through. Artemis really tries, but all the rocks around him, yeah, he was just cooked.
He's not even on the couch anymore. I think you're right, he's outside. He's in the doghouse. It's been a great game from... I mean, honestly, I feel like Junja's had an insane game.
Junja's been so good on this Xin Zhao. And I feel like Xin Zhao's one of those champions where it can be a bit feast or famine, you know, and definitely can be a pick where sometimes it feels like you're just pressing your ult so you don't get immediately blown up. This has not been that, you know. I feel like mechanically he's been playing it well in those earlier skirmishes. He's been in the right place at the right time. And now he just feels immortal. He's doing so much damage. He's such a threat. You know, it feels like they're not even trying to kill him because they know they'd have to invest so much. They're trying to kill people around him, and he's just too big of a problem to deal with.
Final touches, CFO. It's how they enter the base. It's how they clean this one up. It's 8,000 gold lead. It's going to be 10 with Baron. There's a couple of standing structures. That outer turret, or rather inner, I'm seeing on the left side of my screen there. might be where they start, but CFO currently covering the Baron with 3 people, and with a root up as well. Doggo's going to turn it into an all-out war. Levi's getting range to Buggery, and even Artemis too. Look at that. Wife versus the husband. The ulti flies, and Honkyu just comes in with the Weaver's Wall. Now Levi running for his life as Doggo outranges him. Look at him! Unstoppable, unbeatable, and CFO are unmanageable in this best of 1.
Senna fully online. Emo needs to run away. 2 members left, but I think it's just game over with the Baron. They can push in. Not sure they can do much to defend here.
It's a sad end for Gam. I know TK will be reeling in. It's always great to have him at an event, but Gam moments away from being the first team eliminated, the first team crushed here at EWC. Kiaya and Emo, it's up to them to defend, but death time is now plus 10 seconds on Artemis. Levi a little bit longer running in. CFO want to end it here in 28 minutes. Kiaya brings out the needles, but that's going to need a lot of work. And Driver getting revenge for all the bullying that was done in this game. A triple root, a send back again. Junja's Crescent Guards on point. This Xin Zhao, unbelievable with a triple kill. He might be delivered for the Quadra as well. Hang on a minute. Junja, he's got 4. He's got 4 on Artemis. No!
Honkyu
steals the Penta. But a Quadra at least showed you that Junja is worthy to go on and stay alive at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance from this team. We've had some great matches from them at MSI, and once again, another great performance today. They will defeat the opponent they faced down in the regional finals, and with a convincing win. And I feel like we have so many grudge matches at this tournament, but you know, going against that team they faced so many times before, and now being the one to crush their key. Just like we said about all those attempts on Driver's life, it must feel personal.
It must feel personal. CFO, they'll stay alive, but it's Gam who are going home. 2 best of 1s later, they just couldn't pull out a win. And you know, it's rough because you look at some of the games today and you're like, yeah, I could have seen an angle where Gam could win. It's kind of like MSI, where remember Gam, you know, went to double best of 5, and you're like, oh, I can see where Gam can find a win here.
I mean, you gotta remember, when CFO beat Gam domestically to make it, right, it was a 3-2. It was close. There was moments in this where it felt close, and yes, eventually they did run away with it thanks to Junja. Fantastic performance, but even so, a bit of a heartbreaker. Bit of a heartbreaker going home on on day 1. Sorry, it's got a sting, and that's just competition. At the end of the day, it's ruthless.
Well, CFO will have a date with Destiny in their own way as well, right? Because, I mean, they're going to verse MKOI. And at MSI, CFO were the ones that knocked MKOI out. So Europe is once again at this point where we just don't know what's going to happen. That'll be coming tomorrow, by the way. MKOI versus CFO again. We're just drafting. I mean, Orcs is because he writes the script, right? That's what this guy does.
Yeah.
But we are just drafting revenge matchups from the last international for people to take out their, you know, their anger, their frustrations out on each other.
And adding the key crushing, the extra element.
That's the thing.
The icing on the cake.
Yeah. Well, I'll be waiting for that. Well, who knew oysters can fly? You know?
Well, we've known that for a while.
We have, but every time they win, we've reminded oysters can fly.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the result we were leaning towards. I think CFO has been so strong. And, you know, they were the favorite team domestically. But even so, I think if Gam had gotten the upset, I think that definitely was possible. I do think the draft gave CFO some big advantages, but also just they played on the day. I think Junja in particular really showing why this guy has been so respected, why he was playing in the LPL periods as well. Yeah. Doggo on top of that, you know, Senna was pretty flawless. And even when Driver got targeted early and started to fall a bit behind, you know, was able to stabilize, make things happen for the team. Yeah, my heart kind of breaks for because his Gwen performance had that early momentum. Yeah. But those skirmishes went wrong a little bit, and it just kind of fell out of control.
Yeah, Junja smurfed it with that skirmish top, and I feel like, I mean, all I can say to you is I feel like today, maybe the strong 2v2s are a bit of a bait. The center lanes have been good today, but we're going to throw it back to the desk before we get to our last game later on today. And Doggo, apparently, actually, is standing by.
Welcome back to the stage, everyone. After a stellar win from CFO against GAM, we have Doggo here for our Amazon winner interview. My first question to you, Doggo, is that you've been a star player throughout MSI and throughout the entire run for CFO in this season. Do you think that adds a little bit of pressure on you to help the team win?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后你其实是被称为一个明星或者是领袖选手，在你们队伍里的，不管是在你们的赛季这个赛季，还是说这场比赛来说，你觉得这会不会是一种压力？
首先我不觉得我自己是一个明星或是那个领袖啊，因为我的队友也都非常厉害，所以就没什么压力。
I wouldn't call myself a star player, honestly. I think all my teammates are playing really well during this season or this match.
Absolutely. I mean, you're selling yourself short. You've been doing amazing throughout the whole season. But I do want to ask you, you guys have been in international titles for a while, you specifically, and now you have a shot at winning EWC. What does that mean to you?
就是你们虽然也参加过很多国际比赛，但是之前可能一直没有拿下什么特别靠前的名次吧。但是这一次你们来到 EWC 有这样的一个机会，你是怎么看的？
每个比赛都尽全力嘛，然后希望我们这一次可以比我们的 First Day 或是我们的 NSI 成绩还要来得好。
I would just give the best shot for every game and international games I participated and hope that during this EWC I would just perform better than the previous international games.
Well, you know what's special about EWC is when you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. And you're about to do the first ever key crush for EWC 2025. Are you excited?
就是因为你知道我们是有这个压碎钥匙的环节，而且你即将是要成为第一个队伍去就是压碎这个钥匙，你有没有很激动呢？
之前就只有在影片看过，然后自己来压碎的话就还蛮有趣的。
I've only watched the crushing key session in like film clips and stuff. I feel really excited to do it on my own.
Well, yeah, you get to do it on your own. So please join me at the key crusher because you get to do what EWC is all about, crushing your opponent's key when you win an elimination match. So please go ahead and I'll let you enjoy this moment.
And when I say done, it's okay.
But that one?
Yeah.
You could see that it pained Doggo to crush the key of his fellow LCP team. However, it must be done. It is part of the Esports World Cup. And Doggo, although maybe a little regretful having to do it, when it happened, he did not flinch. He is a true competitor that loved it every minute of that.
Well, you know what to say, leads must be pushed and keys must be crushed. And he did it beautifully.
That rhymes. That was really good.
Oh, thank you.
Is that how they say it?
It's been a long day, okay? I mean, that was a really exciting game, though. I really enjoyed like a lot of moments that game. I think there was so many exciting fights, and you can really see that these two teams know each other by heart. The fact that they've played against each other so many times, and they just knew exactly what was coming their way. And I think today CFO was just a little bit more on the money.
Yeah, they were, and the other thing that bodes well for them is not only did they have a lead and they took control, they also had a couple of highlight plays. I feel like that's something that's been missing from today. Not every game had the standout moment that you're like, oh, that goes in the clip at the end of the day. There was just some that were procedural. There was two here for CFO, and it's both our highlights. Let's take a look at the first one, the Herald fight early on. That was just the one where like, ooh, everyone lined up here for the Senna.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice fight, actually, because they played it so patiently. You know, they had their tanks in the front. The Senna play from Doggo was absolutely excellent. He hit pretty much everybody on his team with the shield. He saved his Alistair just barely, and it was kind of a fight of attrition. You know, it took a little while, and there were a lot of low health bars, and that wasn't a super flashy fight, but if you look at the minor details of, like, Doggo's positioning, the timing of the ult, and stuff like that, it was really impressive from CFO.
Yeah, it was like the most value Senna ult I've ever seen, because all the shields kind of got value and it hit like 4 people with the ult. I don't think I've ever seen a Senna ult do that much for a fight, because the fight was really close leading up to that, and that was just like the culminating moment that really solidified CFO as the winner of that fight. And I mean, in general, I feel like CFO are always playing so well, like together. They're always in the same play, and I think this fight, you can see that they're all kind of weaving in and out to really maximize their health bars and get as much, squeeze as much water from the stone as they can.
Yeah, they definitely did that. And then finally, we've talked a lot about the top lane and the swapping in between Rest and Driver, and now Driver has his moment on the Gragas here after an early engage by Gam.
Yeah, and here we see the wall coming in. Brown did not block it, so he's stuck a little bit, and this makes Gum think that there is something to get here. They go all in for the Alistar, but they're just buying time. They're biding their time for the Gragas to come in on the flank, look for the flash bomba, and annihilate all their health bars. What a beauty. That is the moment you live for when you play Gragas, and I think Driver's gonna go to bed tonight a happy man.
I think you could get into some play-by-play casting. That was pretty good.
Oh, thank you.
That was very nicely done, Finn.
Oh, thank you.
That's from the LCK play-by-play caster right there.
Oh, it comes only down.
You considering any... Beautiful. No, it was a great fight. It was a great fight. I think that Gam got very baited in, and CFO handled it very well. There were some moments where we were like, maybe Gam come back in this game. That was kind of one of them, but the second they get bombed by the 3-man body slam into the cask, it was just kind of over from there mentally.
Yeah, let's put a bow on it here for Gam. They've had a great run in the LCP. They then have the opportunity to play the best in the world over at MSI and do so one more time here. Not too far off the pace until this game against a team that they're very familiar with. What do you want to see from them building up as they head back on over to their closing split?
I mean, the one word I think about when I think about Gam, it's just like tenacity. They always work their way back. Like, despite the lows they sometimes face, they always come back to these international events, and they always give us something to be excited about. And I want to see that once again, and I know it's going to happen. I know Gam is going to go back to Vietnam, and they're going to start practicing hard, and they will be back here for Worlds, I imagine. And I just want to see them build on what they have. I want to see Levi go further, and I want to see a player like Yaya achieve a little bit more, because I know he has what it takes, and I think he's one of the best top laners to come out of that region ever.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket as we now have eliminated our first team here at the Esports World Cup. A very brutal format, but you got to show up and you got to perform. CFO, after an early loss against Hanwha Life Esports, bounce back against their region mates in GAM Esports and now have the do or die moment against Movistar Koi tomorrow in the qualifying match, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one. I think, you know, based on MSI and based on the fact that, yes, CFO did lose today, but it was against Hanwha Life Esports. You know, can we really take too much away from that? It's kind of hard to say that any of these teams would have done well against HLE. So I feel like, for me, I know Finn's right next to me right now. I do think that CFO do have the slight advantage, but I think that MKOI have also shown some decent stuff as well.
It's completely valid to say that they have the advantage. I think looking at the MSI performances, CFO was the better team at the tournament. Thankfully, we're not at MSI right now. We're at EWC, and I'm excited for a new revitalized MKOI because I think they took a lot of good learnings from that tournament. And I think what we saw today was a MKOI that went toe-to-toe with Hanwha Life. And I think when both these teams played Hanwha Life, right? And I think we saw a little bit more life from MKOI. Just looking at that, that's kind of everything we have to go on for now. And I think I'm optimistic towards MKOI's chances in this game.
All right, so we bid adieu to GAM Esports, but don't worry, blokes and rats and everything in between. One more series left in our long day of matches. It is the LTA North against the LTA South. Furia versus Cloud9. We'll set you up for that one in just a little bit. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like. Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data. With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, everyone. It is our final best of one of the day, and it is an elimination match. It's Baiano's Brazilian boys Fúria against Cloud9. Mitos not here to represent the NA here, so I guess Valdez is going to have to do it.
Hey, you're more American than I am.
All right, sure.
You can take this one, Digon.
I'll do it. Okay. Well,
so, Digon, what do you think about Cloud9's chances in this match here today?
Yeah, I think they'll be good, but actually, we're going to talk about Fúria first. Let's take a look at the Fúria lineup here. The LTA South representatives who did some damage over at MSI, weren't quite able to get over the hump, but looking to try and bounce back against their LTA North neighbor here, Finn.
Yeah, I think here we're looking at a bounce back, hopefully, because I feel like they didn't really show that much in the earlier game today, and I would love to see them try to play more as a unit. I mean, especially, I think Guigo didn't really live up to the hype I kind of set earlier of the day, because I think he had some really good moments at the MSI. Maybe it was just an off day against or off game against BB, but going up against Thanatos, he really has to be on his A game, because Thanatos, he's not a weak laner. He will punish you in lane if you don't actually, if you're like sleeping.
Yeah, I really feel like top lane is one of our most stacked positions at this tournament for sure. And Squeego right now, unfortunately, did look like the weakest. It was a rough game. Like, he took lethal tempo Jax into Renekton, and he got bullied like from beginning to end, right? So he really didn't show anything, and I think that he's much better than what he showed. And it's going to be a key part of this win if they're going to get it.
You know, that's kind of interesting because I think in the mid lane, it wasn't the greatest performance there by Loki. Might be an area where Furia are able to punish. But now for a deeper insight, let's send it on over to Guigo, standing by.
It's do or die between Furia and Cloud9, and by my side is the top laner for Furia, Guigo. So this is the first time we're gonna get the LTA North versus LTA South rivalry for the Esports World Cup. So can you explain to me what the biggest difference between these two conferences are right now?
I would say like they are a little bit ahead in terms of actual game knowledge, let's say, but I think it's still a pretty even fight, and I hope you can win against them.
Amazing. And I spotted with my eyes, you have this nose tape on you right now, and it's been very trendy for a lot of players. So please explain the science behind this.
It's actually kind of OP, I feel like, because it opens up your strings of the nose, so you actually breathe much better. And I don't know, it works for me. Doesn't work for everyone, but for me it works.
I'm definitely going to look into it. Thank you so much, Guigo. Best of
you.
luck on the stage, and we'll see you soon.
All right, Guigo doing a battle up against yet another Titan in the top lane here in Thanatos. Let's send it over to our top lane connoisseur to see what he thinks about it.
Yeah, I like that he brought the nose tape. Maybe he can sniff out some stinky American Inters here.
Oh my God!
I think the top of the matchup, though, he won't sniff out any Inters. I think Thanatos was my standout performer in that FlyQuest game. And on the Renekton, he looked so comfortable, just having so much impact in those fights, finding really crucial flanks to really give his team some leeway despite them being behind. So I think it's very important we get Guigo on a comfort pick. I want this guy to be on a matchup he feels good about, because I don't think he looked that comfortable in the Jax Renekton matchup. Then looked that practiced. So maybe, yeah, just make sure he gets a matchup he's comfortable in so he can actually transition that and make things happen.
As we take a look at the Cloud9 roster, Valdez, let me get your thoughts here. How they can bounce back after a tough loss against FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say that, they played poorly. I would say that FlyQuest played pretty well. There were certainly some moments where we were all talking about how it felt like Cloud9 could have taken more advantage of their aggressive composition, but they kind of just ended up having to sit back and let FlyQuest just scale to oblivion, and Quad was like 3-0 with a bajillion gold. So maybe being a bit more proactive, maybe trying to play a little bit around some of their strong solo lanes, like Thanatos, who we mentioned, try to get him ahead. We already saw that Guigo apparently has a innate weakness to Renekton, at least in that matchup, so maybe you can try to utilize him a bit in those solo lanes.
Yeah, and I thought when I looked at Cloud9's draft in that game one, it was quite a challenging draft to execute. They had their jungler was a Trundle and their support was a Bard. And I mean, sure, you have the little fun combo there where Trundle puts the pillar and you stun on the pillar. But in general, that's a comp that kind of struggles to start fights when you want to, because all you can do is walk at your opponents and try to bite them, and they can just walk that away and get out of there, So I kind of want to see Vulcan on more of an engage role, or I want to see Blabber on something that's really skirmish heavy, really aggressive. Something like a Xincha, Pantheon, Vi is what I'm looking for. And just give your players a little more tools to start fights, because I feel like against FlyQuest, they were passive, but also because their comp was really difficult to really force things.
Yeah, I think it goes back to reiterating this is a best of one. We probably should be seeing a lot of the same champions over and over again in draft based off of the type of composition you want to play. And usually Bard is a little bit further down when we're talking about Fearless. Usually in, maybe game 4, game 5 of a best of 5, a pocket pick out here. So liking what you're setting up here, Finn, for Cloud9 on their way to success. As you see the players warming up, loosening up, getting ready. Kind of crazy that one of these two squads not going to be moving on, and you saw the key getting crushed. One of those very difficult moments that you got to deal with. If you go to a tournament, you don't get a single win, and you get your key crushed and get to, keep that one if they wanted to here, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty difficult. It's kind of hard that GAM don't get a second chance. I mean, I guess technically did get a second chance. It's sad that they didn't get a third chance here at the EWC, but yeah, I mean, it's all down to the wire. We're not going to get to see a lot from one of these two teams. And, on paper, for me, I feel like Cloud9 should be favored, but we saw Furia, they looked pretty good at MSI. They were able to bring G2 to some fun matches, and they are absolutely better than what they showed. And I don't want people to say, oh, well, Guigo looked bad. You know, it doesn't seem like they're here at this tournament. I do think that they could pull out an upset victory here. It's best of one. We always say that anything can happen. Cloud9, they just got to keep their heads straight and say, well, FlyQuest are strong. We're better than Furia. We should be able to take this one down and just try to bring all those things we talked about in the draft actually into the game, because, you know, it is very tempting to play the fun stuff, but maybe just take a page out of Delight's book and just play Rel or just play Rakan, right? Just play something that makes sense. It's easy to execute if you're not on your best game, if you're feeling a little jet lagged, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, even though NA being a for-fun league, like, as you say, you gotta still draft series champions, right? Okay, it's too easy. It's too easy.
I like how you say that, because I ran into Coach Reapert, one of the greatest coaches in North America, outside, and we're like, hey, so what are you picking? What are you drafting? He goes, we're drafting Teemo. So no secrets there. You're right. You have to take the draft a little bit more seriously here. Obviously, they didn't do that, but the Bard pick,
I mean, it's not about being serious, but I think you gotta give your players some tools to make things happen. And if you're not that comfortable, if you're not Gen G, basically, what I'm trying to say, don't try to draft those comps that just require absolute perfection on the map.
So no Bard for Keria then, or?
I like he has to pass. Okay.
I guess so.
Yeah, again, we've got those teams waiting in the knockout phases already. And after today's matches, this final match, we will have the draw, despite the fact that we don't have two teams locked in yet already for the quarterfinals, because tomorrow's matches will be those qualification best of ones for Group A and Group B to see what the second team is. And then we will start the quarterfinal matches already. So definitely a little bit more to stick around for after this final Cloud9 versus Furia match. I'll get some info for you in just a little bit, how close we are to throwing to the stage. But Valdez, you already hit the point on it real hard. It is a long day. You've traveled on in. For the Cloud9 guys that got in recently, I feel like if you're Furia, this is such a great opportunity for you to catch them off guard.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, mostly straightforward compositions. There has been a little bit of weirdness here and there, but it's been mostly, okay, we're going to play Pantheon, we're going to play Taliyah, Azir, stuff like this, but maybe this is the moment to pull out some of the weird stuff and try to catch Cloud9 off guard. I do think that NA as a region is one that is willing to pull out the weird stuff as well, so maybe, they can't do too much, but I do think that Furia have some stuff in the tank, and I would like to see something a little bit different, especially if they're not feeling totally on their game today.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the longer these days go, as speaking from a player, like when these days went really long, you could really feel people's focus drop a little bit. I remember, I think I played a series that was like a 2-hour-long pause, and then we remade the game. And that game that we remade, that was a monstrosity of a game. That was not good League of Legends, and I feel like this is just proving that these players are human. And when the games go like this, when the day goes these long, maybe you can actually look to adapt to that and try to draft champions that are a little bit more on the go, that punish these mistakes a little bit harder. Pick those early skirmishers. Like, my mind goes to these globals like Pantheon, Nocturne, but also champions like Lee Sin, where if you just get some early kills going, you can really take over and snowball the game. There's of course, like, this is overly simplifying it, but I'm just saying there are angles you can look for in this manner.
Yeah, I think if you're the better team, you expect to be the better team going into it. That's what you do. Have Cloud9 pick the more dominant snowball-y lanes and then snowball your way to victory to try and crush the key of the opponent. As we take a look at it one more time from Dago, just so casually, nonchalantly pushes the button, and no, that could be my key.
The way he looks at it and the way that the camera goes back and forth from his face back to the key to his face, he's like, yeah, Look at his eyes. He's like embarrassed. I don't know.
He loves it.
I don't know. He's like trying hard not to show too much enjoyment. Meanwhile, he's like loving it. Look at how focused he is. He's so focused. Ugh.
And the new addition to this year, it's the actual pop at the very end, right? Well, it was like right there. It basically was right there. All right, we'll see in just a little bit. Finally, Furia, Cloud9 do battle one more time. Let's send it on over to the blokes on the stage for the final call out.
There is no easing into this one. Once again, a team is one best of one away from going home.
No more warm-ups, no more second chances. As we've already seen, you lose and it's game over.
Absolutely. This is where reputations are tested, styles clash, and someone's EWC run comes to a sudden end.
You win, you survive. Defeat, your precious key is pulverized. Should we bring out the teams?
Let's do it.
They are known around the world and they are putting it all on the line in Riyadh. It's Cloud9.
And their opponents, they must be bold or it's back to Brazil. Welcome, Furia.
Right. One final key shall be crushed tonight. Who will win? And watch on as it shatters. It's time to find out.
It's our final game of the day, and it's LTA versing each other again, but this time South versus North, Cloud9 versus Furia. Only one of these teams was at MSI, and the other came narrowly close. We've talked about it a lot today. We've had a lot of fun stories as myself and Orcs will be with you for this final game. Oh, Orcs, you're a classic. You're a bit sus, people say, but you're all right, I think. It's been an all right day.
I'm all right.
With you. Yeah, you're
After
all right.
the time we've known each other,
you're all right.
You finally decide I'm all right.
We're blokes, you know, like, and you're British.
You know what, Jake?
I'm all right.
You're not half bad yourself.
See, that's a compliment. That's from but in British term and jargon, what do you call it? That's all right. That's good. Where would you like to take us first? What are you thinking?
I just think both these teams, you know, Furia, I think both their series they had in MSI, even though unfortunately didn't win, I think they showed up, you know, for those series. I think they impressed. And I know they'd love to get a win and continue their run here. I think for Cloud9, they didn't have the ability to show up because they weren't at the tournament. And this was their chance. This was then, hey, we are at EWC. We win at MSI. This is our time to show. You know, Jack talked about with our desk what they did in scrims in Vancouver, and they wanted to show that on stage. They weren't able to demonstrate that up against FlyQuest, right? They got beaten by the team who beat them domestically. It'd feel really bad to lose against another team in the LTA and then go home.
Yeah, it really would. It's a lot of pride today. We've talked a lot about it, but it really is, especially when Fury have a lot to prove that they deserve, you know, not only to beat MSI, but deserve to stick around here. The winner of this has to verse FlyQuest, so it's either going to be a rematch or it's again going to be LTA versus LTA. It's just about which version it's going to be. We're about to get into game. Best of ones, they talked about draft on desk, and I'll tell you, they're right on desk. Like, it hasn't been that adventurous, but that's what best of ones give you. Best of one gives you the best version of draft, and there's been, you know, a lot of Senna. We've had Lucian Bromman last game. Like, we've had pretty standard stuff. What's been the most wild we've had today? Do you remember?
I don't think anything's been that wild.
Just been like B1 drafts. Sorry, game one drafts.
You know what they say about fearless best of ones?
Yeah.
They're just best of ones.
Fearless best of ones.
Yeah, so, you know, we haven't really seen teams going. And again, the format's punishing teams. There's no real push to go too crazy at this stage of the competition. You play what you're good at. You play your best. You come in with your A game, and that's what teams are trying to do. And need to do, especially in this match. You don't have a second chance after this, and have to keep winning on the back of this one.
And just a reminder, tomorrow, MCoy and Fly, their matchups where they obviously fell to the losers bracket, but they're still in a qualification match waiting for, well, I mean, MCoy have CFO, which is going to be a very funny rematch from MSI as well, and then FlyQuest will verse the winner of this. Those will be the first two matchups tomorrow. And then then tomorrow as well, Orcs, from what I can see, we have Gen.G and BLG debuting at EWC. Those are best of threes. As Digon said, after this, we'll have the draw. So I'm excited to see what our matchups are going to be, especially since Gen.G and BLG, like Behemoth, it's like next level.
Well, I mean, Gen.G and T1.
Well, okay, Gen.G T1 and next. Okay, thank you, LCK Caster.
No, those are the ones who got top 2.
I know, but like...
So they're seeded higher.
Okay, well, AL's next level as well. No?
Well...
I know they're seeded higher, but they're all quarterfinals. Come on, bro. Use the caster.
Well, no, if you actually...
I know BLG didn't go as far. I know that.
It's even seeded... It's seeded in a way where, the ones who got out of the group first will go up against the...
Yeah, okay, you're right. Let's go to pick and ban.
That's the point I'm making.
Okay, yeah, no, you know what? You're right.
Look at the seeding. It's important.
I see
it's
the
relevant.
seeding.
I brought up this point earlier. You got to pay attention.
Yeah, I see the seeding. All right.
Yeah, for anyone who's not got the bracket in front of
better
them.
than LPL. I get it, guys.
They perform better at MSI. All I'm saying is those who got out of the group stage quicker will be rewarded by facing the teams who didn't perform as well at MSI and came 3rd and 4th.
Thanks.
That's all I'm saying. Anyway, we are in a draft.
We are.
And obviously, with only one game ahead of you, I think the thing with Fearless is sometimes in longer series, obviously, you can draft a really good composition, but you burn a lot of your picks early, not going to can come back to haunt you. In this, you just want the power picks. And Cloud9, again, they are like, we need a power pick. Thanatos, before they went for the Renekton, wasn't really able to get off the ground. They have picked something here for him where it is going to be reliable in the late game. It is going to be answered, though, with that Talia on the other side, which we did just see win that previous game.
They've given him more safety as well, but with the Gwen B1, I mean, Jack's Rumble taken away. And the biggest question is, does Guigo go for something like the Renekton as well? Talia shows, okay, skirmish mid-jungle. Pairing is everything here. We just saw Xin Zhao pop off, and Pantheon Vi are both gone. So, are you going to risk giving Blabber an AD jungler with AP solo laners? I think for Tattoo, that's a really big thing. Wukong's also up. As we know, Wukong has really good pairings, but usually paired with something like the Annie. As Ambessa, try and get scaling option. I'm not sure about this.
We saw this matchup a lot in the LCK. Often didn't go well.
Better.
Yeah, I think Xin Zhao, I don't know if you remember, there's a Xin Zhao match today where Xin Zhao popped off. Genjo was playing it, got a quadra kill.
I think I remember
Pretty
that,
recent.
Yeah, I remember that.
But instantly, I mean, this is such a strong top side.
Yeah.
The double melee with Sejuani. Very good at proccing those passives. Really a lot of skirmishing power between them. And especially a lot of people talked about Cloud9 solo lane as being so strong. These young talents from Korea, they have the backing from the Sejuani to really power through. And now, normally I look at Xin Zhao today, I'm like, that's a lot of skirmishing power. Is it enough? And the Ambessa, I feel like, on release, she was really obnoxious, but she lost a lot of her early power. And I think, yes, when she gets the Eclipse, that's a big spike. But early lane, if you get ganked by the Sejuani, you could be in a lot of trouble.
And it'll be on repeat as well. Like, it's so easy. As you said, early cooldowns, easy to punish from Blabber. So this is a big risk from Gigo. They've set up their top side. They've set up solo lanes from both teams. Now it's about bot. However, I think Furia, I think both teams really looking at these hard engaged supports. Long range already taken away with the Bard, but let's see how they minimize it when things like Rel, Nautilus, are obviously going to be the big powers coming in. Lucian's going to be the first ban by C9.
Yeah, taking that one away. Saw the Lucian Brawl Million not really able to make too much impact in that game, but definitely a lot of power. I feel like, honestly, Xayah has a lot of value here.
Yeah.
In this situation. Also, I feel like sometimes Rakan could be a good pick for Fury, like the Xayah Rakan, and I don't really like playing Rakan into Talia. I think she just makes Rakan's life hell, so
true. You
can honestly pick up like the Xayah here on 4 and feel comfortable about taking the Rakan last. The Senna, though, we've seen Senna have so much success today, and I'm just going to lock that in. The long range, there is tools to get onto it, though, when I look at the other side. When I look at the fact that they have this Yone ult, that is a big tool, and you can pick more engaged now for Cloud9 to really solidify it. But
what do you think about something like a Kaiser here for Sven? Kaiser Nort lane. What do you think is just too risky? Maybe they want more utility, more range, scaling, mix of scaling plus lane bully.
Corki's been a bit of a favorite for Cement. Even early on when we started seeing the bot lane, it was something he played a lot and talked about. Yeah. So he's happy to go with that. I do like the Rel to sort of layer the engage a bit and help out with that Yone getting the backline.
Okay.
I said the first 3 picks, I really felt like Cloud9 had gotten a lot of value for themselves, but I think the Senna Alistair, this is just such a strong duo, and I feel like the Sennas today have been getting so much value. And now, really, the onus is on Cloud9. Like, yes, their composition has a lot of skirmishing power. Yes, the Gwen might end up being a menace, but you have that Senna who can just become a problem to deal with later. You have the Alistair to play bouncer. Alistair into so many melee champions. I feel like that's the thing. It's like Alistair can always be a good engager, but when you're playing into something like a Gwen or a Yone, if you're playing like bouncer, you can headbutt them away. If they close the gap again, you pulverize. It's like you can split the abilities up and have 2 ways of disengaging. So I think as long as the top side doesn't really run away with the game for Cloud9, that bot lane for Furia really has the opportunity to become a menace in the later stages. And the Talia, I think, has a lot of value. The Unraveled Earth also going to be really hard to deal with.
True, because Cloud9's comp, it has to get in there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The point is, melee solo lanes has to get in there. Corki's the only solid range. Everyone else, it's their commitment. So, as you said, the center, range, get a bouncer. Let's see. That's what Furia are relying on here. It's a single best of 1 to stay in the tournament. It's Cloud9 versus Furia. It's LTA North versus LTA South. The first day of EWC done and dusted. We're going to find out whose key's going to get crushed next. Yeah, Doggo was like, I think he expected the key crusher to be a bit faster because it was coming down, and he started giggling like, when is it happening? But in the end, a nice result. He absolutely snapped Gam's key.
It was brutal.
It was brutal. It's a cool system.
And there's Cloud9's key.
Oh,
hoping they keep that intact. And obviously Fury hoping they keep theirs. One of them going home today.
We've gotten rid of the names. We don't need names. We take nameplates off. 5 versus 5. Let's go. And let's find out if Furia can give us a similar performance to what we saw earlier, to what we saw at MSI. Or if Cloud9 are just too strong. Keys in the sky. Let's begin. So serene. Oh, yes. Pool party, yes. Yone. Good time for it. I wonder what we get later in the year. I hope it's like a Freljord or something. Like snow around Christmas would be cool. That'd be really cool if we got Freljord.
Oh, for the
map. The map. Because this is Ionia, right?
Yeah.
And so... Okay, we've got to pause.
Oh, we got this Sephia again.
Isn't it Sepia? Not Sephia? Or Sephiroth. Sepia. Or
Sephia? I don't know.
Sephia. It's Sepia. Sepia tone. No?
Maybe? I don't know.
Sephia. I've never heard it said like that.
Maybe I'm just testing you, making it up.
No, that's an excuse for anyone who doesn't know what they're talking about.
You're Australian. You say things weird all the time.
Like what? Come on. Come on, then. You're British. Come on.
Now you put me on the spot.
Have a go. You can't think of anything, can you? No. I'll give you one. Do you call it bangers? You call them sausage bangers, don't you?
Yeah.
Bangers and mash?
Bangers and mash?
Yeah. Prawn? You call it prawn, don't you?
You can call it shrimp.
No, you can't call it shrimp. Because it's not what it's called. It's called prawn. What else? Come on. We're not getting out of this pause till you call me out. I've told this technical pause is for me.
All right, you know what? You know what it is, right? I went to Australia not too long ago.
Yeah, you did actually. That's what makes this worse.
And I went to a wildlife area. Yeah. You could see a bunch of the animals native there. And you know what they had? They had a dingo. And
Yeah.
It was a dog. Okay?
Yeah. But it was a dingo.
No, it was just a dog. And you know what I'm convinced happened? Someone came over to Australia. I'm like, oh, we have those too. Those are dogs. They were like, nah, mate, that's a dingo. You're just pulling people's legs. It's like that drop bear thing. It's a dog.
We didn't start that. The drop bear thing did not start from us.
Oh, yeah,
and
whatever.
On the dingo, I've just told, apparently there's a monitor issue of some kind for Furies, for Toots. So we're going to sort that out. While that's being sorted out, dingoes are they're dangerous dogs, okay? And they're not just dogs, because my wife has a friend who actually tamed a dingo, has a dingo as a pet, but they're not. You got to get them young because they're very dangerous. They're
dangerous dogs.
Yeah, there are dangerous dogs, but they're dangerous dogs, okay?
I saw this dingo lying down in
No quotation marks.
this wildlife area, and it just looked like a dog chilling. So, you know, I'm onto you, Jake.
It's not. Look, the dingo. That's not a weird thing, though. That's
It's
not
a conspiracy.
That's a weird thing, but not a weird saying.
Okay.
Like, you could have gone with anything else. You could have gone with, like, fair shake of the sauce bottle. Because that would have been fair, right? Fair shake of the sauce bottle.
And now you've just done my work for me.
Okay, well, but I had to bail you out because otherwise we'll never get out of this pause. Fair shake of the sauce bottle is like fair go of it, you know?
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, fair shake of the sauce bottle. Our Prime Minister once upon a time used to say that.
Didn't one of the Australian Prime Ministers like just disappear one time?
He went for a swim and he never came back, I think. It was that Bob Hawke?
Wow.
I don't know. It's no one from chat to really help.
I'm learning law.
No, Bob Hawke is the guy. He's a legend. No, one of them went for a swim and never came back. As you can see on Fury's side, by the way, there's the mountain, the monitor. Harold Holt. Oh, thank you, production. Wait, I've got an Aussie in my ear. That's why. Okay. Well done.
They're everywhere.
He went. Yeah. There's actually a lot that have come over here. And you just hear that, like, I've seen people I've worked with, I've seen people, you know.
Oh, and I've just unveiled the dingo conspiracy. They're all going to be after me.
It's not a conspiracy. They're dangerous.
It was a dog.
It's not a dog. Okay, it's kind of a dog, but it's like, hang on. Dingo. Are dingoes dangerous? That's why we have a computer, isn't it? Let's find out. They're no longer wary of people and often become familiar, aggressive. Dingoes have bitten visitors severely and are capable of much worse. Yes. Look.
It's a dog.
It looks like a dog.
Yeah.
It's in the category of dog. You're right. You're not wrong. A dingo's yeah, okay. But they're not. They are, but they're not, you know?
Okay.
What else?
I'm glad we got to the bottom of this. You know, I've been thinking of this a while, and I didn't know how to bring it up to you, so I'm glad we could get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is.
I thought it would break your worldview, you know? I thought it'd be...
All right. I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one for free.
Okay.
They're koalas.
Yeah.
You know, people think they're bears, but they're not. They're marsupials.
Well, that makes sense.
Like the same as a possum.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then people look at them and they think they're bears. So they're marsupials, so it means they sleep. They're meant to sleep during the day and then be awake at night. Kind of like gamers.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
Wait, so are gamers marsupials?
Gamers are marsupials, yeah.
I'm glad we could get to the bottom of that.
I mean, we literally I shouldn't say we. I have a pretty good, you know, since getting married and doing all that, like, my life has just been stable of, like, I go to bed at a normal time. I go to bed at 10.
Wow.
At 10:30. I wake up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning.
You've been domesticated.
I have definitely, like, but as you get older, the ability to go to bed at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., it just changed. Don't you feel like, has that happened to you yet? I mean,
no.
You're almost 40.
46? I'm actually 30 in a week.
30 in a week. Well, happy birthday to Orcs. And as he turns 41, let's remember C9 and Furia had a bit of a tech issue. And I'll remind you that Toots' screen was actually swapped out from what we could see. And now we're back in the game. Elimination, single game. Let's go. We talked about a little bit of front to back. We see good solo lanes from C9. Orcs told you before that if the solo laners get ahead and kind of get to spin the wheel a bit, then it feels like C9 will have a lot to work with. But otherwise, center scaling and all that, plus having a bit of setup against a comp that wants to go in melee, it's going to be dangerous for C9. So it all comes down to this.
Senna's been having a good day.
Senna has had a great day, actually.
So we'll see how that goes.
It's maybe evident because there haven't been many bot lanes that have been able to punish. You know, like Senna's come through the air laning phase a bit too easily, even in swaps. You know, do you agree with that? I feel like, I mean, you could argue that maybe there's been more happening in solo lanes, and maybe that's why. What do you think?
I mean,
you don't have to agree with me all the time. You know, I'm not the smartest guy.
I think it's difficult. I think the lane matchups in general have been pretty robust. You know, seen a lot of Senna notes on Alistair. It's kind of hard to
do anything.
Have a matchup that's too favorable.
Sure.
You know, like you could pick. I feel like if you pick like a double range matchup into that, you know, it's like one gank and it could fall apart. Plus you have the sustain of the Senna. And, you know, like you have the Rel here, but what is Rel supposed to do into Alistair, really, to get the Corki close enough?
Yeah.
And all Senna has to do is just kind of survive in this lane, and you feel pretty good about it.
True. There's a lot of sustain in that lane as well, like Alistair passive, what is it, 5-7 minions, healing, Senna piercing darkness.
It's honestly, it's kind of crazy how much there is, you know? Like, it's not as like immediately obvious as like Rakan, who can do it on demand.
Yeah.
But it consistently comes through. It makes a big difference.
True.
Do you remember when Rel Q had healing?
No.
Was it hit Q that? I think, yeah, it was a Q. Q had healing. You know, it didn't used to stun.
It used to, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you now because I'm thinking about, like, that was their first iteration, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because Attract and Repel, that was the E, which I thought was a fun play on words, also gave a shield. No, that had a stun in it. Remember the E had a stun in it?
Yeah, like a micro stun.
Yeah, and it was like, yeah, it was really small, but I think the iteration of Rel right now is pretty good. It's like, feels like a good skill champ.
Oh, Giga's doing pretty well in the top lane.
He is, actually.
I'm not even gonna lie, I saw this matchup, we saw so much in the LCK, and the amount of times we saw, honestly, even Gwen like solo killing Ambessa early, it was not pretty.
Yeah.
Like, I lost complete faith in Ambessa's in this matchup, and we just saw players refusing to opt into it, and he was having a good time, so playing it pretty well. And now with Tattoo leading over, Thanatos in an uncomfortable spot, will walk. Oh! Takes 2 tower hits though.
Was that 2, was it? Oh,
yeah.
Shield helped out a little bit, but
I don't think it really matters. I don't think they're going to go for the dive. I think Thanatos kind of backed away, handled the pressure well. But yeah.
Just at least worth noting. And also, Ward spots out Tattoo on top side, so a couple of wards placed in River as he makes his return. Note that Blabber has actually already made his recall, so he's got the large belt, and we'll pick up his grubs, not grubs. You know what I mean? Sorry. Long day. Gromp. And I feel like, I feel like after that push in as well, that nice reset, Thanatos now going to be walking up, holding onto his TP as well. There should be some attention, maybe given top here after Wolf's gone. But it is hard to get up there. I mean, all that security and vision, like, Blabber's not going to be able to get anywhere near.
No, it's a good insurance policy, honestly. And,
yeah.
You know, Blabber wants to play around his solo lanes. He wants to make use of that passive. And very hard to do when they've got so much vision down. I think it's good moves from Tattoo just to, you know, it did potentially threaten the prospect of a dive, but Thanatos reacted well, but the vision's just going to give the insurance for his top laner. So far, I do see a little bit of a lead in terms of farm going over to Sven, but I think it's still really fine for Furious bot lane.
Sure. I mean, Corky's the lane bully now. And he feels like he's, if you get a bit of lockdown, Sven just whittles away your armor and takes away your health.
I mean, his autos just do so much damage as well with the extra true damage, but it's kind of hard to get in range to really connect onto the Senna now.
Oh, ulti. Oh, away. Sent away because of the seismic shove. There is a knock-up to follow suit, though, but Loki just doesn't have enough to work with. Blabber's now on the way, and he's going to do some damage into Tattoo, though. There's a permafrost, there's a flash, and a follow-up from Loki, but out of range. Toots now in a great spot. Seismic shove, and Tattoo just forces them through. That's 2 flashes for C9, only 1 for Toots.
Yeah, I think Toots played it super well. The seismic shove on the ult from Loki, really important to keep him safe. And then it felt like Blabber was super patient, but Toots was even more so to survive on that one. They'll still get the shove in, but today gets back to lane pretty fast when you just path next to the walls with the extra movement speed.
Yeah.
And trading up in terms of summoners, you got to be happy.
Crash down here in bot. Sven is just looking at the wave, and Vulcan will just walk it out. Meanwhile, top side, Thanatos, he's level 6. Tattoo is looking for an angle in. Wave's not the worst, but it does deny the cannon, so I mean, Giga, that's twice that's happened here where he's had control of this wave, either because Tattoo's there or because he had the pressure from the health trade. As level 6 is now there. Need to work. Giga's going to take the second and the third, waiting for the full-on snip, and we now need another rotation, but Giga is going to path back to his turret. His flash still available with his own ulti. Thanatos a bit low on mana as well.
Yeah, do have those biscuits for Giga in the inventory if he needs a bit of extra help, although not nearly as strong as they used to be back before they got nerfed. So we do just see him reset and the swap comes in. Survives against that ult. Dragon will be secured.
TP flank.
Oh, yeah.
And that is Giga coming in as well.
He has ult still.
Not only will get the swap, you're right, that with the flash available as well, he can get into range. Jojo just needs to get around. A little bit late, though. He matches, but even under turret won't matter. And there you go. A public execution made personal.
So well played there by Jojo. It was kind of hard to do because he didn't have full vision the whole time.
Let's do the play in response. Let's go. Okay, we're going to bring Rel in, though, but Vulcan a little bit further away. I don't think the response is going to be as good.
Yeah, I don't think Thanatos can follow up quite as well. Will also have his recall stopped, yeah. And pretty favorable for Furia on the back of that play.
Yeah.
I like the confidence. I like the setup, making use of that ult from the Ambessa and getting a kill in pocket. And now has a Hex Drinker as well to help out in that 1v1 matchup. Does delay the Eclipse Spike a little bit, but makes the all-ins harder for Thanatos to find.
I feel like the base Sejuani damage as well, that might come in handy too. As all-in, helping out as you can see. Thanatos, okay, a little bit of true damage comes through, and Thanatos just waiting again for the next snip. This is a pure 1v1. All junglers looking towards topside because grubs have now spawned. Priorities are up in this lane as the 2v2 is pretty even where the wave state is, but you can see pings are getting spammed down. After mid got cleared, Loki wants to move, Toots is already there behind. Blabber's going to start up grubs, and we'll see how Tattoo gets in.
Yeah, they are looking to contest this one.
It's Weaver's wall. Blabber's going to be isolated. This makes it a 3 versus 2 on the left side of the wall. Blabber's now out as well. Perfectly placed. Furia, well decapitated fight. It's nice to see. Vulcan is just going to be left isolated, and in the end, Tattoo, a couple of more autos, a couple more hits, and down he goes. 3-0. Furia disassembled that fight so well.
Yeah, committed immediately. They knew it was a flashless Corki there, able to find the connection with the Weaver's wall. The Dragon was free for Cloud9, but they weren't willing to give over the grubs as well. They'll get all 3, and on top of those kills, they're more than happy.
Man, 3 grubs, 3 kills. Like Furia, the early game is going brilliantly. Now C9 are getting pulled in, but Jojo is waiting over the wall. Loki gets separated, and Tattoo jumps back in. His Crazy Guard comes in handy. The Fate Sealed misses, and Blabber's going to die first. Ayu's behind, hitting from behind, and hitting well. Tots gets a seismic shot back, and once again I see a Zinzao with an early double. Loki, the range, is going to find him, and Ayu just needs another auto. There it is. A 6-0 start, and over the wall, Kigo's looking for the 7th. Flashes, sees Thanatos. And the flash will be matched, but Furia are furious.
And such a miscalculation there from Cloud9. This is the first initial play. A little bit scuffed at times. The seismic shove takes him out of the center roll, but there's just nothing Sven can do when he's trapped in like that. And then it's a split fight from there. Vulcan isolating alone, so they clean him up. But the thing is, the ult, the Crescent Guard, wasn't used by Tattoo. He still has his flash as well. So I think it was a miscalculation from Cloud9 because they commit onto the Zinzao, but he has all of his cooldowns, and he's actually down to fight.
Yeah.
Ult comes through, he dodges the ult from Loki. They end up taking down Blabber. They clean up Sven on the back end, and suddenly Cloud9 realize their mistake. They realize they've committed to a fight they can't win.
What we're saying, Fury at MSI, I mean, there was so many good skirmishes, so many good fights like this. Feels like it's their bread and butter. It's where they really thrive. And Tattoo in this game now has an insane lead. 1,300 gold as the lead. And we were just talking about Junja. We were just talking about a Zinzao who got ahead in the early game and ran the business end of the rest of it. We're there again. Gigo's the same. And this center is well and truly ahead. 0-3-0 for Sven. This early game is a disaster for Cloud9.
It's in such a rough spot, and especially when a champion like Zinzao gets hit. I mean, we saw it last game, we've seen it again.
Yeah.
But the Sundered Sky makes him so hard to deal with. He's doing so much damage, he heals so much. And with that ult, he's so hard to focus. A 3,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. This game is starting to feel pretty cooked already. C9, they need to find some plays and quickly.
Oh my god. And Ayu's damage is already mattering a lot with Static Shiv. This is a 1v3 dive. Weaver's Wall brought him down, and Toots is going to make sure that no one leaves the ground. That's Thanatos kept in pound. Toots with a kill of his own. Bot is opening up. Tattoo's covering. Blabber's coming in just to try and help this turret from falling down further.
Yeah, more and more plates going over. Blabber's in the vicinity. There's some backup moving through, but they're not going to be there in time to really do anything other than just defend the tower. And that's the thing. It's not like anything is happening across the map, you know? If this play was happening and maybe Cloud9 were getting some, you know, plates top or some pressure somewhere else or a kill, sure, but they're kind of just trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. But they're still losing out in these plays. 4,000 gold lead now for Fury. 4,000 gold at 12 minutes.
It's not even the worst of it, because as Fate Seal comes out and Loki gets hit under turret, I see 44 souls in 12 minutes. like IU is ahead of the clock for sure, and it's pretty bad when you see a Senna that's probably going to get 60 souls by 17, 18 minutes, and is already this strong. Dragon's going to be started here by Tattoo. First one went over to Cloud9, while Gigo just got himself a turret plate and topside as well. It keeps growing in good news here for Furia for the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I mean, getting this Dragon here, obviously Cloud9 got that one earlier, but start stacking towards that Soul. Mountain Dragon as well, the extra start's going to come in big. Will be a Chemtech Soul again, which I think Cloud9 pretty happy again about when you're this far behind.
Yeah.
Chemtech not the most impactful. Still decent amount of value with champions like Zinzao and Mbessa, but they need time. And the problem is, I mean, there's elements of the composition which scales well, right? You know, we talked about them before, like the you know, the Yone and the Gwen.
Yeah.
But you're into a Senna, and if you're playing for time against a Senna, that feels terrible. But right now with a 4,000 gold lead, this early in the game, it feels dreadful. You kind of just need to buy some time and farm up, because when everyone on the enemy team has like full items and you don't have full items on your side, it's just so hard to compete. You need time, and you need to try and just stop giving away advantages to Furia right now.
50 by 14, that's right now what I'm seeing from IU. Not to get caught out on mid-wave though. He's stepping up to Sven. He gets some good soul trading once again. And I think that's the one fear I see, is that for IU, what we saw a lot at MSI was him getting caught out on mid-waves with Jojo. They definitely felt like the weak part of the team, so just to make sure he tracks his jungle pathing is into Sven. Look at that. Oh my god.
I mean, the problem is he's playing so aggressive.
But I guess he can.
But he can, you know? Like, this is a situation where you might think, well, maybe if you're playing this aggressive, you'll be punished. But he's so far ahead, they're not in position to punish him. You can see Vulcan hanging around, just trying to cover Loki, but it just feels like they're in such a defensive position right now, which they kind of have to be.
There's Thanatos being drawn in. Gigo has his ult, he's going to burn it. Jojo's here. It's all about the follow-up damage now with Trample getting another stun. Need to work for a bit of healing, and that'll help under turret. Gigo going deep and tanking up is Jojo for now. Gigo's going to get a shield bash, or at least a shield out. They bring it close, but the heal up from Thanatos is going to stay around while Gigo tries to get the turret.
Got a little bit scary that even with the ult from the Alistar, the like 1 point in ultimate, the first rank, it does reduce damage by a good amount, but it's not that much. The tower being built up so much will eventually start to shred.
Yeah. And
obviously the ult did time out, so not enough damage yet just to dive through Thanatos, especially when Gigo just doesn't have that first item as well. But, you know, these feel like little wins for Cloud9, but anything, they need anything right now. Anything like that, they'll take.
I mean, people had big expectations, like C9 might be second seed of LTA North, but this would be a big bow out in the tournament. It's only a 4K gold lead, game's not over yet, but Fury are getting more and more. The Herald going to be taken here, and IU is just sitting mid. I mean, look at him, 53 souls. Again, there is a chance that this guy gets the 60 even before the 18-minute mark at this point, if he gets some heavy trading in the next couple. But regardless, Herald's taken down, out of topside. The next goal, this should be taken easily. Loki's giving respect over because he knows that his jungler's nowhere nearby yet.
I mean, Georges has kind of been everywhere in this game. And now he's in the top lane, doesn't find an angle into Loki, uses that Unbound Soul, but just the pressure is constant, and I think Fury just haven't really made any mistakes yet, which is what makes it feel almost more frustrating for Cloud9.
Oh my god, and the damage as well. Fatefield gets in the way. Here's Blabber to help out. Permafrost going to help as well, and a bit egregious. Ulti still up and available, but shut down before he can use it. A C9 might have found a window in, a bop away from Jojo. His ulti helps negate the damage, so it becomes a 1-for-1. It's Vulcan over the jungler. But Fury still got what they came for, and they came for this turret. They're not leaving without it.
Just as I say, haven't made any mistakes. There we go.
There's a mistake from Tattoo.
Tattoo, a bit of a flub there.
Flash and ulti available as well.
Yeah,
like
got CC chained. Kind of thought he'd have more for window, maybe to heal up with Sundered Sky before he had to ult, and it ends up backfiring. Decent influx of gold. There's a big shutdown.
Over to Yone.
But Fury still got that top lane tower. So, you know, it's something they definitely needed, but they need more.
I think when you're that far behind early versus the center, you're probably going to take it, aren't you? 57 is the count. I got it wrong, guys. Probably not going to get towards 60 before 18. It's obsession, isn't it? It's kind of like a dopamine.
Stay away. He could definitely get 3.
It's a dopamine hit, though, like having that many, isn't it?
You could high roll in a wave.
Oh, yeah. Or Sven just jumps up and you get one from him right now.
I don't think he would do that.
Come on. Look at him. Look at him. Look, wait. Pretend you're walking away. Static shift first. Then, there's one. And then watch this. Wait. Wait, Orcs. Wait. Orcs. Oh, he didn't get that one. Did he get a soul from it?
Got another? He's one more.
Oh.
One more. Where's he going to get it from?
Come on. 1735. Oh, wait. If only wards dropped them.
Oh, but I can't.
Oh, Scuttle counts, right?
There you go.
Oh, 60 at 1747.
That's pretty good.
That is very good.
And Sven's not been having a fun time on this Corki. Just getting pushed in constantly in the mid lane. Dragon's up, going to be taken by Furia. And need to see some more shutdowns coming through.
Yeah.
I think as well, you kind of get to the point in the game when it's going a little slow like this. Like, only Jojo doesn't have Flash. And that's not really that relevant because it's an Alistair. But you kind of need to burn summoners from members of Furia, but it's very hard to do without committing in a way that sacrifices a lot.
True.
But like, if you go into a fight, like an important fight, and IU has cleansed the Flash, you're probably not winning if you're this far behind. So you need to find a way to force those summoners without giving over 5 kills. And then you need to fight while those summoners... It's just, you know... I don't know if you know this, Jake, but being behind in gold significantly in League of Legends, generally not a good thing.
Ah. See, I haven't because usually I just run it down top. So
I have heard that.
Yeah, and usually being behind is a boon for me. Like I can...
I don't think it is.
Well... Bro, when you're playing Volibear or like a Vi top, anything's possible.
Why are you playing Vi top?
A Vi top is so much fun. You got to be joking. Well, I mean, Baus plays it against Ambessa matchup. I decided to play it against any matchup.
Oh, so you're...
And there's a reason why I don't
You're Baus now, are you?
No.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm bad. There's never a good death with mine.
Are you multi-season challenger? No, I don't think so.
I don't think I am. One season Emerald, more like it. Okay.
You ever heard that saying, you know, you're not carrier?
I'm not carrier yet, but...
You're not Baus either.
Maybe... Thanks. I was waiting for Jojo to show me his carrier move with the exploding blast cone. He's not going to get in anywhere but mid is open. That's all out is open.
I love the setup, though, that Furia have. You know, you have Jojo with the control and that side bush. They have the threat. They don't need to use it, but it just really puts the pressure on and just really pushing that lead some more. About a 5,000 gold lead at this point. It's not really blown up much more than where we were before, but... You can tell they don't really feel the pressure when you have a pick like a center on your team. You're just kind of like, yeah, we can just keep gradually building up the lead, gradually stacking up those souls. I know you love talking about.
I do love soul. You've read me well. Read me like a book. By the way, Vulcan just barried because he wants his flashback. Nice to see Unsealed Spellbook again. I tell you what rune I miss the most? Omni Stone. Do you miss that? That was so troll, but it was so much fun.
You know... I feel like that thing was so cheesy.
It was. I have Grasp now. I have Electrocute. You get like Dark Harvest and like I'm slowly stacking it.
It was also just, it was kind of bad, you know?
I mean, it wasn't great, no.
I feel like everyone really misses this Kleptomancy.
Oh, yeah. So much better than First Strike. As Vulcan caught out, that was a great lens. Crash down, disengage, but Tattoo wants a little bit more. Jojo forces Vulcan's flash, but the chase continues. With the heal up, a seismic shove as well. This is deep, though. The all-in going to be given over to Cloud9, but again, Tattoo's ulti causes a ruckus. A triple knock-up for Jojo, and it's going from bad to worse as Guigo steps in with a public order. Takes them all down to town, and Furia just can't take a no.
That's the sort of play where if it wasn't such a big lead, you know, committing so deep, so heavily for a support, maybe could backfire, but they're so far ahead, so confident, the skills land, and Furia able to take another decisive teamfight win.
You think they might be going too far forward. They move into a choke versus C9, but C9 can't pull it off, and Orcs, I can't believe I'm saying it, but C9 are so down in the dumps right now. It's a 7k gold disadvantage, and all these outers continue to stand. Furia defending well, while Senna is dealing with the top turret. Okay, only just.
Okay.
Loki gets a solo kill and another shutdown. I thought that was inting.
You know, he got that gold earlier from that kill, and he still hasn't given up on this game. You know, Loki had a bit of an unfortunate one earlier today up against FlyQuest. He won some redemption. Unfortunately, Fury will pick up the Attica. Not much you can do about that, but...
Only 10 flowers.
Let's get a solo kill. There's still some hope. Actually, that's because Cloud9 has 29 medals.
Yeah.
Guys, that's the win con. Just farm every single flower on the map.
And they're worth Odo keeps telling me they're worth 300 gold for the big flower.
That's kind of crazy.
That is crazy if true, but
you haven't verified?
No, I don't know.
You can't do the math.
I just listen to Odo and whatever he says
That's
goes.
good advice.
Yeah, it is. This Fate Seal didn't do much, but that bop, that JoJo engage was beautiful.
Oh, Weaver's Wall.
Thanatos was going for this turret. He's going to have to leave with it and maybe his death. Thanatos gets out. He flashes upwards. Blubber's here to make it a 2v2 with the needlework as well. It's getting close. The needlework helps out. Step down. True damage, and now Tattoo's run out of ulti. Cloud9 are right back into this. It was the solo kill pot. It was a Thanatos outplayed top. And C9 are looking to breathe. A little bit difficult though, so the ulti's early. Quigo went a little bit early. Loki's now taking this 1v1. He's got life still. He's hitting up the minions. Quigo running on rotations of spells as Loki gets out. Flash match, Fate Seal goes nowhere. It gets yakety sacks. The 1v1. Is it going to continue? His biggest question is JoJo's heading down.
Backup coming in. Loki is in a bad spot. He needs to try and find something quickly.
U2, Quigo misses it. He untethers his soul for a little bit, but Quigo gets him in the end. Okay, respect over to Loki as Cloud9 are trying to get mid in the meantime, and they will. They will take this. They're back in this game.
They haven't given up yet. They've closed the gold lead quite significantly. Only 2,800. Lowest it's been for a long time. A big influx of gold in the back of those plays. Thanatos with a huge play on the top side. And Sven and Vulcan find an opportunity too. Kind of crazy, actually, how much they were able to get on the back of that. You know, when we'd kind of been ready to say, hey, maybe this game's done, they are not ready to go home yet.
It was a 7k gold lead for Furia. As you said, down to 3 now. Let's look at the replay again. This was the top lane because Thanatos committed his flash after this.
And this is what we were talking about, this combination of like the Gwen and the Sejuani so strong. Sliding in with the ult, hitting both of them with that ult there, focusing the burst onto the clear, and suddenly Taddy just doesn't have the cooldowns left. Tries to turn it, but the snip comes through. Big influx of gold.
Big to Thanatos as well. He got the double. And he now has a lead over Gigo. Look at mid as well. Lead over Toots. So C9 solo laners, who we really built this game around, have come to life, and Blabber steps up when he needs to. 15 seconds till Baron. And remember, with all the damage that comes out, true damage and magic damage combined, C9 have a quick Baron. They've just got to commit to the pit, and that's the fear that Fury will be able to get that snap engage to catch them in their tracks.
Yep, I think something to be said is that IU 82 stacks, right? 3 items now with the rapid fire cannon, still has both summoners.
True.
That is a problem. These fights have gone in favor of Cloud9 skirmishes, not full team fights.
They're looking for Blabber. He's got a Mega Blast Cone, so he'll travel, but he traveled into the middle. He didn't go down. Arctic Assault matched out. Tattoo knows that on the way is Loki. He has to be careful. Again, he finds himself waiting for an audacious charge, but onto Blubber. He's the tank. Seismic shove back, double TV committed. It turns into a barnyard scrap. Center ulti down, but Blubber won't die. He gets the enhanced Honeyfruit while Thanatos is in the middle, but he's in the middle alone. Cloud9 has turned into a front to back as Loki wants to escape, but he will not get back on track. Wind becomes lightning, but his soul unbound as Toots takes a double, and Fury are right back in at Cloud9. Too early, too soon, too hypey, and they pay the iron price.
Blabber goes for the desperation flank, trying to find an angle. He's the only one who survives the play, but the rest of his team falls in payment, and Furia will take the Baron. Just when hope started to look like he was rearing its head, it is shut down by the LTA South representative.
And we're back to where we started. Back to Furia's game to win. Let's watch the replay again, because Blabber caught here. Has to Arctic Assault over.
It was a game of nerves. I'm not even sure if Toots had spotted him at that exact moment, but I think he was like, I have to get out. Maybe could have flashed the combo there, but held it for so long. And then the team commits in, and I love the focus from Furia onto the Gwen. They know in this choke, the Gwen could do so much work.
Yeah.
The immediate turn and punish. And as soon as Gwen's gone, they just feel so much better about their chances for getting out.
Gigo's such a nuisance, and then Toots plays the left side of the fight so well. I think JoJo's having a great game.
Yeah.
JoJo had my reserves on at MSI, but like, as you can say, think card, he's standing on that one. But Sven ain't happy, because again, it's back to where we started. As I said before, yeah, teamfight damage is good here from the Corki, but man, Toots is playing on a nice edge as well, and AU has almost 95 souls. Keep counting, because Furia not done yet. We've got a dragon in 2 minutes' time.
It is
They've
soul.
got Baron.
But I think they're looking to get a bit more in the meantime. Trying to push in the jungle. This is just over a red buff. Jojo engages.
They're fighting this. Smite goes down. Look at where Loki's position is. Gigo's on top of him. Into backline. Ayu is just dead. Loki's taking an assassination as Tattoo jumps in, getting in the way, but it's a turnabout play. Gigo's ulti, brilliant. Immense. Immeasurable. A triple kill over to the top laner. Furia. Sven flashes away from a seismic shove. He gets a kill. It's a smooth move, but Gigo's on the chase and wants a little bit more. He's got his cooldown. He's got his straight count step, but out of range is Sven. It gets close to C9. Had a couple of good kills, but they're still so far behind. The fight goes to Furia.
That's the problem. They find a great pick on the center from Loki, able to find that 80 carry, but this Ambessa is so strong. So much AoE just shreds through the rest of Cloud9. Still ends up being a teamfight win for Furia. I will say, though, considering how far behind Cloud9 are, this isn't the worst outcome.
Look at Loki here.
Yeah, he finds such a phenomenal angle. So confident, just over the wall with the blast cone, commits, able to catch onto the center, gets the damage. But you see so much damage has been done here with the AoE. The Ambessa connects in, just churns and burns through so many targets. And then Sven just has to kind of disengage from the situation.
Boy, good damage there. Sven does get out alive in the end, but yeah, Toots is doing so much. You talk about that AoE, that's the Talia. Both mid laners are really burning the midnight oil, aren't they? This elimination now comes down to the next Dragon. Suddenly Chemtech Soul, but it is going to be a full 5v5 for it, Orcsy Poo.
Yeah, I don't think... I mean, considering how strong this Ambessa is already, you can't give Gigo this Chemtech Soul.
And Gigo, Magnustorm, no, he's jumped in. He's going to ulti out. Unstoppable Center Ult helps out as well. And Vulcan, he's dead mince. Again, that's a 5 versus 4. And Fury going to bring in the Weaver's Wall. Look, they're separated. C9 can't get out. Blabber, seismic shove over. Doesn't connect, but a double already set up from Jojo. And Cloud9 are once again getting rinsed by the LTA South.
Looking to end now, and Gigo making it clear that his performance up against G2 at MSI was not a fluke. This guy has been on fire in this game, having such a strong show-up on this Ambessa pick, doing so much work here.
Getting so close, as you said, against G2, putting on such a show at MSI. It won't end now, but Cloud9, as they try to defend, can't lose anyone else, or it might just. Jojo's popped the ulti. Seismic shove again. Loki can't move, sent into 5. And the mid laner is dead for 55 as Furia run away to pick up their soul. They will not push their luck. They will take the donation and move ever so close to continuing to end this game. As we look at this Dragon, there's going to be no contest whatsoever. But again, the performance from Furia. What a showing.
Yeah, that's going to be Soul coming in. And it just feels like that might just be the nail in the coffin. Sven now in trouble.
It's another Weaver's Wall. It's great, isn't it? I mean, Sven is just going to space himself, but he's dead. They keep running into all this AoE, and I got to say, C9 must be so triggered by these stones. Like every fight, running over this zoning.
Oh, I thought you meant like the confidence.
No, not his stones. The Talia rocks.
I mean, this ult from Gigo here just to buffer the CC from Loki. You know, he's just committed to going in. The CC setup from Tattoo there as well into Sven. His team is playing with so much confidence. And they know they're in control of this game. You know, despite the fact Cloud9 have tried to answer back, try to find some windows back in, Fury is not hesitating at all. They've tasted victories at MSI. They weren't able to get those series, and they are refusing to go home. They know they have control of this game. They know Cloud9 need a miracle to come back from this point, so they're just going to keep twisting the knife.
It does seem like EWC so far is not North America's tournament, or at least LTA North's. I will say that the fact that EU is, well, G2 already qualifying before. I'm not saying that because I'm an EU caster Orcs. I just had to say it because probably EU needed something this year. But LTA are going to find themselves in a sticky position as Fury look to verse FlyQuest if they can win and finish this game. Now, a turret was taken in the meantime. That's gold for Loki, who picked up GA. But as Gigo jumps in front of the turret, there's little C9 can do to punish. Gigo needs a miracle ult. They need miracle setup. The word miracle is very important here as 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, I mean, look, the vision was just shown. The lack of it for Cloud9. Baron's about to come up. And Furia are just inviting Cloud9 in to the fog of war.
Baron's up again. C9 have to walk towards that side of the river. Midwave is in no state, and Vulcan, he knows he has to slowly encroach this area, but vision lacking. Darkness is full of terror here, and Cloud9 know it. Trying to draw Furia back on out. Blabber's tagged, but if Tattoo's here, it means Baron's not starting, which is good. It's good for C9. Get towards an Elder Flip if they can, but the engage is there. Jojo forces a flash. Tattoo on the left side of this fight into Thanatos. Spears again landing. The ulti misses from Gigo. For C9 again, that's good. Tattoo's ulti out as well. The Weaver's Wall not very good. The fight is split and Thanatos knows it. It's not bad as the damage on the backside now relies on Ayu, but he's kiting away. Loki sending everything, but with the flash up, it's so hard to get this center. Eventually though, Loki finds a fight with GA. He has to pull more than that out as the resurrection will come through, but Thanatos is now being targeted and Tattoo will take his dues as well. It's a noble attempt, but C9 have nothing left alive. Their dreams crushed at EWC as Tattoo will just buy time. Blood will go back, but one Nexus turret already taken down, and the cavalry is on the way in.
This isn't going to be enough. The team are coming in. Furia have the eyes set on the key of Cloud9. They want to continue this competition and end the hopes of Cloud9, who had just a brief stay at this tournament.
A 0-2 day, a 0-2 stay. Cloud9 ain't no way. As Furia take him down a peg, the LTA South showing that their first seed deserves to be here. They'll crush Cloud9 on day one.
Such a strong performance, honestly. I think Jojo on this Alistair, fantastic, was everywhere on the map. And, you know, there's some minor hiccups. There were some moments where I felt like Cloud9 clawed back a bit of the gold lead, but there was never any point in that game where you could say that Cloud9 regained control.
True.
And Furia, you know, convincing win. A little bit messy at times, but still convincing. And a bit of a heartbreaker for Cloud9. They got to show up at this tournament. They weren't there at MSI, but they quickly were sent home. And Furia will get a chance to continue and potentially make it to that knockout stage.
True, they've got a date with Destiny against FlyQuest, so it's going to be another LTA North representative, but one down, one to go. Furia showing up the momentum of MSI.
That would be huge if they took down both LTA North representatives to make it a knockout.
Yeah.
You know, the fans from the LTA South, a lot of fans for this team, you know, full Brazilian team who will always get massive amounts of support for this roster.
Well, you can see, I mean, Toots, what a performance. I know,
pumping numbers.
People get sick of us talking about MSI a lot. Obviously, it's the most recent data, most recent international, but it does feel like similar performance. I will say Ayu and Jojo really stepped up today. You know, a much better performance at center, played cleanly as ever, but Toots, just like he did it up against, you know, up against Caps at MSI. I feel like we're getting a similar performance here.
I feel like in this game, everyone was playing well. You know, I think Jojo in particular really impressed me on the Alistair. I think everyone was having pretty solid moments, and you know, I think Loki on the other side was able to find some good picks on Ayu, but it's too little too late.
Well, Toots standing by, our winners in Furia. It's time to crush another key.
It is indeed. We all love the key crushing, but before we get there, let's have a conversation here. This is our Amazon winners interview with Toots. Furia send Cloud9 home. Did you ever feel like you weren't going to win that? It felt like you maintained control throughout.
I think there was like a few timers, like maybe 1 or 2 timers that we messed up some. We didn't play like on our terms, and that gave them a chance to come back. But I think after that we put ourselves together and we managed to win. So I feel like we're in control for the game. Yeah.
Big victory. You know, you're big in your region. How big of an opportunity do you think this is to showcase how good you can be on an international level?
Yeah, I think playing international is always a fun experience. I think that in Brazil, people don't really trust that we're good at League, but I think we're here to show that we are good and we can beat these teams. So I'm very excited to showcase this for the next few days.
Listen, I cannot wait for you to crush the key, and I've got a couple more questions for you. But is there anything you want to say to your Brazilian fans watching at home in your native tongue?
Yeah, sure. Bom, pro pessoal que tá assistindo a gente, que tá torcendo pra gente, pode ter certeza que a gente tá dando o nosso melhor. Ontem tava todo mundo exausto e mesmo assim a gente decidiu treinar porque a gente sabia que isso é importante pra gente, então a gente colocou uns joguinhos aí pra gente poder tá em sintonia como time e tal. E pode ter certeza que tá todo mundo dando sangue aqui pra gente ir bem, então pode contar com a gente amanhã também.
Obrigado. Right, the next question now is a tough one because you've got a tough journey ahead. Tomorrow you face off against FlyQuest. If you do manage to beat them, you will come up against either Gen G, who just won MSI, or T1, who won EWC here last year, and Worlds, of course, one of the greatest teams of all time. That's a daunting prospect, isn't it?
It's always going to be a fun experience. I think I didn't know we were going to play these things if you want, but I feel like as like being in Brazil, I feel like these opportunities are the ones you really can't miss, you know. So we're a bit delusional. If you're going to Gen G, if you're going to T1, we are gonna think that we can smash them, you know. So it doesn't matter for us who we're gonna play against. We're just gonna play our game, and if we're good enough, we're gonna beat them.
That's the confidence we love to hear. Are you ready to crush a key here at EWC?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a long time, not gonna lie.
Well, your time is now. So come down here, Tuts. C9 are about to be fully eliminated from this tournament with a key crush here. I'm going to step out of the way and let you enjoy every single moment of this.
Thank you, Ian, for that interview. I have C9's Ven with me after we just saw their key getting crushed. First of all, thank you for playing the tournament. I want to start this interview with, you have been with C9 for a while, but this is your first international tournament as a roster with C9. What do you take from this experience?
I think we have to work more on our physical condition. I think a lot of people here were very tired and jet lagged from flying and traveling, and I think our focus wasn't very good today.
Absolutely. So let me just talk to you about you for a second. You've been known as an ADC player, and then you swapped to support, and then now back to ADC. Walk us through your thought process there.
Yeah, I mean, I found some short-term success as a support player, but I didn't feel like I could ever be as good as I was at ADC, and I felt like it wouldn't feel right if I ended my career as a support player. So,
yep. Completely understand. So, what's the season is going to be like for C9 moving forward, as you still have more tournaments to play?
Sorry, what?
You still have more tournaments to play as C9 as a roster. What are you moving forward to?
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta go back to LA and rest up and be ready for summer split. Split is very important. There's only 2 world spots potentially for the LTA North, so it's important that we get one of those. And yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Fancy. Always good to hear from Sven, despite the fact that they fall, and appreciate his time after a tough game there. You're seeing the last little bits of that Corky life. That happened to him a lot in this game, but really, it's time to celebrate for Brazil and all of LTA South, all of Fúria. Vaila Timão, Vaila Fúria. Congratulations on the victory. Again, a huge win for Fúria as they get themselves the first LTA South series win in the cross-conference matches. LTA North against LTA South. No one won their series. Only one game was won by Isuris Esports. But now they get to eliminate Cloud9 in this one. Just such a huge win here for Fúria. Felt like Cloud9 just had no way on into this one.
It's just proof you can never underestimate anyone, and Furia were absolutely the better team in this one. You can tell from Sven and what he said. He's like, their physical condition wasn't great, their focus was not there, but Furia's was like laser focused. They were playing excellently, especially early on in this game. They were just so dominant, and that kind of ended the game kind of early on. Felt bad for C9 from there. They didn't really have a chance, but big props to Furia. They look like they've got a lot in the tank here.
I don't know, I feel like Furia just looked so hungry the entire game. It's like they saw Cloud9 and they wanted their blood like so badly, and they took all the fights in the river and they just kept going. You saw Tutu always trying to go deeper in those fights.
Yeah, again, it was a great game by Tutu. You can go down that roster. Everyone had a huge one. Let's start off with the big couple of fights that put Cloud9 behind, and it felt like it just wasn't a good decision. You wanted to let go of the Grubs, not quite able to. Blabber getting caught on out, and they just got picked off one by one.
Yeah, great wall here from Toots, separating the Sejuani from the team and making her have to queue out of the entire fight. When your Sejuani don't have Q, she can't really peel, and Sven was just left completely exposed for Tutu to devour.
Yeah, and talking about focus, like coming here a second time to try to get one Void Grub, right? And it just wasn't the right decision. They didn't quite have the vision to know that this was the right choice. They got outfought in this one as well, down a member. So for C9, it was rough. And Furia were like, hell yeah. I think Ox was saying on the cast, like, Tattoo, he was ready for that fight. He's like, please come and fight me now. I'm a Xinjiao who's 2-0 and just got a bunch of grubs, and he's got red buff. Like, yeah, you want to fight? I've got ult. Let's go again. And it was just one after the other. That was kind of what I was saying earlier. It was like this game was kind of done at this moment.
Yeah, so after that moment, it was 6-0. And I was on the stream with Bayano, who is here co-streaming the event, and everyone was like, uh-oh. At 6-0, there's a possibility of a scoreline that lives on forever in Brazilian lore. Of course, we're talking about the 7-1. And for a brief moment, another kill went on over to Furia, and then quickly another kill went on over to Cloud9, and then Furia got another one. But the 7-1 did flash for half a second, and then all of a sudden, Cloud9 found a pick down on the bottom side of the map. And all of a sudden, they found 2 more kills on the top side of the map. And things started to get a little scary for Furia and all Brazilian fans watching around the world. Bayano is in the chat saying, guys, is this really going to happen? Until finally one man with his ults made the plays. Yes, Guigo just coming up huge here to settle things down and make sure Furia came up big in the end.
Yeah, and this fight is just starts so unfortunate for Cloud9. Your Rel has to W out, has to flash out, doesn't get a lot of things done. And you see they're trying to salvage it. They're trying to really get something on the back end of their support dying, but they're just too strong. The team of Furia here, Guigo going into the backline through the Sejuani, finding all the damage and just sweeping them down the floor.
Yeah, again, a huge game there by multiple members of Furia. They have earned their spot for one more chance to try and qualify to the knockout phases, which means we've got our draw show ready. So standing by on the stage are our 2 fantastic hosts. It's Fancy and Ian Chambers. Take it away.
No, Digon, you're fantastic, all right? Nothing but love for you. The tension, the drama, it just continues here at EWC. We are just getting started with day 1. This is, of course, the quarterfinals draw show for League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. Fancy, are you ready to get this started?
Absolutely excited. Can't wait to see who's going to play with who. And tomorrow, it's all about key crushing, baby.
Cannot wait for more of it. All right, so why are we doing this? It's simple. 4 of our quarterfinals teams were locked in thanks to their performances at MSI. Your top seed is Gen G, followed by T1, and then it's AGAL, and finally BLG. We are doing 2 draws tonight to decide who these teams will face to give everyone just 1 match to prepare for. That is simple, all right? Draw 1. Are you ready to do this? This is for the upper bracket winners. This first draw will decide who our upper bracket final winners will face. It will be either AGAL or BLG. Fancy, please reveal the team. You got it? You got it.
I'm trying.
You can crack that.
Oh, there you go.
That was satisfying. Let's have a look at this. Here we go. HLE will face off against AGAL. All right, which means, this is obvious, but we've got to do this for fairness. Let's draw the next one. All right, where are we? Come on, Fancy, pull it up. There we go. G2 go up against BLG tomorrow. All right, this is our second draw, so we need a different little fishbowl. So let's swap these out, please. Now, this second draw is to decide who the lower bracket decider winners will face. The winners of those matches, which happen first thing tomorrow, will go on to play either Gen G or T1. Two very tough teams to come up against, Fancy. The first team we draw here will face off against MSI's top seed, Gen G. Let's reveal. If you were to guess, what are you going for, Fancy?
Honestly, I don't want to be in either of these teams' position because it's going to be a tough match either way.
It is. All right, here we go. So facing off against Gen G will be Group A Seed 2. We will find that out tomorrow. They will face off against Gen G. It will be FlyQuest or Furia. Now moving on. The second team, of course, they will face off against T1 tomorrow. And that will be Group B Seed 2. So there you have it. That will be MKOI or CFO against T1. Two very tough matchups coming our way, but it's all starting to make sense now, and we're going to let our magnificent desk discuss what could be some pivotal quarterfinals.
Thank you very much, guys. Great job on the draw. Fancy able to crack the puzzle of the ball there. So great job there. Double teaming that one and able to get us the draw that we needed. So let's take a look at the brackets here. After a day of battle, a long day of battle, we've got our Group A situated in terms of who's already in and who's going to play as the second seed. It is FlyQuest G2 doing battle earlier. G2 coming out on top. Very happy Finn over here. That means if you enjoyed one LTA North versus LTA South battle, you get another one here. FlyQuest versus Furia, a best of one to see who will be the winner moving on from there to play Gen G. As we see one more time, we know the history between Brazilian League of Legends and LTA North, formerly the LCS. So many different times have been close. This year, didn't have the opportunity to put him to the sword, able to do so, and that felt like a crushing beyond just this year's Esports World Cup, but a big relief for Brazilian League of Legends. Now on to Group B. It was Hanwha Life Esports taking care of business against both CFO and Movistar KOI, so they're already on in. That means Movistar KOI and CFO will do battle for that final spot. I feel like that's a stressful one here, Finn, as we see the key crushing one more time of GAM Esports.
Oh, I don't want to see my team's key get crushed, man. I want to see MKOI get crushed under that thing. That is very scary. I think I'm very excited for that thing. Oh no, look at him. He can't believe what he did. He can't believe what he's done. But yeah, that game will be an absolute banger, I believe. Obviously here we see the playoffs bracket that we might come to expect later. A lot of good games ahead of us.
This is crazy. This AGAL versus Hanwha Life Esports in the quarterfinals is just insanity, because AGAL, the first seed from China, and then you've got Hanwha Life Esports, who, if we had a different timeline, could have been the first seed from Korea. Obviously wasn't. Is the third seed, and this is kind of why they're in this position against AGAL. But that is a crazy close one, I would say, in the quarterfinals between two very strong teams.
Yeah, and then T1 possibly going up against CFO one more time, or the very deserving champions of the LEC if they're able to get over the hump against CFO. All these matches in the playoff bracket are best of threes. So now Fearless Draft comes into play, not as in-depth as a best of 5, but still something to consider. And all 4 of those teams sitting in the playoff brackets got to prepare that way and know that, all right, we're best of 3s, red side, blue side, what's going to be stronger, whereas the teams that had to qualify on in the group stage had to practice both best of 1s and best of 3s, Ben.
Yeah, and like, in a weird way, I think it's like a relief to go back to best of 3s, because that's what you've been practicing almost the entire year. And I think going up, even against a team like T1 or Gen.G or one of our great teams that are visiting this tournament, I think coming in with a best of 3 Fearless gives you the opportunity to kind of show your strengths, show what you've been practicing the entire year, and show what kind of maneuvers you can approach the Fearless Draft with, and some kind of leads you can accumulate in that scenario.
Well, Valdez, you said earlier, Hanwha Life Esports going to be a close one later on against AGAL, and Hanwha Life Esports has our Sony MVP of the day. It is Delight at support, had fantastic engages over and over again, something that we've seen Hanwha Life Esports do in the LCK when they are firing at all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has been probably the best engaged support at the LCK for a very long time, if not in the world. I mean, it's kind of hard to say. There are so many great supports, but he does it again. You give him Rel, you give him Rakan, you give him anyone. Alistair is another one you can't really give him, and I feel like even with Fearless Draft, you cannot ban this guy out. He will find an engaged support, and he will own the team fights. And he's a great part of the reason why Hanwha Life Esports' team fighting has been so clean for so very long.
Yeah, congratulations to Delight, our Sony MVP of the day. As we take a look at tomorrow's schedule, it all starts off with those qualification best of 1s for Group A and Group B's number 2 seed, so that we can figure out who's going to be moving on to the quarterfinals. And then we've got 2 quarterfinals already set. Hanwha Life Esports against AG, Anyone's Legends, AGAL, and then G2 Esports back in the quarterfinals. Feels good to say it if you're a fan from the U, up against Billy Gaming. That one feels like it could be close too. We don't know what form Billy Gaming is in. They have made their substitution from last split in Beishwan joining the squad at the jungler position. Who knows what's going to be going on in that one? So we've got great games for you with a lot of stakes tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at Esports World Cup, we thank you so much for watching, and we're going to leave you with the Kadia top plays. Until then, see you tomorrow for more EWC action.